I clearly awakened the S-class profession of demon summoner, yet everyone mocked me as a worthless fraud. Because summoning demons requires sacrificing lifespan as the price. Even if a normal person offered all their remaining years, they could only summon some low-level demons. But what they didn't know was that when I crossed over to this world, I activated the super lifespan system, allowing me to gain lifespan simply by killing living creatures. In this world invaded by countless alien races, every person awakens a combat profession at age 18, with the strength level determined purely by luck. Have you heard? Lin Mu awakened as an S-rank demon summoner. This class doesn't consume mana or health, but it drains lifespan. Sacrificing 10 or 20 years of life only summons low-level demons. To get high-level ones, you'd need to sacrifice at least a century of lifespan. Damn, wouldn't that just kill you outright? The classmates in the hallway were discussing it animatedly. Lin Mu had always been the top student in his grade, the one most valued by their homeroom teacher. But now, after awakening this seemingly useless S-rank class, he couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. Well, if it isn't our S-rank genius Lin Mu. Why the long face? A loud voice rang out from the crowd. It was none other than Qin Feng, another top student. Lin Mu always outperformed him academically, perpetually ranking second in the grade. This time, he awakened as an A-class Frost Archmage with strength comparable to an S-class. At this moment, Lin Mu closed his eyes, deep in thought, paying no attention to Qin Feng. Host's profession awakening detected. Congratulations on officially activating the super lifespan system. The system has detected that over the years, you have killed a total of 10,659 live chickens, 17,650 live fish, numerous flies, mosquitoes, and ants. Your total lifespan reward has been calculated as 80 years and 125 days. Your current remaining lifespan is 182 years and 276 days. Well, finally got a system. Since Lin Mu was already an orphan when he first crossed over, he was adopted by a vegetable market auntie. While attending school every day, he also had to handle the slaughtering tasks at the family stall. Little did he know that this experience would come in handy now, as the system perfectly compensated for the drawback of consuming lifespan. Lin Mu, don't you dare pretend not to hear me. In the upcoming beginner trial dungeon, I'll make sure to crush you under my feet. Oh, who do we have here? If it isn't my old punching bag. Qin Feng, relying on family spirit elixirs every day, yet only managed to awaken an A-grade profession. How dare you bark in front of my S-grade? Lin Mu didn't hold back, each word striking a nerve, leaving Qin Feng stomping his feet in fury. Of course, you could always try sacrificing yourself. Put on a show of kicking the bucket in public. The group of young noblemen around Qin Feng burst into raucous laughter. Suddenly, Lin Mu's eyes glowed with an eerie red light, like a bloodthirsty demon, staring intently at them. You just wait, Qin Feng said before quickly returning to his seat. Lin Mu used the initial skill of the demon summoner class, Demon's Gaze, on Qin Feng, which could inflict a fear effect on the enemy, preventing them from attacking him. A system notification sounded. You have a new task. Defeat the provocateur Qin Feng in the trial dungeon. Reward: 1 system lottery draw. Woohoo! Discovered a new feature. Lin Mu rejoiced in his heart. At that moment, the broadcast sounded, and all the newly awakened students gathered on the playground, where a massive portal stood erected in the middle of the running track. A middle-aged male teacher with a receding hairline began speaking on the stage. Congratulations to all the students who have awakened this time. Your progress in the upcoming dungeon will be recorded on the leaderboard. The top-ranked student will represent our school in the Western Rising Star Championship. I hope everyone performs well. The students entered the portal one after another, each being randomly teleported to different locations. At this moment, a prompt panel appears. Welcome to the Bloodstained Village Dungeon. Suitable for levels 1 to 10, difficulty, normal. Mission description. The villagers in the village are being harassed by the ratkin. Please help them repel the ratkin. Time limit, 5 hours. Note: you will be automatically teleported out of the dungeon upon death, or when the time expires. Lin Mu observes his surroundings and finds himself teleported to a field overgrown with weeds. He immediately pulls up his profession panel. Name: Lin Mu Profession. Demon Summoner Profession Branch. Summoning. Rarity: S tier level. 10% rank. Spirit tier breakthrough every 20 levels HP. 800. Mana: 1000 strength, 50 agility, 50 stamina, 50. Skill 1. Summon demon. Sacrifice the appropriate lifespan to make a pact with a demon to make it your summon beast. After the contract, each summoning consumes 100 mana points. Skill 2. Demonic gaze. Applies a fear effect to a designated object within 10 meters, preventing it from making an attack action against you for 60 seconds. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Talent. Demon affinity. The demons you summon have 100% loyalty to you. It is also easier to gain favor with the demon race. Props. Book of Demons Grade S. A medium used to summon demons, written by the first demon summoner in history, Ball. A tome that records the full iconography of demonic races. It was worthy of being an S-rank profession with 2 skills and a talent initially, and it also came with an S-rank prop. Well, it's also time to summon my first demon. Chapter 3. A Century of Sacrifice, Summoning the First Demon. Linza called up the item bar and selected the S-rank prop, Book of Demons, to use. In the next second, there was immediately a book as thick as a brick in his hand. Turning to the first page, it reads the phrase, "Ready to meet the most powerful race of all races?" Continuing to turn it over, the top of the yellowed paper recorded the illustrations of various demons. Fiery brats, hellhounds, chimera, fear demons, eye demons, hellfire, and so on, are diverse and varied. And the further back you go, the more powerful and dangerous all kinds of demons become. And look at the lifespans required to sign the pact. 5 years for the flaming brat, 10 years for the hellhound, 20 years for the eye demon. Even low-ranked demons require a high price, so it's no wonder everyone says this profession is trash. After all, if it were anyone else, they might not be able to utilize the true strength of this profession for the rest of their lives. But I'm the one with a 182-year lifespan. The corners of Lin Zay's mouth were harder to suppress than AK. The 5 and 10-year-olds don't even make it into his eyes, so if he wants to call, he'll call a big one. Lindsay flipped the book straight back, his eyes settling on a powerful-looking demon. Inferno, life expectancy, 100 years. Description. Infernals are an ancient and powerful group of demonic races that personify flame and terror. Very well, it's decided that it's you. Please confirm. Do you want to sacrifice 100 years of your life to the Inferno? Yes, no. Yes. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw a hexagram spell formation automatically appear on the ground in front of Lin Zay, while releasing a blindingly bright light. A blurry figure began to slowly appear in the spell. However, it was at this moment that a sizzling sound suddenly came from the grass. Lin Zay followed the sound and saw a bunch of half-human tall monsters appearing not far away. It looks like a giant rat that walks on 2 feet, with long hair and a mouth full of sharp teeth. And with a machete in his hand, he looked very menacing. Rat Scout. Race? Rat People F-Class Race. Rank? LV.1. Life Value? 200. Skill? Slashing. Like human professions, the races of the Vanguard have a rating, with 7 grades from F to S. The higher the rating of a race, the higher its status and strength among the 10,000 races. And Lin Zay was now facing the very end of the spectrum, the F-Class Ratmen. There were about a dozen level 1 Fey beasts in total. When they saw Lin Zay not far away, each of them showed their teeth and eyes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Ratman at the head of the row let out a shrill shriek, as if giving orders. The next thing he saw was all the Ratmen raising their machetes and charging towards Linza. Lin Zay, however, was not the least bit flustered and said disdainfully, "Quite uneducated? Can't you see I'm busy?" In the next second, his eyes flashed as the skill, Demon Gaze, was directly activated. Those Ratmen immediately looked as if they had seen something extremely frightening, falling back in panic, some even dropping their weapons. At the same time, in the middle of the hexagram formation in front of Lin Zay, a tall figure gradually changed from blurry to clear. It was accompanied by an unbelievably scorching wind, and sparks of fire wafted even through the air. Then the spell disappeared and a reddish demon appeared in its place. It has a humanoid shape, yet it is over 3 meters tall, muscular, and porous. It has a pair of curved horns on its head and skin like burning lava. It slowly opened its eyes, its blazing pupils fluttering with 2 never-ending flames. The moment I saw it, these words unconsciously popped into my head. Power, evil, fear, destruction, summoned animal, inferno, race, demon S-class, branch, inferno seed, rarity, Grade A. Rank 60. Life value 280,000. Mana 80,000. Strength 30,000. Agility 20,000. Stamina 28,000. Intelligence 8,000. Spirit 8,000. Skill 1, Flame Fury. Deals 1 AoE damage to enemies within 20 meters of itself. Damage value equals strength value 10. Skill 2, Lava Field. Switch skill that deals continuous damage to enemies within 50 meters of itself, with a damage value of equals power points per second. Continuously consumes mana per second. Talent. Searing Airflow. Within 50 meters of self, enemy's flame resistance 50%. Lin Mu looked at the description of his summoned beast and couldn't help but be pleased. Good lord. I'm a level 1 newbie, and I summoned a level 60 summoned beast. It was important to realize that level 60 was already the level at which an ordinary professional would break through the 3rd rank. And that value, it's totally from the boss module. However, he heard that Inferno Demon stretch his muscles and slowly spoke. I am General Barrows of the Inferno Demon clan. Which bug disturbed my dreams and summoned me here? The voice was filled with anger and arrogance. However, the moment he saw Lin Mu, he was stunned. Then immediately kneeled on one knee. Lord. Professional talent. Demon affinity has been triggered. Inferno's loyalty automatically reaches 100%. Humph. Count on you to be sensible. Lin Mu coldly snorted. I spent a whole 100 years of my life span on you, so you'd better behave yourself. I don't want to hear that tone of voice like the one I just heard a second time. Yes, Lord. The Inferno Demon looked incredibly tame. Loyalty of 100% means absolute obedience, with no thoughts of betrayal in the mind. Even if Lin Mu told him to kill himself right now, he would do it without complaint. And at this moment, the group of rat people were all scared silly when they saw the sight in front of them. This human had just summoned a demon that people were terrified of, and then this demon was incredibly submissive to him? Then this human race, what kind of monster-level existence is it? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The lead Ratman scout screamed shrilly, and the rats immediately fled, discarding their armor. Oh, almost forgot about you guys. Hearing the ringing, Lin Mu remembered that there were still some enemies, and immediately ordered the Inferno Demon, go! The Inferno Demon obeyed the order and slammed its thick and powerful arm into the ground. The ground within a 20-meter radius cracked, and flames spewed out from the cracks. A bunch of damage numbers popped up: 299997, 299998, 299,996. Each damage figure is 1,500 times the Ratman's blood. Before those rats could react to what was going on, they were engulfed in flames with no crumbs left. Kill Rat Scout. Experience plus 10. Kill Rat Scout. Life expectancy plus 10 days. Kill Rat Scout. Experience plus 10. Kill Rat Scout. Life expectancy plus 10 days. The kill message was repeated a dozen times. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level 2. Gained 5 assignable attribute points. Current remaining life expectancy 83 years and 71 days. Lin Mu was ecstatic. This is too strong. Then the next step is to hurry up and upgrade. Lin Mu looked towards the distance. His initial teleportation point was still some distance away from the village, so the monsters here were relatively sparse. And at that moment, over at the village, the Ratman army was surging wildly like a tidal wave. Some of the students were struggling to resist. The melee was responsible for slashing and attracting hatred, the mage threw skills, and the auxiliary hoofed it to add blood and buffs. All of this they had memorized for 3 years. However, actually doing it in real life is very different from the usual practice, especially when faced with the densely packed army of ratmen. Some students were quickly outmatched. Their blood bars bottomed out, and they were directly teleported out. Some were so frightened that they cried out and lost their basic will to fight, and then they were hacked to death by the enemy's sword. And some students, like Lin Mu, were teleported to a farther location and couldn't help but rejoice. Great! I don't want to go and die. Why don't I just lay flat here and wait for the copy time to end automatically? Only Lin Mu saw the tidal wave of enemies, and his eyes lit up as if he had seen a limited number of dishes in a cafeteria. Inferno, let's hurry up. These are walking experiences. P.S. Readers who are reading this, Lord, please add a bookmark and join my fan group as well. The more you read about this book, the more exciting it gets. I'm a LV4 author. I'm guaranteed to write a book. Chapter 4 Translate for me, what do you mean by fault first? Meanwhile, the playground outside the replica. Several of the teachers were gathered around and were also talking about the content of the copy. Is the copy this time actually the Bloodstained Village? I heard it's the hardest of all the trial copies. That's right. Bloodstained Village is a defense-type replica that will face a massive beast-tide invasion. Very challenging for newbies. The final boss, the 3 Ratman brothers, is even tougher, with just a single-digit number of newcomers successfully clearing the level in history. Not only that, the City Education Committee has specially increased the difficulty of the trial copies this year, supposedly to give the students a full workout. By the way, they've been in there for a while now, and the leaderboard hasn't come out yet? Almost there, 2 minutes to go. Since everyone starts out at level 1, it takes a while for the system to run the numbers and generate the leaderboards. There's no need to look. I guess the first place this time is Qin Feng from Mr. Lu's class without a chance. Yeah, after all, Qin Feng is an A-ranked frost magician, a profession that has never been weak in the past. Hey, I'm really envious of Mr. Lu, bringing up such a good student. That's because Mr. Lu teaches well. Hearing these words, the Mediterranean male teacher who had just gone up to the stage to deliver his speech smiled smugly. Wherever, it's all luck. He was the grade-level director and Qin Feng's homeroom teacher, Lu Jiming. Seeing the teachers congratulating him and flattering him at the moment, his face was a spring in his step. Only Lin Zhe and Wang Hao's homeroom teacher, Li Lan, who had her arms wrapped around her chest at the moment, showing a worried expression, didn't join the discussion. Seeing this, one of the teachers deliberately stirred up the conversation. Gee, I wonder how that S-ranked Lin Zhe in Ms. Li's class is doing? Isn't Lin Zhe a kakamemi profession? If you don't summon demons, there are no attack skills, and your true level is estimated to be about the same as an E-rank D-rank, far worse than Qin Feng. You guys, he won't really sacrifice his lifespan on impulse. That would be too much of a loss. Since Leland was only in her 20s, the youngest of the group of teachers, the others had mouthed off without the slightest concern for her feelings. Lu Jiming immediately said in a hypocritical manner, "Everyone, quickly stop saying that. Teacher Li is also quite difficult. That Lin Zhe, how much of Mr. Li's efforts have been spent in it over the past 3 years? And it turns out that what he awakened is a waste occupation, AI. Don't feel too bad. Mr. Li, you're still young. There'll be plenty of opportunities in the future." Leland's face was a bit unhappy when he heard those words. This Lu Jiming, relying on the fact that Qin Feng's father is a large company boss, these 3 years have not less secretly give Qin Feng resources tilt, and he himself has not received less red packets. However, every time he took the big test, Qin Feng was still a head shorter than Lin Zhe, so Lu Jiming had always been upset in his heart. This time it was so hard to turn the tables, he was definitely going to come in for a few yin-yangs. But Leland had no time to worry about the teacher's conversations right now. She was only worried about Lin Zhe's performance inside. This boy, don't do anything stupid. Just then, a number of people from the surrounding crowd shouted, "Look, the leaderboard is out." The teachers immediately stopped their discussion and looked at the large LED screen on the podium. Nouns, names, occupations, upgrade progress. First place, Qin Feng, Frost Magic Guide A rank, level 292%. Second place, Cheryl Xia, Wind Spirit Archer B rank, 63% at level 2. Third place, Li Yuan, Great Sword Warrior C rank, level 258%. Fourth place, Wang Hao, Shield Knight B rank, level 254%. Fifth place, Matom, Shadow Priest C rank, 48% at level 2. Sixth, AI Chong, Demolition Fighter B, level 243%. Seventh place, Lu Mei, Martial Artist Monk level D, level 236%. Eighth place, Lindsay, Demon Summoner S-Class, level 229%. The whole room was abuzz with students and faculty. Look guys, what did I say? Qin Feng is really number 1. Saying it like you predicted it. You could have guessed with your toes that Qin Feng was number 1. You guys, look at that Linza, only 8th. I can't believe it's 8th. I think it's all a bit high. I guess rubbing off on other people's experience. I should be even further behind by the later stages. Hearing the people's discussion, Lu Jiming's expression became even more complacent, his nose about to turn up to the sky. The group of teachers complimented again. Qin Feng in Mr. Lu's class is really powerful. Now he's already a lot ahead of the second, the proper first in the fault line. Congratulations, Mr. Lu. The title of outstanding teacher this time. It's definitely you who didn't run away. Lu was all smiles, but pretended to be modest. Low key, low key. A momentary ranking doesn't mean anything yet. In my mind, I was thinking, I'm sure to win this time. The school's commendation and the Chin family's reward are all assured. It was at this moment that a voice from the crowd shouted, "Look, you guys, that Lin Zhe is rising." The crowd was shocked and rushed to look at the leaderboards. As expected, Lin's experience value had come to 38% of level 2, surpassing the original 7th place. Moreover, that percentage figure was soaring like a stopwatch, and in just 10 seconds or so, it passed 6th and 5th place again in quick succession. The whole room was stunned. What was going on? What exactly happened in the copy? Meanwhile, the bloodstained village copy inside the village. The students are mixing it up with a legion of ratmen. In the crowd, Chin Feng was dressed in a gorgeous robe, holding a long staff encrusted with precious stones, and his fingers were covered with various jewelry rings. These were high-level equipment that his family had bought for him, which could bring large attribute bonuses and were said to be worth several million copper coins. At this moment, only a few frost shields were seen surrounding his body. This was one of the skills of the profession of frost magician, ice not shield. At the same time, a barbed ice crystal quickly condensed in the air, and then bang burst, scattered ice cones at the same time stabbed several rats. This was another of his skills, ice burst. Ha ha ha, more! Chin Feng shouted arrogantly. While swinging the long staff in his hand and casting ice blast without a break, he kept slamming down blue potion bottles to restore his mana. The students around him were shocked when they saw it. Crap, is this a tycoon? Look at his outfit, and he's drinking big blue pill like it's Coke. He's obviously a mage, but he's able to attack and defend. He can even form a team by himself. Is this the strength of an A-ranked profession? However, there were also students who were quite dissatisfied, such as Wang Hao and his squad. Only Wang Hao shouted, "Chin Feng, why are you robbing my monsters? It's so hard to grind into a blood skin, and you took it away with an ice crystal." Wang Hao was a shield knight, and the rest of the team lacked a powerful output. However, he was immediately disliked by Chin Feng's follower. "Robbing your monster? Is your name written on that monster's face?" That's right, you call it out. Does it say yes?" Chin Feng, however, was placing his skills on his own, not bothering to pay attention to these inferior people in his eyes. In his mind, he thought, I have a piece of equipment that can match your entire family's assets, and I still need to discuss with you about robbing your monsters? What was even more gratifying to him was that he hadn't seen Lin Zhe's figure since just now. He ventured a guess that either Lin Zhe had just found a corner to hide in, or he had died and been teleported out. Lin Zhe, aren't you quite wild? I'm going to be level 3 soon. So what are you going to compare yourself to me? You'll just stay at the bottom and eat. Thinking so, the heart became even more beautiful. He arrogantly ordered one of his followers. What are you waiting for? Go draw more monsters. Young Chin, there's no blame anymore. The follower returned in an aggravated manner. Where's my blame? That's when I realized that the monsters invading the village were really getting fewer and fewer. It was clear that a moment ago there was a steady stream of people coming in, but now it had become sparse. Could it be that the little monsters have already been killed by me? Chin Feng thought somewhat smugly. Suddenly, another follower pointed ahead and shouted, "Look, you guys, what's that?" The people looked forward and saw that in front of the village entrance, right in the middle of the road that the Ratmen Legion had rushed down. There was a large chunk of ground turned into lava, and there were fires burning. In the middle of the flames, a tall figure was swinging his fists. "It looks like that thing cut off the entire army of Ratmen," a sharp-eyed student shouted. The crowd was alarmed. "You mean he's fighting all the rats by himself? How is that possible? Where else among us is there someone with this kind of strength? Look at that person's gusto. It feels even more powerful than Chin Feng. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That big guy must be a boss, probably a hostile force with the rat people." Meanwhile, beside that burning place, Lin Zhe was lying on his back in the middle of the grass, leisurely watching the battle. Just a moment ago, he led the Inferno Devil to run wildly all the way to this place and hurriedly started brushing the monsters. With one skill, Inferno directly burned a large swath of rats. And it stopped the entire advancing force, with one person getting all the experience. Kill Rat Scout. Experience plus 10. Kill Rat Scout. Life expectancy plus 10 days. Kill Rat Archers. Experience plus 10. Kill Rat Archers. life expectancy plus 10 days, kill a rat vanguard, experience plus 20, kill a rat vanguard, life expectancy plus 20 days. At this moment, the reminders from the profession panel and the lifespan system were being intertwined, knocking Lin's brain buzzing. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level 5. Gained 5 assignable attribute points. Huh. How come it's level 5 in the blink of an eye? Lin Zhe scratched his head. Is this copy that easy? Chapter 5 Boss, it's just my summoned beast. After clearing a large wave of monsters, Lin Zhe realized that no more new enemies were coming. The inferno looked manic, like he hadn't had his fill of killing yet. Go back and stay first. After saying that, Lin Zhe put him away in the props bar. At the same time, alerts popped up in front of everyone's eyes in the copy. The first wave of enemies has been eliminated and the second wave will arrive in 10 minutes. Attention! The second wave of enemies has increased in strength. Please be prepared. Lin Zhe pulled up his attribute panel. Level 5. Life value 840. Mana 1040. Strength 54. Agility 54. Stamina 84. Intelligence 84. Spirit 104. Each attribute automatically grows by 1 point for each level, in addition to receiving 5 assignable attribute points. Lin Zhe had risen 4 levels in a row and now had 20 assignable attribute points. For summoners, output-related attributes like strength, agility, and intelligence are useless for now, so it's better to be meticulous. After thinking about it, Lin Zhe allocated 15 points of attributes to physical strength and 5 points to spirit. So the new property becomes life value 990, mana 1090, strength 54, agility 54, stamina 99, intelligence 84, spirit 109. This life value is enough to ensure that I won't die even if I'm attacked in this copy. Meanwhile, the students in the village were very curious about what had just happened here. What was that huge figure that had cut off the Ratman army? After someone guessed that it might be a wild boss, Qin Feng decided that he would go over and take a look. If it's really a boss, you'll get a lot of experience if you kill it. At this time, Qin Feng had already risen to level 3 and could be considered confident. Not to mention the fact that you can walk around in this low-level book on the basis of being an A rank. All the other students got brave and were ready to check it out. At this time, the group gradually approached that place, only to see that on the ground, a large area had been burnt to a scorched earth, with some withered corpse remains scattered everywhere, and scorching smoke still coming out of the cracks in the ground. But the monster was gone, only the figure of a teenager. When they got closer, the crowd recognized the teenager. Lin Zhe. How is it him? Everyone had a look of surprise on their faces. Among the several people, Wang Hao immediately ran to Lin Zhe's side, checking here and there, and asked, Lin Zhe, are you all right? Are you here for that boss too? Lin Zhe was a bit confused. Boss? What boss? In the crowd, Qin Feng saw that Lin Zhe was actually still alive in his copy, and was instantly irritated. However, it quickly turned into a snort. Pfft, he's a waste of a profession, and he still dares to run here to fight the boss? Is it possible? The way I see it, he's just here to pick up small monster equipment. After all, he can't afford any equipment as a poor man. It's a pity that the little monsters were burned too cleanly to pick up a single piece of equipment. Ha ha ha. A group of followers and some unidentified students laughed along with them. Lin Zhe, however, did not get angry, and coldly looked at Qin Feng's excessively gorgeous white robe and the gemstone rings all over his fingers. Then spoke. Who did I think it was? I didn't even recognize it without speaking. Qin Feng, didn't anyone tell you that you dress like a pussy in particular? After 3 years of going to school together, I didn't realize you had such a fetish, ladies' man. What did you say? Qin Feng became furious. He was dressed in clothes worth several $1,000,000 and could make people envy him a few times wherever he went. But he didn't expect to be humiliated a bit by Lin Zhe. However, he quickly calmed down, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Hee. Lin Zhe, do you think I'm still going to play smart with you? PK is allowed in the copy. I'll let you learn your lesson now. When he finished speaking, the air surrounding him quickly went cold, and the students around him all immediately took a few steps back or else they were going to get frostbite. However, he heard Wang Hao take the lead and shouted, Qin Feng, if you want to fight, pass me first. At the same time, he blocked in front of Lin Zhe. An iron shield as big as a door suddenly appeared in Wang Hao's hand. Then it hit the ground with a loud thud, making a crater in the ground. Qin Feng smiled contemptuously. Hehe, a B-ranked profession and a trashy sewer profession. You two are really like things. Just as well, you two go to hell together. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw that a dozen or so thorny flowers of ice crystals were rapidly condensing in the air around Lin and Wang. No good. There's too many. Wang Hao looked nervous. Lin Zhe, hurry up and crouch behind my big shield. Lin Zhe's face, however, did not see any panic at all, and gently patted Wang Hao's shoulder, saying calmly, "Don't worry. Let me do it." At the same time, the air around them, which had originally gone down cold, suddenly warmed up rapidly. Then, only to hear boom, a loud sound, hot wind swept in all directions, will be those or condensing ice crystals quickly dissolved. In the next second, a huge figure over 3 meters tall appeared out of nowhere. The smoke dispersed, and the powerful and terrifying inferno appeared in front of people's eyes, a look that was extremely oppressive. Everyone was dumbfounded. Someone was so frightened that they yelled, "Ah, it's that boss from earlier." The inferno exhaled the scorching air and laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, there's a new bug. I was worried that there was no one to burn for fun." When these words came out, the students even retreated several steps in a row, and some of them directly pulled out their legs and ran. Although they had just claimed that they were here to fight the boss, many of them were just showing off their courage. When you actually see what this demon looks like, where will you find the courage to fight the monster? And at this moment, although Qin Feng was also a bit startled, he immediately forced himself to calm down and shouted to the people around him, "What are all afraid of? This low-level copy of the boss. How hard can it be? Everyone together. We'll all get experience points later." However, he heard a loud laugh from the opposite side. "Ha ha ha. I said, why do you guys keep talking about some boss? So it's the Inferno demon that's being talked about. Ha ha ha. Laughing my ass off." Lindsay laughed his ass off. "Lin Zhe, what's wrong with you?" Qin Feng chided. However, he saw Lin Zhe put away his smile. A hint of evil flashed across his face, and he issued an order to the Inferno demon beside him. "Go, beat that one dressed like a pussy to death." "Yes, my lord." Inferno spoke tamely. The crowd was in an uproar. "What, that boss is called Lin Zhe what? Lord. Lord. Wait. Let me run through this. That monster. It can't be Lin Zhe's summoned beast. Can it? Did he really sacrifice his lifespan to summon a demon?" Everyone was beyond shocked. Qin Feng was also incredulous, instantly losing that fanatical confidence. "You, what are you doing?" However, the Yen demon instantly became like a maddened beast as it leapt up, its faceplate-sized fist smashing directly towards Qin Feng. "Cold ice knotted shield." Qin Feng shouted out the incantation in a panic. A large shield condensed with frost suddenly crossed in front of him. However, it was this ice shield that had blocked the attacks of countless ratmen that immediately became like a layer of brittle skin and turned into countless fragments the moment it came into contact with the Inferno demon's fist. In the next second, the cannonball-like fist directly smashed into Qin Feng's face. The scorching shockwave spread out, causing all of Qin Feng's followers and other students within a 20-meter radius to suffer. All of a sudden, one blood bar was empty and crippled. Qin Feng collapsed on the ground with a bruised nose and a swollen face. If it wasn't for his ice-cold knotted shield and the fact that an expensive godly outfit had the effect of automatically canceling out a single fatal damage, he would have already been dead through and through. However, the blood had also been reduced to single digits. What the hell is going on here? He was still in extreme shock. Could this monster really be Lin Zhe's summoned beast? No, I can't lose yet. I can't lose. Qin Feng was close to a maniac as he took out the big red pill from the props bar and began to drink it furiously. That Lin Zhe. How could he defeat me? Absolutely impossible. However, he saw the Inferno demon looking down on him condescendingly, as if he was looking at a tiny ant. Humph. A mere worm, still wanting to live? In the next second, he directly lifted his foot and stomped downward heavily. Qin Feng's blood level 0. Chapter 6. This Lin Zhe must have cheated. Meanwhile, the big screen outside the replica. First place, Lindsay, Demon Summoner S rank, level 512%. Second place, Qin Feng, Frost Wizard A rank, 3 levels 2%. Third place, Cheryl Xia, Wind Spirit Archer B rank, 78% at level 2. Fourth place. Just a few short minutes ago, The entire room of teachers and students had witnessed Lin Zhe's ranking soar from 8th to 1st, and it was more than 2 levels ahead of the second-place Qin Feng. Everyone froze. Several teachers were even more shocked. What the hell is going on here? I've been a teacher for more than 10 years and I've never seen one rise so fast. It's so wrong. That Lin Zhe wouldn't really summon a demon, would he? Don't you want to die? Impossible. Year director Lu Jiming said with a gloomy face. Even if he did summon a demon, it could only be a low-level demon. It's absolutely impossible to reach this kind of upgrade speed. It was at this moment that a teacher shouted, "Come and see! Mr. Qin Feng has been teleported out." What? The entire room of teachers and students exploded once again. How could Qin Feng, who was so far ahead just now, suddenly die? Is this copy really that hard? Lu Jiming was even more shocked. He was aware of Qin Feng's strength, and he had seen with his own eyes that Qin Feng had brought a full body of high-level equipment and a large number of potions into the arena. How can it be out so soon? There must be something fishy. However, on the other side of the portal, several students were sitting paralyzed on the grass, and in the middle was indeed Qin Feng. Lu quickly ran to his side. "Qin Feng, what the hell is going on inside?" However, he saw Qin Feng's lightless eyes and dull expression, just like a demented person. Although death in a copy wasn't considered a real death, the image of being killed by the inferno demon just now was so violent that it caused him no small amount of mental shock. "Lin Zhe! Is Lin Zhe?" muttered Qin Feng. Lu Jiming immediately glared. "I told you that there must be something wrong with this Lin Zhe bastard." He whispered in Qin Feng's ear, "Rest well first. I'll have my own way to give you an explanation." Then stride back to the teacher's area. "Lin Zhe must have cheated within the copy. Our trial prohibits the use of medicines other than red and blue pills. Lin Zhe must have taken some kind of buff pill. He should be forcibly teleported out immediately." The teachers were in an uproar at these words. "What, Lin Zhe actually cheated? I told you. How can you upgrade so fast? If it's cheating, it makes sense." Lin Zhe's homeroom teacher, Li Lan, however, frowned and said with a straight face, "Teacher Lu, please don't slander my student. Lin Zhe has always been of good character. How could he cheat?" Lu threw his head back. "Teacher Li, you're Lin Zhe's homeroom teacher. It's understandable that you're favoring him. But I advise you not to be so full of words. If he didn't cheat, then explain to everyone how he managed to upgrade so fast." Ms. Li paused. She certainly had no idea what the hell was going on. It was only her intuition that told her that there was absolutely no way that Lin Zhe would do something like cheating. Seeing that Li Lan was speechless, Lu snorted coldly and instructed the teacher next to him, "Quickly, go call someone from the technical department and beam Lin Zhe out to me. Everything must be based on evidence. You have no right to do such things." Ms. Li argued with reason. "Humph. Teacher Li, please pay attention to your identity," Lu said with a haughty and unquestionable face. "I'm at least ahead of year. I still have the power to do this little thing. Quick, teleport that Lin Zhe out. Don't make me say it a second time." It was at this moment that a majestic voice sounded behind him. "I'll see who dares?" The teachers looked at the sound and saw an old man with a head full of silver hair but in high spirits walking over. "Principal Lu," the teachers shouted in unison with a very respectful attitude. The person who came was none other than the principal of the city's 3rd middle school, Lu Hanlin. "Teacher Lu, as the grade director, don't you know that I have personally checked the trial copies in all the previous years? So how could you possibly cheat? What, are you questioning my level?" That Lu Jiming heard, where there is still just a moment ago the hardness, suddenly sweating like a pig. Just can't lose face, had to continue to find filler. But Lin Zhe's results, really too strange. Lu Hanlin directly interrupted the other party. "Ever since mankind awakened to their profession 100 years ago, there have been a few astounding geniuses coming out every now and then, so what's there to be surprised about? Besides, wouldn't it be something to be happy about if a genius was really born in your grade? How come your first reaction, instead, was to suspect him of cheating?" I, Lu stammered. "All right, just keep watching the battle. I'll know if there's anything fishy at first sight." Inside the copy, a prompt popped up in front of Lindsay's eyes. "Strike a murderer professional dataset. Life expectancy plus 30 days. Ding. Has defeated the provocateur Qin Feng, successfully completing the mission. Received 1 system draw. Che. So Qin Feng's life is so worthless. Lin Zhe parted his lips. Luckily, there's a system reward. At the same time, everyone present was shocked when they saw the scene of Lin Zhe ordering the Yen Devil to kill Qin Feng just now. Qin Feng, the big favorite who was favored by the crowd, was teleported out just like that. Everyone's heart was thinking, who on earth said that Lin Zhe was a waste of a profession? Isn't this a rumor spreading rumor? It's over. I just laughed at him. He won't hold a grudge, will he? Wow, Lin Zhe is so handsome. I actually believed in him from the beginning. I just didn't say it out loud. Beside him, Wang Hao was also dumbfounded. My son Lin Zhe, when did you become so powerful? I never said I was weak from the start, did I? Lin Zhe helplessly spread his hands. Wait, how many years did that demon make you sacrifice? You're not going to karma, are you? Wang Hao was suddenly a bit worried. Within these people, only Wang Hao would truly care about his well-being. Moreover, just now, when Qin Feng released the Ice Blast technique, it was also Wang Hao who fought to try to protect him. Not much, just a few years. Lin Zhe made up an answer. He was afraid that if he really answered 100 years, he would either scare the other person silly or simply wouldn't believe it. Oh, I told you that your profession isn't weak. Only a few years and you're able to summon such a powerful one. Fortunately, Wang Hao is a good person to fool. By the way, it was such a relief just now. You didn't see that expression on Qin Feng's face after he was put down by a punch. It was like he had eaten 3 pounds of ha-ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha. I've wanted to teach that kid a lesson for a long time now, pretending to be Boy Chi all day long. The two of them were talking and laughing, when the interface suddenly appeared with a prompt. Attention! The second wave of enemies is coming. Then, a rumbling sound was heard, and the enemy came rushing in from the distance like a black and heavy cloud. The students were all on alert once again, each with a tense expression. Only Lin Zhe flies rubbed their hands together with an excited face. Here it comes. Here to deliver experience again. Right. Hurry up and draw the prize while you have this time. Chapter 7, Drawing the S-Rank Talent. Who says summoners are all brittle? Lin Zhe immediately tapped on the lifespan system and selected the lottery button on the interface. Will consume 1 lucky draw number for you. Does consuming life expectancy give you a bonus to your luck? If you consume 10 years of your life, you will win an A-class prize or above in this lucky draw. If you consume 100 years of your life, you will win an S-class prize in this lucky draw. Oh, there's a mechanism for consuming your lifespan to buy a guarantee. Then take 10 years and try it. Consume 10 years of life and start the lottery. All you see is a number of words starting to scroll up in the center of the interface, with a handle next to it. Lin Zhe vaguely saw that those words contained equipment, skill books, talents, disposable items, and so on. Lin Zhe pulled the handle, and the scrolling speed of the words gradually slowed down. It eventually stopped above a single word. Soul Link. Congratulations on winning the talent. Soul Link Grade S. Talent. Soul Link. Summoner Exclusive Talent. Select a summoned beast to link freely switchable, and you will gain that summoned beast's attributes, skills, and talents at 50% of the summoned beast's value. This effect remains in effect in non-summoning situations. Crap! Lin Zhe was shocked. I didn't expect to win a summoner's exclusive talent on the first draw. This talent, for the average summoner, might be just as effective. But he's a level 5 novice with a level 60 summoned beast, and that's a bit of an impressive attribute to add up. Lin Zhe couldn't wait and immediately selected Inferno as the link object. Then look at your attribute panel. Level 5. Life value 140,840. Mana 44,190. Strength 15054. Agility 10054. Stamina 14084. Intelligence 4412. Spirit 4419. Also inherited the skills and talents of Inferno. Skill, Flame Fury. Deals 1 AoE damage to enemies within 10 meters of itself. Damage value equals power value 5. Skill, Lava Field. Switch skill that deals continuous damage to enemies within 25 meters of itself. Damage value per second equals power value 0.5. Continuous mana drain per second. Talent, Searing Airflow. Within 25 meters of self, enemy unit flame resistance 25%. This is invincible. Lin Zhe was overjoyed. A level 5 novice inherited half the attributes of a level 60 boss. More than 140,000 blood. More than 40,000 blue, 15,000 power, and 2 powerful skills. With this attribute, he could kill a Kodo beast with even a normal punch, and he could surpass the pre-crossing world's 100-meter champion with a casual run. Just then, a cold and arrogant young girl's voice rang out from behind, pulling Lin Zhe back to reality. Lin Zhe, I invite you to join my team. Lin Zhe turned around and looked, only to see that it was a girl with long flowing hair and a tall figure, and her features were still very delicate and pretty. He did know this girl. Her name was Xia Shuer, and her grades were always in the top 10 of her grade. However, it was still quite a bit worse than him and Qin Feng. For example, this time what Xia Shuer had awakened was just a B rank occupation, Wind Spirit Archer. Xia Shuer, Lin Zhe, you're very powerful and fully qualified to join my team. The tone was extremely confident, sounding less like an invitation and more like a recruitment of minions. Lin Zhe was like looking at a big fool. Join your team? What do I figure? Lin Zhe asked rhetorically. Xia Shuer wrapped her hands around her chest, looking proud. Humph. You should also know that my aunt is the wife of the current head of the Dragonfall Guild, one of the 4 major guilds, so Sorry, never heard of it. Lin Zhe directly interrupted the spell casting. You! Xia Shuer, as if choking on something, blushed slightly and spat out in a small voice. Humph, lonely. Soon, though, she continued, your performance just now was very good, but your summoner's biggest weakness is that your body is too brittle. If you are attacked by a sneak attack, no matter how powerful your summoned beasts are, it's still a dead end. So, you need to join a strong team, and my team has a tank and a nurse, just what you're missing. What's more, I can go and apply to my aunt to have you join the Dragonfall Guild. The prerequisite is to team up with me and help me get first place in this trial. Lin Zhe directly rebuffed. Sorry, I don't need to group up, and I'm not interested in your blah 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 guild. After saying that, he was going to turn around and leave. Where did Xia Shuer expect the other party's reaction to actually be so cold, so anxious that her small feet wrapped in white silk stomped? Lin Zhe, you just messed with Qin Feng. You should know that with his character he will definitely come to take revenge on you. Although your strength is not bad, it's impossible for you to fight over their Qin family just based on your family's condition. So by joining the Dragonfall Guild you have a backer. I'm doing you a favor. Lin Zhe didn't stop and waved his hand dashingly. Thanks. I appreciate the kindness. Leaving Xia Shuer alone in the same place, a small face red with anger. This Lin Zhe, what an ungrateful fool. Humph. Just wait for your revenge by Qin Feng. It doesn't even matter if you die. Lin Zhe's heart, however, sneered. Hey, help you get first place. Then what do I get? Why are you thinking so beautifully? Ding. You have a new quest. Take the first place in this trial copy. Reward, 1 system draw. Yo, coincidence this isn't? Lin Zhe was happy again and was more energized. At the same time, the second wave of the enemy has been accompanied by the sound of rumbling footsteps, closer and closer. Moreover, this time the enemy was clearly more powerful than the first wave. Each of the rattlers was mounted on a gray wolf, holding different weapons in their hands, looking mighty and powerful. Rat Riders. Race? Rat People Class F. Level 3. Life Value 800. Skills: Wolf Mastery, Mounted Slashing, Mounted Archery. Many students saw this and immediately panicked. They're actually all level 3 monsters? I'm only level 2 myself. And there are so many of them. It's over. It's over. Just wait for death. Help. How come there's no option to just surrender in 6 minutes on this Thai copy? Many people simply choose to lie flat. Of course, part of the reason they're at such a low level right now is thanks to the fact that Lin Zhe intercepted all of the experience just now. And at this moment, Xia Shuer, who was quite proud just a moment ago, was also like an enemy and immediately instructed her team members, get ready to try to carry a few more waves later. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, Look guys, what's Lin Zhe up to? Only to see that in the face of the surging tide of beasts, Lin Zhe was stepping effortlessly to meet them head on, as if he were walking idly. Is he crazy? The crowd was puzzled. Does he want to fight all his enemies alone again? The monsters this time aren't the small level 1 monsters from earlier. When Xia Shuer saw this, she snorted coldly from her nose. Lin Zhe, Lin Zhe, I take back my invitation to you just now. I didn't expect you to be such a vain person. A little bit of power and you forget your last name? It's about time you stopped there. The eyes were filled with disdain. However, Just as the army of Ratmen cavalry stepped over Lindsay's body, the lava-covered demon reappeared out of nowhere and caused an explosion in the air. Boom! The approaching Ratmen cavalry were immediately blown up into the sky. Lava field, open. Only a circle of searing heat surrounded the Inferno's body, causing all approaching enemies to fall into a burning, continuous blood drop effect. And although it was sustained damage, the damage per second of a level 60 Inferno was enough to kill a level 3 monster in seconds. Therefore, those Ratmen cavalrymen were basically just rushing up one by one to deliver them. Kill a Rat cavalryman, experience plus 30. Kill a Rat cavalryman, life expectancy plus 30 days. Kill a Rat cavalryman, experience plus 30. Kill a Rat cavalryman, life expectancy plus 30 days. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level 6. Gained 5 assignable attribute points. Lin Zay's experience bar was once again on crazy mode. The students in the back of the room also watched with jaws agape once again. Xia Shuer, who was still disdainful just a moment ago, was even more unsightly, and with all the tightening up, she hadn't even hit a single monster, living like a clown. Alright, Inferno, you charge straight up, Lin Zay commanded. Yes. In the next second, only Yen Demon was seen like a fired cannonball, charging straight along the direction where the enemy army was coming from. Only Linza was left standing alone on a burnt patch of land. This Lin Zay is also too fierce. No, I should say his summoned beasts are also too fierce, a student exclaimed from the back. Xia Shuer, however, found a hint of a break and immediately retorted. No, he was too careless. He released his summoned beasts, and he himself is in danger. The summoner's body is so brittle. What's he going to use to resist a sneak attack? This Lin Zay. It's true that he's just like what I thought, just an arrogant and shallow person. Chapter 8. I'm a really fated summoner, only to see Lin Zay directly sit down cross-legged on the ground, incomparably calm. The experience alerts on the interface hadn't broken since just now. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level 7. Gained 5 assignable attribute points. Good guy. This upgrade speed, it's rubbing off. Lin Zay was secretly delighted. Just when he had nothing to do, suddenly a sharp and strange voice rang out. Ridiculous human brats. How dare you obstruct us? Only to see a portal made of gray mist hanging open in the air, accompanied by heavy steps. A huge figure steadily stepped out of the door. What first came into view was a huge rat man, 2 to 3 meters tall, and the entire body was as strong as a round ball. Both hands also held 2 giant melon hammers. Upon further inspection, there was also an average-sized ratman standing on each shoulder of the giant ratman, left and right. One has a cocked hat on its head and a crossbow in its hand. One is wearing a vestment and holding a wooden staff. At the same time, prompts popped up on each student's interface. The second wave of enemies has been eliminated, and we're moving on to the boss battle. Everyone was shocked, then fell into speechlessness. Wait, how is it wiped out? I didn't even touch the monster. Damn it. It all went to that Lin Zay bastard. The playground outside the replica. The mood of the entire room of students and faculty was not calm, because the leaderboards at this time were clearly showing. First place, Lindsay, Demon Summoner S rank, level 75%. Second place, Qin Feng, Frost Wizard A rank, 3 levels 2%. Third place, Cheryl Xia, Wind Spirit Archer B rank, level 286%. Fourth place, there's already a 4-level gap between first and second place. Moreover, it was clear that Qin Feng had been teleported out for such a long time, and the people after second place basically hadn't gained any more experience. What the hell is going on here? Couldn't be a malfunction in the ranking system, could it? People murmured. Even the principal, Lu Hanlin, was a bit surprised. This is a situation he has never seen before in his decades of teaching. An imperceptible smirk loomed on his face. Could it be that our third middle school is really going to produce a supreme genius? However, this second wave of enemies, which has been purposely cranked up in difficulty and number by the city's Board of Education, won't be as good. That's the latest policy direction, to get the newbies to hone their skills. The dolls nowadays are just living too comfortably. They still need to suffer more to become strong warriors and pillars of the motherland. Lu Hanlin stroked his beard. Principal, come look. At this moment, the teacher of the technical department exclaimed, "They've started fighting the boss." What did you say? Lu Hanlin's face showed a surprise that was usually extremely rare. I only saw that the computer program did say, the second wave of enemies has been eliminated. We are entering the boss battle session. Lu Hanlin's pupils vibrated. What's with this speed? Meanwhile, inside the copy, the interface also gives information about the three strange ratlings when they appear. Boss Ratman, three brothers Rat Boss. Race, Rat People Class F. Level, 6. Life value, 5,000. Skill, Earth-shaking blow. Boss Ratman, three brothers Rat Elder. Race, Rat People Class F. Level, 6. Life value, 3,000. Skill, Deadly Shot. Boss Ratman, three brothers Rat Lao San. Race, Rat People Class F. Level, 8. Life value, 4,000. Skill, Thunder Spell. When the students took a look at the grade, they all went weak in the knees with fear. The three bosses are Melee, Archer, and Mage, and they've reached up to level 8. Is this really a copy of the novice trial? Everyone, including Xia Shuer, lost their confidence and felt that they couldn't fight at all. At that moment, only the vestment-robed Rat Lao Sen let out a shrill voice. Human brats, today is your doom. When he finished speaking, he waved his staff and a ray of lightning suddenly struck the students. Where these level 2 students were able to resist, they quickly staged the bloodstripe vanishing technique. Once Lin Zhe saw that the hatred was attracted by others, he was afraid that he would have to share his experience value with them, immediately shouted, "Wait! Don't hit them! If there's anything you want to do, punch me!" Wow! Did Lin Zhe turn out to be so responsible? Many students had a change of heart about Lin Zhe. That Rat Elder 3, however, let out a cold grunt. What an arrogant human! Let's grant you your wish first then. A thunderbolt struck down on Lin Zhe's body. "Lin Zhe, how are you?" Wang Hao shouted, and when he finished he was about to rush over. "Don't waste your efforts." Xia Shuer, however, said coldly, "Wasn't he asking for it? Who made him release his summoned beast? I think it's about time he learned a lesson." However, in the next second, Xia Shuer's face became as ugly as eating. Lin Zhe's entire body stood up from the ground like it was nothing, and even moved his muscles. Geez, it's crispy and kinda comfortable. Only he could see it, and his blood level showed 140868, 140870. Super high attributes also meant super high defense and elemental resistance, so just now only 2 drops of blood were dropped in that one hit. The 3 Ratman brothers were also shocked at the sight. Rat Elder 3 was directly enraged. "A mere human. What tricks are you playing? Looking for death." As soon as the words fell, Rat Elder 2 and Rat Elder 3 simultaneously leapt from their shoulders and ran towards Lin Zhe's left and right sides respectively. The Rat Boss, on the other hand, let out a deafening roar and charged straight at Lin Zhe's face. At the same time, Mouse Elder's hand crossbow began to shoot crossbow arrows continuously, and Mouse Elder's falling thunderbolts struck down one after another. Lindsay's blood level shows 2, 1, 3. "Are you guys tickling me?" Lin Zhe spread his hands and said, "Cunning human, what the hell have you done?" Mouse Old 3 was enraged. "Had enough fun? It's my turn to strike." Lin Zhe's gaze suddenly flickered, revealing an appalling murderous aura. At the sight of Rat Lao San, he actually instinctively took a few steps back. Why is the killing aura in this human teenager's eyes so heavy? It was almost as if he had been killing people for years. "Not good, retreat," Rat Lao San shouted. After saying that, he opened the portal and was about to escape. "Offended myself and still want to run?" Lin Zhe revealed an evil smile. Immediately, he smashed his fist on the ground like Inferno, and the Flame Fury skill was activated. The blazing flames instantly covered a large area around him. The 3 Ratman bosses were also flooded with them. Damage numbers: 75,270, 76,680, 75,292. Instant seconds. "My life is over." Z. Ow. 3 brothers of the Mouse Man D. Kill boss Ratman 3 brothers. Experience plus 1,000. Life expectancy plus 1,000 days. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level 8. Gained 5 assignable attribute points. Current remaining life expectancy 106 years and 241 days. Loot obtained 10,000 coins. 3 choices of equipment rewards. 3 options popped up on the interface. Undead armor, Undead Demoiselle, Undead Vestment, all of which were C-rated rarity level 5 equipment. This kind of low-grade equipment doesn't enhance me much, so just pick anyone and take it to sell. Linza selected Outlaw Armor. Armor of the Dead. Quality. C-grade. Type. Protector. Effect. Defense plus 50, Strength plus 3, Constitution plus 3. But 10,000 copper coins is really good. I haven't earned this much money since I crossed over. Lin Zhe starred. 10,000 copper coins, equivalent to 10,000 yuan in cash before crossing over. On the other side, witnessing Lin Zhe easily solving the 3 bosses, the mouths of everyone present turned into a large O shape. This Lin Zhe, what is going on? Who was the one who said that summoners' instants are weak? Am I dreaming? A summoner just took out a boss without utilizing a summoned beast? And even took out 3 in a row. The face of Xia Shuer, who had been disparaging Lin Zhe, was even more green and white. However, he heard Lin Zhe pat the dust all over his body and sighed. AI, everyone else's summoners are sitting back and drinking tea. I have to do it myself. I'm really a fated summoner. Crowd. Is this the legendary Versailles? Lindsay, WSNM. Don't make me hit you. For a while, everyone was in a fury. Chapter 9 Crisis. Real mode is on. If it wasn't for the message that the system had popped up at that moment, everyone present would have rushed up to beat up Lin Zhe, even though they probably wouldn't have been able to do so. The final boss has been eliminated. Congratulations on successfully passing the copy. A total of 16 passers were generated this time, and all passers received 500 coins. The MVP of the game will receive an additional 1,000 experience and 1,000 copper coins. Seeing that each person was rewarded, people's anger subsided a bit. And anyway, it's finally over and everyone is relieved. But at the same time, he threw a complicated look at Lin Zhe. The MVP is definitely this guy who hasn't run away. Let him earn it again. Sure enough, Lin Zhe received the MVP reward beautifully and completed the lifespan systems mission. Ding! Detected that you took the first place in the trial replica. Mission accomplished. Reward. 1 system lottery draw. Lin Zhe secretly rejoiced. Very well. The next step is to participate in the Rising Star competition. At this time, Wang Hao ran to Lin Zhe's side and vigorously slapped his back. I'll be damned. You kid is hiding deep enough. Lin Zhe kicked back. You know how powerful my father is, right? How about taking you to brush up your experience and upgrade next time? Wang Hao. I must, counting you still have filial piety. Then the system continued to remind. The copy is about to close in 60 seconds, and the professional will be automatically teleported out of the copy. 60, 59, 58. Outside the replica on the playground, the entire room of students and faculty were anxiously awaiting the outcome of the boss battle. I wonder how much longer they can hold out? The triple boss mechanic? It's hard for newbies. It's a total downer on their career path. If I can kill one, I think it's even pretty good. Principal Lu Hanlin is also quite excited about the results. It was at this moment that a strong, pale voice sounded behind him. Ah, senior brother Lu, how far has your 3rd middle school's trial gone? What appeared in front of him was an old man with white hair. Unlike Lu Hanlin's short white hair, this old man had long hair draped over his shoulders and looked very wild and unruly, and a very long beard, again capped with white. It looked as if he was an immortal and high-minded person. When the teachers saw this, they respectfully shouted, Principal Feng. This person was the principal of City Number 1 Middle School and also Lu Hanlin's senior brother, Feng Wuduan. City Number 1 Middle School and City Number 3 Middle School were very close to each other, separated by a road, so the two principals often struck up a conversation. Seeing that it was Feng Wuchen who had arrived, Lu Hanlin gave a slight bow. Senior brother Feng, your school's trial has ended? Ha 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 ha. That's right. Feng Wuduan let out a string of wild laughter. Our first middle school has produced 2 A-rank professions this year, the Dark Magician and the Beast Spirit Warrior. They both did well this time too. One got up to level 4 and one to level 5. But those grandchildren of the Board of Education set the difficulty of the final boss too high. They rubbed some blood skin and got teleported out. Ha 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 ha. Feng Wuchen spoke with a fluttering brow. It could be seen that he was quite satisfied with his student and had a great intention of showing off in front of Lu Hanlin. The competition between the 1st and 3rd forms has never broken even though they are called brother schools. Especially since the 2 current principals are still mentors and brothers. and both compare themselves in various places from time to time. I heard that your third form gave birth to an S rank and an A rank this year, but that S rank was a demon summoner? Feng Wuchen patted Lu Hanlin's shoulder. I'm afraid that child will have to do nothing in this life, but people have their own destinies. It's not something we can intervene with. Look on the bright side. By the way, how did that a player do? Lu Hanlin shrugged. I'm not going to lie, that Class A has been teleported out. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Cough, cough. Then it seems that this year, the third middle school is again slightly inferior to our first middle school. Senior brother you guys have to keep up the good work. By the way, since that a level is no match for this year's replica, what are all the people still in the replica doing now? It's not all hiding, is it? I think it's better to take the initiative to take a stab and teleport out earlier. A long pain is better than a short one. Wind Dustless stroked his beard and said with a smug expression. At this time, a teacher ran over with great joy. Principal Lu, the pass has been passed. The students passed the level. The first place, Lin Mu, even rose to level 8. What? Lu Hanlin and Feng Wu Dust exclaimed in unison. Only one was surprised and the other was shocked. Passed the level? And rose to level 8. Wind Dustless had a look of disbelief on his face, and the energy that he had just raised his eyebrows was gone. Who is this Lindsay? Lu Hanlin was all smiles at the moment, and said proudly, Lindsay is that S rank? How about it? Didn't senior brother say that he was bumbling around? Windless choked. Feng Wuchen thought to himself, which grandson told me that profession was a waste, causing me to lose my face. After a long time, Feng Wuchen asked, wait, that demon summoner, did he really sacrifice his lifespan to summon demons? Lu Hanlin replied, I have some concerns about that, so I can only wait for him to come out and ask again. Perhaps it is as elder brother said, people have their own destinies, and we have no right to intervene. Meanwhile, the news of the copy passing quickly spread throughout the playground, and everyone in the third middle school was abuzz. Everyone started asking around to find out who the passers were and if they knew any of them. If that person happens to be a friend of theirs, they start bragging about it to everyone around them. When they come out later, let him buy us drinks from Meyer Ice City. Absolutely, sight unseen. However, right at this moment, a teacher from the technical department ran to Lu Hanlin's side with a grave expression on his face and said something quietly. What did you say? Lu Hanlin's face instantly turned from the joy he felt just now to an incomparable seriousness. The copy malfunctioned and the students went into real mode? Inside the bloodstained village copy. Just a moment ago, the interface was originally broadcasting a countdown to teleportation. 33, 32, 31. Just as it reaches 30 seconds, however, the numbers suddenly get stuck. At the same time, disturbing red dialog boxes suddenly popped up on everyone's interface. Copy will be switched to real mode soon. Note: in real mode, death is also real. Good luck. One by one, before the students could react to what was going on, they only realized that the whole world had gone black for a moment as if the lights had been turned off. When it lit up again, the place they were in had changed its appearance. Just now it was still daytime, but now it had turned into nighttime, and a huge blood moon hung low overhead, giving people a very weird and disturbing feeling. In the midst of the bleak night, there were also a few howls of wild beasts in the distance from time to time, which was even more chilling. Most of the 16 students present began to shiver and huddle together. What the hell is going on? Shouldn't we be teleporting out? How did we get into some real mode? Did I read that text right just now? If you die here, you're really dead. This can't be a joke. The school is trying to congratulate us on passing. Can it? I want out. Let me out. Lin Mu was also very surprised. It was the first time he had heard that there was a real mode for copies. And I've never heard of any real mode being entered after a trial copy is cleared. His gaze sank, thinking that things were not simple. Right. Anyway, let's draw the prize first. The sweepstakes page was instantly called up and, once again, the choice was made to consume 10 years of lifespan for a guaranteed A-rated reward. In the middle of the page, the myriad words scrolled up again. Eventually, it settled on one word above all others. Insightful. Chapter 10. What's wrong with me taking advantage of the fire? Congratulations on winning the skill. Insightfulness Grade A. Skill, Insight. Generalized skill. When opened, it can discover hidden information that cannot be found by the naked eye. The effect of using it is linked to the spiritual attribute, and it continuously consumes mana per second. Looks like a non-combat skill, but maybe just right for the current situation. Linza immediately absorbed the skill scroll. Caveat emptor open. Immediately, it was like there was an extra layer of filters in Linza's vision, and whatever the site looked at, that thing had more text descriptions. Grass, a plant, stone, an inorganic substance. Wang Hao, a human male. The word head is so spiritual. When Lin Zhe turned his sight to the village not far away, anomalies appeared. Only a wisp of black gas was rising straight up from the village, which seemed very perverse. What's so unusual about that village? Lin Zhe thought darkly. And just then, there was a sudden sizzling sound from all directions. The students noticed the rattling and were on high alert, only to see a pair of blood-red eyes surround them in the night. Lin Zhe once again used insight into fire and realized that the surroundings were densely filled with rat people, only this time it had become a little different. Rat Scout. Race? Rat People Class F. Level 15. Life value 4,000. Skills: slashing, shooting, etc. The little monsters and gizmos that were level 1 just a moment ago had turned into level 15. The amount of blood was even higher than the boss just now. Lin Zhe's face sank. It seems that this real mode is really not what this trial contains. It's more like something malfunctioned. Then the system sent a message. Ding! You have a new quest. Trigger the final boss of this copy and destroy it. Reward: 1 chance to draw a prize. This draw must win an occupation-exclusive S-rank reward. Lin Zhe looked at the last few words and came to be interested. A surefire S-rank or a career exclusive? This boss is a sure thing. Meanwhile, as the enemy approached, the other students saw the messages from the rattlers, and one of them instantly lost their minds in fear. A level 1 scout became level 15. Crazy? Help! I need to get out. Someone help me. Mom, I don't want to die yet. A couple of the girls were outright scared and cried. Beside him, Wang Hao also panicked. What the hell is going on here? Lin Zhe, however, was calm and collected. We should have been teleported to an unplanned copy. Wang Hao was shocked. So terrible? Then can we still go back? Lin Zhe shook his head. I don't know, you're teaming up with me for now. Yes. Immediately, the duo of Wang Hao and Lin Zhe became a team. Then, Lin Zhe directly summoned the Inferno demon. Boom! The giant demon appeared out of thin air, and the searing airflow blew a number of ratmen straight away. The Inferno let out an earth-shattering roar, causing many of the rats to retreat in fear. Afterwards, it directly opened the lava field, causing a continuous burning effect on the surrounding enemies. Even though those rats were level 15, the Inferno's damage was 30,000 per second, so as long as they entered the field, they would only be vaporized instantly. The monsters along the way were turned into Linza's experience without any suspense. Kill Rat Soldier. Experience plus 80. Life expectancy plus 150 days. Kill Rat Soldier. Experience plus 80. Life expectancy plus 150 days. After teaming up, the experience was split evenly. However, Lin Zhe was indifferent. After all, it was a matter of real death, not so petty for a bit of experience. At the same time, Wang Hao's experience began to rise 80. Wang Hao was happy. Crap, how did I blink and I'm level 4? So this is what it feels like to hold a thigh. Righteous Father above, accept my humble obeisance. The two of them talked and laughed within the shelter of the lava domain, and made their way towards the village, not at all like they were in a dangerous copy. When the other students saw this, they all tried to enter Lin Zhe's lava field for protection as well. Linza, start a big team. Pull us all in. In the replica, a squad of up to 4 people and squads can also form large teams, and the monsters will also share experience. Lin Zhe's eyes rolled. Plus is fine. 2,000 copper coins per person. Pay now. No credit. What? More money? The crowd looked puzzled. What the hell? I owe you guys. Lin Zhe turned his head and walked away. 2,000 copper coins for a life? Is that too much? Wait. I'll give it. Most people clenched their teeth and immediately initiated the trading window. Lin Zhe received more than 30,000 copper coins at once, and his heart was happy to hear the sound of money in his pocket. At this time, Xia Shuer, who hadn't said anything from the side, spoke up. Lin Zhe, aren't you robbing while the fire is burning? When your classmates were in danger, instead of helping them, you blatantly enriched yourself? Xia Shuer spoke righteously. But Lindsay was looking at her with a look of a fool. This Missy. She's quite pretty, just her brain isn't very good looking. Lindsay. Okay, you're noble anyway. I didn't force buy and sell, you don't add it in, don't you? After saying that, he continued to move towards the village with a group of students. Xia Shuer saw that as soon as Lindsay walked away, those Ratman soldiers were going to approach again. Frightened, he hurried to catch up. Wait! I promise. Lindsay turned his head. Promised? But sorry, the price has gone up to 20,000. Don't want to pull the plug. Xia Shuer, you! In the time it took to turn around, it went up 10 times. But there was nothing to do but silently launch the trade window and admit defeat. Lindsay spread his hands out. What do you think you're pretending to do when you have nothing to do? Xia Shuer followed the group with an exasperated look on her face, thinking, piss me off, Lindsay. Remember that? Under Lindsay's shelter, the crowd entered inside the village. In the special site of Insight, the beam of black gas was escaping from one of the bungalows. Lindsay thought for a moment and asked Wang Hao, in that copy before, you were teleported directly to the village, so did you ever see any NPCs? Wang Hao shook his head. No, that village is desolate. There's nothing. Lindsay frowned. That's a bit strange. The previous quest description said something like, a group of good and simple villagers live in the village, and the rats are going to invade them. And the reason we're fighting the rat people is to protect the villagers. So where did the villagers go? Isn't that mission description just a randomly made-up sentence? Wang Hao scratched his head. If you don't say that, I can't recall what's written there at all. Lindsay shook his head and said with a straight face, no, according to what was taught in the previous textbooks, no matter what the copy is, it's a data mine projection of real events that happened in the past. However, most of the copies on the market will have some data modifications and deletions that are used to reduce the difficulty. So I hypothesize that this so-called real mode is now the full picture of this copy. And the reason why there were no villagers in that earlier copy of the trial was precisely because the villagers themselves were problematic and might have posed an even greater threat to us students, so they were artificially removed. A speech that made Wang Hao listen to too much information, only feeling that his pig brain was on the verge of overload. Meanwhile, the playground outside the replica. The teachers all exploded when they learned the news that the copy had gone into real mode. The teachers in the technology department were even busier, trying to force the students to teleport out, but to no avail. Reporting to the principal. We still can't search for the students. It's like they've disappeared into thin air. Lu Hanlin's brow furrowed. The copy was personally inspected by me, and there are no problems in all aspects, so how could it possibly enter the real mode? Wind Dustless stroked his beard and was also very puzzled. Moreover, it's been many years since I've heard of the term real mode. It's all about the replica mode that was used to train border warriors. But then it was discontinued because the model was too dangerous and uncontrollable. Lu Hanlin nodded. Yeah, the high level of the monsters in the real mode are secondary to the fact that if they are not killed for a long period of time, they could cause a spatial rift and make an incursion into reality. At this time, Lindsay's homeroom teacher, Li Lan, came forward and asked very nervously, Principal Lu, may I ask what the students' chances of survival are when they enter this real mode? Lu Hanlin let out a long sigh. It took several seconds before a very unforgiving, honestly minimal. The thought that a dozen of his students might have to be killed by a powerful enemy in the replica hurt Principal Lu a million times over. And among them, there is a wonderful seedling Lindsay. When Ms. Li heard the reply, she too had tears in her eyes and could no longer hold back her sobs. Ah, Lindsay, you're such a bitter child. P.S. If you see this and think it's okay, please add a bookshelf. Chapter 11 The Kind and Simple Villagers. Achoo, Lindsay sneezed. Why does it feel like someone's bad-mouthing me? At this moment, Lindsay and the students had already arrived in front of the house with the black gas rising from it. It was only then that people realized that those rats chased them to a certain distance and automatically stopped. A pair of blood-red eyes staring greedily at them but not daring to take half a step closer. It's like being afraid of something terrible. At that moment, from the house came a strange sound of calling and buzzing, like a lot of people chanting together, but it was even more bizarre than the sound of chanting. Just hearing that sound sends a wave of discomfort through one's body. And presumably sensing someone approaching from outside, the chanting in the house came to an abrupt halt. An old and majestic voice came out. Who is the visitor? Why are you as sneaky as those rats? Could it be that you're also here to snatch our holy relics? The voice sent a shiver down the spine of the students outside. There was a lot of talk about, what's inside the house? Lin Zhe's eyes flashed. What kind of person is it? Won't we know if we take a direct look? Inferno, go! In the next second, Inferno's cannonball-like fist slammed directly into the wall of that house. Boom! A wall was instantly pierced through, masonry and rubble flying around, only to see dozens of villagers gathered inside the house, on the modestly sized hall. Each man was dressed in black robes, kneeling on the floor and looking eerie as they made a pilgrimage to a headless statue at the end of the room. Hearing the ringing, everyone then slowly stood up and turned to the crowd outside the room, only to see that every villager's face was pale and bleak, and that their eyes were as lifeless as the walking dead. Among them, a stooped old man stepped out and said in a very eerie voice, "It seems that a group of insolent guests have come." Wang Hao's mouth was wide open. "Crap, Lin Zhe, you were right. These villagers really do have problems. How did you guess?" Lin Zhe calmly spread his hands in both directions. "How else did I become #1 in my grade? Damn it, he's loaded again." In the meantime, a number of students began to check out the information on these villagers. Kind villagers, simple villagers. Race, human class D. Level, 2. Life value, 800. Skills, none. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief and couldn't help but spit out, "Wait, you call that kind and simple?" Lin Zhe was also speechless for a while, and immediately used insight into fire to check. In the special vision, each villager was enveloped in a burst of ethereal green light over their bodies, and their true information was displayed as demonized villagers. Race, undead ungraded. Level, 20. Life value, 5,000. Skills, thirsty soul, soul sacrifice. It is true that the real information is being hidden. As for why the undead were ungraded, this Lin Zhe had learned in a textbook. The undead were excluded from all races. Be careful. These are level 20 undead monsters. Lin Zhe reminded. What level 20? It's even higher than those rat men. The crowd was horrified, only to hear the old man let out a series of oozing cold laughs. Humph, 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 humph. I didn't expect it to be a bunch of little dolls below level 10. Have you come to covet our holy relics like those rats? Lin Zhe asked with quite a bit of interest. A holy relic? What holy relic? The old man coldly said. Humph, of course it's a holy relic prepared to resurrect the undead duke. Nope. What am I babbling to you little brats? You're all going to die here today anyway. After saying that, all the villagers started rubbing their hands together to rub the mana balls together. Instantly, ghostly green energy began to gather in the villager's hands. Then his hands pushed forward, and many skull-shaped energy bodies were immediately released and floated towards the students. Hungry Soul. Deals spell damage to the target and inflicts a corrosive effect that halves the blood restoration effect while dealing sustained damage per second. Looking at those ghostly green skeletons, the crowd immediately scattered and fled in fear of being hit. Only Wang Hao stood in front of Lin Zhe, a large shield clanging on the ground. Guardian Field. An energy force field instantly wrapped around himself and Lin Zhe, fending off the skeleton's attack. Thanks, buddy. But there's no need to go to all that trouble. Only to see the Inferno demon on one side gently skimming away the drifting skulls with his hand, his eyes full of disdain. Hee hee. The carving skill also dares to take it out to show off. After saying that, the fist wrapped in flames was about to slam out viciously. Stay under the fist. Inferno froze. The one who spoke was no one else but Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe hemmed and hawed. Later, I'll disband the big team before I do so I don't have to share my experience with these people. Seeing that the others had run away, he immediately disbanded the team. You may proceed. Inferno punched down, and a bunch of demonized villagers were immediately smashed flat. Kill demonized villagers. Experience plus 100. Life expectancy plus 200 days. Kill demonized villagers. Experience plus 100. Life expectancy plus 200 days. Lin Zhe and Wang Hao's experience started adding up furiously again. Lin Zhe's message popped up. Congratulations on your upgrade. Current level 9. Gained 5 assignable attribute points. Wang Hao also laughed out loud. Crap, I'll be level 5 soon. After Inferno's punch, only to see that the entire house had become shaky and the house was burned black. That old man looked at Inferno's heroic posture and was greatly surprised. Ju is actually a demon race. Then he looked at Lindsay. You sacrificed your lifespan to summon this demon? Lindsay. So what? Hehehe. Really unintelligent brats? Do you know what it means to play with fire? Lindsay smiled crookedly. Self-immolation or not, I don't know, you're about to be incinerated anyway. After saying that, the same heavy punch, flame fury, was launched towards the old man. The old man was hit by the violent wind of the fist and hit the wall behind him, spitting out black blood with a puff and falling to the ground. I didn't expect you, a human child of less than level 10, to have this kind of power, the old man said as he was dying. However, our death is not the end, but a new life. Hehehe. The old man sneered. Let me witness your death. In a flash, green energy floated out from those dead villagers, all converging towards the headless statue at the head of the wall. Only then did Lindsay notice that the headless statue had a necklace hanging from its neck, and in the center of the necklace was a ghostly green gemstone. The soul energy of those villagers was precisely absorbed by this green gem. Immediately afterward, the earth began to shake and that house began to topple. Lindsay and Wang Hao hastily took a few steps back, only to see a huge skull emerge from the midst of the ruins, with green flames still coming out of its two deep-set eye sockets. Boss Undead Duke Head. Race. Undead. Level. 30. Life value. 100,000. Skill. Death-defying heavy artillery. Roar. The giant skeleton let out a deafening roar towards the sky. Chapter 12. Level 30 Boss Undead Duke. Level 30 Boss with 100,000 blood? Seeing this huge skull, those students who had already scattered and fled were even more desperate to hold their heads. And those Ratman colonies that had been staring intently from afar also chose to retreat immediately. After all, the oppressive force of a level 30 boss was just too strong for them, and a slight touch might be karma. In the midst of the ruins, the old man's strained voice came again. Ha ha ha. Run. Run. Scream to your heart's content. The Undead Duke will clean up all of you. And we, the Undead Clan, will rise again. You old den. How come the house collapsed and didn't crush you to death? And you still talk so much? Lindsay directly opened his mouth, only to hear the Inferno demon also snort coldly. What Undead Clan? It's just a lowly thing that's been excluded from all races. At these words, the skull looked like it was enraged, and the green flames in its eyes burned even brighter. Immediately after that, the jaws under the head opened slightly, and a green energy heavy cannon was fired towards Inferno. The Inferno demon's gaze flinched, and he immediately jumped out of the way. The ground hit by the heavy artillery immediately turned into nothingness. Not even a crumb remained. Lindsay was concerned. Inferno, how's it going? Can you still handle it? Instead, Yen Demon was overbearing. Lord, your question is almost like an insult. Lindsay, okay, I'll go then. Only to see Inferno leap towards the skeleton. That skeleton still wanted to open its mouth and send out a second energy blast. It didn't want to be caught by Inferno arriving earlier with an uppercut that closed its jawbone right back up. With a muffled bang, the energy cannon exploded directly in the skeleton's mouth, shaking its entire head and losing half of its blood at the same time. Immediately after that, Inferno delivered a flaming heavy punch that punched a large crater right through the skull of the skeleton. Seconds. The green flames disappeared and the huge skull lost its life force and fell to the ground. But the Inferno was wild and hadn't fought enough. His fists smashing into the skeleton like a meteorite rain, dismantling the huge head into pieces of bone fragments before he gave up. I can't imagine that the human race is already able to manipulate the demon race. In the ruins, that old man said unwillingly, and finally broke off. Have killed the boss Undead Duke Head. Experience plus 5,000. Lifespan plus 10,000 days. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level 10. Gained 5 assignable attribute points. Obtained boss drops. 50,000 copper coins. Thirsty Souls skill book. Cursed gemstone necklace set 1-5. Your current remaining life expectancy is 156 years and 343 days. Ding. The final boss has been defeated. Completing the mission. Reward system draw 1 time. This draw must win the profession exclusive S-Class reward. Also, a prompt was received. Congratulations, your summoned beast Inferno has been upgraded and is currently at level 61. Good lord, after fighting so many monsters, I've finally leveled up 1. After reading the long list of message alerts, Lin Zhe let out a long breath. It's finally over. At this time, Wang Hao was also beside himself with excitement. Crap. I've just risen 2 levels in a row. I'm already level 6. Papa Linza. Don't say anything. I'll take care of your 3 meals a day for the next month. Congratulations on your success. All passers will receive 1,000 coins. The MVP of the game will receive an additional 2,000 experience and 5,000 coins. At once, cheers came from all sides of the village. From the bushes, from the trees, from the pigsties, from the wells, from under the stoves, from all parts of the dry latrines. This is where those students were just hiding. Did you guys see that? Just now Lin Zhe defeated that level 30 boss all by himself. Crap. Lin Zhe is such a cow beer. I didn't even dare look. Lin Zhe helped us kill the boss, and we even got 1,000 copper coins for nothing. I even think that Lin Zhe's charges were still too cheap just now. Everyone had a post-hijacking smile on their faces, and their impression of Lin Zhe was completely transformed. What do you guys want to do first thing when you get out? Want to feast? Go home to mommy. Change your pants because I just couldn't hold back peeing on them. Finally, the copy finally popped up with the message again. The copy is about to close in 60 seconds, and the professional will be automatically teleported out of the copy. 60, 59, 58. Outside the replica on the playground, the tech department is still fretting over copy failures. During this time, the police also came, a team of officers all armed and standing by. Even the secretary has personally rushed to the scene to understand the situation, obviously attaching great importance to this matter. After all, monsters in real mode could cause a rift in space and make an incursion into reality if they weren't pounced on in time. Lu Hanlin, Director Su, do you have any clues on your side as to why the real model suddenly appeared? I only saw a man with an imposing figure and a stern face say, "This incident. I suspect that it might have something to do with one of the illegal religious orders that we've been investigating lately. But for the time being, it's still just a personal guess with no evidence. The priority now is still to find the students first." This person was none other than the chief director of the Tianyu City Police Department, Su Jianxin. I only saw him let out a low sigh and then said, "But Principal Lu, you might want to be mentally prepared. Those students, I'm afraid they're in a bad way. It's not like there haven't been cases like this throughout history. The chances of getting out alive are slim to none. And even if you do get out, you'll be left with a huge psychological trauma. In addition, this incident can almost be judged as a major malignant accident, and it is expected to have a negative impact on society, so the school side needs to prepare public relations measures." Lu Hanlin also let out a long sigh. I understand. Regardless, the accident happened during my tenure, and I will take responsibility for the lives of the 16 students. So, when this is over, I will thank and compensate the student's family and the entire community and resign. The surrounding group of teachers heard this and came up to discourage them. "Principal Lu, don't. It's not your fault." Feng Wuchen also sighed and said, "Elder brother Lu, why are you so bitter?" Lu Hanlin's tone was resolute. "You don't need to say anything. My mind is made up."
就在这时，操场那边传来了轰隆轰隆的鼎沸人声。
"Out! Coming out! The students are coming out!" A teacher yelled and ran over. Everyone's eyes lit up. Lu Hanlin rushed to that teacher. "How many came out?" 16 all out. "What?" Everyone couldn't believe their ears. And what is their mental state now? State of mind? Everyone's happy. They said, "It was Lin Zhe who defeated the bottom of the level boss and got everyone teleported out." A bunch of people came out with Lindsay on their heads cheering and celebrating. A comment that left all the teachers, principals, and officers in silence. They felt that what they were hearing was too unreal, shocked enough to start doubting reality. After several seconds, Lu Hanlin and Su Jianxin spoke at the same time. "Hurry, take me to the students." Chapter 13, He's outlived us both. The students came out and the data refreshed on the screen's leaderboard. First place, Lindsay, Demon Summoner S rank, level 10 2%. Second place, Wang Hao, Knight of the Shield B rank, level 6, 5%. Third place, Qin Feng, Frost Wizard A rank, 3 levels of 2%. Fourth place, Cheryl Xia, Wind Spirit Archer B rank, 93% at level 2. Fifth place. Look guys, Lin Zhe is actually level 10. It takes an ordinary person at least a week to level up to 10 after transferring, And he actually hit level 10 in one copy? And what about this Wang Hao in second place? Half an hour later, inside the principal's office, Lin Zhe was sitting on a leather sofa, and opposite him sat Lu Hanlin, Feng Wuchen, and Su Jianxin respectively. Just now, he had told as much detail as he could about his experience in the copy. Of course, not a word was said about the fact that he had acquired the lifespan system. After hearing that, all three of them were still a little bit lost in thought. So you just came right out? Su Jianxin asked. Yeah, the main thing is that after fighting the boss, it automatically teleported out, or else I could have brushed up my experience for a while longer. Lin Zhe said with some regret. The three big guys. The three of them were all very experienced Big Brother level characters, yet for Lin Zhe, a student who had just awakened today, to defeat a level 30 boss on his own was still something he had never heard of in his life. If that was true, this Lin Zhe might be a supreme genius. Even when placed in the entire history of the Great Summer Kingdom, it was the kind that had never been seen before. After a long time, Su Jianxin spoke first. Student Lin Zhe, if all the things you said today are true, then you have undoubtedly made a huge feat. I'm here to thank you on behalf of the Tianyu City Police Department. Lu Hanlin also spoke excitedly. I also express my gratitude to you on behalf of the entire school. In addition, in my personal name, I also sincerely thank you. Heh. There's no need for the two bigwigs to be so polite. Lin Zhe rubbed the back of his head and tentatively asked, I just want to ask if there's a bonus. Su Jianxin and Lu Hanlin looked at each other. Then the office erupted in bawdy laughter. Ha 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 ha, you're quite a straightforward kid. I like it. Su Jianxin laughed. Don't worry. I'll go back and apply for a bonus of 10,000 copper coins for you. Ha ha ha. Lu Hanlin also laughed. I will also apply to the school committee, and in addition, I have decided to reward you with another 10,000 copper coins out of my own pocket. How embarrassing then. Lin Zhe tried to stifle his laughter and pretended to be polite. Ha ha ha. There's no need to be humble, little friend Lin Zhe. At this moment, Feng Wuduan interjected. Do you know that it was you who saved my senior brother's career and reputation in his later years? Lu Hanlin sighed lightly. I'm ashamed. Lin Zhe student, although you'll be graduating in a month or so, but in the future, if you encounter any difficulties or need any help, just tell me directly. It made Lin Zhe a little embarrassed. At that moment, Lin Zhe thought of something and said with a straight face. Right, I have another question. That real mode, is it just like I guessed? Su Jianxin nodded. You're very smart. You basically guessed about 8 or 9 times. Since the invasion of the 10,000 races against humanity 100 years ago and the awakening of the human race to the professions, there have been randomly generated copies in various parts of the Blue Star. And the contents of these copies are data-mined projections of real events that once happened. In the beginning, all the replicas were completely restored to real events, even the newcomer trial replicas like today. That's why at that time, the death and injury rate of newcomers was high, and there was also the possibility of causing a spatial rift that would allow the foreign races in the replicas to invade the present world. It wasn't until 30 years ago that mankind researched the science and technology of manually interfering with copies, being able to redact the data of a copy. It's like taking a complete video and making all sorts of modifications and deletions, and that's what most of the copies on the market are now. Of course, if you want to experience real battles today, you can still go to the border battlefields. It's just that the copies in the city are no longer in real mode. As for why this copy of Bloodstained Village suddenly entered the real mode, further investigation is yet to be done. Windless Dust picked up the conversation. I also don't know how this Bloodstained Village copy was used as a newcomer trial copy. Perhaps we can look for clues from the Education Committee side. Su Jianxin nodded. Elder Feng is right. We are preparing to investigate. Well, then, I'll take my leave and go back to my deployment. After seeing Su Jianxin off, the 2 old men and 1 young man continued to talk. Lu Hanlin frowned and said, There's something else we're all more concerned about. Lin Zhe, that demon of yours, just how many years of your lifespan did it take? Do you feel any physical discomfort now? For example, symptoms such as deficiency of qi and blood, panic and shortness of breath. Of course, Lin Zhe couldn't honestly confess that he had sacrificed 100 years of his life. I can only beat a dead horse. In fact, it's only 4 or 5 years of life. Don't worry, Principal, I'm very good. Lu Hanlin. Lin Zhe's heart was weak. 10 years. I sacrificed 10 years of my life. Feng Wuchen laughed cheerfully and said, This little friend of yours is quite interesting. It's better to let the old man take a look." After saying that, he grabbed Lin Zhe's hand. Lin Zhe was shocked. Principal Wind can still tell a person's lifespan? Old me is a Taoist priest by profession, so naturally I know some of the art of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Although I can't calculate an exact number, I can still tell a good deal. After saying that, he directly began to read Lin Zhe's palm, face, and so on. After about 5 minutes, Feng Wuchan put down Lin Zhe's hand. His brows furrowed as he fell into a deep silence. Lu Hanlin was tense for a moment. "Senior Wind brother, speak up. How much life is left in Lin Zhe? What is the situation not optimistic? Do you need me to recuse myself?" "No, little friend Lin Zhe's lifespan seems to be longer than both you and I's." Lu Hanlin? After a long time, Lu Hanlin comfortably said, "Then I'm relieved. Let's just say that the profession of demon summoner is too rare because of its history, and none of us know much about it, right?" Feng Wuchen stroked his beard and sighed long and hard. "AI, little friend Lin Zhe, you said how come you didn't enroll in our first middle school back then? However, there's still more than a month to go before graduation, so it's not too late to transfer to our school. We will definitely give you more generous resources. Get out of my way." Lu Hanlin interrupted by slapping the table. "Trolling in plain sight in front of me, huh?" Feng Wuchen hemmed and hawed. "The old man was just joking. You say you're a handful of years old. Why are you still so serious?" Lu Hanlin, "You old man," leaving Lin Zhe to silently spit from the side. "This pair of senior brothers are a handful of years old. Why are they still acting like children?" The two of them argued for a while before Lu Hanlin said to Lin Zhe with a straight face, "Right, almost forgot. I haven't congratulated you on winning first place in this trial. Half a month from now, you will represent our school in the Western Rising Star competition. For the rest of this time, improve your strength again." Chapter 14. Drawing the S-rank talent. Summoning the second demon. By the time Lin Zhe returned home, it was already early evening. He lived in an old neighborhood in the old city, a house that was over 30 years old and therefore looked run down. The modest house was left behind by his body's original owner's parents who had both died. As a child, the original owner also had a happy childhood here. However, when she was 8 years old, the family encountered a foreign invasion while they were out playing, resulting in the deaths of her parents and the original owner's near death. It was also at that time that Lin Zhe wore into the body of the original owner, and then 10 years passed in a flash. In these 10 years, his life could be described as scrimping and scraping, not at all like the fictional travelers with great wealth, luxury cars and beautiful women, and martial arts skills against the heavens. Well, today, fate has finally changed. When Lindsay entered the house, he dropped his book bag and collapsed on the old couch in the living room. This day has gone by like it's been days. Better check the attribute panel first. Name, Lin Zhe. Profession, Demon Summoner. Profession, Summoning. Rarity, S-Class. Level, 1032%. Rank, 0. Life value, 143,390. Mana, 41,590. Strength 15309. Agility 10159. Stamina 14339. Intelligence 4139. Spirit 4159. Assignable attribute points, 25. Talents, Demon Affinity, Soul Link, Scorching Air. Skills, Summon Demon, Demon Gaze, Flame Fury, Lava Field, Insight into Fire. Summoning Position, 1-2. Lin Zhe divided the 25 attribute points evenly. He wasn't too far behind these 25 points anyway. Next, checked his money balance. Money, 118,326 coins. Almost 120,000. Lin Zhe instantly wasn't sleepy. I remember before today, I only had over 2,000 copper coins left on me. That's not to mention the 30,000 copper coins promised by Officer Su and Principal Lu. Lin Zhe deeply realized that strength and money were firmly linked in this society. Next, Lin Zhe opened his item bar. After defeating the Undead Duke, a Hungry Soul skill book was obtained. This was a C-rank mage skill regarding the Skull Energy Body skill cast by those villagers earlier. Having no use for it, Lin Zhe decided to take it to the exchange and sell it. The other one is the Cursed Gemstone Necklace. Lin Zhe looked at the necklace in the props grid that was emitting a ghostly green glow, and it seemed to be the one worn around the neck of the headless statue. Cursed Gemstone Necklace Set 1-5. Quality, Grade A. Category, Jewelry. Effects, plus 1000 strength inflicts a chaotic effect on the wearer. 50% chance of attacking the target in error. The effect cannot be undone while wearing it. Set effect, 5-piece set. Although the attribute bonus is not bad, the negative effect is too big, right? It's better to put it away for now. Next was the part Lindsay was most looking forward to. He opened the lottery screen. This time, it's a surefire career-exclusive S-rank reward without consuming any life expectancy. Only to see the words of the lottery start scrolling up again. Linza rubbed his hands together and pressed stop. Then there was a flash of golden light and the prize was set. Congratulations on winning the talent. Duplicate Summoning Grade S. What does that mean? Talent. Duplicate Summoning. A summoner-exclusive talent that allows the same summoned beast to be summoned in duplicate, with no cap, and occupying only one summoning slot. The cost consumed for each summoned beast remains the same, but experience values and equipment are shared between summoned beasts. Lin Zhe read it over and over again a few times, and after understanding the meaning, his eyes lit up. That means I can stack the same type of demon infinitely even though I only have one summoning bit left? Lin Zhe immediately opened his copy of the Book of Demons. He himself now has a little over 156 years of life left, and if he stacks the summons, Linza fixed his gaze on a majestic and dominant-looking animal. The Hellhound. Hellhound, summoning one consumes 10 years of life. Although it's only a low-level demon, if you summon more than one, it should possess a considerable amount of battle power. Please confirm. Do you want to sacrifice 10 years of your life to contract the Hellhound? Yes, no. Is triggering the talent of duplicate summoning. Do you want to continue summoning? Is trigger. So on and so forth. Lin Zhe chose a full 10 times and once again poked 100 years of life into it. Current remaining life expectancy, 56 years and 343 days, only to see the hexagram summoning formation appear on the floor of the living room once again. The next second, 10 large black dog-like creatures appeared, filling the already small living room to overflowing. The black dog stood as tall as half an adult on the ground, covered in a dense coat of short, black, greasy fur. His toned musculature showed through, and he looked very prim and proper. The biggest difference from ordinary canines is that it has 3 long eyes on its face, each with a bright red pupil in the socket, which looks frightening and handsome at the same time. Then, the summoning formation disappeared, and the 10 big black dogs neatly bent their front legs slightly and performed a very elegant bow to Lin Zhe. Professional talent. Demon affinity has been triggered. Hellhound's loyalty automatically reaches 100%. Woof woof. 10 large black dogs pounced enthusiastically towards Lin Zhe. I'm going to go ahead and look mean and essentially be exactly like a dog. Summoned animal. Hellhound. Race. Demon S-class. Branch. Beast and devil species. Rarity. Grade A. Rank. 20. Life value. 30,000. Mana. 15,000. Strength 2,000. Agility 4,000. Stamina 3,000. Intelligence 2,600. Spirit 1,500. Skill, Bloodthirsty Gnaw. Deals 1 damage equals agility 5 to a single enemy and causes a bleeding effect for the next 10 seconds. Dealing damage equals agility 1 per second. Cooldown 10 seconds. Although the level isn't too high, 10 of them added together and paired with the Inferno demon, it's basically the same as forming a legion. Lin Zhe stroked the short hairs on the forehead of the platoon's Hellhound, and the 3 somewhat frightening-looking eyes immediately closed slightly as if they were enjoying themselves immensely. When the other hounds saw it, they also rushed up and begged to be touched, and the scene was very chaotic for a while. Dogs, all go back and rest first. Lin Zhe couldn't cope with them and directly collected them into the summoning bar. This night, Lin Zhe slept very peacefully. I didn't get up until after 10 a.m. the next day either, because there's no school today. Since they seniors had already completed their professional awakening, the next month was free time to practice, and when they returned to school after a month to take the national exams, it was just a matter of time. However, Lin Zhe's current goal was still the Western Rising Star Contest in half a month. This competition is a major annual event in the western part of the Great Summerland. At that time, the best students from each high school will gather together and enter a special copy to compete. Students who achieve good grades will have a good chance of being looked at by major universities across the country for extra credit or even direct guaranteed admission. Thus, all Lin Zhe had to do during this time was to continue to improve his combat power. I got up and opened the chat group, and that's when I realized the new messages were blowing up. Basically, it's students who don't usually know each other well who send congratulations or express envy. These people, who yesterday scoffed at their profession, immediately licked it up today. He simply chose to ignore it. There was also a message from the principal of the first middle school. Feng Wu Dust, little friend Lin Zhe, are you really not going to think about transferring to another school? With a hooked finger emoji at the end of the sentence. Lindsay's mouth straightened. Really, an old boy? Wang Hao also sent a message. Let's go. I'll cover 3 meals a day as promised. Let's go have a big meal. Lin Zhe directly replied. I'm going to play a copy today. Let's talk about it some other time. Wang Hao. Whoa, the king of roles is you, isn't it? A message was also received from Teacher Li. Lin Zhe, congratulations on qualifying for the contest. Teacher recommends these copies linked below for you. They are all suitable for students to practice. Pay attention to safety. Lin Zhe clicked on the link and found that they were all copies suitable for level 10 newbies. Western Wilderness? Piggy Coast? Forest of Gurin? Or something. Lin Zhe shook his head. These simple copies would only limit his upgrade speed. Even though he's only level 10 now, his summoned beasts aren't He wanted to directly challenge level 30, 40 or even higher level copies. But it was not possible to enter these copies because they all required a professional to break through the first rank after reaching level 20. So, the current copies that can be challenged only go up to level 20. Lin Zhe searched the internet for a guide, and eventually locked in on a level 20 copy that was on the higher end of difficulty. The Forbidden Forest. Hellhound. P.S. Lords and families. Many of you may find this Hellhound a bit weak. Actually, don't worry, it's going to be awesome later on. And each summoned beast has its unique role. My original intention was to make each summoned beast its own character. Trust me. Read on. Chapter 15, The Forbidden Forest. North of Tianyu City, at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest copy. A square with a Chinese-style pagoda stood in the middle of it, and this was the teleportation entrance for the replica. In addition, there are ticket offices, restaurants, souvenir stores, fountains, and whatnot built into the square. This is also because the copies on the market today are basically contracted out by major companies for a one-stop commercial operation. At this moment, there were many professionals gathered in the square, and there were also many people queuing up in front of the ticket office. In terms of age, they were basically college students or newcomers to the guild from the community, and their levels were all between 18-20. Only Linza was only level 10. As a result, when Lin Zhe was in the line, there were a few moments of contempt in the eyes of the people around him. It's like seeing a toddler just learning to walk into an adult bar with eyes full of, "Kid, this is no place for you." At this point, Lindsay got in line in front of the ticket counter. Behind the ticket counter, an older woman swipes her head on her doo-wop and says routinely, "Eyes on the camera, verify your identity." Lindsay did as he was told. Big Mom checked the information. Lin Zhe, Demon Summoner, level 10. 10? The older woman finally looked up and saw that she was looking at a boyish boy in front of her. The Big Mom immediately sneered, thinking, where did the little kid come from? Also do not weigh their own several kilograms. However, the older woman didn't choose to dissuade her. As long as there was money to collect, she didn't bother to waste so many words. Straight away, he said with a cold face, "Tickets are 2,000 copper coins a person." Lindsay scanned the code to pay. The older woman flung a ticket across the stage and shouted, "Next!" Lin Zhe was about to leave when a poster on the wall behind the older woman caught his attention. Above the poster, it read, "The record holder of the fastest speed for this copy of Perfect Pass, Chu Zhongheng. Time 1 hour and 36 minutes. Welcome to the challenge." Lin Zhe retraced his steps and asked, "May I ask, is there any reward if we break this record for the fastest clearance?" The older woman froze for a second and scanned Lin Zhe up and down a few times with a slightly disgusted look. "What, you want to set a new record? How do you know if you don't try?" Lin Zhe said in a very relaxed tone. "Ha!" Big Mom laughed dryly and threw Lin Zhe a small pamphlet in a bad mood. "Here, it's all written on it. All right, nothing to hurry up. There's still a line behind you." Linza didn't fight with her and walked away with the booklet. The others in line immediately whispered crickets in the background. Challenge the record? Does he know who the top holder is? It's the president of one of the 4 major guilds, Dragonfall Guild, and the boss of this copy, President Chu. And it's been more than 20 years since President Chu set the record. And it's never been surpassed in these 20 years. It's hard not to be surpassed by a level 10 kid like you. What an ignorance. Lin Zhe opened the booklet and looked at it as he walked towards the portal. As it turns out, once you beat the 3 bosses in this copy, it's considered a perfect pass. And if it was the fastest record for a perfect clearance, it would be personally received by the previous record holder, the president of the Dragonfall Guild, Chu Zhongheng, and would be able to pick any item from the first floor of the Dragonfall Guild's prop storehouse. However, there is a conditional restriction. It must be the first time you enter a copy to be counted as a score. So, everyone only gets one chance. Ding! You have a new quest. Break the record for the fastest clearance of the Forbidden Forest copy. Reward. 1 system draw. Lindsay's eyes lit up. It was just a casual question. But now it's a record breaker. So it was a hurried walk towards the portal. Upon entering the portal, Linza found himself in a small camp in the forest. Surrounded by sky-high trees, the luxuriant branches and leaves blocked out the sunlight, so the whole environment appeared to be very dim. Meanwhile, 3 trails extend from around the campground, each leading to a different area of the forest. Welcome to the Forbidden Forest Replica. Restricted level, 20. Difficulty, difficult. Mission description. The forest was plagued by snakes. A troop entered to clear the beasts but was killed. Please avenge their deaths to comfort their souls. Time limit, 12 hours. Note: you will be automatically teleported out of the copy when you die or when time runs out. In the camp, there were 2 NPCs selling food and basic equipment and quite a few other players. Lin Zhe looked at the 3 trails that led in different directions and remembered what the pamphlet had described. The Forbidden Forest was divided into 3 large areas, namely the Misty Swamp, Heart of the Ancient Tree, Deep Nest. The only way to break the record is to defeat the bosses in all 3 areas. So it's the same whichever way you start first. Immediately, he chose a random one and walked in. Look guys, that kid actually chose to go to the Misty Swamp. The people in the camp began to talk. Doesn't he know that area gives average experience value and is particularly easy to get lost? It's the least cost-effective of the 3 areas. Wait, I see he's only level 10 and he's not even grouped? Crazy. He's probably just a little kid who doesn't know what he's doing. Lin Zhe was walking alone in the secluded forest path. The sunlight above his head was becoming more and more scarce, and a hazy mist was also filling up everywhere. The whole atmosphere seemed very eerie and silent. Moreover, from just now, the trail diverged, just like a maze, and he didn't know which way to go. Linza chose to summon Hellhound. In an instant, 10 big black dogs appeared in front of him, wagging their tails and pouncing towards him, sticking out their tongues and about to lick his face. Shiver pop. Lindsay immediately called a halt to their movements. Though not repulsed by dogs, it always felt a bit diabolical to be licked in the face by a creature from hell. Lindsay gave orders. You guys, find the path to the boss. Woof! The 10 big black dogs acted immediately. Nose sniffing here and there, he ran toward the trail that branched off. Lin Zhe directly sat down in the same spot and closed his eyes. Just then, Lin Zhe heard a sound of footsteps coming from where he had come from, and with it came a refreshing fragrance. Not a moment later, a beautiful silhouette crashed up. Yikes! Scared me. Almost bumping into Linza, the girl hastily took a step back. So it's a person. I thought it was a monster. The girl patted her chest. Listen to yourself, are you polite? Lindsay spat. Heh 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 heh. The girl smiled awkwardly. Sorry, it's too foggy to see. The girl put away her smile. By the way, why are you here alone? Are you here to fight the Earth Dragon as well? Earth Dragon? Lindsay wondered. Doesn't this path lead to the Misty Swamp to fight the Swamp Witch? The girl exclaimed. What? I'm going the wrong way again. Mystery Woman. Chapter 16 S-Class Dragon Shepherd. Swamp Witch. Linza took a closer look at the girl in front of him. She looked to be about her own age and was wearing a t-shirt with jeans that outlined her figure in a particularly pronounced way. Her shoulder-length hair was tied back in a sharp ponytail. And the 5 senses definitely counted among the girls Lindsay had seen. Especially a pair of big flashing eyes. Through the clear and stupid? Oops. I clearly read the guide. How did I go the wrong way again? The girl freaked out. Linza was a bit speechless. How come all the beautiful women I've met lately are good-looking and not very brainy? The last one was still the same Cheryl. But in all fairness, Xiaoshuer was more or less vulgar, while the girl in front of her had a fresh and unassuming beauty, which could be said to be completely not in the same class. At this time, the girl once again said to Lin Mu, "Classmate, do you know the way? Can we form a team?" "Can't." Lin Mu refused without hesitation. "Don't reject so quickly. I'm actually a freshman at the Western War College, and I'm still an S-ranked professional." "Oh." Lin Mu was a bit surprised. He immediately used his scrying skill to check on the girls. Name, Chu Yo-Yo. Profession, Dragon Master S rank. Level, 20 rank. It's really an S rank profession? Humph. How was it? The girl named Chu Yu crossed her arms, very smug. Suddenly, her expression changed. "Wait, you're S rank too." Lin Mu, Demon Summoner, is also a profession of the summoning faction. "Wait, you're only level 10. Lin Mu spread his hands in disbelief. Chu Yu puffed out her chest and smiled. "Classmate Lin Mu, according to seniority you should call me senior sister, and I happen to be from the summoning faction as well, so I can impart quite a bit of specialized knowledge to you. Oh, how about it? Isn't it tempting to team up with me?" "Lin Mu, I refuse." "Hey, woman, although you have a few good looks, don't even think about affecting my speed of breaking the clearance record. Why don't you oil and salt this person?" Chu Yu's cheeks bulged in anger. Just then, a sizzling sound came from the depths of the forest. In the next second, 10 large black dogs half the height of an adult came swiftly out of the grass, and each of them had 3 blood-red eyes that looked very oppressive. "Ah!" Chu Yu was jolted. "Prepare for battle." However, he saw 10 big black dogs pounce in front of Lin Mu and sat down very obediently, their tails still wagging. "Found the way?" Lin Mu asked. "Woof!" One of the big black dogs barked. Chu Yu was stunned by the scene in front of her. "These are all your summoned beasts. Wait, they're all level 20? Chu Yu was greatly shocked. A level 10 summoner actually summoned 10 level 20 summoned beasts, even though she herself was S-ranked and was called the Pride of Heaven. She had never seen anything like this before, it was just too explosive. Lin Mu stood up. "All right, I'm going to fight the boss." "Wait, if you don't want to team up, then can I go with you?" Chu Yu requested. "I'm not going to lie, I'm a wayfarer, and I probably wouldn't make it out of here tomorrow if I was left alone. Rather, I have a very clear perception of myself." Lin Mu, "Whatever, just don't steal my experience." After saying that, he took a big step forward. "Good." Chu Yu smiled joyfully and immediately followed behind. The duo curved around the mist-filled forest for a while, encountering some smaller monsters along the way. All were easily killed by the Hellhound. Kill Worm Monster. Experience plus 50. Life expectancy plus 50 days. Kill Shadow Squirrel. Experience plus 60. Life expectancy plus 60 days. Kill Mushroom Spirit. Experience plus 70. Life expectancy plus 70 days. There aren't many monsters and it's not difficult at all. After about 10 minutes of walking, the 2 men and 10 dogs finally came to an open area. As far as the eye could see, it was a swamp with a small, dilapidated bungalow built in the center of it. "To actually get out of the maze so quickly?" Chu Yu said with some excitement. "I've heard from others that the average time spent by those who first saw this maze map was 2 hours, and it only took us 10 minutes. Those big black dogs of yours are really working." Those hellhounds listened and struck a handsome pose, as if they were displaying their valor in front of a beautiful woman. A look of worthlessness. Lin Mu spat. Just then, from the hut in the center of the swamp, a strange voice came. "Ah, a new guest?" It was accompanied by a series of sharp, piercing laughs. Then out of the house came a hunchbacked old woman, dirty and draped in rags, with hair that looked like it hadn't been washed in centuries. In her hand, she also held a long staff taller than her person, with several skulls tethered to it. "Boss Bog Witch. Race, Human Class D. Level, 18. Life Value, 20,000. Skills, Swamp Binding, Cursed Rain." Description: Originally a native of this forest, ever since those snakes invaded the forest, they went mad and studied witchcraft in an attempt to expel the foreigners. However, he eventually turned into a state of insanity where he could not distinguish between his enemies and himself, and would kill anyone he saw. "Be careful." Chu Yu instantly became alert. Although the swamp witch's blood stripe isn't long, She's good at using all kinds of negative statuses, and she's also able to add blood to herself. You mustn't make a move in a while. Let me go, Lin Zhe said in a firm tone. Chu Yu laughed. I can't imagine that you are quite compassionate. No, I just don't want you to share the experience. You! At this time, the swamp which once again made a strange sound. Hehehe. Young people are just energetic, still flirting when they're dying. In the next second, Lin Zhe and Chu Yu only felt that the soil under their feet became very soft, and both of their feet sank in. Chu Yu, not good. We've been hit by the retardation effect. Our movement speed is reduced by 80%. Lin Zhe didn't change his face. It's not like I'm the one fighting anyway. Hellhound, go! Only to see the 10 hellhounds immediately catapult out like arrows, 10 mouths biting up towards the witch at the same time. What, are these your summoned beasts? Why are there so many of them? That witch was obviously very surprised as well. One bloodthirsty nibble went down, and soon the witch's blood bar bottomed out. No, it's not over yet. The sorceress flashed above the roof in an instant. Then his mouth began to recite an incomprehensible incantation. While shaking the long staff in his hand, several skulls clanked. Then a fine black rain fell in the forest. This is the witch's second skill, Cursed Rain, which will inflict random negative effects on the target and add blood to herself. Chu Yu explained again. I didn't expect you to know quite a lot, Lin Zhe said casually. After all, I'm a senior student of the Western War College. I didn't read the books for nothing. Wait a minute. How can I feel a little offended by being complimented by a high school student like you? Only to see the opposite side. 10 big black dogs were all attached to negative effects by that rainwater. Blindness, confusion, paralysis, etc. The ability to act was greatly reduced. Ha ha ha. It's just a few beasts. The witch laughed triumphantly from the roof while the rain began to return her blood. In the next second, however, her laughter came to an abrupt end. She realized that she was continuing to lose blood, and at a rate far faster than she could regain it. Bloodthirsty Gnaw also causes a bleed effect for the next 10 seconds, and 10 hellhounds is 10 times the bleed damage. No! The sorceress let out a scream, and in less than a few seconds, her body exploded with blood and died. Kill Boss Swamp Witch. Experience plus 3,000. Life expectancy plus 3,000 days. Loot obtained. 2,000 coins. Skeleton staff. Equipment enhancement stone grade D. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level 11. At the same time, a message popped up. The record for the fastest way through a single area of the Misty Forest has been broken. New record holder, Lin Zhe. Time 19 minutes 36 seconds. The message was communicated in full copy, so Chu Yu could see it as well. It actually broke the record? Her eyes widened. Meanwhile, the square outside the replica. The news of the Misty Forest setting a new record also appeared on the big screen. The plaza immediately boiled over when they saw it. Crap! A new single region record? Who is this Lin Zhe? Why does it sound somewhat familiar? Pull back. You recognize it again. No. It seems to be that level 10 lad who threatened to break the record just now. Crap, really? And at this moment, the ticket office. A customer impatiently urged, Hey, I want to buy a ticket. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? The ticket sales lady, however, was in a state of extreme stupor. Did that kid really break the record just now? Chapter 17 Thorn Giant Snake. I'm a professional at robbing monsters. Inside the copy, Chu Yu circled around Lin Zhe a few times, looking here and there. The expression was very curious. Suspicious, too suspicious. How can you be so strong for a level 10, no, 11 high school student? You're not using some prop to hide your identity and are actually a lewd uncle, are you? Lin Zhe looked at her with eyes like she was a fool. I'd say it's you who's suspicious. You don't look like you're interested in upgrading either. So why have you been following me all this time? Lin Zhe said. He. Chu Yu laughed awkwardly. I was just lost at first, just happened to want to find you to lead the way. After seeing your strength, I want to ask you to do me a favor. What's the favor? I didn't enter this copy this time to upgrade, but for the final boss, Earth Dragon. And it's not to crush it, but to capture it as my summoned beast. So, I'd like you to help me capture it. Chu Yu finished, hands together please. I refuse. Lin Zhe didn't even think about it and said directly. Helping her capture the boss would mean teaming up to share the experience equally, and the experience value gained from capturing it would be less than killing it outright. After all, you've got a summoned beast. Surely the system won't give you that much experience value again. Hey, think again. Chu Yu hurriedly said, I'll pay for it. 500,000 copper coins. How about it? Lindsay stopped in his tracks. Capture less? 500,000 for capturing a summoned beast? Lindsay looked the other party up and down with slightly evil eyes. This girl, although wearing a rather plain and unusual body, but the temperament is indeed not like an ordinary person. Is it actually a rich young lady? Chu Yu was stared at Harry. Hands unconsciously protect the chest. After a long time, Lindsay spoke. I'll make an offer of $600,000, plus one more condition. Team up again when we fight the Earth Dragon, and the rest of the time you just follow me and don't make a move. Deal. The other party didn't hesitate at all and agreed directly. To show my sincerity, I can pay half of the money in advance right now. After saying that, he immediately launched the trade window and hit 300,000 copper coins to Lindsay. Lindsay's balance came directly to 420,000 copper coins. Lindsay added, even though I took your money, I'm going to challenge the record for a perfect pass. So the next area's boss isn't fighting the Earth Dragon. Chu Yu was a bit surprised. You actually want to challenge that record? The last record holder was the old Chu Zhongheng, 1 hour and 36 minutes, and it has never been surpassed in more than 20 years. But Chu Yu thought of something and then smiled. It's okay. I'll support you in breaking his record. I can still help you if needed. For free. Oh, Lindsay was a bit surprised by her reaction. Then dryly, let's go. The two returned along the same path, which took a little less time than it had taken them to come. When they returned to the initial campsite, everyone was looking at Lindsay in a completely different way than they had earlier. The eyes have more than a few points of awe, and some of the ones who know how to do things even want to go forward to get close. However, Lindsay directly ignored these people and hurriedly entered the second trail with Chu Yu, leading to the area that was the heart of the ancient tree. It was a much better path than the maze-like winding area from earlier. It was still in the middle of a wooded area, but relatively open. Moreover, quite a few professionals could be seen fighting monsters inside the forest, unlike the haunted atmosphere just now. This time, the little monsters, which turned out to be some snakes, were all level 15 or higher. However, under the sharp teeth and claws of 10 hellhounds, they basically couldn't survive for 5 seconds. Kill jungle python. Experience plus 150. Life expectancy plus 150 days. Kill steel armored viper. Experience plus 160. Life expectancy plus 160 days. Kill demonized red chain. Experience plus 170. Life expectancy plus 170 days. The experience value is like no money all the way up. Chu Yu, on the other hand, obediently followed behind and really didn't dawdle at all with the experience. The two men's actions drew the attention of the surrounding crowd, who whispered, "Look guys, that guy is so powerful, brushing the monsters and rubbing them. You learn from him. In my opinion, he must be trying to chase that female. That's why he's working so hard. Moreover, you guys see that woman following behind doing nothing, picking up experience for nothing all the time. I guess it's the classic combination of a goddess and a dog licker. This woman most likely has a lot of spare tires." When Chu Yu heard this, her face turned red and she accelerated her steps. Linza didn't get angry and just whistled. The 10 hellhounds understood and instantly bit towards the monsters those people were fighting, directly snatching the experience. "Why are you robbing my monster?" Many people angrily rebuked. "Concentrate on fighting monsters if you want to not get robbed. Mind your own business." Lindsay coldly disliked back. After walking a bit more, the two finally reached the boss area. Only a giant tree was erected in the center of an open lawn. There were already quite a few professionals standing on the lawn, all waiting for the boss to refresh. Many of them had known each other in their respective guilds for a long time, so while they waited, they talked and laughed with an air of determination. Chu Yu explained, "The boss this time is the thorn giant snake. It is refreshed every 30 minutes, and every day, a lot of people come to challenge it. After the boss is refreshed, it's usually everyone who goes together, and whoever does more damage gets a bigger share of the experience value. And this has always been the agreed upon way of competition." "Well, that's reasonable. I like fair competition." Lindsay nodded. Chu Yu continued, "But in that case, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to complete your clearance record, because the condition for reaching this record is that the challenger's damage to each boss must be at least 50% or more. There are so many people here now, we can't tell people to stop and not fight, right? Even if we say it, people won't listen. Lin Zhe, however, was calm. It doesn't matter. Aha. Just don't be too persistent. Chu Yuyu comforted. Just then, someone in the crowd yelled out, "Incoming! Incoming!" Everyone's gazes looked towards the giant tree, only to see a huge snake's head appear on the canopy that covered the sky. It was said to be a snake, but it wasn't exactly a snake. It was more like a combination of trees and flesh and blood, and it looked very weird. The giant snake's body was as thick as a round table and was winding its way down around the trunk of the tree. Boss Thorny Snake. Race? None. Level? 25. Life value? 50,000. Skills? Deadly Mist, Thorny Twist, Snake Summoning. Description: after arriving in this forest, the serpents began a forbidden life ritual in an attempt to create an entirely new form of life. However, rituals that go against the ways of heaven will eventually backfire. Brothers, together! Many squad leaders shouted. In an instant, each squad launched an attack on the boss, with different professions doing their own thing. Only the thorn giant snake's body immediately displayed blood loss numbers above it: 125, 204, 198, 376 strike. Of course, the giant snake was not a vegetarian, opening its bloody mouth and letting out a hissing roar. Immediately afterward, thorns sprang up from the ground, entangling everyone in them. This skill is a sure-fire mechanic that deals damage per second and creates a confinement effect. Chuyu pulled out a blood bottle and drank blood while explaining to Lin Zhe. But the confinement time is only 10 seconds. Hold on. Don't want to hold out for a showdown. In the next second, in the sight of everyone present, a behemoth wrapped in blazing fire slammed into the giant snake like a meteorite. It was none other than the inferno demon that Lin Zhe had summoned. Damage dealt: 33698. Everyone was dumbfounded on the spot. What the hell? Over 30,000 damage on a punt. What's that thing? A wild boss? Bull. I've swiped this book many times and I've never seen this kind of boss. Many people immediately used identification spells, wanting to take a look at the behemoth in the fire. Instead, the results showed several question marks, indicating that it had surpassed them by at least 30 levels. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air once again. At this moment, Thorn's 10 seconds of confinement was still in effect, but he saw the inferno demon directly grabbing the neck of the giant snake and smashing his huge fist with flames towards the snake's head. Many of the timid closed their eyes because the images were so violent. 38,964. Another normal punch was used again, and the giant snake's blood bar went straight to empty. The 10-second ban time was finally up, but the boss was also straight up gone. Everyone froze in place before they could react to what was going on. Instead, a prompt popped up on Lin's interface. Kill boss Thorn Giant Snake. Experience plus 4,820. Life expectancy plus 5,000 days. Loot obtained: 5,000 coins, Thorn Dagger, Equipment Enhancement Stone Grade C. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level: 12. The Chuyuyu beside me only had shock on her face. That big monster. Just now 1T also be summoned by you, right? Isn't your summoned beast a big black dog? Just then, the message was received again in front of the eyes of everyone in the entire subbase. The record for the fastest way through a single area of the heart of the ancient tree has been broken. New record holder: Lin Zhe. Time: 15 minutes, 29 seconds. All. Chapter 18, Region 3, Deep Nest Serpents. If someone were to fly over the forbidden forest at this time, they would be able to hear a sentence coming from all corners of the forest in unison. Crap! Everyone was in an uproar. Again! Again, this guy named Lin Zhe. It's the second time already. We're not about to break the Region 3 record next, are we? Where is this great god Lin Zhe now? I want to see what he really looks like. Everyone in the square outside the replica was also boiling once again when they saw the new record on the screen. Several staff members anxiously ran around. It's going to be mega news. Quickly call President Chu. Meanwhile, in front of the Thorn Giant Snake's boss area, Lindsay rushed to quickly evacuate the scene before the crowd recognized him as the passerby. Otherwise, there was no telling how long they would be surrounded by these people. delaying the passage to the next area. While running, he called up the props bar and checked up the equipment dropped by the two bosses just now. Skeleton staff. Quality. B grade. Type. Weapon. Equipment limit. Level 20. Effect. Intelligence plus 100. Spirit plus 100. Shadow type spell damage plus 20%. Thorn dagger. Quality. Grade A. Type. Weapon. Equipment limit. Level 20. Effects. Agility plus 100. If skill deals sustained damage, duration plus 50%. Damage per second plus 50%. Both pieces of equipment are good, and this thorn dagger is too good for a hellhound. At this time, Chuyu followed closely behind, gasping for breath while shouting, "Slow down. There's no one chasing after you anymore." Only then did Linza slow down his pace. Chuyu. All right, the next step is to help me capture the Earth Dragon. Remember, make sure to grind the boss's blood to less than 10% before you can capture it. Is that actually the case? That's a big problem then. Lin Zay's face showed a rare lack of confidence. What's wrong? I'm afraid I'll accidentally kill it outright. Chuyu had a black face? Is this some brand new version of Versailles? The two continued to talk as they walked. Lin Zay asked, I've been curious since just now. You've been awakening your profession for a year now. Don't you have any summoned beasts of your own? And have to run here to catch them now? Chuyu smiled mysteriously. Of course not. After saying that, a soft 7-colored light appeared beside him. Then a small creature appeared in the light. It was a juvenile flying dragon, about the size of an eagle, with crystalline blue-green skin. Most conspicuous, a pair of thin, translucent wings with colorful, beautiful colors. The whole flying dragon looks immortal. Summoned animal. Fairy dragon. Race. Dragon class A, elf class B. Rank. 5. Chuyu introduced. This is my summoned beast. Her name is Icarus. It's just that she's still young and has no way to participate in battle. It's also because of this that I haven't participated in many battles this year, which is why I'm only level 20. Lin Zay was actually a bit dumbfounded as he looked at this extraordinary creature. This dragon looks expensive. Well, it cost me a whole 300 million copper coins, overdrawing my entire university's living expenses. Chuyu laughed embarrassedly. But it's still too weak right now. There's no way it can help me break through the first rank. That's why I had to come here to catch the Earth Dragon. Raider Shao? Lin Zay's entire body froze in place. Listen to what this is saying. 300 million copper coins is just the cost of living in college. Good man, it seems that this woman is really a rich young lady. Is it still too conservative to make an offer just now? Lin Zay instantly regretted it and couldn't wait to pound his chest. Poverty really does limit one's imagination. At this moment, in Lin Zay's eyes, Chuyu had already turned into a walking ATM. You! What's that look in your eyes? Don't you come over ah! Chuyu once again used both hands to protect the pair of pride in front of her chest. Without realizing it, the two had already walked into the third area, Deep Nest. The atmosphere in this area seemed more eerie and depressing than the first two areas. The foliage overhead is so shaded that it is almost difficult to see the sun's rays when walking below. Icarus, it's time for you to come in handy, Chuyoyo called out. Squeak! The fairy dragon let out a milky chirp. Only a soft circle of light was released around its body, turning it into a flying streetlight. But in the next second when the light illuminated the road ahead, Chuyu screamed out, yeah! Only a few figures were walking head-on towards the duo. Those people, all wearing black trench coats and round bowler hats, were so tightly wrapped that they could not be seen. Our sacred forests will not be allowed to be desecrated by filthy humanoids. In the next second, the bowler hats of those men fell off, and underneath them were not human heads, but several long, writhing snakes. Holy! That's disgusting, Chuyoyu exclaimed. Even though I checked out the guide ahead of time, I still feel so disgusted when I see it in person. Snake soldier. Race? None. Rank? 20. Life value? 5,000. Skills? Death embrace? Poison bite. These are the troopers who entered the forest to resist the snake plague in the mission description. But they were also subjected to human experimentation by the Snake Clan and became what they are now, Chuyu explained. Looking at the appearance of these serpent people, Lin Zay had a few moments of horror in his heart, and immediately summoned the Hellhound and went forward to kill the enemy. Since they were all level 20 monsters and there were quite a few enemies, for a while the Hellhound tangled with the Snakeman soldiers. It seems like the big black dogs still have a lot of strength to improve. Lin Zhe sighed. Accustomed to killing in seconds, he was rather uncomfortable with this kind of evenly matched fight. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. I almost forgot. Immediately, he called up the thorn dagger from the props bar and moved it to the Hellhound's equipment bar. All of a sudden, a short dagger in the shape of a hawk's beak was added to the mouth of each Hellhound, the blade emitting an eerie green light. This is the effect of the duplicate summoning talent. As long as one of the summoned beasts is wearing any equipment, all other summoned beasts in the same summoning bar have the same equipment. Moreover, as long as one summoned beast gains experience, the other summoned beasts will also gain an equal amount of experience value. Only to see the 10 Hellhounds holding the thorn dagger, their agility value directly came to 500 points, and their attack instantly became much swifter. And the duration and effect of sustained damage has been increased dramatically. In an instant, one Serpentine soldier was defeated. Kill Serpent Soldier. Experience plus 200. Life expectancy plus 200 days. Kill Serpent Soldier. Experience plus 200. Life expectancy plus 200 days. Along the way, Lin Zhe once again turned on his experience brush mode, and just like that, he killed more than 30 Serpentine soldiers. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level 13. Congratulations, your summoned beast Hellhound has been upgraded and is currently at level 21. It didn't take long for the two to arrive outside the boss area. It was just that there seemed to be some kind of situation in front of them, and a number of professionals had gathered at the entrance and were arguing about something. The copy is for everyone. Where is the reason for you to have it all to yourselves? Who are you to keep us out? Instead, they saw two burly men in black t-shirts blocking the doorway and said arrogantly, "Humph, on what grounds? Just on the basis that we're from the Voodoo Guild. Right now our chairman is inside brushing the boss. Where are you guys to go in? Voltron Guild." Those professionals were shocked when they heard that. It was only then that the crowd noticed that the two big men had black t-shirts with a fierce tiger going down the mountain printed on them. The Voltron Guild is a branch under the Dragonfall Guild, and this copy is the one that the Dragonfall Guild is responsible for managing. Hey, this can't be helped. Hey, who let people are related? They can only recognize their own bad luck. However, there was also a hardened young man who yelled, "Even if it's the Voltron Guild, you can't be so overbearing." "Noisy," a pugilistic man shouted and directly kicked with his foot. The man was instantly kicked a dozen meters away, lying on the ground, unable to get up. When the others saw this, how dare they say anything? They all shook their heads and scattered. This is too bullying. Chu Yuyu clenched her fists. Lin Zhe's eyes half smiled, revealing an impish smile. Come on, let's go over and take a look. Chapter 19 Boss is being dominated? As soon as Lin Chu and his duo stepped forward, they were immediately stopped by the two burly men. I say, are you guys blind or deaf? One of the big men opened up a direct taunt. Just you two kids, you also want to come and fight the boss. I think it's better to just go and fight the wild monsters. Ha 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 ha. Lin Zhe used the insight into fire skill to check, and the two big men were both level 30 professionals, clearly exceeding the level limit of the replica. It should all be stuck bugs coming in. The so-called card bug is to use some special props to make your level lower, and then unlock the bug after coming in first. Chu Yuyu was also not a wimp, and directly theorized, Humph, so what if you two are from the Fuhu Guild? It's written in the code of the replica that any form of chartering is not allowed. I'm going to complain about you guys. Complaints. The big man didn't take it seriously at all and laughed. Ouch, I'm so scared. We pack our own venue, who are you going to complain to? Ah. Another brawny man came over and said, What are you wasting your words with two kids? Then he directly yelled towards Lin Chu and the two of them, Go, go, go. Hurry up and get lost if you're smart. Don't force me to do it. You guys are really too much. Chu Yuyu was so angry that her voice trembled. Excessive? I see that you are a watery-looking chick. Do you want to experience something more excessive? The big man said aggressively. At this time, Lin Zhe finally opened his mouth coldly from the side. What do you think you're doing wasting so many words with them? Chu Yuyu was angry and aggrieved. Lin Zhe, how come you're also saying this kind of sarcasm? A pair of beautiful eyes looked like they were about to catch a tear and drip little pearls. You're not listening, Lin Zhe said leisurely, and before he finished a sentence, he suddenly lashed out. Only hearing a miserable scream, The big man with a fierce face flew out, his whole body smashing into the wall behind him, his body still wrapped in flames. 75,260. The big man's bloodstain disappeared in an instant and he was teleported away, leaving only the outline of a humanoid figure still on the wall. Lin Mu retracted his fist with flames, then finished his sentence. I mean, don't you just look at it and hit it directly? Chu Yuyu and the other big man both rounded their eyes. That big man was level 30 and was killed by a punch from a level 13 Linza? Chu Yuyu was even more shocked. Isn't he a summoner? I admit that his summoned beasts are very powerful. How come he is so powerful himself? 75,000 damage that a level 13 can do? We are all S-class, how come the gap is so billion point big? At this time, the other big man finally reacted from his shock and chided at Lin Mu. You're looking for death. Name, Nyo Dechuang. Occupation, Tingling Warrior Grade C. Level, 31st Order. Only his clothes burst open, revealing exaggerated muscles. Then, after setting up a wrestling maneuver, he lunged towards Linza. Ding! You have a temporary additional quest. Clean up the people who are hogging the copies. Reward, 1 system draw. The corner of Linza's mouth hooked. At this time within the boss area, corpses, white bones, and pools of blood are the inherent scenes here. A dozen beatnik-looking men were standing inside, each wearing a black t-shirt with the Downhill Mastodon logo on it. Right in the center of them were 2 recliners, and on one recliner slept a short, fat, middle-aged man, covered in gold and silver, with a mustache and a greasy air. Another hand above is lying a big wave beauty, early 20s model, outstanding body, hip dress reveals 2 white long legs. Pa! The man's big hand slapped on his big white leg and said, Ting ting. There are still 5 minutes left before the boss is refreshed. Get up and make preparations. The beauty pouted, Hate it, Mr. Wong. We've already done it 5 times today. I'm really tired. Can we not do it anymore? And it's white bones and pools of blood here. It scares the baby. The man known as Mr. Wong laughed. Little fool. Today is the day that was chartered just for you, so that you can hurry up and break through level 20. It turned out that this greasy uncle was the president of the Voltron Guild, Wang Dekai. The long-legged beauty is Lu Tingting, one of his mistresses and a million-fan anchor on Douyin. Lu Tingting's usual content of sending out Douyin was practicing Daxia ancient martial arts of a sort, claiming that she was an expert in breaking through the second stage at level 40. Of course, a lot of people run to the more scrubby side of her videos because there are always some sharp angles that are breathtaking. What do you know, a few days ago someone broke the news saying that her real level is actually only 14, what education and qualifications are all fake, and the video is all posed and then edited and synthesized frame by frame. That's why, in order to cover up the scandal, Wang Dekai brought her here today to make a temporary stop and frantically brush up her level. The beautiful woman grunted. It's annoying. It's all because of those pesky netizens. I don't know where they picked up the black information that people are only level 14. People have obviously been wearing the camouflage ring all along. They didn't even take it off when they took a shower. The man said colorfully, Don't be annoyed. When you reach level 20 in a while, I'll take you to a bath so I can check it out myself. Beauty, hate it. Where do you want to check on me? The two were flirting as if no one else was around when, suddenly, there was a commotion from outside. Then a burly figure flew lumberingly through the doorway and fell heavily to the ground. It was the pugnacious man in charge of guarding the door. But the big man was on the ground, and before he could say a word, he was teleported out. Taking another look at the doorway, a handsome young man walked in, followed by a beautiful young girl. The greasy man, Wang Dekai, became furious. What kind of water bags are these gatekeepers? They can't even stop 2 kids. Chu Yu took a step forward and chided. Are you the president of Fuhu, Wang Dekai? Who let the venue be chartered? Did that old man Chu Zhongheng promise you? Wang Dekai looked contemptuous. Where are you from, little girl? Do I have to give you a signature to pack the venue? And President Chu's name is also something you can call. What 2 little brats who don't know the sky and the earth? Exterminate them both for me. Lu Tingting immediately covered her face and whispered in Wang Dekai's ear. This man and woman must be here to collect my black information. Won't exterminating them put them out? Wang Dekai immediately changed his words. Then arrest them both. Yes. Only those black-clothed fighters answered in unison. And in the next second, they pulled out their respective equipment and swarmed up. The 2 checked their information, and these black-clothed men were all between level 30-40 with various professions. One by one, All of them rushed towards the two men with ferocity. Crap. Just now it was me who was too impulsive and angered them. Chu Yuyu shouted that it was not good. However, just as the black-clothed men approached the two of them with their weapons held high, they suddenly seemed to have seen something terrifying, and all of them ran back in panic, with some of them directly dropping their weapons on the ground. Demon Gaze, the demon summoner's hard control skill, has applied a fear effect to them. Then, he only saw that the ground in a circle around Lin Zhe was turning into lava. This was the lava field skill, causing those who stepped on it to start dropping blood like crazy. There were also some who ended their fear effects and tried to rush up and grab Lindsay, only to be taken away by a shot of Flame Fury. Kill a professional data body. Experience plus 300. Life expectancy plus 300 days. Kill a professional data sim plus 350 experience. Life expectancy plus 350 days. Kill a professional data sim. Experience plus 400. Life expectancy plus 400 days. Instantly, a dozen or so level 30 or 40 fighters lay on the ground, injured or dead. You're actually only level 13? Wang Dekai was shocked after checking Lin Zhe's information. Even though he himself was an expert who had broken through the second rank, he didn't dare to put out the word that he could defeat so many level 30-40 people. However, as the president of a guild, he knew that he couldn't lose by losing, so he braced himself and chided. Do you know what I am? You think you can do whatever you want just because you're a bit stronger in force? Young man, I advise you not to be too crazy. There are plenty of crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this society, and my advantage, Wang Dekai, happens to be a wide range of connections. When we get out of here, it'll be as easy for me to pinch you to death as it is to pinch an ant. In the next second, however, cannonball-like punches came straight towards his face. Chapter 20. Capturing the Earth Dragon. Record reached. Name, Wang Dekai. Profession, Blade Dancer A rank. Level, 45 second order. Eft. Lin Zhe couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at this occupation name of his opponent. This Wang Dekai looks like a pig's head. How can he look like a dancer? However, an A-rank career, coupled with a level 45 second order breakthrough, was a solid powerhouse. Yet it was such a strong person who had just been knocked out of more than half of his blood by Lin Zhe's punch. At this time he was lying on the ground. His nose was broken, nosebleeds could not be stopped from dripping out of his nostrils, and he looked very wretched. As the nosebleed flowed into his mouth, he could only speak indistinctly. You wait for me, even if I die in the copy. So what when I go out? There is still nothing wrong with me. You're different, you're going to die when you get out. It's already this time, and you're still putting on hard words? Lin Zhe walked next to Wang Dekai and said coldly, I don't know if you're really tough, or if you're just short of brains. In the next second, the second punch was delivered immediately after, and the force of the punch shook the ground under Wang Dekai out of a circle of spider web-shaped cracks. Kill a professional datasim. Experience plus 450. Life expectancy plus 450 days. I have to say, the experience given by PvP is really low. This experience value is completely from the small monster module. Lin Zhe said as he wiped the blood stains on his fist. Ding! The person who has defeated the person who is hogging the copy has completed this additional quest. Received 1 systematic draw. That's not bad. Chu Yuyu was on the sidelines and saw the image of Lin Zhe continuously putting down the crowd just now, but she received no small amount of mental shock. Although defeating these people was quite a relief, Lin Zhe's fighting style was very violent, making her heart thump wildly. What are you waiting for? At this time, Lin Zhe said from not far away, the boss will be refreshed soon. Form a team. The face was as if nothing had just happened. Oh, okay. Chu Yuyu then came back to her senses. Just now, they had already agreed that they would team up again at the end of the day in order for Chu Yuyu not to share the experience for nothing. Teaming success. Just then, the entire scene was suddenly shaken by the ground. In the next second, he only saw a huge object suddenly emerge from the white bone blood pool in front of him. Its head looked like a giant crocodile, covered in hard rocky scales, with the back half of its body still hidden in the ground. It's the Earth Dragon, Chu Yuyu shouted. Boss Dilophosaurus. Race, Dragon Class A. Level, 25. Life value, 70,000. Skills, Summon Serpent Man, Rain of Rocks, Earth Grip, etc. Expand for more. Description. The serpent race honors dragons. Perhaps this is their true purpose for coming to this forest. only to see the earth dragon open its bloody mouth and let out a deafening dragon roar up to the sky. "Watch out! It's going to summon the snake man," Chu Yuyu said as she covered her ears. As luck would have it, the scene was suddenly windy, and uncountable serpents came out of the ground. Each one, like the ones they had just encountered on the road, was in the body of a human being, but with several wildly dancing snakes around their necks. "Ah!" A woman's scream suddenly came from the side, only to see Netflix's Lu Tingting being roughly grabbed by several snakesmen, her clothes torn and cloaked. Just now, she was hiding next to her, so Lin Zhe had missed her. It was a brutal sight to see the snakes from the necks of those serpents wrapping around her long legs and chest, and then starting to tear them apart. Soon, Lu Tingting's blood bar was empty, and her entire body was teleported out. "Inferno, hellhound, out to work." As soon as the words fell, the Inferno demon and the 10 hellhounds appeared in front of him at the same time. 10 hellhounds with thorn daggers in their mouths lunged towards the surrounding serpents. Inferno, on the other hand, angrily ran straight at the earth dragon and sent a fist full of fury. Pound! The cannonball-like fist struck that earth dragon's head, and sparks flew everywhere, and the rock armor that encased his head broke. Damage inflicted, 30561. The earth dragon instantly lost half of its blood. The earth dragon let out an angry howl, and then the buried part of the earth continued to burrow outward until its entire body soared into the sky. "Ah!" Turning second stage, Chu Yuyu reminded, inwardly very shocked. As the most difficult boss of the Forbidden Forest copy, it was actually punched out of the second stage by Lin Zhe's summoned beast. Lin Zhe secretly thought, thanks to the normal attack, if he used a skill, he wouldn't even be able to see the second stage. Be careful. It flies in the air most of the time in its second stage, and it puts out all sorts of powerful skills. Your summoned beasts may be powerful, but they lack the means to take on the air. Only the earth dragon was seen hovering in the air. Its head resembled a crocodile, but its entire body was more like a snake clad in rocky scales, 50 meters long. Is this the intimidating power of the dragons at the top of the 10,000 races? Chu Yuyu sighed. Then, the earth dragon's tail curled around the cliff next to it, instantly rolling up a huge boulder, and its entire body then began to fly and spin. Attention! This is its strongest skill, Earth's Grip. The damage is extremely high. To be touched is to be killed in seconds. Only to see the earth dragon spinning a few times in the air. Suddenly, the tail was flung by the powerful inertia, and the boulder was immediately launched towards the two of them at great speed. Inferno, guard! Lin Zhe, however, issued the order in a clinical manner. In the next second, Inferno instantly blocked in front of the two, catching the flying boulder hard. Damage dealt to Inferno, 4945. It had to be said that this damage was indeed fatal to a level 20 or lower professional. But for the Inferno, which was already level 61 with 280,000 blood, this damage was equivalent to breaking a bit of skin. However, after being hurt, the Inferno was clearly angered even more. He spat out scorching breath from his mouth and said disdainfully, "Humph, it's just a regional dragon race, and it's still an earth dragon species at the bottom of the list, and it dares to show off its strength in front of my old man." After saying that, Inferno directly lifted the boulder with one hand, and his arm built up strength backward, then threw it like a lead balloon. Where did that earth dragon anticipate this kind of attack, trying to dodge, but was still hit in the tail by the stone? At once, the earth dragon let out a howl, and the whole thing dropped to the ground. When a boss takes a certain damage threshold, it goes hard, which is one of the mechanics of the fight. "Good chance, go for it," Lin Zhe shouted, only to see the Inferno pop up like an arrow, instantly arriving at the side of the earth dragon, taking advantage of its brief incapacitation to grab the entire dragon in his hands. "Inferno, control the fire. Don't kill it," Lin Zhe shouted. Turning his head, he reminded Chu Yuyu beside him, "What are you still waiting for? Go and catch it." "Oh," Chu Yuyu then responded. She was so shocked by the battle scene that she actually almost forgot the purpose of her trip. Immediately, the prop was pulled out from the props bar. A masterclass trap cage. Find the right moment and throw it. Only to see a flash of golden light from the earth dragon. The entire thing disappeared from the Inferno demon's hands and teleported inside the beast trapping cage. The Inferno was in the middle of his kill when he saw his enemy disappear, and he too was stunned. Where's my monster?" Then showing his teeth, he stepped towards Chu Yuyu. "Human female, are you the one who robbed me of my monster?" "Ah, help!" Chu Yuyu was scared out of her wits and subconsciously hid behind Lin Zhe. Linza laughed out loud at the comical scene. Then, a prompt appeared on the duo's interface. Successfully captured Boss Earth Dragon. Experience plus 2,000. Loot obtained. 5,000 coins. Earth Dragon Suit Box. Equipment Strengthening Stone D grade. Congratulations on your successful clearance. Gain experience plus 5,000. Money plus 5,000. Less experience due to capturing rather than killing. And there was no longevity bonus for Lindsay yet. If it weren't for the $600,000 payoff, he'd be dead set against it. Just then, everyone in the entire subbook received the message again. The record for the fastest clearance of a single area in the Deep Nest has been broken. New record holder, Lin Zhe. Time, 23 minutes and 18 seconds. The record for the fastest perfect pass through the Forbidden Forest has been broken. New record holder, Lin Zhe. Time, 58 minutes and 23 seconds. Chapter 21. In real mode again? Everyone was once again stunned to see the record-breaking message pop up for the third time. Crap. This Lindsay guy really broke the all-region record. You know, it's the Dragonfall Guild President's record he's breaking. And it's been held for over 20 years. Who the hell is this Lin Zhe? 3 minutes. I want all the information on this person. I just heard someone say that Lindsay is a 10th grade high school student. Pull back. You believe this? You'll definitely be tricked into buying healthcare products when you're old. Inside the Earth Dragon's boss area. Ding. You have broken the record for the fastest clearance of the Forbidden Forest replica and have been rewarded 1 system draw. Lin Zhe patted the dust on his clothes as if nothing had happened, not realizing that the discussion about him outside was about to explode. Chu Yuyu, on the other hand, looked at the newly captured Earth Dragon in the props bar with a very happy look. Lin Zhe, thank you so much this time. As agreed, I'll pay you the final payment. A trade request was initiated immediately. A small matter, Lin Zhe replied. Watching the remaining 300,000 copper coins clamor into the account, the balance had come to 730,000. It was a number he hadn't seen before or since he crossed over combined. Right, and congratulations on breaking the record, Chu Yuyu continued. I didn't expect that you really did it, and it was more than half an hour faster than that Chu Zhongheng. Good, great. Chu Yuyu was unusually excited. Thanks, Linza said faintly. He was more concerned about what he could draw from the 2 draws rewarded by the system than breaking the record. The other thing is the chance to pick up treasures in the Dragonfall Guild storage room. Since we finished fighting the 3 bosses, we're about to be automatically teleported out. Chu Yuyu said, we can take a break first. Chu Yuyu sat on top of the recliner left behind by the gang just now and stretched out, the curves of her body showing. Lin Zhe also opened the props bar to check the loot from earlier. Ground Dragon Boxing. Disposable item. After opening, you will get any piece of equipment of Earth Dragon set. After using, the item will disappear. Lindsay opened it directly. Earth Dragon Armor Top. Quality, B grade. Type, Defense. Equipment limit. Strength 80. Effects. Strength plus 50, Defense plus 200. Earth spells reduce damage by 30%. It's better than nothing. And now that I'm completely out of gear myself, I'll put it on first. After Lin Zhe finished speaking, he dragged this armor to the equipment bar. At this point, the interface pops up with a countdown. You have been detected to have passed the level perfectly and will be teleported out of the copy soon. 60, 59, 58. Linza remembered that he was passed into real mode after this countdown appeared yesterday as well. So when I saw it again, I always felt something strange in my heart. However, just at that moment, he realized that his props bar was lighting up with an eerie green glow. Opening it up, he realized that it was the light emanating from the cursed gemstone necklace that he had obtained after defeating the undead Duke earlier. It was as if sensing something. 32, 31, 30. The countdown stopped again. Meanwhile, the lifespan system popped up with a prompt. Ding! You have a new quest. Defeat the final boss in real mode. Reward, 1 system draw. This time you must win an S-rank reward. Lin Zhe's gaze flinched. There's really a real mode? Coming into real mode. Note: in real mode, death is also real. Good luck. Lin Zhe was confused. No. Isn't my winning percentage a bit too high? Oh my god. What is this? Chu Yuyu on the side obviously wasn't as calm as he was and couldn't help but yell out. As soon as the words fell, The world in front of the two of them went black, and when it lit up again, the entire scene had changed quite a bit. There was still a pool of blood on the ground in front of them. Only those white bones lying inside had turned into moving skeletons. And all around, the ground was covered with the bodies of serpent men. It seems that, in a battle, the serpent was killed by these white bones, and right now, those skeletons were kneeling and praying around the center of the blood pool, singing murmured and unclear songs under their breath. It sounded like the same song those villagers sang to worship the Duke of the Dead. The entire area was dark and bloody, permeated with a bizarre atmosphere, like being in a blood pool hell. What kind of place is this? Ah! Chu Yuyu said with a trembling voice. She hadn't been clear about the situation since just now. Shouldn't we have been teleported out? Lindsay, I'll explain it to you later. Just find a corner to hide in for now and don't die. Chu Yuyu nodded and immediately ran towards the distance in a well-behaved manner. Lindsay, system, give me the lottery. The interface of the lottery carousel popped up again, and Linza had already saved up 2 chances for the lottery. Does consuming life expectancy give you a bonus to your luck? If you consume 10 years of your life, you will win an A-class prize or above in this lucky draw. If you consume 100 years of your life, you will win an S-class prize in this lucky draw. 20 years of life, take that. Then the word scrolled and stopped. Congratulations on winning the skill. Elemental Berserk Grade A. Skill. Elemental Rage. Upon use, lose half of your life value and increase elemental damage to 300%. Duration. 60 seconds. Cooldown. 300 seconds. Crap! Lindsay exclaimed. There is one negative effect, but the gain effect is blood earned. And it involves elemental damage, so it's very suitable for Inferno. Draw 2. Congratulations on winning the skill. Shadow Raid a rank. Skill. Shadow Assault. Transforms into a shadowy state, unable to be attacked. Action speed increased to 200%. Deals 1 dark attribute damage when entering and disengaging the shadow state. Damage equals agility 1. Shadow state lasts for 10 seconds. Skill cooldown 10 seconds. It seems like a good skill to give to a hellhound as well. Linza immediately loaded the 2 skills onto each of the 2 demons. At the same time, the ground shook violently again, and bubbles rose from the blood pool. Then, as if possessed, those skeletons walked neatly towards the inside of the blood pool until their entire bodies were engulfed in it. The singing stopped and was replaced by an oppressive silence. I don't know how many seconds such tranquility was maintained, but suddenly, the pool of blood splashed, and a skeleton dragon snapped out of it. Judging from its size and appearance, it seemed to be the same earth dragon that had just transformed into a skeleton. Boss Undead Dragon. Race. Undead. Dragon. Level. 45. Life value. 180,000. Skills. Summon Undead. Ghost Spit. Death Grip. Etc. Expand to see more. Description. How did the noble dragons fall so far? Perhaps ask the true invaders. The undead earth dragon completely burrowed out of the ground, ghostly green flames bubbling inside its deep-set skeletal eye sockets, and let out a huge roar towards Lindsay, as if it was venting its endless anger. What are you barking at me, dog? It's not like I made you like this. Lindsay spat. The corners of his mouth then rose. I'll take this experience gift pack. The square outside the replica. Just moments ago, people were swarming over the fact that someone had set a new record. Although this matter had nothing to do with them, people liked to watch the fun, and for a while, everyone was discussing just who this Lindsay was. The atmosphere was as festive as a holiday. A staff member dialed President Chu Zhongheng's phone. President Chu, someone has broken the record set by you in the Forbidden Forest copy. Are you free to come and take a look today? A calm and powerful middle-aged male voice rang out from the other end of the phone. Oh, there is actually such a thing. However, today I have an appointment to talk about something important. I guess I can't get away. You let him come to our group to look for me some other day, and you can reimburse me for the traveling expenses. Staff. In that case, then we will arrange for him to meet with you another day. Well, good lu, Mr. Chu, you busy? About to hang up, another staff member came up to his ear and said something. That person's face instantly became ugly. Wait, Mr. Chu. There's a little situation. The Forbidden Forest just now entered a what? Real mode. Supposedly, trapped in real mode, there are 2 young men. One is the lad who just broke the record. The other one seems to be your daughter-in-law. On the phone, What did you say? Chapter 22. Real mode pass. Lin Mu being splashed with dirty water? In the square, people were slow to disperse. Everyone wants to get a glimpse of what the record breaker actually looks like, and maybe even rub it in for a group photo to send to their friends. Many people were members of various large and small guilds, and were more than ready to say something about inviting Lin Mu into the guild. It was just that they didn't realize that at this point, Lin Mu was already trapped in real mode. This is because, naturally, officials will not casually disclose such emergencies to the masses in order to prevent unnecessary panic. The police department also arrived at the first opportunity. After all, this was already the second true mode case that had occurred in Tianyu City in just one day, which had caused a great deal of attention from above. Knowing that the situation was extraordinary, Director Su Jianxin also came to the scene in person and was asking for information from the staff at the scene. It's rumored that this real mode is covering the Deep Nest boss area? Yes, but thankfully, only 2 students are in there. Watch your words. Su Jianxin slammed the table in front of him with a palm and angrily rebuked. What do you mean by okay? The lives of 2 students aren't lives. Yes. Sorry. The staff was shaken. Rush to evacuate the people still in the replica in case the scope of the danger widens. It's imperative to race against time to minimize the damage. Yes, I'm on it. Wait. Give me a copy of those 2 students first. Yes. The staff dutifully handed over the information. Just then, however, an officer came hurrying over and said, Director Su, there's no need. I just received word that those 2 students have cleared the level, and the real mode has been lifted. Su Jianxin froze. What? Passed? Didn't you say there were only 2 students inside? Indeed they did, but they also did pass. Su Jianxin suddenly seemed to think of something and hurriedly turned over the information in his hand. In the next second, his eyes widened. Lin Mu? How is it him again? Deep Nest inside the boss area. Just 2 minutes ago, the inferno that had assembled the new skill had burned itself to half its blood and dealt out a direct tripling of flame elemental damage. A punch to that undead earth dragon's head was close to 100,000 blood. It only took 2 punches to empty its blood bar. At this moment, the berserked inferno didn't subside, and was grabbing the tail of the undead earth dragon and slamming its entire body everywhere like a madman, until the body, made of bones, was broken into sections. Then, again, the skull of a geoduck is kicked as a ball. It's not enough. It's not enough. Lord, can we find a comparable opponent next time? Blame me? Lin Mu spread his hands. Kill boss undead earth dragon. Experience plus 20,000. Lifespan plus 20,000 days. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level 15. Loot obtained 20,000 copper coins. Undead earth dragon suitcase. Fallen gemstone ring. Equipment enhancement stone B grade. Ding. You have defeated the final boss in real mode and completed the mission. You'll get 1 chance to draw a lottery, and this time you'll win an S-rank prize. A series of alerts popped up. Crap, directly rising 2 levels in a row. And the lifespan has been directly increased by more than 50 years. Lin Mu was overjoyed. What real mode? It's just leveling mode. Give me another dozen. Chu Yuyu, on the other hand, was watching from afar, waiting until she confirmed that she was out of danger before she dared to walk over to Lin Mu's side, her eyes quietly sizing up the teenager. He clearly looked nothing but handsome, even if he was slightly behind the reader lords in the handsome department. She had already seen Lin Mu's moments of displaying his strength too many times today, and she was tired of saying the word shocked. She was born into a famous family, and had seen and heard of a handful of masters since she was a child, and besides, she was an S-ranked heaven's pride herself, but she had never seen an existence like Lin Mu's. After holding her tongue for half a day, she finally couldn't help but ask, Lin Mu, what exactly is the origin of your summoned beast? And who did you learn from? It's just an ordinary, uninteresting summon. Lin Mu scratched his head and laughed. I'm just an ordinary high school student. Humph. I knew you wouldn't say it. Chu Yu muttered, her face actually flushed a little. Just then, the interface sent another message. You have been detected as having cleared the level and are about to be teleported out of your copy. 60, 59, 58. This time, the 2 teleported smoothly. After a few seconds, it was finally back in front of the Chinese pagoda in the square. Nevertheless, as soon as the 2 figures appeared, they saw countless pairs of eyes staring at them. After 2 seconds of collective silence, The crowd completely exploded. What, this boy is Linza? Looks very young, huh? Let's see. Wait a minute, he's only level 15? Could that rumor that he was only level 10 when he went in be true? Wow, so Linze is so handsome. Does he have a Douyin number? I'm going to follow him. Linze, are you interested in joining our guild? We can give you top-tier treatment. Get out of the way. Linze, it's better to join our guild. Our resources are more generous. At once, everyone blocked Linze. Linze hadn't seen this kind of scene before either, so he could only smile awkwardly before declining all invitations. Just then, a discordant voice emerged from the crowd. Everyone, don't be fooled by this Linza. He got his records through illegal means. The crowd immediately followed the sound. Only a long-haired beauty in a small, hip-hugging skirt stepped out of the crowd. It was no one else but Lu Tingting who was in the copy just now. Ah, I recognize this beauty. Isn't she the famous Douyin blogger Tingting? Yeah. I swipe her short videos all the time. Only Lu Tingting's hands were seen wrapped around her chest, squeezing a pair of prides even more prominently. With her long hair draped over one shoulder and a fine frown on her pretty face, she looked as if I had seen her before. A friend of mine was just in there waiting for the boss to refresh, only to be beaten by Linza and then hog the boss himself. My friend was so traumatized that she went to the hospital. I was so angry that I had to expose this Linze's true colors. The surrounding crowd immediately clamored at these words. What, this Linze is actually this kind of person? When Chu Yu heard it, she instantly came to fire. What did you say? There must be a limit to making things up. Humph. I have checked with President Wang. The truth of the matter is not something you can cover up. At this time, the crowd came out of another short and fat mustache man. It is that Wang Dekai. Only to see him say with a straight face, that's right. What Ms. Tingting said has been verified by us. This Linze has indeed violated the rules. So, we've decided to cancel his new record score. The crowd murmured again. It's really the president of the Voltron Guild under Dragonfall. Then it looks like what Tingting said is true. Tingting is, after all, a big internet celebrity with millions of fans. I choose to believe her. Humph. This Linze. Blame me for being quite optimistic about him just now. I didn't expect him to be a morally corrupt person. Yeah. Now the new record has been cancelled, and it's only self-inflicted. All of a sudden, the winds of public opinion completely reversed, and everyone wanted to come and step on Linze. Wang Dekai and Lu Tingting looked at each other and smiled. Just a moment ago, the two of them were beaten out of their copies, and they were really angry in their hearts. Lu Tingting came up with this underhanded tactic, taking advantage of the fact that one of them is a netizen and the other is the president, and joining forces to stir up trouble. As for Linze, he was just a poor student with a humble background, so naturally he couldn't wash himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Linze, you don't think that if you don't say anything, this will be over, do you? Wang Dekai continued morosely. Shouldn't you apologize to Ms. Tingting? Chu Yu still wanted to go up and argue, but was stopped by Linze. No need to explain. This is the time to say more than is wrong. Well, apologize. Wang Dekai urged and flashed a provocative smile at Linze, as if to say, fighting me? You're still a bit young. Most of the time in society, it's not the force that screws people down, it's the means. Linze, however, didn't care about these rules, only to see his eyes quickly go ice cold, seeing Wang Dekai subconsciously take 2 steps back. What? Do you still want to hit someone? This is outside the replica. Hitting people is against the law. It was at this moment that a loud voice came from the back of the crowd. Enough! The crowd saw the man and consciously made a path through the center. A middle-aged man covered in a suit and looking courteous yet extremely dignified walked over quickly. Wang Dekai was also startled when he saw this man. President Chu, which gust of wind blew you here? Chapter 23 received by 2 big men. At once, the crowd once again buzzed with murmurs. What? This is President Chu of the Dragonfall Guild? Wow, it looks so grand. Worthy of being the president of one of the 4 major guilds. It always feels like there's a bigger melon to eat. I didn't lose out on coming today. The person who came was none other than Chu Zhongheng. Seeing only Wang Dekai seeing Chu Zhongheng, he completely lost his flighty and domineering behavior just now and immediately nodded his head and said, President Chu, why are you here? What? Do I still have to report to you in advance when I come? Chu Zhongheng's voice was thick and neutral. carrying an unquestionable aura. It's not that. President Chu, you're just in time. There's a violation here that I'm dealing with seriously. I heard what you all just said. Chu Zhongheng's face was expressionless. It's just that, why is it always the two of you talking and not letting the two of them students talk about it? President Chu, you don't know wow. These two are full of lies. You mustn't believe them. Humph. Chu Zhongheng's face gradually turned iron green. If I don't believe my own daughter's words, do I still believe yours? Yeah. What? Wang Dekai almost screamed. Chairman Chu's daughter? Wait. That girl child is called Chu Yuyu. Dragon Herder S-Class. This surname and occupation. Could it really be the Chu family's daughter-in-law? That Lu Tingting's face also instantly twisted up. Humph. Chu Yuyu turned her face sideways, instead of looking at Chu Zhongheng, as if she was angry. Lin Zhe, however, was not surprised because he had already guessed 8 or 9 times. This Chu Yuyu, in terms of spending money at a glance, is not an ordinary person, and also surnamed Chu. It is hard not to let people associate her with the Chu family. It was just that he had never been interested in these gossips of the gentry, and the other party didn't seem to really want to mention it, so he hadn't asked. Chu Zhongheng continued, Wang Dekai, you have a lot of guts. Before I came here, I already understood clearly that you took your mistress to hijack the copies to brush up on your leveling, and now you want to throw dirty water on the 2 students. Although the copies are contracted by our division, they are still the country's resources in the final analysis. How dare you hijack them? His tone was calm, but he was extremely authoritative in every word, causing everyone around him to feel an oppressive force. After all, he was a strong person who had already broken through the 4th rank, a rank profession Dragon Knight. President Chu, please calm your anger. It's because I was confused for a moment. Hearing this, Wang Dekai didn't dare to continue pretending, and immediately conceded. Then, he looked at Lu Tingting beside him with spiteful eyes. It was all this woman's idea. I was instigated by her. Wang Dekai, you asshole. Lu Tingting was so angry that she stomped her feet. You obviously took the initiative to say this matter of brushing levels, so I said I won't brush. I'm not doing this for your own good. Who let you, who is obviously only level 14, have to pretend that you're level 40. The 2 men completely tore themselves apart and argued. The surrounding crowd was also eating watermelon to the side. What? So Tingting is Wang Dekai's mistress. Didn't she claim to be single to the public? And she's really only level 14? I've been chasing her videos for 2 years and now Tramp is telling me they're all fake? Mama, yeah. I've got it all on tape. It's going to be a hit when I post it online. Chu Zhongheng snorted coldly. If you 2 want to argue, go to the police station. Also, I will immediately withdraw my capital. From now on, your Fuhu Guild will no longer have any relationship with my Dragonfall Guild. Ah, President Chu, listen to my explanation. Wang Dekai knelt on the ground as if crying. All right, what's all the yelling about? At this moment, another voice filled with majesty came out from the crowd. I heard someone try to go to the police station. Take these 2 back for questioning. The person who came was none other than Su Jianxin. Don't. The 2 of them, Wang Dekai and Lu Tingting, were still trying to beg for mercy, but they were handcuffed away by the 2 officers. Brother Su. Chu Zhongheng nodded his head in greeting. The onlookers were all stunned. How come the 2 big brothers, Chu Zhongheng and Su Jianxin, were both here today? Is that what this is all about? That couldn't have come so fast. However, he saw Chu Zhongheng and Su Jianxin walk up to Lin Zhe at the same time, one clasping his hands and the other nodding politely. Your Excellency is Lin Zhe? Little brother Lin Zhe. The 2 actually took the initiative to greet each other at the same time. The surrounding people were even more shocked when they saw it. The 2 bigwigs were so respectful to this student named Lin Zhe. This Lin Zhe, what on earth is he? Could it be that, in fact, he has a very hard backer behind him? The crowd didn't know that a real mode crisis had just been staged inside the replica. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Zhe was inside, if it was anyone else, I'm afraid they would have all been killed. And there's also the possibility that a spatial rift could be created, allowing a level 45 undead earth dragon to enter the real world directly. Could be said that most of them had their lives saved by Lin Zhe, only to hear Chu Zhongheng courteously say, Little brother Lin Zhe, thank you for taking care of my family's yo-yo. This girl doesn't know any better. She ran out to play by herself, so I've let you take the trouble. Play, Chu Yu said in a good-natured manner. Okay. Anyway, You've always thought that I'm still a 3-year-old child. Humph. I'm going back to school first. Linza, sorry. I'll be in touch when I get back. After saying that, he actually left in large strides without looking back, leaving Chu Zhongheng awkwardly fixed in place. It seems like the father-daughter relationship isn't very harmonious. Lin Zhe secretly spat. Ahem. Su Jianxin alleviated the embarrassment. There are too many people here. Let's find a quiet place to talk. 20 minutes later, on the highest floor of the Dragonfall Guild's head office, the president's office, Lin Zhe told the story of what he encountered in the replica one by one. But of course, there was still no mention of the system. After the speech, both big men sucked in a breath of cold air. So you guys just came out? Chu Zhongheng asked. I'd like to level up more in there, but unfortunately the mechanism of automatically teleporting out after fighting a boss is really hateful. Chu Zhongheng. Su Jianxin. You're making a fool of yourself. Last time I asked a similar question. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. After a long interval, Chu Zhongheng took the initiative to round off the conversation. In any case, thank you again for protecting your little daughter. In addition, it also allowed me to see that Wang Dekai's true colors. I am truly ashamed. Su Jianxin followed suit. Yes, you saved a disaster once again. I thank you on behalf of the entire city. No, I haven't turned in the bonus application I talked about yesterday, so it looks like I can just add an extra one today. Plus, a silver medal for outstanding citizenship should be a no-brainer. A silver medal? What's that? Linza asked. It's a medal awarded based on the size of the citizen's contribution. Not only is it a symbol of honor, it's also a nice piece of equipment. Like the silver medal, it's a full attribute plus 50. The 50 attributes belong to the category of better than nothing for Lin Zhe right now, so what Lin Zhe was most looking forward to was still the storage room treasure selection session. Su Jianxin continued. In addition, based on your descriptions, both real patterns seem to be involved with the undead. We can basically pinpoint the mastermind behind this as an illegal sect that has recently infiltrated our city. Sect. Lin Zhe and Chu Zhongheng were both startled. Well, the name is the Church of the Dead, and their purpose is to restore the undead one. And these congregations have infiltrated the masses, and even some of the powerful and noble classes have defected to them. Linza half smiled his eyes, remembering that the cursed gemstone necklace had sensed something before he entered real mode this time. And after defeating the undead earth dragon, another fallen gem ring was obtained. He instantly and quietly checked the items in the props bar. Fallen gemstone ring set of 1-5. Quality, Grade A. Category, Jewelry. Effects, Spirit plus 1000. Level reduction by 10 levels when worn. Unable to remove the effect. Set effect, 5-piece set? Linza secretly thought. Again, the negative effects were frighteningly large. Both of these trinkets are evil as hell and should be important to that church. Thinking of this, he asked, Officer Su, is there anything I can do to help regarding this church? Su Jianxin smiled and shook his head. No need. Your strength is obvious to all. But our Tianyu City Police Department is also not a dry meal. It's not so bad that we have to ask ordinary citizens to apprehend criminals. That would be more or less too humiliating. Well, I'll go back to the police station first, old Chu. You entertain this honored guest. And he's quite a match for your precious daughter. Ha ha ha. A bellowing laugh ensued, and he sailed away. Chu Zhongheng, Omega, Lin Zida. Chapter 24, Picking Out Treasures and Getting a New Summoned Beast? Ahem. Chu Zhongheng took the initiative to alleviate the embarrassment and switched the topic. By the way, your kid broke the record I set for more than 20 years, and according to the agreement, you can choose any item on the first floor of our storage room. Also, since you protected your little daughter and curbed further harm from the real mode, you can pick out one more piece in a moment. When Lin Zhe heard this, he was immediately starry-eyed. Good man, 2 treasures. President Chu is truly polite. Lin Zhe thanked him, his heart ecstatic. Right? Only to see Chu Zhongheng mysteriously approaching Lin Zhe, he said somewhat embarrassedly, Did she mention me in front of you, Yo-Yo? How did she talk about me? The desire for a positive answer flashed in his eyes. This. Linza replied awkwardly. She didn't say anything. Hey! Chu Zhongheng's whole person is like a deflated balloon. I won't hide it from you. This girl is reaching a rebellious age. She doesn't need to look at my face all day long. The boss's appearance just now was completely gone, and he was just like a complaining old father. That little brother Lin, Can you say more good things about me when you usually chat with her? I will be heavily thanked. Lindsay secretly spat. Come on. I just met both of you today. How do I still have to be the gold mediator for both of you? But in the face of a sincere-looking Chu's old father, he had to say vaguely, I'll fight. Fight? That's good. Chu Zhongheng was slightly relieved. Well, I still have an appointment with a client today to talk about things, so I have to move immediately. Someone will take you to the storeroom in a moment. Take your time to pick. Make yourself at home. Okay. Take your time. Linza watched the other party go out and sighed in relief. A few minutes later, a beautiful staff member in a short professional suit with black silk and high heels came over. May I ask if you are Mr. Lin Zhe? I'm Mr. Chu's secretary, Huan, and this time I'll be the one to take you to the storage room to pick out your items. Lin Zhe followed the female secretary all the way to the basement floor of the building by elevator. Drip, swiping the door lock, only to see the two doors slowly push open towards the sides. An incomparably wide space unfolded in front of us, with all kinds of props and equipment arranged in an orderly manner on display shelves one after another. There is a wide range of products to choose from. This isn't a storeroom, it's a treasure trove. Seeing Lin Zhe's surprised look, the female secretary smiled cheerfully and said, This is still only the first floor. There are 2 more floors below. But according to the rules, Mr. Lin, you can only pick treasures from this floor. Then, Huan began to show Lin Zhe around the storeroom bit by bit. In the several hundred square feet of space, various props and equipment were placed together, and they were basically all B grade or above, with some of them emitting an eye-catching light. I'm not going to be able to pick my way through this, am I? Lin Zhe directly used the insight into fire skill to view the items he was interested in. Dragon Blood War Armor, Level Requirement, Level 40, Quality. Grade A, Effect, Strength plus 500, Defense plus 500, Increased Dragon Affinity. Bow of Stars, Level Requirement, Level 20, Quality. B Grade, Effect, Agility plus 300, Strike Rate plus 20%, Attack Power plus 100% when used at night, Attack Power 50% when used during the day. Brick Cannon, Level Requirement, None, Quality. Grade A, Effect, Exclusive to Healing Professions, Healing Effect 90%, Physical Attack Power plus 900%. Spell Machine Gun, Level Requirement, 10, Quality. B Grade, Effect, Casting 1 fireball spell every 0.5 seconds. Mana Drain plus 50%. Bottle of Infinite Mana, Level Requirement, None, Quality. Grade A, Effect, Instantly restores all mana. Cooldown, 1 hour. All of them are some B rank or higher items that are 2 orders ago. In addition, there are a lot of unknown item materials, such as the horns of evil dragons, pure gold wool, crystallized cockroaches, mechanical hearts, and so on. Looking at Lin Zhe's eyes, he was dazzled, but didn't find one that suited him. Lin Zhe simply asked directly, Are there any of those heavy weapons with a big strength bonus? Cheerful blinked. Don't you summoner professions all require more spiritual attributes? Lindsay. It's not for me, it's for my summoned beasts. Although Huan didn't understand how a summoned beast could hold a weapon, he pondered for a while and said, There are a few, you follow me? Before long, the two came to a wall with various heavy weapons hanging on it. Linza used insight into fire to check them out one by one. Destroyer Giant Sword, Level Requirement, Level 40, Quality. B Grade, Effect, Strength plus 1000, 10% chance of triggering 1 extra damage. Storm Guardian, Level Requirement, 35, Quality. Grade A, Effect, Strength plus 500, Strike damage plus 30%, carrying the power of the storm with each attack. Remember, only a storm can knock down a big tree. Thunder Battle Axe, Level Requirement, Level 30, Quality. Grade A, Effect, Strength plus 500, Intelligence plus 500, Mage Faction damage increased by 100%. Molten Fire Heavy Hammer, Level Requirement, Level 40, Quality. Grade A, Effect, Strength plus 1500, Fire Attribute damage plus 20%. Wait. Linza's gaze rested on this last weapon. It was a heavy hammer that was extremely destructive just by looking at its shape, and the hammer was covered with some cracks, and a lava-like object was flowing from the cracks. Both in terms of attributes and effects, it's perfect for Inferno. Lindsay decided on the spot, I'll take it. Please note, Mr. Lin, this is a level 40 weapon. Your summoned beasts can't be equipped with it yet, right? Huan reminded. Lindsay didn't bother to explain and said directly and casually, it's fine. It's almost time, so prepare it first. Under Huan's astonished gaze, the hammer was unlocked for access, and then placed into the middle of Lin's props bar. You have a second item to pick. Lindsay thought for a moment and asked, my profession is demon summoner. Are there any related items? Huan thought carefully and replied, there are a few staffs and other items that are generalized for the summoner faction, but your profession is really specific, so there are no. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. Speaking of demons, there is one thing that dabbles in it. You follow me. The two came to a corner of the storeroom, which was rather cluttered with various materials that were obviously not that valuable. The female secretary searched the pile for a moment, then carried out an oval-shaped object the size of a pillow, but obviously weighty. Oh? Quality? The insightful skill can't even be viewed. Lindsay was secretly surprised. Huan took the initiative to explain. This is a demonic dragon's egg, and it's said that it was still put in by the second-generation president, President Chu's grandfather, back in the day. After all these years, no one has had any use for it, so it's just been piling up here. Demon dragon? This term immediately aroused Lin's interest. As far as he knew, demon dragons were hybrid creatures born from the combination of the demon race and the dragon race, both of which were the top races among the 10,000 races. How powerful the demon dragon was could be imagined. Moreover, this special creature was not found in his book of demons that contracted demons, so it was even more precious. Lindsay carefully scrutinized the dragon egg in front of him. Its surface was a dull, dark gray color. It was cold and smooth to the touch, somewhat like stone. But how can you be sure it's still alive after all these years of sitting there? Lindsay questioned. According to the old president, the egg is now in an inactive state, and under certain conditions it will become active again and break out of its shell. However, it's not so clear exactly what that particular condition is. Is that actually the case? Lindsay stroked his chin and hesitated. If it could be hatched, it would undoubtedly add a very strong fighting force. But it seems like it's very difficult to hatch. Huan could see the doubts in his mind and said, Mr. Lin, I can see that you're very interested in it. Why don't we just do this? After you take it back, if it really can't hatch, you can bring it with you to replace an item at that time. You're a valued guest specially ordered by President Chu. We still have this bit of sincerity. Lindsay's eyes lit up. That's really appreciated. Let's have it. Immediately, this second treasure was pocketed. Lindsay secretly thought, now that the summoning bits are full, I guess I'll have to break through the first rank after level 20 to unlock new bits. It's better to hurry up and upgrade next. Chapter 25 Drawing an S-rank talent, Dragon Egg Hatching Method. Rank is another measure of whether a professional is powerful or not, in addition to rarity and level. Everyone awakens to a profession with an initial 0 rank. After that, every time you level up by 20, you will receive a career-exclusive breakthrough quest, and once you complete it, you will be able to ascend. Level 20 is first order, 40 is second order, 60 is third order, and so on. Every time you raise a rank, you gain an increase in attributes and skills. And the higher the rank, the more difficult the breakthrough task was, and some people could not even complete it in their entire lives. In today's great summer kingdom, those who had broken through the first rank were everywhere. A small breakthrough to the second order. Breaking through the third order, the master of the hour. Breaking through the fourth order is 1 in a million. Break through the fifth order and reach the realm of realization. As for breaking through the sixth rank, there were only a few people in the whole of Daxia, and the most famous of them was the Daxia general, Huayu. Further up, the seventh and eighth orders are already long ago legends, and in the entire history of mankind, there had never been a professional higher than the 8th rank. As Lindsay walked home, his mind remembered what he had learned in these textbooks. Looking at himself, although he had far surpassed his peers, he had yet to break through even the first rank. It was still a gulf away from the masters that were as numerous as stars in the long river of history. Lindsay looked up at the stars in the sky and couldn't help but feel that he was still too small. Gotta hurry up and make myself stronger again, he swore secretly. By the time I got home, it was 10 p.m. After a busy day today, Linza realized that his body was exhausted when he collapsed on the sofa. Nevertheless, he opened the prop box to take a look at the loot he had harvested today. Undead Dragoon Suitcase. Disposable item. Open it to get any piece of equipment of Undead Earth Dragon set. After using it, the item will disappear. Lindsay opened it directly. Undead Dragon Footwear Shoes. Quality: B grade. Type: Defense. Equipment limit: Level 40. Effects: Strength plus 300, Defense plus 1000, Speed plus 80. Earth spells reduce damage by 30%. I can't believe that I can only wear it after level 40. It seems that I can only take it and sell it. Lindsay was a little disappointed. Next, there was another chance to draw a prize which he got after setting a new record, and this time he was bound to win an S-rank prize. Lindsay clicked on the lucky draw page with immense anticipation. Congratulations on winning the talent. Turning fortune to fortune, grade S. Talent: Turning evil into good. Immune to all negative effects. Crap! Linza instantly stopped being sleepy. The synopsis is simple, but as the saying goes, the fewer the words, the bigger the story. The effect is so unbeatable too. Linza's first thought was of the trinkets he had obtained in the two real modes: the cursed gemstone necklace and the fallen gemstone ring. Equip it immediately. Instantly, it gained plus 1000 strength and plus 1000 spirit, and really didn't suffer from those evil negative effects. Next, Linza checked his panel. Name: Lin Zhe. Profession: Demon Summoner. Profession: Summoning. Rarity: S-Class. Level: 15.8%. Rank: 0. Life value: 143,990. Mana: 51,690. Strength 15309 plus 1000. Agility 10169. Stamina 14349 plus 50. Intelligence 4149. Spirit 4169 plus 1000. Talents: Demon Affinity, Soul Link, Duplicate Summoning, Scorching Air. Skills: Summon Demon, Demon Gaze, Flame Fury, Lava Field, Insight into Fire. Summoning Position: 2-2. Equipment: Earth Dragon Armor, Cursed Gemstone Necklace, Fallen Gemstone Ring. Not bad, not bad. Lindsay was very satisfied. Finally, Lindsay landed his gaze on the Demon Dragon Egg in the props bar. Linza took it straight out and put it on the sofa, looking left and knocking right. It looks like a rock anyways. It can't really be a badass, can it? The lady secretary said it takes specific conditions to hatch. So who knows what the conditions are? Ding! You have a long-term quest. Demonic Dragon Hatching Program. Current stage of mission: Hatching Demonic Dragons. Reward: 1 system draw. Final reward? Huh! Lindsay was startled. It's the first time I've received this type of mission. And this final reward is so mysterious. It feels like it's going to be an over-the-top reward. It looks like it's a non-foster. Speaking of dragon raising, Lindsay suddenly thought of someone.
Dragon Master, Chu Yo-Yo.
Linza immediately opened the chat window. It turned out that Chu Yuyu had already taken the initiative to send several messages. Lindsay, thank you for today. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Sorry, I was in a bit of a hurry to leave just now. Mainly because I didn't want to see that dead old man. Linza returned a polite reply, then sent the question about hatching eggs. After a few minutes interval, Chu Yu replied, each dragon has its own suitable hatching environment. For example, my fairy dragon needs to use the leaves of the goblin forest to make a nest, supplemented by the goblin spring water in order to hatch. Although I don't understand the demon dragon you mentioned, it most likely also requires items from the growth environment of the creature itself. The environment in which the creature grows? Lindsay pondered. The environment where demons grow, isn't that the Hell Realm? Do I have to make a trip to Hell? Besides, is that something I can go to just because I want to? Lindsay was directly speechless. It's not really just a return, is it? Thinking about it, sleepiness came. Lindsay actually fell asleep directly on the sofa, holding a dragon egg in his hand. Early the next morning, Lindsay was woken up by a phone call. On the other end of the phone, Wang Hao shouted with his voice as loud as a bell. Crap! My son Lindsay, what did you do behind my back yesterday? The sleepy-eyed Linza was dumbfounded. Wang Hao, you still don't know? Quickly watch the news. After hanging up, Lindsay opened the news site, only to see the headline above read. Shocked. Dragonfall Guild Chu Chung Hang's 20-year record has been broken, and the new record holder is actually a 15th grade high school student.
知名网红婷婷被爆爆只有14集，鼓舞秘传被彻底拆穿。
The counterfeiter is actually him. The daughter of the president of Chu's group has a high school boyfriend. Both of them are S-ranked. Is it a door-to-door match or is it a forbidden love? Click on the body and there's a picture of Lindsay posted. And the content is all fact mixed with some made-up information. For example, there are those who say that he is a rich second generation, and there are those who say that he is the appointed heir of the Dragon Descending Guild. In short, the more you look at it, the more outrageous it is. Marred. These unscrupulous media.
Lindsay was speechless.
However, he didn't have the leisure to care about this, and immediately got up and washed up, preparing to go back to the Forbidden Forest copy to brush up his level. It wasn't much of a challenge for him, but after all, this was already the copy that gave the most experience below level 20. Over the next 2 days, Lindsay went back and forth and swiped his copy several times. Kill Boss Swamp Witch, experience plus 3,000, life expectancy plus 3,000 days. Kill Boss Thorn Giant Snake, experience plus 5,000, life expectancy plus 5,000 days. Kill Boss Earth Dragon, experience plus 7,000, life expectancy plus 7,000 days. Kills. By the end of the brush, the boss almost recognized him. The level 2 had finally risen to level 18. This upgrade isn't very efficient. We'll have to think of something else. If copies don't work. Lindsay suddenly remembered something and his eyes lit up. Right, why did I forget? You can go fight the Misty Border. Chapter 26. Misty Frontier. The Exchange. What is the Misty Frontier? Lindsay had learned from his textbooks. After the invasion of the 10,000 races 100 years ago, most of the Great Summer Kingdom had been eroded by the Misty Border. There were more than a dozen other large cities like Tianyu City, only that each city was not in a bordering state but relatively isolated. And surrounding each city is the Misty Frontier. The Misty Frontier will occasionally refresh some copies of the battlefield, each of which is equivalent to the real mode, and if you die in it, you really die. Relatively, however, the experience value given will be much more than the copies in the city. It's just that you have to get a permit to go fight in a border battlefield, and I'll have to figure out how to get one. After returning home, Lindsay dialed the phone number of the principal, Lou Hanlon. Hey, it's Lindsay. What can I do for you? Hello, Principal Lou. I have a friend who wants to go to the Misty Border to play a copy. Can I ask you to open a pass permit for him? The phone was quiet for a few seconds before saying, You kid. If you want to go yourself, just say it. What are you selling? Hey, wise principal. But as to this request of yours, I dismiss it. Huh? For what? Lindsay was a bit anxious. The Misty Border is not a place you should go at this level, even though you rose to level 10 on the day of your awakening, but it's only been a few days, you're only going to rise to level 13 or 14 at most, right? Just turned level 18, replied Lindsay with a smile. There was another short silence on the other end of the phone. Level 18 won't work either. In principle, the Misty Border requires people to enter after breaking through the first rank. And nowadays, many people won't go even after breaking through the first rank because it's really dangerous. Lindsay, there are ready-made copy resources in the city, why don't you utilize them? If it's the tickets that are too expensive, I can subsidize you. That's not true. Lindsay turned to a very serious tone and explained, Headmaster, didn't you say that in your time, everyone was playing in real mode? On the contrary, I think that right now our generation is too pampered. The invasion of foreign races on the border never stops. But my generation is shrinking inside the city to play false copies. In case the foreigners break through the border one day, we're afraid that we won't have the power to resist at all. Also, in terms of my personal strength, as you know, Headmaster, I am fully capable of dealing with the Misty Border. Therefore, I beg your permission to fight the border battlefield. Lindsay's words can be said to be spoken with passion and from the heart. Lou Hanlon was silent for a long time again, and finally sighed softly and said, You're not a simple kid. Even I'm moved by your words. Now that you've said that, it would be more or less meddlesome for me as principal not to say yes. I'll email you the pass license, so you can collect it later, but be sure to stay safe. Lindsay was beaming with joy. Thank you, Principal. After hanging up the phone, Lindsay danced around at home alone. Now, there's no need to worry about experience. It's best if we can break the first order right in the border. There's still half a day left. Why don't we just go to the exchange and sell the loot from the past few days? And buy another set of equipment on the way. It was Lindsay's character to do whatever came to mind. Half an hour later, he had appeared in front of the door of the nearest exchange to his home. Welcome to the Sky Treasure Exchange. Seeing someone come in, a female sales clerk in a short skirt with black silk immediately welcomed her, her voice whiny. She was seen with fashionable and exquisite makeup, a big wavy hairstyle, and the top button of her dress was intentionally left unbuttoned, making her look very mature and alluring. However, just as he was about to go forward to receive him, he saw that the one who came in was a student who was dressed in ordinary and even somewhat rustic clothes. Once I checked the information, as expected, it was only level 18. The shopgirl immediately lost the enthusiasm she had just shown, and her voice didn't clip, saying breathlessly, "Feel free to look around." Linza didn't pay attention to the other party's rich inner drama and looked around the interior of the exchange. The whole thing was spacious and bright, with all kinds of exotic treasures on the walls and counters, so you could say it was luxurious. Only, it was still more than a star worse than the Dragonfall Guild storeroom that he had visited only 2 days ago. Lindsay spoke. "Hello? I'd like to sell a few things and buy another set of equipment." The enchanting sales clerk secretly rolled her eyes, thinking, "Can you trade anything good for a poor student?" Delaying the old lady's time. Immediately, he impatiently shouted inside the hall, "That new guy! Literally, come out and receive it," and then walked away on his own. "Coming!" A gentle female voice came out from inside. After a few seconds, a somewhat green female clerk walked out quickly. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I was just eating in the back." The female sales clerk walked over to Lindsay and apologized. "Why don't you finish eating then?" "I'm not in that much of a hurry," Lindsay said. No, you are a guest. How can I make you wait? Take a seat over here." "What are you trading?" Lindsay followed her gesture and sat down on a single leather couch in front of a computer used for trading. "That's it." Linza put all the equipment that was useless to him into the trade window. This includes a good 6 skeleton staffs, 5 thorn daggers, and the like, plus the undead earth dragon shoes that you can only wear at level 40. "Okay. Our system will automatically calculate the price. You wait for a moment." The female sales clerk's voice was gentle and sweet. "Your total value of these items is, 1,030,000 copper coins." The shopgirl obviously wasn't expecting it either. Although he didn't dislike Lindsay, he did not expect this seemingly ordinary boy to actually have such an expensive item. Even Lindsay himself didn't expect to have more than $1 million after casually playing something. The shopgirl checked again and said, "Well, this price is correct. Most of these items you have are high-level equipment before level 20, and there's also a level 40B level equipment, which alone is worth 500,000. May I ask if you confirm you want to trade?" "No problem, deal," Lindsay said cheerfully. In an instant, 1,030,000 copper coins arrived, and his total money came to 1,780,000. Lindsay nodded in satisfaction and added, "I also want to buy a set of equipment suitable for my level and profession. Can you recommend a set for me?" "Yes, this way please." Thinking that she had received a quality customer, the shopgirl smiled even wider. After all, one can take a cut of the deal. Lindsay followed her to the clothing area, which was filled with an assortment of differently shaped suits. "This is the Dragon Star set. The attributes are very good, and it also comes with the effect of mana damage reduction. It's a set of equipment that we sell very well. The price of the whole set is 600,000. This is the Star Realm Master set. It has a nice full attribute bonus, and it has a Starburst special effect when you wear it. The price of the full set is 800,000, and there's a discount of 95% right now. This set is the Spirit Guy set, has a high spiritual attribute bonus, using close-fitting design highlights the body line, and the appearance of the strange, very popular with the current young people like the price of the whole set of 880,000. The shopgirl introduced herself to Linza very patiently. It was then that a light armor suit in a predominantly black color caught his eye. Includes top, pants, shoes, and hat, all 4 pieces. "Mr. Lin has a good eye. This is the Dark Lord set, an armor specifically for non-power professions, with a full set of defense plus 1,000. And it also adopts our newly developed black technology. You wear it at the 0th rank with all attributes plus 200. After you break through the first rank, it will automatically change to all attributes plus 500, and you can wear it until the second rank breakthrough. But this set is a little more expensive at $1.2 million. It's going to be this set." Lindsay decided directly. Too lazy to pick anyway. He earned more than $1.7 million in 3 days, spent the big deal to earn it again is Chapter 27. A sensation in the exchange, the man behind the curtain appears. Lin Mu finished paying and dragged the set into the equipment bar immediately. That's when his attributes became level 18%, rank 0, life value 145,550, mana 53,750, strength 15315 plus 1,200, agility 10175 plus 200, stamina 14355 plus 200, intelligence 4155 plus 200, spirit 4175 plus 1,200. The bonuses from the equipment are in parentheses. The female clerk was also very happy, not expecting to take such a big order just a few days into her shift. The two were talking and laughing as they headed outside when they were greeted by a store clerk and a female customer. The clerk was the same enchanting woman at the door just now, only to see her say with a sneer, "Yo, finished visiting? Slowly go." The implication was that Lin Mu was only here to visit, and it was impossible for him to buy anything. At that moment, the female customer spoke up, "Humph. Lin Mu, why you?" It was no one else but Lin Mu's classmate, Xia Shuer. During the trial copies, she wanted to invite Lin Mu to help her take first place, but in the end, she let Lin Mu take it instead, and even lost second place to Wang Hao. Later, he was knocked down by Lin Mu and blackmailed for 20,000 copper coins. However, that day she did have her life saved by Lin Mu, so every time she thought of Lin Mu in the past few days, her heart was very conflicted. "I didn't expect to run into it again here." "What, it can't be me?" Lin Mu replied directly. "Humph. Have you upgraded in the past few days? Let me tell you, but I've already risen to level 10, and I'm about to be level 11. Xia Shuer said proudly. "Oh, then you're grade O. Congratulations." Lin Mu casually coped. "You." Xia Shuer's face was once again red with anger. "I know you're rising fast, but I've joined the Dragonfall Guild now, and there are experts who will take me along to brush up on my levels, so I guess I'll soon be able to surpass you. Well, when you were first invited to join Dragonfall, you still didn't add it. Regret it. However, I can give you another chance, as long as you take me to level up. I'll go talk to my aunt and ask her to grant you permission to join." Lin Mu once again looked her up and down with an expression like looking at a fool. "Thanks, no, go away." Straight away he sent a trifecta. "Lin Mu, what's with your attitude?" Xia Shuer was so angry that she crossed her arms. At this time, the enchanting female sales clerk said helpfully, "Miss Xia, this person really doesn't know any better. But he's just a poor boy. You're the niece of President Chu's wife. Why should you be angry with him? This kid just came to our exchange to sell some things and visited the equipment, and I guess he can't afford to buy anything, and now he's ready to leave." Hearing this, the female clerk beside Lin Mu was offended and immediately retorted, "How can you say that about our institute's valued guests?" Although she was a newcomer and had a gentle personality, she wasn't some dumb white sweetie and still knew how to defend the interests of her guests. A valued customer? The enchanting female sales clerk was startled, then immediately scoffed. "Little Li, how long has it been since you opened, taking this poor boy as an honored guest?" Shopkeeper Li said, "Don't you know? This Mr. Lin's buying and selling transactions here with us just now added up to more than $2 million. What?" At these words, the enchanting sales clerk's cherry mouth opened wide. "You're telling the truth?" "Of course." Li rode the wave of victory. "I'll tell the store manager about the way you just treated your valued guest." The enchanting clerk's face was suddenly green and white. This unassuming kid is so powerful? And it was clearly supposed to be her customer just now, and she was the one who let him out herself. She was gutted. The argument also drew a crowd of customers and store employees. "That's the chap that traded over $2 million? Invisible dirtbag it is." At this time, a passerby said, "Look, this young man. Is he the one who broke Chu Zhongheng's record as mentioned in the news in the past 2 days? It seems to be true. And isn't it said that he's also a couple with Chu Zhongheng's daughter, Chu Yuyu? Wow. Even though he's dressed rather plainly, he's really handsome." This time, it was Xia Shuer's turn to be shocked. She had been playing copies for the past few days and hadn't been watching the news much. Chu Zhongheng, Sister Yo-Yo. Although she often hung on to the Dragonfall Guild, to put it bluntly, Chu Zhongheng was her father's sister's husband, and this kinship was actually a bit far. There wasn't a lot of coming and going in general, so it wasn't as close as she blew it off. But this Linza, when did he get so close to them? Is Sister Yo-Yo really his girlfriend? And he had just invited him to join Dragonfall with a smug look on his face? What kind of a clown is that? She was so ashamed she wanted to find a crack in the ground. Upon hearing this, Lee's clerk was more than ecstatic and immediately slipped Lindsay a business card. Mr. Lin, if there are any other buying and selling needs in the future, you can contact me at any time. Mr. Lin, you can look for me too. The other clerk immediately greeted him as well. Call me for more personalized service. The enchanting female clerk also caught up with her. Mr. Lin, you're a big man. As long as you look for me, I can also provide additional services. Oh. It was a frantic scene as several waiters scrambled to hand over their business cards. Lin Zhe saw the situation. A hand picked up Li's business card, the other people ignored it, and ran directly to the outside. Slipped away. It was gone in an instant, leaving a bunch of people in the store who still can't calm down for a long time. After running away, Lindsay found a new email in his mailbox. When I opened it, it was a license to pass the Misty Border from the principal's office. Tomorrow we can go to the border battlefield to brush the monsters. Lin Zhe had a look of anticipation on his face. Meanwhile, the high-class villa area on the outskirts of Tianyu City. A luxury private car stopped in front of a mansion. Getting out of the car was a mysteriously dressed man. He wore a black cloak with a hood over his head and an eerie white mask over his face. He was seen walking briskly across the courtyard, verifying his identity to the two security guards at the door, also wearing white masks, before entering. The man made his way through the spacious mansion, encountering along the way whether servants, butlers, gardeners, or visitors like him, all wearing white masks as well, which were oddly stylized. The man knocked on the door of the room at the end of the second-floor hallway. Enter. A short reply came from the room. The man gently pushed open the door and was greeted by a spacious conference room with an imposing red oak desk in the middle. But the room was empty. Staring down at the man was a white skull mask placed vertically on the desk. I heard that the plan didn't go well? The skull mask didn't move, but a cold, raspy voice came out. Yes, prelate. The man bowed his head and replied, both real mode drop plans failed. For the first time we cast in a major high school, we wanted to strangle those awakened in the cradle, but we didn't expect to be passed by a student. For the second time, we threw ourselves into the most challenging copy for a 0th rank awakened person, and we never expected to meet that student again. And he picked up 2 of our gems. Bunch of losers. Skeleton Mask let out an angry roar. If you can't even beat a high school student, what use do you have for yourselves? Rest in peace, sect leader. The man hurriedly knelt on the ground. That high school student's occupation is an S-rank demon summoner. It seems to be a bit evil. Demons? Mused Skull Mask. This race that has been silent for hundreds of years will pose a great threat to us once it emerges. Listen to me, that human high school student must never be allowed to grow up and must be strangled at the earliest opportunity. The mask issued an order. Don't worry, sect leader. We've received intelligence that he'll go to the Misty Border tomorrow, and I've already dispatched assassins. Well, stand down. The mask said the last sentence and never made another sound. Chapter 28. First entering the Misty Border, being targeted. The next day, at the eastern border of Tianyu City, at the city gate, many soldiers in battle armor were standing guard and patrolling. Please show your permission to pass. A soldier guarding the city inspected everyone who left the city in turn. They are none other than the Frontier Corps. It is a special army that fights against alien invasions on the Misty Border all year round. The queue reached Linza, who consciously handed over his permit. Hiss! The soldier frowned as he looked at the information on the license. S-rank occupation? 18 level. Little brother, although you are an S-rank profession and have a license, are you sure you want to leave the city? The dangers of the Misty Border are understood, right? Well, thanks for the reminder. I understand it all.
Lindsay replied tersely.
Well, there you go. After Lin Zhe left, the soldier secretly thought to himself, so young, so desperate. Once outside the city gates, the scenery immediately became different. As far as the eye could see, the endless wilderness in front of them was covered by a thick fog, filled with gray, as if the world had lost its color here. It was a good thing that there were still some professionals coming and going on the road, otherwise it really felt like we had come to some uninhabited and desperate place. Lin Zhe followed the map and marched along the edge of the city wall, trying to get as far away from that mist as possible. After about 10 minutes of walking, we finally came to a campground with a simple sign standing at the entrance. Campground number 4. There were quite a few soldiers and professionals gathered here, and the atmosphere became slightly more lively. The not-so-large camp was separated by a mist around it, and at the edge of the mist stood 2 Chinese-style pagodas, the very same portals used to enter the battlefield replicas. At that moment, an officer with a face full of vicissitudes walked up to the crowd and exclaimed, "I'm the captain of the Border Legion's 4th Detachment, Zhang Qi." The crowd immediately quieted down. "First of all, I would like to thank all of you for coming to the Misty Border, sharing the pressure of fighting against the foreigners for the Legion, and doing your part in defending the Great Summer." When these words came out, the professionals present couldn't help but get serious. This wasn't an ordinary copy, but a real war. Captain Zhang Qi continued, "We have 2 copies in Camp 4 right now, both with a difficulty level of 40 or less, so everyone is free to choose. After fighting the final boss, this copy will be permanently closed even if it is made to successfully fight the alien invasion." Hearing this, Lin Zhe frowned. How come it's only level 40 or less? I guess the principal applied for a less difficult bar. For him for safety reasons, but it really wasn't needed. At this point, several soldiers began handing out 2 items to each person. Zhang Qi. This is a monitor and a scroll for returning to the city. The monitor can monitor everyone's kills of small monsters and bosses, and once a successful kill is made, honor points will be counted, and for those who defeat the final boss, there are additional honor points. Return scrolls, on the other hand, are used for escape, so please put your life safety first. In addition, all the drops in the duplicates can be possessed or traded by everyone, or you can choose to turn them in to the military in exchange for honor points. Now, please feel free to team up and enter the copy in an orderly manner. The words were met with enthusiasm. Some of them were from the same guild and had already formed a team and went straight into the copy. Some are looking for teammates in the field. Of course, once again, Lindsay's side was left unattended. Many people whispered, "Look, there's one there who's only level 18 and looks like a high school student. Pull it off, you get to level 18 in high school? Guess he just grew small. Anyway, how dare level 18 come here? I guess he wanted to come here to take his chances. I'll just see which fool will team up with him. Wait. Look guys, what's that kid doing?" Only to see Lin Zhe single-handedly walk straight into a portal. He didn't form a group and just went in alone? The passers-by were surprised. "Bullby, I guess I'll die in a while." A few seconds later, Lin Zhe was teleported to a valley area. "Welcome to your copy of The Valley of the Living Bugs. Restricted level, 40. Difficulty, real mode, no difficulty level. Mission description, for the survival of mankind, destroy the invading evil spider clan. The frontier army is with you. Time limit, none." Sure enough, border battlefield is all real mode. But for Linza, it was already taken for granted. Lin Zhe took a look at his surroundings and realized that various tropical plants grew here, and the air was humid and stuffy. He immediately urged his mind, and 10 large black dogs immediately appeared around him. Each one wagged its tail at him enthusiastically, like it hadn't been seen in 800 years. "Lead the way and find the enemy," Lin Zhe ordered. "Woof!" The 10 hellhounds replied in unison like well-trained soldiers, and then began to run wildly forward. Lindsay was close behind. After about half a minute, 2 figures appeared where Lin Zhe had just lingered. Both were wearing black cloaks and strange white masks. The eyes beneath the mask were filled with murderous rage. "That kid is our assassination target?" "Yes, but I see he's only level 18. Do we need to send us 2 level 40s to do it? I think the top is really getting conservative and cautious. An 18th level makes them afraid like this. What great things can they accomplish?" "Shoo! Don't talk nonsense. Let's just hurry up and catch up." Linza ran after the hellhound for a while, and the hellhound suddenly stopped alertly. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Cracks appeared on the ground around them. Then some humanoid spider monster came out of it. Arachnid Pioneer. Race, Evil Spider Class E. Level, 30. Life value, 9,000. Skill, Poisoned Weapon. Each arachnid was as tall as an adult, with yellow and black fuzzy hair on its 8 legs, and each holding a sword, rushing towards Lin Zhe with teeth and claws. The hellhounds stood by. "Lin Zhe, Level 30 monsters aren't something you guys can handle. In a moment you guys use shadow tactics to play match. Woof! Only to see the 10 big black dogs turn into a black shadow one after another and roam the ground. Where it turned into a shadow, it also produced a small explosion of dark attributes. Lindsay, Inferno, come out! In the next second, a ball of flame exploded from the ground, and Inferno reappeared. Lord, another bug for me to kill? Wait, is it really a bug this time? Lindsay, Inferno, I'll give you something. After the words were spoken, a heavy hammer was suddenly added to Inferno's hand. It was none other than the molten fire heavy hammer that Lindsay had specifically picked out from the Chu group's repository. Strength plus 1,500, fire attribute attack plus 20%, and also comes with a melee weapon probability of damage. Yen Demon held the heavy hammer in his hand, weighed it, and immediately rejoiced. What a good weapon to have in hand! Thank you, Lord, for the reward. I will not dishonor my mission. This was followed by a direct hammer blow towards the ground. Boom! Immediately, flames erupted and magma exploded in a 50-meter square area. Those spiders were able to withstand a single blow and instantly went up in smoke among the flames. Kill Spider Vanguard. Experience plus 300. Life expectancy plus 300 days. Kill Spider Vanguard. Experience plus 300. Life expectancy plus 300 days. The experience bar had risen substantially after a long time and had come to 96% progress at level 18. Lindsay couldn't help but be pleased. Looks like I've come to the right place. Just love the feeling of this experience bar dawdling up. Inferno, dog. Stay on the offensive and charge. All of a sudden, a huge demon with 10 vicious black dogs killed a path of blood and fire in the valley, and all the small monsters along the way were buried. And Lindsay, because of his high agility value, was also following behind in the wind without falling behind. When the professionals spread out in other places to fight monsters saw this, they all pointed at the place where Lindsay had run by. Look, you guys, there's a fire there! And at this moment, next to a pile of charred spider corpses, 2 black-robed men wearing white masks wondered. Strange, with our agility attributes, plus the fact that we used acceleration scrolls throughout, how come we didn't see the shadow of our target at all along the way? He wouldn't have used the city return scroll already, would he? After all, he's only level 18. Or just die. That would be a relief, ha ha ha. 3 kilometers away, Lindsay had arrived at the bottom of an open valley by this time, surrounded by unreachable rock cliffs. Lindsay was slightly out of breath. I'm a little tired from running. Take a break. With that, he found a rock and sat down. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level 19. Congratulations. Your summoned beast Hellhound has been upgraded. Current level 22. Not bad, not bad. Lindsay was very satisfied. It was then, however, that he realized his feet were on top of a pile of white spider silk. And I don't know when it started, but a green mist began to fill the air beneath my feet. Chapter 29. This class of professionals really can't do it. Camp 4 outside the replica. A new recruit was talking to Captain Zhang Qi. Recruit. Captain, which of these 2 copies would you say is a bit more difficult? Zhang Qi pondered for a moment. The difficulty is not comparable, but I personally hate the Valley of the Raiders of the Lost Insects one more. Why? This copy is going up against the arachnid race, and while the blood and attacks aren't particularly high, this race is the best at using various negative statuses. Poisoned, retarded, paralyzed, treadmill, all kinds of statuses give you a meal on. It's just painful. Especially for a maneuvering profession like me. My mobility is greatly restricted and I can't find a chance to output. Tough. Zhang Qi, who was a double-edged hunter, spoke through gritted teeth, clearly having suffered a loss before. Inside the copy, it was only then that Lin Zefong realized that he had been caught in a trap. Not only were he and the summoned beast stepping on spider silk under their feet, but there was poisonous gas starting to spread out all around them. The Inferno and Hellhound started to lose blood one after another, and their movements became as sluggish as walking inside mud. They were hit by both poisoned and slowed. The dog goes back first. Lin Zhe finished speaking and put the Hellhound back into the summoning bar. As for Inferno, with his 280,000 blood, he could drop as much as he wanted, and he wouldn't be able to drop until tomorrow. As for himself, he was immune to all negative statuses because of the turning good fortune into good fortune talent enhancement. So he's not doing right now. Just then, something began to trickle down the stone walls on all sides. Upon further scrutiny, where were the currents, but densely packed small spiders that were converging in his direction. Damn yeah. Dense phobia is off the charts. Lin's a spat. Inferno, burn me. Ow. The Inferno demon let out a long roar to the sky and immediately formed a lava field around itself. Those small spiders immediately turned into a light smoke after touching it. It's the smell of protein roasting. The kid next door is crying with gluttony. Then the experience bar began to dawdle once again. Kill small spiders. Experience +1. Life expectancy +1 day. Kill small spiders. Experience +1. Life expectancy +1 day. It doesn't give much experience or longevity individually, but it's a lot of it. There are thousands of them at least. Just as Lin Mu was enjoying this experience of rising experience bars immensely, a woman's voice came from the valley. How dare you treat my clan's offspring like this? You're dead today. Then, a huge object descended from the sky and landed in the open space in front of Lin Mu, stirring up a circle of dust. Fixing his eyes, he saw that it was a huge spider. But where the spider's head was, it was articulated with the upper half of a woman's body. The whole thing looks very weird. Boss Fire Vampire Spider Queen. Race? Evil Spider Class E. Level? 40. Life value? 120,000. Skills? Poison Flame Prairie, Spider Web Binding, etc. Expand for details. Description. In the matriarchal society of the evil spider clan, the 4 queen spiders are in charge of hundreds of millions of people, of which the Fire Queen is the most hot-tempered. So please do not provoke her. Only to see the Spider Queen pull out a long, thick staff from somewhere, hold it in both hands, and then shake it. All of a sudden, the entire valley burned with a kind of purple flame. Skill, Poison Flame. Inflicts spell damage to the area. Attaching the negative status of burning and poisoning, damage is increased by the intelligence attribute. Only the Inferno demon stood proudly in the fire, not caring in the slightest. Humph, here comes one that uses fire? But a crooked, low-grade flame like yours will only scare those lowly races. Better let you feel the flames from hell. As soon as the words fell, Inferno unleashed the skill, Flame Fury, holding a heavy hammer in his hand directly towards the Spider Queen before going over. The flames of hell? Hearing this word, Lin Mu looked like he suddenly thought of something. Could this be the hatching condition for the demon dragon? At that end, only the moment the hammer in Inferno's hand was about to hit, the Spider Queen swung her long staff and transformed into a shadow. And where she had originally stood, a ball of spider silk unexpectedly burst open, trapping the Inferno. In the next second, the Spider Queen entity flashed behind Lin Mu. Yo, or a mage who can instantly move, Lin Mu said unhurriedly. Ha ha ha, what a stupidity. From the beginning my target was you, a human summoner. Under my poisonous flames and spider silk, you've been hit with burning, poisoning and retardation at the same time. Go to hell. After saying that, the long staff in his hand smashed down. Lin Mu nimbly dodged out of the way and said as if nothing had happened. Before you say big words, take a look instead. What? After checking Lin Mu's status, the Spider Queen was shocked. How come you're not in any status?
Impossible.
However, in the next second, the Flame Fury skill that Lin Mu had inherited through Soul Link had been delivered. 79,634. With just one punch, it dealt close to 80,000 damage. Dogs Harvest. 10 large black dogs reappeared and turned into black shadows to pounce and bite towards the Spider Queen. Ah! The Spider Queen let out a mournful scream that echoed throughout the valley. Experience plus 12,000 after killing the boss Fire Venom Spider. Lifespan plus 12,000 days. Loot obtained. 12,000 copper coins. Fire Poison Staff. Spider Queen's Poison Jaws material. Equipment Enhancement Stone Grade B. Congratulations on your successful clearance. Gain experience plus 5,000. Money plus 5,000. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level 20. Open First Order Breakthrough Quest. Do you take it immediately? Yes, no. Lin Mu was ecstatic. You can break through the first rank. Just as he was about to take the breakthrough quest, Lin Mu and everyone in the copy received an interface message. Successful clearance has been detected. The copy is about to close in 60 seconds and everyone will be automatically teleported out of the copy. 60, 59, 58. Others? Outside the replica Camp 4, the new recruit and the captain, Zhang Qi, continue to communicate. Recruit. Captain. So you're saying that these professionals can pass the Valley of the Raiders of the Lost Worm? Zhang Qi lit a cigarette. I think it's hard nowadays. The professionals are all pampered. I guess when they encounter those annoying negative statuses, they will just be too lazy to fight. After all, the efficiency is too low. And I just saw a level 18 go in. It's child's play. Zhang Qi exhaled a mouthful of smoke. AI. Is there no one left to succeed me in Xia? The new recruit looked a little nervous. So if the professionals can't get through, do we have to go on? Zhang Qi. That's right. Once the border battlefield replica exists for too long, it will make an incursion into reality. So it's important to defeat the boss before then. But there's no need to be nervous. My Great Xia Border Legion is full of experts. A level 40 copy can still be easily dealt with. You'll go in later to exercise as well. Aye, Captain. Just as he finished speaking, the recruit suddenly pointed over to the portal. Look, someone is coming out. Only to see a high school-looking teenager slowly walk out from underneath the Chinese-style pagoda. Zhang Qi snorted coldly. Heh, isn't this that level 18 newcomer? Look, it teleported out in less than 10 minutes. Good thing too, if we don't let him suffer a bit. I'm afraid he'll never know how dangerous the border battlefield is in his life. Recruit. No, Captain. There's a lot more coming out behind him. Only to see that behind Lin Mu, as expected, there were hordes of professionals following him out. And everyone was in a daze, like they had seen something amazing and hadn't slowed down yet. This copy isn't this difficult, is it? Zhang Qi sighed while shaking his head. AI. This class of professionals really can't make it. At this moment, another soldier ran beside Zhang Qi with great gusto and shouted. Reporting to the captain, the copy of the Valley of Life Snatching Insects has been successfully cleared. The clearance time is 8 minutes and 49 seconds. Zhang Qi instantly felt like he had been struck by lightning, and his entire body jerked. What? Passed? And it only took 8 minutes and 49 seconds? Which squad was it that defeated the final boss? And which guild did it belong to? Zhang Qi asked in a hurry. The soldier scratched his head and said, You may not believe it when I say it. It's a guy named Lin Mu. There's no group, and he was only level 18 when he went in. Zhang Qi. WW. Chapter 30 Stage 1 Breakthrough Quest New Copy. The cigarette Zhang Qi was holding in his mouth fell to the ground, and the whole person was petrified in place. After several seconds, he recovered and grabbed the soldier's arm, shaking it violently. Are you telling the truth? It can't be that the monitoring instrument is out of order. Captain, stop shaking. I want to vomit. The soldier said aggrievedly. You know, the monitoring instrument uses the core technology of Daxia. It's impossible for this kind of problem to occur. This? Zhang Qi gradually calmed down and once again looked at Lin Mu at the other end of the camp. Could it be that he really is a genius? Those professionals who walked out after Lin Mu were also looking at me and me at you with a bewildered look on their faces. Passed? I was just fighting a couple of little spiders. How did someone pass the level? I'm worse. I'm still lost in that bug valley. I haven't touched a single monster. How did I get out? In the end, which expert has entered our copy? He's so powerful, go and fight something with higher difficulty, okay? Come and grab what with us. At this moment, Lin Mu was still immersed in the excitement of receiving the first rank breakthrough quest, and he hadn't heard the discussion behind him. He immediately pulled up the mission request that he hadn't finished reading earlier. Open first order breakthrough quest. Do you take it immediately? Yes, no. And then decisively chose yes. First order breakthrough quest. Kill an alien boss that is more than 20 levels above your level without forming a group. That's it. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth lifted slightly. The rank breakthrough quests are tailored to the characteristics of each profession. For example, the quests of the warrior profession usually involve killing a certain number of monsters. And the quests of the healing class professions were mostly related to saving lives. I didn't realize that the demon summoner, who was to kill the boss over the level, couldn't be teamed up. One could imagine how difficult this quest would be if it were anyone else, and one might be stuck at level 20 forever in this life. But for Lin Mu, fighting bosses over the level was already a routine operation. Ding! You have a new quest. Successfully break through the first rank. Reward: 1 system draw. Great guy. Double great gift this isn't?
Lin Mu was overjoyed.
Then let's hurry to the second copy. After saying that, Lin Zhe stepped into the second portal without the slightest hesitation. Time and space shifted, and Lin Zhe quickly arrived in the middle of a plain. The place where he was placed seemed to be a campground with some other professionals around. The camp was small and very sparsely furnished, with a few weapon racks, lookout scopes, and a few machine crossbows and stone throwers. And in front of the camp was a vast expanse of grassland. As far as the eye can see, it is all deserted. There were corpses of humans and fae everywhere, as well as smoke that had yet to be extinguished. Welcome to the Wild West replica. Restricted level, 40. Difficulty, real mode, no difficulty level. Mission description: defend the human camp from the invading boar horde. The Border Legion is with you. Time limit, none. Based on the situation in front of him and the quest description, Lin Zhe pretty much guessed that the nature of this copy should be a defense class. It's something like a trial copy of the Bloodstained Village kind of model. A newcomer has come in? A professional said with some excitement. More is good, we can't stand it anymore. Another professional followed, only to see that he was repairing a damaged machine crossbow in his hands. It seems that the battle is not going well on the human side. However, when everyone saw Lin Zhe's rank, they immediately changed their faces. What? Only level 20? Is this a rush to death? Causing me to be happy for nothing? Are all children nowadays so ignorant? At that moment, a rather imposing young girl's voice rang out behind Lin Zhe. Newcomer, this is just not the place for you. Please teleport back immediately. Lin Zhe turned his head to look, only to see that it was a girl carrying a huge sword. She looked a few years older than Lindsay. Dressed in a short, modified Chinese dress, her head was tied in a double ponytail, with a gorgeous pearl headdress pinned to her hair at the bun. The features are delicate, yet with a total arrogance. The most conspicuous thing was a huge greatsword on her back that was slightly taller than her person, contrasting with her slim figure. Linza used the scrying technique to check. Name: Qi Yueying. Profession: Berserker S rank. Level: 36 First Order. Seems to be quite a battle. Still, in response to what she said, Lin Zhe directly replied, "Why shouldn't I come? It's written here that you're not allowed to enter at level 20. Just open your eyes and look around." Qi Yuying's tone carried a bit of impatience. There are all level 30 or above professionals here, but after fending off 2 waves of foreigners, the situation is also very scorching. You're a level 20, everyone won't have time to protect you in a while. You'll only add to the chaos if you come. At this time, an older man came over to help. Young man, Miss Qi's words, just listen obediently. It's good for you. Miss Qi. Lin Zhe was dumbfounded. What a guy. Another Missy? Why do we keep running into whoever's big lady these days? Do you think Missy sells by the pound? Seeing Lin Zhe's puzzled expression, the uncle crossed his arms and preached. What? You don't recognize the daughter of the Qi family of one of the 4 major guilds? The Swordblade Guild? Qi Yueying? Back then, our Tianyu City's proud daughter of heaven was now a senior student at the Western War College. We were all about to lose just now, but fortunately, Miss Qi came out to command everyone and made them survive the 2 waves of attacks, so we all listen to her now. Humph. What an uneducated brat. A few people heard this and rushed over to help. Lindsay shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. So, am I under any obligation to know her? You lad. All right, don't pay any attention to him. Qi Yueying greeted those professionals. The enemy's next wave of attack is coming in a few minutes. Everyone take your positions. Yes. Everyone really listened to her and dispersed immediately. Afterwards, Qi Yueying glanced disdainfully at Lin Zhe and said, I was kindly advising you because I saw that you're an S-ranked profession, and since you didn't listen, you're on your own. However, no one here is going to pull you into the team, so I hope you won't cause any trouble for everyone else either. After saying that, he just twisted his head and walked away. Lin Zhe dug his pinky finger into his ear and thought to himself, isn't this woman a bit full of herself? When did I say I'd fight with you guys? In fact, he didn't want to stay in this place to keep watch. In this kind of tower defense battle, instead of passively waiting for the enemy to come over, it is better to take the initiative to pull out the enemy boss. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe directly walked out of the confines of the campground and headed towards the far side of the plains. A professional spotted it and immediately tipped off. Miss Qi. Look, that level 20 newcomer is walking out of the camp. The others looked over and murmured. What's he going to do alone? Is this man crazy? Just want to die so badly? This kid doesn't think this place is the same as the copies in the city. Does he? You can still be teleported out when you die. Qi Yueying looked coldly at Lin Zai's departing back and shook his head. What a good word to persuade a damn ghost. Qi Yueying Concept Art. Chapter 31 Lin Zai Battles Boar Man. Qi Yueying shocked. After Lin Zai left, quite a few more professionals passed into this copy. They were both forced to end their quests in another copy. I wanted to fight some monsters and level up today, but I didn't know I'd pass so quickly, so I had to come here. After these people came in, they all followed Miss Qi's command and prepared to deal with the monster's arrival. Mixed amongst the crowd were the two men in black robes and white masks. It was a strange way to dress up, but everyone in the copy had a variety of attire in the first place, so it didn't really bother anyone. At this moment, these two men looked east and west, like they were searching for something, and whispered, "Strange. I clearly saw that kid enter this copy just now. How come he's gone again? Evil, too evil. I suspect that this brat has long since discovered us, and is simply teasing the two of us. Looks like we underestimated him just now. I guess his rank is also fake. Maybe he's an expert. Well, whatever. Let's see what we can do later and make it big." Meanwhile, after Lin Zai had walked about 2 kilometers in that grassland, he found that although there was still a view in front of him, it was blocked by a wall of air. It seems to be coming to an end. Right at this moment, dozens of spatial cracks suddenly opened on that air wall. Immediately after that, uncountable alien monsters on motorcycles rushed out. They have human-like bodies but are much bigger and stronger than humans, and have a boar's head around their necks. There were also some firearms in his hands. Boar Rider. Race: Boar Class D. Rank: 35. Life value: 12,000. Skills: Savage Punch, 6 bullets, etc. Expand for more details. Lin Zai couldn't help but look at the shape of these boar men. So advanced. Wild boar on a motorcycle? What a little knife lappitis. Open your eyes. At once, a dozen or so enemies fired towards Lin Zai at the same time. Some are revolvers, some are jets. 201, 198, 389 blitz. Lin Zai immediately lost over 2,000 points of blood. Mud. Just watching you guys modeling away. Careless. Lin Zai said unhurriedly. Inferno, dog. Out to work. In the next second, a ball of flame and 10 shadows simultaneously recoiled towards the enemy. 38087, 2180, 32562, 2642. Damage numbers far in excess of their life value floated above the enemy's head. Kill Boar Rider. Experience plus 350. Life expectancy plus 350 days. Kill Boar Rider. Experience plus 350. Life expectancy plus 350 days. Experience skyrocketed up again. It's just that, since there hasn't been a rank 1 breakthrough yet, those experiences are stored. On the other side, at the campground, watching the enemy charge from a distance, everyone stood at attention. Qi Yueying stood on a high platform and said to the crowd very majestically, "Attention everyone. Everyone take their positions and prepare to meet the enemy. The Boarman race is a race that specializes in the use of machinery and guns, and is very powerful, but let's try to survive this wave." "Yes," everyone responded. It had to be said that although Qi Yueying was an arrogant young lady, she was still quite the general on such occasions. Before it was too late, a number of Boar Riders' motorcycles had sped over, and the professionals had met them. Qi Yueying removed the huge sword on his back and shouted, "Cover me!" Then, she crossed her giant sword in front of her body in a staging motion, and the sword began to glow silver white from the hilt. The 2 older men understood and immediately came to her, helping her block the attacks in front of her. After about 10 seconds had passed, the entire giant sword was covered in a silver-white glow. "Get out of the way!" With a loud shout, the 2 older men immediately got out of the way. Only Qi Yueying swung his giant sword forward, and a half-moon-shaped blade of light about 20 meters wide was launched towards the front. The enemy in front of him was cut in half before he could dodge. The blade of light flew out for more than 100 meters before gradually dispersing, and none of the enemies along the way survived. When this move was made, the people at the scene immediately erupted into cheers. "Miss Qi is awesome. Miss Qi is mighty. This Moonlight Greatsword move really lives up to its name." Qi Yueying barely stood with his giant sword in his pestle, breathing heavily, Don't be distracted. Continue to meet the enemy. Only she knew that this move took a tremendous amount of energy and had a cooldown of up to an hour. At this time, someone in the crowd said, "Have you noticed that this wave of enemies is not as much less than the previous 2 waves?" Immediately, someone else agreed, "I've noticed it too. It's a lot less. Is the enemy almost cleared by us?" Suddenly, one of the men in charge of using the lookout shouted, "Situation detected. There's something in the distance." A few others, too, had looked over with their lookout scopes. Only a red humanoid magical beast and a few black canine beasts were fighting those boar men. Next to him, there stood a man covered in black armor. "It looks like that chap from earlier." Someone recognized it through the clothes. "How did he get there?" "Nope. Those monsters are his summoned beasts." Someone finally reacted. "That's where he went to block the monsters in the first place. No wonder we've gotten fewer monsters here." The camp was in an uproar at these words. A number of people grabbed the lookout scopes and scrambled to look at them. Chi Yueying also immediately told the others to make a pair for her. As expected, the boy who had just ignored her was standing there quietly, as if still at ease. He was surrounded by a huge magical beast and several black canine-like creatures that were helping him kill his enemies. Fire filled the sky, and the boar men went up in smoke as soon as they touched it. And it kept up the output without any cooldown or fatigue at all. Chi Yuing actually looked a bit dumbfounded. Her proud and strong face rarely showed this kind of expression. How is it possible? That person is obviously only level 20. How can he be so strong? Just then, the crowd felt the ground shake violently, and with it, a constant mechanical roar that came from the distance. The crowd stabilized their stance and looked towards Lin Zhe's side, only to see a huge spatial rift from which a massive object was slowly sailing out. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe's side had a much clearer perspective. The giant thing just sprouted a mechanical pointy horn at first, and then the near rectangular body was gradually displayed in front of his eyes again. After they all pulled out, Lin Zhe could see that it was a heavily armed mechanical chariot. It was about the same height as the Inferno, but much wider, and the entire body was clad in golden fire-printed armor, with gun barrels mounted all around the body. Boss Thunderbolt Vajra Chariot. Race? None. Level? 42. Life value? 200,000. Skills? Thunderfire armor-piercing bullet, flame spray, big rush, etc. Expand for more details. Description. The boars are a race that specializes in manufacturing machinery, and this item is their proud treasure. Handcrafted by pigs, a legendary craftsman in boar history. The crowd from afar looked at the boss's message and were instantly shocked. A level 42 boss was beyond each of their levels. And just looking at the indestructible shape of that chariot was enough to make one cold sweat. That lad is finished now, no matter how powerful this S-rank profession of his is. After all, he hasn't even broken through the first rank yet. Yes, it would have been a very promising young man. Just too adventurous. It's a pity. And at that moment, Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. Level 42. 22 levels higher than me. Just in time to complete the first stage breakthrough quest. Inferno. Break it down for me. Ow! Inferno let out a long roar and charged forward with his heavy hammer. That chariot's reaction wasn't slow either, immediately spinning backward. A shell was fired from the gun barrel in the front of the vehicle. Skill. Thunder and fire armor-piercing bullet. Inflicts lightning and fire damage to the target. Damage equals strength value 3 plus spirit value 1. Inferno, however, didn't dodge and went straight for a head-on hammer on the shell. Boom! The shell exploded with a deafening sound. Inferno takes damage. 34322. Inferno. Holy! So this thing blows up. Lin Zhe was speechless. What the hell? You didn't know? I thought you were just playing it cool. Looks like it's time to popularize modern technology for you. The Inferno demon patted the dust on his body. No harm done. This little fire. How dare you show it off? Old me is all about bathing in lava. Before the words left his mouth, he leaped and jumped straight to the top of the chariot. That chariot spun up madly, trying to shake off the Inferno, but it was firmly grasped by the Inferno. Then, Inferno directly turned on Elemental Berserk. Half of his life cap value was instantly transformed into 3 times the elemental damage. Then, raising the heavy hammer in his hand, he struck the chariot's body with a shot of flame fury. Yang! An ear-splitting clash of metal was heard clearly by everyone in the distant camp. Damage dealt. 784521. Chapter 32. Breaking through Rank 1. Summoning the Phantom Queen. Those who saw this scene in the distant camp had their mouths open into an O, which also included the eldest Miss Chi Yueying. Capture the lesser? People exclaimed as they looked at the damage numbers dealt by Inferno. The blood level of the chariot was 200,000, and even with a dozen or so of them, who were near level 40 professionals, together, it was enough to grind for a long while. One of Chi Yu-ying's moves would only do 20,000 plus damage out at most. And there's a super long forward swing and cooldown. But that wraith just now had actually dealt 780,000 damage in one instantaneous shot. It was simply the most incredible thing they had ever seen in their lives. At this time, Lin Zhe's side. The chariot's canopy was smashed out by Inferno's hammer, and it directly went out in place. How could the Inferno get over it? Whether it was dead or alive, it continued to pick up its hammer and declared its desire to fight. It didn't take long for the entire chariot to be smashed and twisted, scattering pieces of debris all over the ground. Kill the boss Thunder Fire Vajra chariot. Experience plus 22,000. Lifespan plus 22,000 days. Loot obtained 22,000 copper coins. Thunderbolt Cannon Archer Faction Weapon. Alaha Steel 3 Material. Equipment Enhancement Stone Grade B. Congratulations on completing the First Order Breakthrough quest. Successfully advanced. Gained full attributes plus 20. New skill of Profession S rank. New summoning bit 2. Ding. You have successfully broken through the first rank. Receive a reward. 1 system draw. Congratulations, you have been upgraded. Current level 22. Looking at the flurry of rewards, Lin Zhe was so excited that he almost jumped up. Not only did he break through the first rank, but the experience value he had just accumulated directly allowed him to rise to level 22. Immediately check your attribute panel.
Name, Lin Zhe.
Profession. Demon Summoner. Profession. Summoning. Rarity. S-Class. Level. 22.3%. Rank. 1. Life value. 150,380. Mana. 54,030. Strength 15343 plus 1,200. Agility 10203 plus 200. Stamina 14383 plus 200. Intelligence 4183 plus 200. Spirit 4203 plus 1,200. Talents. Demon Affinity. Soul Link. Duplicate Summoning. Scorching Air. Fateful Fortune. Skills. Summon Demon. Demon Gaze. Flame Fury. Lava Field. Insight. Demon Hot Springs. Equipment. Dark Master Set. Cursed Gemstone Necklace. Fallen Gemstone Ring. Summoning Position. 2-4 Inferno. Hellhound. Current remaining life expectancy. 286 years and 343 days. Lin Zhe noticed that a new skill called Demon Hot Springs had been added to the skill bar. The very same profession exclusive skill that was automatically acquired after the first rank breakthrough. Skill. Demonic Hot Spring S rank. An auxiliary skill that allows the summoner to open a demonic hot spring within 20 meters of himself, restoring the summoned beast's life value restoration per second equals Spirit 10 and removing negative statuses. The target of the restoration can also be a dead summoned beast. Duration. 10 seconds. Cooldown. 60 seconds. Even though it's a rep skill, it feels powerful. Lin Zhe's eyes were glowing. The value of this skill, when put in front of any professional of the healing faction, was at a level that would make people drool with envy. However, what was even more exciting to Lin Zhe was that the summoning bits had increased by 2 at once. This means that another demon can be summoned in addition to the Demon Dragon Egg. He instantly flipped through his exclusive prop, the Book of Demons, and started right from the required lifespan of 100 years or more. He's been around for over 200 years anyway. That's how posh he is. But the more life expectancy, rather a little difficult to choose which one to choose. Inferno is the equivalent of a berserker. Hellhound is the equivalent of an assassin. Next, shouldn't we pick a mage class? At that moment, the iconography of a demon caught Lin Zhe's intense attention. It was a female demon with long flowing hair, an extremely hot body, and covered in very little fabric. There was a pair of small red horns on his head, a pair of bat wings on his back, and a long barbed whip in his hand. Phantom Queen. Lifespan required for contract. 150 years. Description. Phantoms are a race that specializes in the use of control spells, and are a very special existence in the Hell Realm. The Queen of Phantoms, as her name suggests, is the leader of the Phantom clan. Lin Zhe's eyes were glowing. You're the one. Just ask who wouldn't love a species like a chimera. Not to mention the Phantom Queen. Is it still a man if he doesn't call? Please confirm. Do you want to sacrifice 150 years of your life to contract the Phantom Queen? Yes, no. Yes. As soon as the words fell, the hexagram summoning formation once again appeared on the ground. Amidst the dazzling light, an enchanting and charming figure appeared. Then the light disappeared, and the silhouette from the iconography just now appeared alive and well in front of Lin Zhe. Only it was 100 times more beautiful and gorgeous than the illustrations. Glowing skin, sultry features, and a proud part. It made Lin Zhe couldn't help but blush. Occupational talent. Demon affinity has been triggered. The Phantom Queen's loyalty automatically reaches 100%. Only the Phantom Queen was originally flying in mid-air with her feet off the ground. After seeing Lin Zhe, he immediately took one of Lin Zhe's hands and knelt on one knee. The flaming red lips lightly touched the back of Lin Zhe's hand, while a voice that eclipsed one's soul entered Lin Zhe's ears. My name is Lilith. Are you my master? Ah, this. Lin Zhe scratched his head and laughed. Kneeling on our first meeting makes it weirdly embarrassing. It's better to talk about it later. Summoned Beast. Phantom Queen. Race. Demon. Branch. Phantom Seed. Rarity. Grade A. Rank. 65. Life value. 150,000.
Mana? 350,000.
Strength 10,000. Agility 20,000. Stamina 15,000. Intelligence 28,000. Spirit 35,000. Skill 1, Bitter Lash. Swing the long whip in your hand, inflicting 1 dark attribute damage value equals spirit value 5 to enemies within range, and has an 80% chance of applying a mind control effect to the enemy, with a control duration of 300 seconds. Skill cooldown 1 second. Skill 2, Magic of Love. Sends out a love heart that applies a charm effect to enemies within range, causing them to only attack friendly targets. Duration 10 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Talent. Spiritual Fortress. Plus 90% self-resistance to control spells. Equipment. Bitterness Whip. Less fabric. Good lord. Another boss-level summoned beast. Lin Zhe looked at the attribute description and exclaimed. Intelligence and spirit are so high, and they make up for Inferno's shortcomings perfectly. Lin Zhe felt that his demon army was gradually taking shape. Oh yeah. One last thing, the raffle. The sweepstakes page was opened immediately. Does consuming life expectancy give you a bonus to your luck? If you consume 10 years of your life, you will win an A-class prize or above in this lucky draw. If you consume 100 years of your life, you will win an S-class prize in this lucky draw. Choose to consume 10 years. The sweepstakes words began to scroll up, then slowly came to a stop. Congratulations on winning the skill. Wheel of Fortune Grade A. Skill, Wheel of Fortune. Spin the wheel to apply 1 negative effect to the target object, including but not limited to freezing, blindness, sleep, poisoning, instant death, etc. Expand for details. Cooldown 10 seconds. Lin Zhe held his cheek with one hand. It's not an attack skill, but it feels like fun, and just right for the Phantom Queen. Immediately, he handed her the skill book. Lilith thanks her master for feeding her. The Phantom Queen lowered her eyebrows and smiled in a charming manner. Just then, Lin Zhe suddenly remembered something. Strange, as a rule, will be automatically teleported out after fighting the final boss? How come it's been so long and there's still no notification? It's not always. Again. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe immediately checked his equipment bar, only to see the cursed gemstone necklace and the fallen gemstone ring flashing at the same time. Good lord, I'm too lucky for that, aren't I? Looking up, he realized that the sky was already cloudy, and all the clouds were gathering towards the camp. At this point, news finally came from the copy. This copy has entered nightmare mode and cannot be exited until it is cleared. Ding! You have a new quest. Clear this copy of nightmare mode. Reward. 1 system draw. Chapter 33 Chi Yuing is shy. Phantom Queen is bad. Go back 10 minutes. Everyone in the camp was shocked as they watched Lin Zhe's summoned beast hammer the boss to death. In the crowd, the 2 people wearing black cloaks and white masks were also very surprised, and they whispered, that kid really did hide his strength. There's no way he's only level 20. No wonder he sent us to assassinate him. But now it seems that even the two of us may not be able to deal with him. Looks like it's time for us to make a sacrifice. Really? Going to do that? What, are you afraid? No, no, after all, our death is not the end, but a new birth. Then one of them pulled out a badge with a red jewel and placed it in the palm of his hand. By my blood, thy name is called. All for the glory of the undead clan. The two shouted in unison. In the next second, both of them slit the arteries on their wrists at the same time and dripped blood onto the red gem. The jewel, instantly as if it had come to life, began to greedily absorb the blood of the two. By the time the rest of the camp reacted, they only saw two bodies lying on the ground, drained of blood, as well as a red gemstone medallion floating in mid-air. The gem was reflecting an ominous red light. Then, the sky suddenly changed, and a large black cloud began to gather over the camp, and shapes began to gradually materialize around that badge, and eventually, a skeletal knight riding a skeletal warhorse appeared. The warhorse and rider were covered in armor, and the rider also held a guan sword, looking dominant. Boss Undead General. Race: Undead Ungraded. Level: 56. Blood Volume: 250,000. Skill: Destructive Slash. At the same time, everyone received a prompt. This copy has entered Nightmare Mode and cannot be exited before passing. Undead? Level 56? Nightmare Mode? The crowd had never thought that there would be this kind of surprise in this copy. They immediately scattered in panic and ran away. Some of them immediately used the scroll of returning to the city and found that it was indeed invalid to use it. What's the panic? All calm down. In the crowd, Qi Yueying's shout eased everyone's emotions a little. However, in the next second, they only saw dense white bone arms start to extend out of the land, grabbing at the legs of the crowd. The professionals immediately used their respective skills to counterattack, but those white bone arms were like weeds that couldn't be burned out, constantly regenerating. And from one arm, another can be regenerated, as if it were an open branch. A number of people were firmly in the grip of the moment. On Qi Yuying's side, she was seen swinging the large sword in her hand, cutting off all the white bones in a circle around her. Yet again, some arms grew right out from under her feet and grabbed both of her calves under her short skirt. Then, those arms kept growing upwards like vines and soon bound Qi Yuying's entire body. Well? Qi Yueying let out a muffled moan, trying to sell her strength to break free, but to no avail. Meanwhile, almost the entire camp's professionals were tackled by white bone, only to see that skeleton knight standing proudly in the center of the crowd, letting out a cold and pale voice. The humble human race, but all of them are just sacrifices. Then, the ruby badge he wore on his chest was seen to start glowing, and blood flowed out of many people's mouths, eyes and noses, and then floated over towards that gem, holding a line of red blood in the air. Ah! People let out horrified screams. Qi Yuying's eyes also revealed a rare panic when she saw this sight. She had obviously been called the proud daughter of heaven since she was a child, envied and admired by 10,000 people, but she didn't expect to be planted here. Am I going to die here? And die for no good reason at all. It was the first time in her life she had tasted despair. Wait, she suddenly thought of someone. By the way, that boy, if it's him, he might be able to save us. Just then, a voice rang in her ear. I just walked around for a while. How come this place is like this? Qi Yueying followed the sound and looked. It was the teenager dressed in black light armor. Behind him, he was followed by a huge magical beast and 10 black canine-type monsters. And in mid-air, there was an additional gorgeous imperial lady that he hadn't seen earlier. A light of hope flashed in Qi Yuying's eyes. Quick, come and help. Qi Yuying immediately shouted, but her tone still carried the customary tone of command. Lin Zhe, on the other hand, said nonchalantly, Yo, isn't this Miss Qi? Haven't seen you for a few minutes. Why are you so pulled? Didn't you just say I was here to add to the chaos? Now why are you asking me to help? You! Qi Yueying was immediately choked. After a few seconds passed, she squeezed a few words out of her mouth. It was my fault just now. Now I hope you can help me. If she didn't know that her life was in danger, she was afraid that it would be hard for her to say such words of bowing her head and admitting her mistake in her life. Lin Zhe had a bad smile on his face. Then tell me, what's wrong with you? I. Qi Yueying's face was immediately colored with a blush. The older uncles beside her heard this and shouted angrily, You brat, don't go too far. The other Miss Chi has clearly given you a step down. Oh, Lindsay smiled and said, forget it then. I'm a person who never forces people to do anything. When he finished speaking, he meant to turn around and leave. Wait, Qi Yueying immediately shouted, I say, I shouldn't have looked down on you because of your rank and said you were going to cause trouble for everyone. I'm sorry. Towards the end, a pretty face had also turned red like a ripe apple. It was especially humiliating when paired with the pentagrams all over his body. Haha, it's okay, you're forgiven. Lindsay smiled. But I'm here to fight the boss in the first place. I'll do it even if you don't say so. You! Qi Yueying was so ashamed and angry that she couldn't speak. If not for the fact that her whole body was tied up, she would have wanted to find a rock to bang her head on. However, he saw that Lindsay no longer paid any attention to her and walked straight towards the skeletal knight. White bone arms immediately grew out of the ground to try and grab him, but they were burned directly into ashes by the lava field. When that skeleton knight saw that, he snorted coldly. You human race are a bit more powerful than them, and are qualified to let me personally make a move. Lindsay directly disliked. No, you're not qualified to let me do it myself. Humph. Looks like I was wrong about you. Just a cocky little kid. Ghostly green flames emerged from the skeleton knight's eyes. I'll let you eat your lesson now. After saying that, he pulled the reins of his horse with one hand, raised his guan sword with the other, and charged towards Lindsay. Lindsay thought to himself, nonsense, I'm a summoner, of course I don't do it myself. Then to the mid-air Phantom Queen, she asked, Lilith, are you sure about being the main C this time? The Phantom Queen frivolously glanced at the skeleton knight and guffawed. Master is joking, this level of goods, if you don't kill them in more than 3 minutes, their bodies are at your disposal. Ah, Linza stuttered. Then why don't you slow down and play? Master hates it. Qi Yueying heard this conversation and whispered from the side with a red face, shameless, only to see Lilith make a flying kiss gesture towards the skeleton knight, and with a wave of her hand, a pink love heart lightly flew over. Pa! The love immediately exploded with a swing of the knight's sword in his hand. Humph! What kind of carving skill? Also dare to bring it to disgrace. Present, eyes. The words were not finished, and the knight's thoughts suddenly became fuzzy. In the next second, that knight raised his guan sword high and unexpectedly slashed at the skeletal warhorse under his seat. This is the charm effect produced by the charm skill, Love's Magic, which automatically attacks friendly characters. The warhorse let out a long neigh, and its entire head fell to the ground, followed by the entire body falling apart in an instant, and the rider falling straight to the ground. 10 seconds passed before the night party came to its senses. What have you done to me? Watching the skeleton of his beloved horse scattered all over the ground, the knight became furious. However, without waiting for him to react, in the next second, the long barbed whip in Lilith's hand had already been delivered. Pop! 165,302. The skeleton knight instantly lost more than half of his blood. What's taking advantage of someone's danger? If you have the ability to come down and duel squarely, the knight shouted angrily. At the same time, a kanji was attached to a ghostly green flame. I can't believe that you and undead are quite disciplined. The Phantom Queen condescended in mid-air. Suddenly, a bright red vertical pupil was revealed in her eyes, and her voice also became cold as ice. This queen beats you and has to discuss with you? The queen's aura sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the room. In the next moment, the skeleton knight actually snapped, kneeled on the ground, and respectfully said, Yes, queen. Lilith rested her chin on one hand and said lazily, That's more like it. Reward yourself. Yes, queen. This was precisely the mind control effect produced by the Phantom Queen's skill Bitter Scourge. The ability to completely manipulate the enemy. The next thing he saw was the knight holding his kanji in reverse and stabbing himself in the stomach. Stay under the knife. The one who shouted this was no other than Lindsay. Chapter 34. Don't kowtow, but send red packets. Stop! Lilith immediately ordered the knight. The blade of the self-cutting knife was fixed in mid-air. Lindsay walked up to the skeleton knight, and even though the other party was kneeling on the ground, he was surprisingly half a head taller than him. However, Lindsay wasn't the least bit flustered as he opened his mouth and asked, Say, what is the purpose of your undead clan? Why are you looking for trouble from my human race 3 times? Lilith ordered, Answer my master's questions truthfully. Yes. The The skeleton knight replied, I am a martial artist who has always followed orders and knows very little. I only know that the undead clan is not willing to be excluded from the fate of the 10,000 clans, and wants to join the sequence of the 10,000 clans as well. And many of the human races, in exchange for the granting of power by my race, promised to help my race revive. When these words came out, the people around them were in an uproar. Lin Zhe continued to ask, Who are the eyes and ears you have planted amongst the human race? And where are the strongholds? About all that, I don't know. Lilith reminded Lin Zhe in his ear. Master, if he says he doesn't know under my mental control, then he really doesn't know. Lin Zhe nodded and ordered the skeleton knight. All right, I won't delay you from killing yourself. Carry on. Ordered. Only the knight did not hesitate and stabbed his blade right through his body. Kill boss undead general. Experience plus 40,000. Life expectancy plus 40,000 days. Loot. 40,000 coins. Broken sword. Blood gemstone badge. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level 23. Ding. Have cleared this copy of Nightmare Mode. Receive a reward. 1 system draw. Having seen the skeleton knight die in such a manner, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. This way of killing was too secretive and unpredictable than a direct, hard-fought battle. Even Lin Zhe shivered 3 times. Luckily her loyalty to me is 100%. Otherwise I wouldn't even know if I got done by her one day. At the same time, those white bone arms bound to people gradually turned into ashes and drifted away with the wind. At this point, the copy also sent a message. Nightmare mode has been cleared. The copy is about to close in 60 seconds. All people will be automatically teleported out of the copy soon. 60, 59, 58. People then reacted. They were saved. After 2 seconds of silence, people cheered at the same time. It was this young man who saved us. It's amazing, he's obviously only level 20. No. When did he become level 23? Listening to his conversation with that skeleton, our human race is being targeted by the undead? Then this young man is even more marvelous. Simply our hero. People's professions are S-ranked, in fact. I've had my eye on him for a long time. Shucks. The crowd swarmed towards Lin Zhe, just as they had embraced Miss Qi at the beginning. Qi Yuing, on the other hand, stood alone outside of the crowd, with a blush on her face that hadn't faded since a moment ago. Meanwhile, outside the replica Camp 4, drill me now, a voice urged hotly. This person was none other than Zhang Qi, the captain of the 4th detachment. One of the soldiers in front of him was holding what looked like an electric drill in his hand, and was drilling hard on the portal made of gray mist under that Chinese-style pagoda. This prop is called Space Drill, which is specially used to open the door of space. Just a moment ago, the Frontier Corps received the news of the nightmarization of the Wild West copy, and all of them exploded. There is a very small chance that a copy on the border battlefield will mutate and go into nightmare mode. Not only would the difficulty be greatly increased, but it would also be impossible to teleport properly. Not only would those inside be unable to teleport out, but those outside would also be unable to teleport in. It's like the portal just closed. As a result, the few times nightmare mode has appeared in history, the people in the copies have almost always been completely wiped out. But it had been more than a decade since it had last appeared. So most people have long since forgotten that there is even the possibility of such a danger. And at this moment, Zhang Qi and the others were precisely trying to use the space drill to forcefully drill a pathway and enter the copy to execute a rescue. They also learned that there were a total of 29 people who had entered the copy this time, and 28 of them were strong people who were close to the 2nd stage breakthrough. Even less coincidentally, Qi Yuing, the daughter of the 4 Great Guilds Qi family and known as the Pride of Heaven, also happened to be in there today. If they couldn't survive, it would be a major loss for Tianyu City and even the Great Xia Kingdom. And it could also have very serious social repercussions. So everyone is at a loss and anxious. Drill me now. Zhang Qi repeated the words, and other than that, he didn't know what to do. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared on the portal, almost touching the drill and immediately backing away again. Mom ya! This is killing people? The people outside the portal were shocked, and the soldier immediately retracted his space drill. The figure was seen reflecting on the portal once more, and then stepped out. It was the same lad who had only been level 18 earlier. Zhang Qi and all the soldiers were once again shocked. Only Lin Zhe walked out as if nothing had happened, followed by more other professionals. Out? All out. Everyone's jaws dropped. Just a moment ago, They were incredibly hopeful that nothing would ever happen to the people inside. However, at this moment, when the people came out in a line, they couldn't believe what they saw with their own eyes instead. Frozen for a moment, the soldiers reacted and rushed to the aid of the injured people. Zhang Qi also froze in place, very incredulous. Did they beat the level? At this moment, Qi Yuing walked out after the end of the crowd. She had some bruises on her face and legs. Her clothes had multiple holes, and she had a forlorn expression on her face. Zhang Qi suddenly seemed to have figured something out. Right. Why didn't I think of that? The Qi family's daughter is the one who is known as the proud daughter of heaven. She must have some kind of overpowering strength. She must be the one who led everyone through. He immediately walked forward and said enthusiastically, "Are you all right, Miss Qi? On behalf of the Legion, I would like to thank you a million times over. Is it convenient to sit down and have a chat later? How did you lead everyone through?" When Qi Yuing heard this, her lost expression became very surprised, then turned into annoyance. Are you here to humiliate me too?" After saying this, he couldn't hold back any longer, and even cried out with a wow sound, covering his face and running out. Miss Qi." Zhang Qi looked at her distant back and was simply dumbfounded. Just then, the crowd beside him erupted into cheers and applause again. Zhang Qi sniffed and looked over, only to see the crowd embracing the young man, giving out all sorts of compliments and thanks. "Thank you, lad. If it wasn't for you, I'd be accounted for here today. That's great. You're our hero." "Yes, I have an 80-year-old mother on top and a 3-year-old child at the bottom. Why don't I kowtow to you?" "You're welcome." Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed into 2 crescent moons and immediately took out his cell phone's QR code. "The kowtowing is exempt. You can send red envelopes." Some of them instantly stopped making out, and Zhang Qi looked at the scene in front of him and made a black question mark face that was too standard to be true. What the hell is going on here? Begging to be added to the bookshelf, begging for positive reviews, begging for free swag. Chapter 35. Don't dare to forget in a crisis. We should strengthen ourselves. After the military count, the accident resulted in 2 fatalities, while the remaining 27 survived and suffered only minor injuries. It took about half an hour for the military to ask people for specifics. In the end, Zhang Qi finally believed that it was Lin Zhe who had saved everyone and had crossed over to exterminate a level 56 big boss. Not only that, but it seemed to directly implicate a conspiracy that concerned the safety and security of the human race. It was this kid that he despised the most in the beginning. Zhang Qi slapped himself in the face and cursed himself. "I told you to judge people by their appearance." At this moment, Zhang Qi said to Lin Zhe with a silly smile on his face, "Little brother Lin, thank you for your bravery today. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable. Also, bring me your monitor. I'll trade you for honor points." Lindsay handed over the detector. Only Zhang Qi placed the detector in a system interface, and after reading it, Lin Zhe's honor points were displayed on the computer screen. 1,086 points. What? So many? Zhang Qi and the surrounding soldiers were shocked. Generally speaking, the amount of honor points that can be gained from a single fight of this type of level 40 copy is around 200 points. Linza came in for the first time today, played 2 copies, and dried right up to over 1,000. Seeing the surprised expressions of the crowd, Lin Zhe asked, "Is there any use for this honor point?" You don't know yet?" Zhang Qi explained. "You can exchange items at the Legion's Honor Mall. Just download one of our apps." Okay. Lin Zhe smiled and nodded. "Then if there's nothing else, I'll go back first." "Wait." Zhang Qi immediately called out to him. "Little brother Lin, there's another important matter. Just now we were informed that Lei Zhenyu Lei City Lord wants to receive you. Tianyu City's City Lord, Lei Zhenyu, who is known as the God of Thunder." This time it was Lin Zhe's turn to be surprised. "Exactly. When?" "Right now." Zhang Qi laughed cheerfully and immediately pulled out an item from the props bar. There was only a flash of golden light, and a fierce tiger with wings appeared in front of him. Ow! The tiger let out a long whine, attracting a crowd of spectators. Zhang Qi rode straight up. A flying riding pet? Lin Zhe's eyes widened. Riding pets are generally more expensive, and flying riding pets are even harder to find. Don't envy me. This isn't mine. It's what the Legion assigns to each captain. Zhang Qi could see Lin Zhe's mind. Hurry up and get up here. Only then did Lin Zhe react and climbed onto the tiger's back, sitting behind Zhang Qi. In the next second, the flying tiger flapped a pair of huge feathered wings, fanning the air around it with a hunting sound. Amidst the incomparably envious gazes of the bystanders, Lin Zhe and Zhang Qi flew towards the sky. The flying tiger was flying amongst the clouds, and this was the first time that Lin Zhe had looked down on the entire Tianyu city from such a perspective. The entire bustling city was in full view, which was a reflection of the powerful strength of the great summer kingdom today. The gray mist that shrouded the edges of the city, however, was a distraction. Recalling that the undead clan was plotting to invade the human clan, Lin Zhe couldn't help but ponder a question. Is prosperity now really as stable as most people think? As he was thinking about it, the flying tiger had stopped on the front lawn of a building. The building's plaque reads, City Lord's Mansion. The two of them jumped off their riding pets, and Lin Zhe followed behind Zhang Qi as they walked through a corridor heavily guarded by soldiers. Lin Zhe used the insight into fire skill to quietly check the information of these soldiers and discovered that they were all strong individuals who had broken through the third stage. Eventually, the two walked to the room at the end of the hallway. Inside the plainly decorated room, a broad, upright back stood in the center. Zhang Qi reported respectfully, City Lord Lin Zhe has arrived. The man turned around, only to see that he was about 50 years old, with a slightly messy head of hair and a dense beard, like a domineering lion king. The figure was extremely tall and robust, and although he was wearing a military uniform, it still showed off his well-developed muscle lines. What was even more terrifying was the powerful aura that emanated from his body, something that Lin Zhe had never possessed on any of the experts and bosses that he had seen in the past few days. Lin Zhe used insight into fire to check, but realized that the information displayed was all question marks. When Lei Zhenyu saw the teenager who entered the room, he looked him up and down. Oh, you're Lin Zhe. He took 2 steps in front of Lin Zhe and slapped his hand on his shoulder. Hello, Lei City Lord. Lin Zhe greeted politely. Ah! Seeing this state of affairs, Zhang Qi on the side couldn't help but let out an exclamation. What's wrong? Lin Zhe wondered. In the next second, Lei Zhenyu let out a burst of cheerful laughter. Ha 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 ha. This palm of mine just now. I quite used some force. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid I would have already knelt on the ground, but you are unharmed. It's said that heroes come out of youths since ancient times, and it seems to be true. It turned out that the simple shoulder-patting action just now was actually a test of strength. Luckily, his attributes were so high that he didn't even notice, or else he would have been humiliated. Lin Zhe laughed awkwardly. Lei City Lord's greeting is really special. Here, take it. Lei City Lord tossed Lin Zhe an object. Lin Zhe took it and saw that it was a shiny silver medal that read, Honorary Citizen of Daxia Platinum Medal. Earlier, I heard that Su Jianxin was going to give you a silver medal. This time I'm directly upgrading you to a platinum one. Honorary Citizen of Daxia Platinum Medal. Quality, S grade. Type, title. Equipment restrictions. Unlimited. Effects, full attribute plus 1000, defense plus 2000. Description. Thank you for your outstanding contribution to Urban Daxia. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. This attribute, it's bullish. Thank you, City Lord. No need to thank me, you deserve this medal. If you want to thank me, I should be the one to thank you. All right, sit down and get down to business. After saying that, Lei Zhenyu directly sat his butt on the countertop of his desk. Lin Zhe also found a chair and sat down, only to see Lei Zhenyu put away his smile. I've already heard about the matter of the undead clan, and there has been some progress in the investigation on Su Jianxin's side. The reason why your trial copies went wrong a few days ago was precisely because there was already a famous senior in the education committee who secretly defected to the undead race and tampered with your copies. They have been apprehended now. And the problem with the Forbidden Forest copy is also because there's a traitor in the Chu clan, and it's getting that Chu Zhongheng kid lined up. I have one more question for you. Lei Zhenyu's sharp gaze looked straight at Lin Zhe. You defeated the undead clan 3 times. Did they leave any key clues behind? Lin Zhe instantly thought of 3 evil gemstone ornaments that he hadn't revealed to anyone before. However, now that it had come to this, there was no need to hide it, so he told Lei Zhenyu the ins and outs of all 3 items. Lei Zhenyu pondered for a moment and said, It seems that they are using this evil gem to summon the undead, and there are still 2 left. In that case, these 3 items were meant to be your loot, so you'll keep them for yourself. However, I'm going to let you continue searching for the remaining 2, and you'll likely be approached by them as well. Are you afraid of that? Lin Zhe smiled confidently. Whoever is afraid is a grandson. Ha 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 ha. You kid really does have the demeanor I had back then. Lei Zhenyu once again erupted into a bawdy laugh. Don't worry. I will also send someone to secretly protect you. Lin Zhe secretly thought. There's really no need. Of course. I can't let you be a bait for nothing. I'm going to let you join our Army's Special Operations Team and give you the rank of Major. Special Operations Team? Lin Zhe had never heard of this name before. As the name suggests, it's an exclusive team that handles some secretive matters. Lin Zhe was a bit guilty. Thank you, City Lord, but I still want to continue to go to university and further my education. Ha ha ha. Guard against arrogance. You have a high level of awareness in this mind. I really didn't look at the wrong person.
Lei Zhenyu nodded approvingly.
No harm done though. You'll have this position and rank for now. And I'll send you on occasional missions that won't keep you from going to school. Good. Lin Zhe agreed. Now that it's all said and done respectfully. By the way, City Lord Lei, I also have a question I want to ask. You tell. Is our Tianyu city, and even the entire Xia, really as tranquil and peaceful as the common people think? A brief look of surprise appeared on Lei Zhenyu's face before he said with a straight face, I didn't expect that at your young age, you're already thinking about this kind of level? He mused for a moment and said, since you can ask that question, I think you actually have an answer. Ever since the human race awakened to its profession, there has never been a day when my Grand Xia has not been in the midst of a crisis of invasion by all races. Not only that, but the White-Headed Eagle Kingdom, Sakura Kingdom, Gary Kingdom, and other countries that are also human races are always eyeing my Grand Xia. Today the people are able to live and work in peace and contentment precisely because the state and the army are secretly protecting everyone. Young man. Lei Zhenyu's eyes were filled with hope as he looked towards Lin Zhe. Don't dare to forget in times of danger. My generation should be self-reliant. Lin Zhe's blood instantly rose in fervor as he stood up and performed a salute. My generation will not dishonor our mission. Ha ha ha. Let's not talk about that for now. Lei Zhenyu's face regained its ease as he said, there's one last thing. Next week is the Western Rising Star competition, and you're not only representing the 3rd middle school this time, but you're also going to fight as a member of Tianyu City. The location of this competition is in Tianqing City. So prepare yourself in advance. We lost to Tianqing City and Southern Cloud City in the previous 2 years. This year we're fighting to win back. Let me also see Old Evil Feng and Old Devil Yun suffer defeat. Old Evil Feng? Old Devil Yun. Lin Zhe secretly thought, could it be the city lords of Tianqing City and South Cloud City, Feng Yuan and Yun Tianxiang? Only to hear Lei Zhenyu continue. By the way, this is for you. After saying that, he once again threw Lin Zhe an item. Lin Zhe took it in his hand and saw that it was a longsword. Chapter 36 City Lord's Gift and Qi Yueying's Gift. Lin Zhe checked the information on that sword. Dome blade. Quality. S grade. Type. Weapon. Equipment restrictions. Unlimited. Effect. Strength plus 500. Intelligence plus 1000. Spirit plus 1000. Skill Vault of Lightning. Able to instantly shift to any location within 20 meters, and when reappearing, inflicts 1 lightning attribute damage value equals intelligence value plus spirit value. Cooldown time 60 seconds. S rank, 3 system additions. It also comes with an instantaneous flash skill. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. Lei Zhenyu recalled, this was still the reward given to me by the old city lord after I took 1st place in the Rising Star contest, when I was your age. Now, I likewise pass on to you as the city's lord, wishing you flagrant success and martial fortune. After bidding farewell to the city lord, it was nighttime when Lin Zhe returned home. Today was another rewarding day. Not only did he break through the 1st rank and summon the Phantom Queen, also got a ton of loot as well as a vaulted blade from the city lord. The other is the 3rd gemstone trinket of the undead. Blood gemstone badge set of 1-5. Quality. Grade A. Category. Jewelry. Effects. Plus 1000 constitution. Casts a bleeding effect on the wearer. Automatically causes a hemorrhage every 10 seconds, with a 10% loss of life value. Set effect. 5-piece set. Still a big negative effect. However, Lin Zhe was directly immune to it, so he immediately equipped it. Looking at the equipment bar where the set was already 3-5, Lin Zhe was getting more and more excited about what an effect it would be to collect all 5 pieces of the set. By the way, There's one more chance for the raffle. This is the one chance he got from defeating the skeleton knight in the morning. Lin Mu immediately called up the lottery page. Does consuming life expectancy give you a bonus to your luck? If you consume 10 years of your life, you will win an A-class prize or above in this lucky draw. If you consume 100 years of your life, you will win an S-class prize in this lucky draw. Looking at his life expectancy of 187 years, he was especially tempted to hoover up 100 years at a time. But think about playing it safe and once again choose to consume 10 years. The words began to spin, then slowed to a stop. Congratulations on winning the talent. Master of Time Management, grade S. Out of S rank. Lin Mu was ecstatic. I'm glad I didn't impulsively throw 100 years in just now. I didn't think I'd be able to make a small profit by relying on 10 years. But what does this gift mean? Why does it sound like hearts feel yellow? Talent. Master of Time Management. When you encounter learning, forging, refining, and various other events that require you to consume time to complete, you can trigger this talent and choose whether or not to consume your lifespan in order to complete that thing directly. Lin Mu read it over and over again a few times and probably understood the meaning of this talent. He immediately pulled out a high math textbook from the bookcase and shouted into the air, "System, trigger the talent for me. Trigger talent. Time Management Mastery. Does it consume lifespan to learn this book? Yes, no. Indeed. However, he decisively chose no. Nonsense, who wants to consume their lifespan to learn math? And learning math is pretty much a lifesaver in itself. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. The caller turned out to be Police Chief Su Jianxin.
Director Su.
Lin Mu picked up the phone. What do you want to see me about? Just call me Officer Su. The caller said, You kid, you're bullish. I heard that you've been received by the God of Thunder, and you've even become a major? Hey, it's just chance, right? There is one more thing. Su Jianxin's tone suddenly became somewhat unnatural. I want to thank you for taking care of my daughter today. Your daughter? Lin Mu was baffled. Who? He hadn't met anyone with the surname Su today, either, had he? Oh, my daughter's name is Qi Yueying. This. Lin Mu was shocked and even more confused. Officer Su, how did your daughter get her last name? Haha, I have a son and a daughter. Both of them follow their mother's last name. After all, the Qi family is one of the 4 major guilds of the well-known family. Back then, I was considered to be a member of her family. I didn't realize that Officer Su was still a backslider. Only to hear the phone caller continue, Hey, the children's mother left early, and I am usually busy with work, resulting in the lack of guidance for moonshadow her from a young age. A girl's family with such a rigid and arrogant temperament. Please forgive me if I have offended you today. It turns out that Officer Su's wife is no longer alive. She didn't really offend me much. Instead, Lin Mu remembered the humiliation he had inflicted on Qi Yueying today. Not only did he see her humiliated appearance as she was tied up with 5 flowers, but he also had her wagging her tail and begging for mercy in general. Although it's still a bit of a secret pleasure now that I think about it, right? But if Su Jianxin knew about it, how embarrassing would it be? But fortunately with Qi Yueying, that girl's character, she definitely wouldn't tell her dad about such things. Thinking of this, Lin Mu quickly stopped. Ha. It's fine. Su Jianxin. This daughter of mine usually has a high heart, and seeing a strong person like you today is a lesson for her. I'll have her come and thank you in person later. Just then, only a young girl's voice came from the other end of the phone. Dad, who told you to call him about this? I'm not going to thank that guy for anything. You stubborn girl. Do as you're told. The sound of a father and daughter arguing came from the other end of the phone. Then the phone was hung up. Lin Mu. After a few minutes, Lin Mu was about to wash up when he suddenly received an email alert. Open it. From Qi Yueying. Contents. Thanks for today. The main text is only 4 words long and feels reluctant. Lin Mu didn't care about it, but he realized that there was an item attached to the mail. When he opened it, he found it was a book named Turtle Breath Technique. Lin Mu was dumbfounded. What's this for? It's not like he's using this book to secretly scold me for being a turtle, is it? He took the book out of the interface and put it in his hands to watch. Just by looking at the exterior, this is just a mediocre and even a little old book. Open the first page and a card falls out. On it, it was written in a rigid, flexible brushstroke. This book is an ancient martial art of Daxia, and it may be useful to you. Then there was a small line underneath that said, But you more than likely won't learn. Lin Mu. Good guy. Giving gifts is giving gifts, and you have to make a derogatory remark about me, right? He had heard about it before, this swordblade guild dominated by the Qi family. The professionals within it would also be practicing the great Xia ancient martial arts. Daxia ancient martial arts. A collective term for a series of martial arts that people had practiced long before the advent of professions. However, at that time, it was basically only used to strengthen the body, and after the concept of professional awakening, many people suggested that ancient martial arts had a beneficial effect on attribute enhancement. Lin Zhe opened the preface of this turtle breath technique and roughly understood that this book was mainly used to prolong life. It looked like Qi Yuing had sent him a book on the right medicine after learning that his profession required a lifespan sacrifice. I didn't realize this girl's heart was quite fine. However, the ancient martial arts were different from a professional skill book, where a skill book was instantly mastered and the skill would be released the next second. But the ancient martial arts had to be practiced slowly. That's the biggest point of contention about the ancient martial arts today. Many people feel that it doesn't do much, that it's metaphysical or psychologically comforting. And practicing ancient martial arts people are also mixed, like the last time I met that voodoo guild junior Lu Tingting, is to borrow the name of ancient martial arts as a rubbing netroots. Trigger talent. Time management mastery. Does it consume lifespan to learn this book? You can pause at any time in the middle yes no. However, it was different for Lindsay with this talent. Ancient martial arts could also be acquired instantly. Lindsay immediately chose, yes. I'm learning the turtle breath technique. You've consumed 1 year of your life with a first glimpse of the door. You consumed another 5 years with small success. You have consumed another 12 years to reach the great success. You have consumed another 15 years to refine your entry. You have consumed another 21 years to master the turtle breath technique to the level of a grandmaster. So that even in your sleep, you can carry out the toning of the breath to prolong your life. The moment he exited the interface, the contents of an entire book of turtle breath technique were all topologized in his mind, the kind that could not even be gouged out. I only felt a stream of qi transported from my belly to my body and discharged from my ears. At once, he felt that his body was smooth, his sea of consciousness was clear, and he was free with every breath. And the remaining time on the lifespan system is going up and up. Plus 1 day, plus 1 day, plus 1 day. Good Lord, it took 54 years to learn a single technique. Good thing I finally learned it, no loss. Not only have you learned it, but you've also entered the highest realm, where you can increase your life expectancy by 1 day per minute just by performing the attunement. It's the equivalent of hanging around to increase your lifespan. Chapter 37 Dragon Egg Hatches suddenly has a female subordinate. That night, Lin Zhe supplemented his turtle breath technique to fall asleep. When I woke up the next day, I just felt so relieved, and I didn't feel it all the way I used to feel when I couldn't get out of bed. And it adds over 500 days to your life in 1 night. At this rate, it would only take less than 2 months to earn back the life expectancy spent, and after that it would be all profit. Moreover, he found that even the physical and mental attributes had been increased by 5 points each. This confirms that the Daxia ancient martial arts are indeed useful to professionals. It's just that most people learn too slowly and with too little effect. There was still a week to go before he had to go to Tianqing City to participate in the competition, but for the rest of the time, he wasn't going to fight as hard as he had in the past few days. It's better to take a break. Besides, he was now level 23, which was more than enough to participate in the Rising Star contest. The first thing he did was to find Wang Hao to go out, and when Wang Hao saw that Lin Zhe was finally willing to come out, he hastened to treat him to a seafood dinner. When we met, Wang Hao said he was level 10 and was quite proud of himself. As a result, when he took a look at Lin Zhe, who had already broken through the ranks and was level 23, he was dumbfounded. It is important to realize that the higher the level, the higher the experience value required, and many people don't even make a first rank breakthrough for months. In addition, Lin Zhe was going to make a trip to the duplicates, but this time it wasn't for the purpose of upgrading, but rather, he wanted to do an experiment. He had looked up some guides on the internet and specifically picked a copy called The Valley of Ashes. It's a copy of the volcano and lava landscape which features the stone people to fight. But Linza wasn't here to fight monsters. He found a hidden clearing, took out the demon dragon egg from his props bar, and summoned Inferno. Inferno demon, you said last time that your flames were flames from hell? Lin Zhe asked. That's right. The Inferno demon said with a proud face. Authentic hell flame, just like the real thing. Very well, you take the fire and incubate this egg. Inferno bent down and stared at the dragon egg. A demonic dragon's egg. Oh, you recognize. Inferno nodded. When the demon race was still thriving, It is true that a special species like the demon dragon was seen, but that was just a bastardization of the demon and dragon races, and couldn't enter the eyes of our purebred demons. And you're still proud of it? Leans a spat. Did I ask for your opinion? He found this inferno to be a noble proponent of the blood theory, and quite pedantic at times. A subordinate knows his mistake. Yen Demon obediently admitted his mistake. Cut the crap and spray me with fire, Lin Zhe ordered. The inferno demon immediately cast the skill, only to see a blazing inferno fire cover the entirety of the dragon egg. Lin Zhe was waiting for the changes, but he was also a little apprehensive in his heart. I don't know if this method is feasible. It won't directly turn into a baked dragon egg, right? Lin Zhe wasn't idle either, calling out the hellhound to observe the situation from the side, while he himself closed his eyes and meditated to cultivate the turtle breath technique. After about half an hour of this, the hellhound barked. Lin Zhe opened his eyes and realized that the egg had moved slightly in the midst of the flames. Lin Zhe was delighted. Looks like my guess was right. Last time Chu Yuyu said that dragons needed to hatch in a suitable environment. The incubation environment for demonic dragons was naturally the Hell Realm, and Lin Zhe had read in a book that the Hell Realm was most often filled with flames and lava. At that moment, a prompt popped up in front of Lin Zhe's eyes. Trigger talent. Master of time management. Does it consume lifespan to directly hatch demonic dragon eggs? Yes, no. Lindsay chose yes. Then, the flames in the area of the dragon's egg were seen leaping wildly as if they had been multiplied. You consume 12 years to complete the hatching of the demon dragon egg. Good lord. It took 12 years to hatch an egg. Thank goodness I have the talent. Or else who would have the patience to wait for it for 12 years? However, he saw a crack on the surface of that dragon egg at some point, and then the cracks became more and more numerous. Suddenly, there was a pop, and a hole broke through the top of the egg. A dark, ungainly head stuck out, not too different from a lizard, with blinking eyes and an eggshell on its head, which was kinda cute. Then, the entirety of the small, black, and ungainly lizard broke free from the egg, and a pair of small wings on its back gradually spread out from its crumpled state, and then it flew straight up. Squeak, the little dragon let out a childish cry. Ding! You have hatched the demon dragon, completing step 1 of the long quest, obtaining 1 system draw. Long-term quest step 2. Breed the dragon to adulthood, reward 1 system draw. Final reward? Not bad, not bad. Lin Zhe was quite satisfied. At the same time, the little dragon let out a calling sound and flew towards Lin Zhe, then frantically rubbed up against Lindsay's face. How can a hallowed demon dragon be so cute? What a shame! But while his mouth didn't want it, his body was honest and he directly took Xiaolong in his arms. Automatic recognition of the owner. No need to sacrifice your lifespan for this contract. Occupational talent. Demon affinity has been triggered, and the loyalty of the demon dragon automatically reaches 100%. Crap? I can't believe we don't have to make sacrifices directly. Lin Zhe looked at the little dragon in his hand. What a great big boy. Not letting me down for working so hard to hatch you. Summoned beast. Demon dragon juvenile. Race. Demon. Dragon. Branch. Special species. Rarity. S-class. Rank. 1. Life value. 8,000.
Mana. 10,000.
Strength 800. Agility 800. Stamina 800. Intelligence 1200. Spirit 1000. Skill, Thunderball. Inflicts 1 lightning attribute damage to 1 target with a damage value of equals intelligence 5. Talent 1. Elemental immunity. Immunity to all elemental attribute damage by 90% damage. Talent 2. Dark immunity. Complete immunity to all dark attribute damage. Although it's only level 1, this attribute value is already 10 times that of a normal person. There are also 2 magic immune talents. That's 2 invincible. Lin Zhe was already looking forward to how awesome it would be when it grew up. Well, it's time to go back and pack up. We have to go to Tianqing City early tomorrow morning. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Zhe suddenly sensed a hint of something wrong, as if there was a pair of eyes secretly observing him. Dog, go! Instantly, the 10 hellhounds catapulted out in one direction like a bow and arrow off the string. Wait, Major Lin. At the center of the hellhounds' encirclement, a woman's voice rang out, sounding somewhat cold and wooden. Then, a slim figure lifted from stealth. She was seen wearing a black one-piece leotard made of smooth gel. The lower half of his face also wore a black adamantium fong mask, revealing beautiful but lifeless eyes. "What are you?" Linza asked. The woman removed her mask, revealing a face with clean features, but still expressionless. She pulled out an identity nameplate and said slowly, "I'm Han Chi, a member of the Great Xia Special Operations Team, and I was sent by Lei City Lord to secretly protect you." The voice that spoke also had no ebb and flow, and the whole person felt like an AI. Name: Han Chi. Profession: Shadow Assassin A rank. Level: 46 Second Order. Lin Zhe then remembered that a few days ago, Lei City Lord did say that he would send someone to protect him, and he didn't expect it to be quite efficient. He immediately told the dogs to stand down and said, "I misunderstood you, but do I look like I need protection?" Han Chi's eyes were hollow. "Found it, but I must continue my mission." Has anyone ever said that you look like a robot?" Lin Zhe finally couldn't help but say what he felt in his heart. Han Chi. They say it's called the facepalm attribute. Lin Zhe shook his head. "Forget it. I guess I can't persuade you. You can follow if you want to." Han Chi. "Yes, Major Lin. By the way, don't always major in the future. I don't want to be too flashy." "Okay, Major Lin. I got it, Major Lin." Meanwhile, in a certain mansion villa on the outskirts of the city, a number of mysterious men in black cloaks and white masks were gathered in the office at the end of the corridor. On the desk, a hovering white mask is making a noise. "Tomorrow is the big day that will determine whether or not our undead clan will succeed in reviving. You humanoids, the first few times you've done your work, you've been unfavorable. However, once tomorrow comes to pass, you will still be granted immortal life and infinite power. And that little brat who's been messing up our plans 3 times, if we eliminate him, will be heavily rewarded." "Aye, my lord," a group of white masks responded in unison. Chapter 38. Major Lin turns into Major Lin. Phantom Queen turns into a milkmaid. Early the next morning, Lin Zhe carried a duffel bag and arrived at the designated meeting place, the Tianyu City teleportation station. Since the cities are separated from each other by the mists, they are difficult to reach by traditional transportation and riding pets. People can only travel intercity through designated portals. A hall where a number of students had already assembled, and behind them was the portal. The classroom teacher, Leland, was in the crowd. Upon seeing Lin Zhe, Li Lan immediately waved. "Lin Zhe here. It's only been a few days since I've seen you. Why do I feel like you've changed in appearance? Did you get handsome again?" Is feeling more mature and with steely eyes. "Just tell me straight out that I'm getting old." The two were talking and laughing when a discordant voice broke in. "Yo, isn't this Lin Zhe? Meeting early in the morning. What bad luck." Lin Zhe looked at the sound, only to see walking in a brand name clothes of a male. No one else, it is Qin Feng. Behind him, there was also Qin Feng's homeroom teacher, and also Lin Zhe's grade-level director, Lu Jiming. Both of them had a come-hither look on their faces. Lin Zhe directly disliked. "Oh, isn't this my defeated opponent Qin Feng? What are you doing here? Giving me the number 1, a send-off." "Hee. Of course I'm here to participate in the Rising Star competition," Qin Feng said with a cocky expression. "You didn't expect it, did you? So what if you went through all the trouble to get first place? It's only a matter of minutes before my dad uses his connections to get me a spot. Of course, a lower-class person like you, who kills chickens and fish at the food market, can't understand." Upon hearing this, Teacher Li became enraged. "Student Qin Feng, how can you talk like this?" And the other students and faculty in the room frowned. Lu Jiming, who was behind Qin Feng, immediately spoke up. Mr. Li, the students are chatting. We teachers don't need to interrupt, right? And I don't see any problem with what Qin Feng said. It's a good thing to let children see the reality of this society earlier, so that they don't still live in a dream all day long." All the while, he gave a greasy and obnoxious grin. Teacher Lu Yu. Li Lan was immediately choked, and could only smirk at her own stupidity. "All right, I'm on a tight schedule, so I won't waste time with you idlers. Let's go," Qin Feng said with a condescending expression and once again glanced at Lin Zhe with contempt. After that, he led Lu towards the teleportation portal in front of him. However, right at this moment, a cloud of black gas suddenly exploded above Qin and Lu. A woman in a black one-piece leotard descended from the sky and quickly bullied her way to the pair like a shadow. In the next second, two shiny daggers were already against the necks of the two men. Seeing this formation, everyone in the room was shocked. Qin Feng and Lu Jiming were even more frightened. How did this woman in black suddenly appear from the sky? Could it be that she had been ambushed here all along, just that no one had noticed? You, what are you? With the dagger against his neck, Qin Feng instantly lost his arrogant demeanor from earlier. You, what are you doing in public? Lu Jiming was also so scared that even his voice changed. When the crowd checked it out, it was actually a level 46 or an A-rank profession. However, I heard that black-clothed woman staring at the two of them with godless eyes and said in a cold tone, "You two, who spoke out against Lin Xiao, can be directly erased." When these words came out, everyone in the room was shocked again. Mr. Lin? You mean Lindsay? Qin Feng and Lu Jiming were even more wide-eyed. Didn't Lindsay grow up in the slums? Could it be that he actually hid his identity? Judging by the fact that he could hire such a high-level assassin, his status couldn't be low. Only Lindsay himself knew. Han Chi wanted to say Major Lin, but in the middle of saying it, he remembered that he was not allowed to disclose his identity, so he swallowed the word school. However, he didn't realize that by now the onlookers had already started to automatically brainstorm his identity. Among them, Lu Jiming's reaction was the fastest, and he hastened to make amends with a playful smile. Lindsay, don't use force. Everything is negotiable. I didn't know your identity earlier, so please be magnanimous and forgive us. Qin Feng also immediately saw the wind at his back. Yes, Lindsay, I misunderstood you before. I didn't expect you to hide quite deeply. In the future, we can call ourselves brothers and sisters and eat and drink together. Han Chi froze and looked at Lindsay. What do you think? How to deal with it? Lindsay thought to himself. What else can we do? We can't really slaughter them both in public, right? That would just get you in a whole lot of trouble. So he casually ordered, just watch it, just don't go too far. I'm going to head out first. After saying that, he took Leland, who was still in a state of shock, and took the lead to walk into the portal, leaving a group of teachers and students in the hall in a daze. This Lindsay so domineering? After coming out of the teleportation station, Lindsay officially arrived at Tianqing City. This was the first time he had stepped out of the boundaries of Tianyu City since he had traveled to this world. Tianyu City and Tianqing City were two large cities in the western region of the Great Xia Kingdom. They are called sister cities on the surface, but secretly there are all kinds of rivalries, especially a competition like the Rising Stars Tournament, which is a topic of great interest in both cities every year. There was another city in the western region called South Cloud City, but its location was relatively remote, making it seem more mysterious and less noticed. And it was the annual Rising Star contest that brought together the newly awakened professionals from these three cities to compete against each other and determine the rankings. Lindsay was sitting on the bus, and all the way there, he could see advertisements and sponsorships for the Rising Star contest hanging on the street signs, which showed how hot this event was. At that moment, Han Chi sent a message. Major Lin, punishment has been meted out to those two. Lindsay? Oh? How was it punished? Han Chi had them both stripped naked and run naked through the halls, but unfortunately they were quickly arrested by security and I stealthily walked away. A photo followed. Lindsay's mouth twitched. You're a wolf exterminator. Have to say, he kind of admired this Han Chi's brain circuit. Since the race doesn't start until tomorrow, today the organizers took the teachers and students around the well-known attractions of Tianqingcheng and ate the special snacks. In the evening, everyone happily stayed at the Grand Hotel for free. Linza laid down on the hotel's large bed and couldn't wait to summon the demon dragon, as if an old father who hasn't seen his son for a day. But as soon as he came out, Xiao Long sat down on the ground and cried out, "Wah wah wah." Lindsay was confused. Is this hunger? It's not going to be milking, is it? In the next second, the Phantom Queen was summoned. Lindsay, Lilith, can you breastfeed the baby dragon? Master hates it. Lilith's little face flushed. I haven't even given birth yet. Where would I get milk? Then he made a flirtatious gesture. But people can have one with Master now. Lindsay, first things first. Phantom Queen, Master doesn't know. Our demon clan's cubs don't need to eat milk. They just need to eat meat. Lindsay pondered. Eating meat? Where am I going to get him meat now? Suddenly, he thought of tomorrow's competition and stroked Demon Little Dragon's head to comfort him. Good boy. You'll hold back a little bit today and eat the buffet tomorrow. The little dragon was quiet with tears in his eyes as if he understood. By the way, there's still one more chance to draw a prize that isn't used, so hurry up and come and draw it. Lin Zhe immediately opened the lottery page and offered the 10-year lifespan guaranteed a rank reward again. Congratulations on winning the talent. Infinite Devouring Grade S. Talent. Infinite Devouring. Devouring any creature with an attribute inherits 10% of its attribute value. Crap? Lin Zhe was shocked. Drawing the S class again? Am I possessed by the Emperor? And this talent is too shameless. Isn't it? You can increase your attributes just by eating it. He then turned his gaze to the little dragon. Since you love to eat, let's give you this talent. Little dragon looked at Lin Zhe with a pair of big innocent eyes, not yet knowing what an invincible existence he was going to become after today. P.S. Hi everyone. I'm the author herself who has written 500,000 words and traveled back here. Believe me, this book will get better as it goes on. And that's not from me, it's from a lot of readers. It may be a new experience to see 200,000 words, and a new expectation to see 500,000 words. The later you get, the more interesting the main lines, branches, and characters get. And the protagonist is also absolutely awesome and rewarding all the way through, with some really cool spikes and hearty battles, and then there's the fact that it's really stellar and hilarious. I'm still looking forward to adding a bookshelf and catching up with more readers. Chapter 39. Beginning to Kill Indiscriminately. Sky Green City Stadium, the location of the Rising Stars competition replica. Just walking outside, you can already feel a festive atmosphere. Lin Zhe slowly walked into the venue, only to see that the entire gymnasium was already filled with people. Students, teachers, spectators, journalists. The community came together. 2 large screens have also been set up on either side of the stadium, which will broadcast the entire battle in the replica. And on the center field of the stadium stood a Chinese pagoda larger than any you've usually seen. It is the entrance to the replica of this scramble. In front of the pagoda, dozens of participants from 3 cities had already gathered. One by one, all of them were in a spirited manner, and some of them were even wearing luxurious equipment. Obviously, all of them were talents carefully cultivated by major schools, families, and guilds. And when Lin Zhe walked through the crowd, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. First up were the contestants from Tianyu City. In the past few days, they had more or less heard about Lin Zhe's deeds, and yesterday at the station, they had witnessed his killers, teasing the provocateurs. That's why everyone looked at Lin Zhe with awe. The players from Tianqing City and South Cloud City were a bit different. Their information was obviously still relatively backward. Did you guys know? This person is the only S-ranked profession in Tianyu City this year. But it's a crap profession. Tianyu City was crushed by Nanyun and Tianqing last year. And is it pulling so much this year? And this Lin Zhe seems to be close to the Dragonfall Guild's Chen Jin, a connected person. Thus, none of these people looked at Lin Zhe with contempt. Among the crowd, there was another person who was eyeing Lin Zhe. It's none other than Qin Feng. Just yesterday, he was forced by Han Qi to run naked in public and was arrested by the security guards and almost had to go to the police station. Later, he sent someone to investigate carefully and found out that this Lin Zhe had no background whatsoever. He was just a poor man through and through. Qin Feng exploded with anger in the hotel on the spot and smashed the things in the room to pieces. Thinking about those humiliating images from yesterday, he decided that he must have his revenge. Humph. Lin Zhe, just wait and see. I've come with a killer weapon this time. Qin Feng's eyes gradually went cold. Just then, the arena's announcer sounded off. Quiet in the arena, please. Our match is about to begin. First, welcome the 60 contestants from 3 cities. They totaled 4 S-class professionals, 24 A-class, and 32 B-class professionals. The field immediately erupted in applause and cheers from both on and off the field. Next, I'll explain the rules of this competition. The copy of the Rising Star Contest is a special copy, and its map is in the shape of a pyramid with 7 floors. Only a pyramid-shaped map was immediately displayed on the large screen, with the layer below being the largest and getting smaller the higher up it went. Each level is subdivided into areas, each with different landforms, alien monsters, and bosses. Upon entering, each participant will be transported to a random area on level 1, where you can either fight monsters or PK each other. As long as you win, all points will be counted. After reaching a certain number of points on each level, you can choose to come to the portal in the center area and climb up to a higher level. Only the screen showed the point conditions for each level to enter higher levels, which were 1,000 points, 3,000 points, 5,000 points, 8,000 points, 12,000 points, and 20,000 points. The further up the tier you go, the harder it gets and the higher the score. A special reminder that all self-consuming items are disabled in the replica. Only the pill bottles and blue vials distributed by the contest can be used. Finally, we will select the top 3 players of the year based on each individual's score. And based on the total points, we will select the city with the best score. By the way, the contestant who wins the first place will also receive a $1 million prize prepared by the organizing committee. Hearing this amount of prize money, the audience was buzzing with excitement, and the contestants were all ready to go. And now I declare, the game is officially on. Once again, the scene erupted into endless applause and cheers. Then, the players began to walk into the portal in turn, and Lin Zhe followed. It was at this moment that a system quest popped up in front of Lin Zhe's eyes. Ding! You have an optional quest waiting to be claimed. Please choose one of the following options. Option 1. Winning the top 3 places in this competition. Reward: 1 systematic draw up to a level reward. Option 2. Winning the first place in this competition. Reward: 1 system lucky draw guaranteed a ranking reward. Option 3. Winning the first place in this competition and summiting the 7th floor. Reward: 2 systematic draws designated as S-rank rewards. You can choose this time. And the reward for this option 3 is obviously much better than the other 2. Whatever, that's it. Lin Zhe chose the third without the slightest hesitation. Then, faithfully, he entered the portal. After a few seconds of time shifting, Lin Zhe found himself in the middle of a forest. Welcome to Level 1, Area 16, Kobold Forest. Then, uncountable kobolds were seen swarming from all directions, brandishing their weapons. Goblin warrior, goblin archer, goblin shaman. Race: Goblin Class F. Rank: 5. Life value: 1,000. Skills: Shun Chop, Evil Bow and Arrow, Increased Totem, etc. Facing the rushing goblins, Lin Zhe said unhurriedly, "It's really been a long time since I've seen monsters of such a low level. I'm a bit rusty." Bruce, self-help time. Before the words fell, the demon dragon had already appeared in front of him. Ow! The devil dragon was originally so hungry that its eyes were glowing green, and when it saw these kobolds running, it already had a hallucination. In front of its eyes were all walking fresh meat coming to its door. The next second, a ball of lightning spat out of its mouth and hit a kobold. Damage dealt: 4,998 points. The kobold was directly roasted by the lightning and gave off a mesmerizing aroma. Goo goo. The demon dragon's stomach growled furiously and rushed to pounce on the kobold and feasted on it. Kill kobold warrior. Experience plus 50. Life expectancy plus 50 days. Receive plus 5 match points. Demon dragon devours kobold warrior. Triggers talent. Infinite devouring. Inherits 10% of its attributes. Plus 5 to all attributes. When the other kobolds saw the demonic dragon eating up their own kind, where could they stand it, and immediately launched an attack towards it. Damage: 2, 3, 6 bludgeoning. 2. Although the demon dragon was only level 1, its skin was so thick that these attacks were like mosquito bites. However, too many mosquito bites can make you angry. Ow! The demon dragon let out a milky howl of rage, followed by a circle formed by lightning spreading out in all directions. The demon dragon has comprehended a new skill: Electricity Circle. Skill: Electricity Circle. Releases a lightning-attributed circle centered on itself and spreads out continuously, with a maximum diameter of up to 30 meters, dealing damage to enemies along the way equals intelligence 5. Cooldown time: 20 seconds. Crap, I actually comprehended the skill on my own.
Linse was overjoyed.
This was the first time his summoned beasts had comprehended skills on their own, only to see the circle of electricity kill all the kobolds that they encountered along the way. Meanwhile, the race points have risen rapidly and have become 536. Your summoned beast demon dragon has been upgraded. Current level: 2. Meanwhile, the demonic dragon began to frantically eat a roasted kobold meal. Attribute values followed suit and rose wildly. Summoned beast: Demon Dragon Juvenile. Race: Demon, Dragon. Branch: Special Species. Rarity: S-Class. Rank: 2. Life value: 9,500.
Mana: 11.500.
Strength 950, Agility 950, Stamina 950, Intelligence 1350, Spirit 1150. Skills: Thunderball, Electricity Circle. Talent: Immunity to Magic, Unlimited Devouring. Only one level up and so many attributes have grown. Unfortunately, after the little dragon ate more than 30 roasted kobolds to level 3, he couldn't eat anymore and started to snooze in place. After all, it's still a baby and doesn't have that much energy. Otherwise, there's no telling what kind of numerical monster it might turn out to be. Chapter 40. This Lindsay is definitely a hype. Meanwhile, outside the copy, the big screens on both sides of the stadium were showing the real-time situation inside the replica. As there are 60 contestants in total, the camera is constantly switching between each contestant's battle. At that moment, the screen's image was showing a girl with a ponytail and attention-grabbing fiery red hair. She was seen holding a bow and arrow with a flame pattern in her hand, nimbly dodging around amongst a group of kobolds while continuously shooting arrows. Each shot of the arrow, which carried an orange flame, also blossomed into a magnificent firework when it hit the enemy. A cheer immediately erupted from the audience, and it was predominantly boys. Wow, it's Tianyu City's popular player, Mengli. Her profession is an A-ranked spark archer. It's rumored that she joined the Dragonfall Guild on the first day she awakened her profession, and she's also on good terms with Dragonfall's daughter, Chu Yuyu. Worthy of being my wife. She's so beautiful and sassy. Off. Since when is she your wife? It's my wife. Then the camera switches to another player, only to see the picture is also a girl, cool-looking, deep pupils and dressed in ethnic-style clothing, and wearing a lot of silver jewelry all over the body. The whole person gives off a mysterious feeling of being out of place. This girl was facing the hedgehog human race, and at this point, she was already surrounded by a group of enemies that were clustered into balls of spikes, making it difficult to break through the defense with physical attacks. Instead, the girl, with a cool face, slowly pulled out a silver bell from her loose cuffs and gently shook it. Ding, ding, ding. The silver bells made a crisp ringing sound. In the next second, the land underneath the bodies of those hedgehog people unexpectedly crawled out with dense worms. In a matter of moments, the girl's surroundings were transformed into a sea of poisonous insects, and dozens of hedgehog people all died of poisoning. The audience all sucked in a breath of cold air. Many people are wondering, which player is this? Someone else also excitedly introduced, this is Io from our southern Cloud City. She's an S-ranked profession, an insect sentinel. Wow, it's beautiful and has a very morbid look to it. I love it. Dear Mengli, by the time you read this letter, I'll already be in love with Io and want to say sorry. Geez, you guys are disgusting Jime guys. Together we'll guard the cool and beautiful Io. Then the camera switches again. This time, the characters on the screen had only just come out for a second before the entire audience erupted into an unprecedented frenzy. Most of them were girls, and each of them screamed at the top of their lungs, Qi Xingyu, Qi Xingyu, Qi Xingyu, only to see that in the picture, a flamboyant young man was holding a long sword and waving it in a flowing manner. At the same time, 6 long swords were fluttering up and down around his body, combining defense and offense. In a matter of moments, a dozen or so rats had been cut down by the sword. Ah, is this the strength of the S-class profession, Immortal Swordsman? It's worthy of being the pride of our Tianqing city.
So handsome, so cute.
Brother Xingyu, Mommy loves you. I heard that Qi Xingyu is from the Qi family of the Swordfront Guild. His sister is the famous Qi Yueying. Look at people's strength, background and looks. I'm really sour. Next, the camera continues to switch. In the middle of the picture, a teenager was sitting cross-legged on the ground meditating as if nothing had happened. On the ground in front of him, a small, dark thing was huffing and puffing. There was a buzz from the audience. Who's this? This seems to be that Lin what's-his-name from Tianyu City. He's the only S-rank profession in Tianyu City this year, but it's rumored to be a trash profession. That's right, that's him. His profession is called Demon Summoner, and I heard that he has to sacrifice his lifespan, so no one dares to summon him. That sleeping little thing, that's his summoned beast, right? Let me take a look at it. Sees less? It's only level 3? OMG, this is too weak. For a moment, even those spectators in Tianyu City who had heard rumors about Lindsay were made to feel less confident. After all, no one has ever seen him actually play in person. You guys, Lin Zhe has been reported to be so hot these days. It's not possible that he's actually a water boy, is it? That's what I think. I guess he signed up with some company and deliberately hyped it up. The next step is to become a netizen, right? Hey, it seems that this year, Tianyu City is really pulling a bit. I guess it's going to lose to Tianqing and Nanyun again. Since there was really nothing to see in Lindsay's picture, the guide quickly switched the camera to the next person. Meanwhile, inside the copy, Lindsay saw that little dragon was still sleeping, so he didn't bother him and sat next to him to operate the turtle breath technique. At that moment, a girl's voice sounded behind her. "You're Lindsay." The tone was aggressive and nonchalant. Lindsay turned his head, only to see a red-haired girl with a bow and arrow standing not far away. It was none other than Mengli from Tianqing City. Aside from a pretty good face, it looks pretty ordinary to me.
Mengli kumanta sharply.
You are. Linza was a bit confused. Humph, you don't need to know so much. Mengli couldn't help but say, "I'm here to settle the score with you." Lindsay's black man asked, "Settling accounts? Do I know you?" Mengli, "You don't need to know. You're the kid who wants to climb high on our family's yo-yo sister?" It turned out that Mengli was one of Chu Yuyu's fangirls, and she joined the Dragonfall Guild because of Chu Yuyu. There was a Chu Yuyu fan support group online, and she was the leader. After seeing Lindsay's news a few days ago, she exploded with anger on the spot and decided that she must settle the score with Lindsay. On this end, before Lindsay had time to speak, Mengli continued, "Let me tell you, our yo-yo sister is gentle, kind, sweet and generous, not worthy of a toad like you. She's just too nice and innocent to fall under the spell of people like you." When Mengli complimented Chu Yuyu, it was with eyes full of tenderness and admiration. When he spoke of Lindsay, his eyes were immediately on the verge of spitting out fire. Took Lindsay's breath away. "Actually, Chu Yuyu and I met just once."
Lindsay explained.
I didn't expect you to be even worse than I thought," which made Mengli even angrier. "You're actually a scumbag who dares to do nothing. Go yourself." After saying that, with a sensitive backward step, his body lightly jumped into midair. At the same time, the bow was open in his hand to draw the string, and orange flames were already flickering on the arrows. At this moment outside the copy, inside a VIP lounge high up in the arena, the principals of all the high schools, as well as the directors of the admissions offices of all the prestigious universities, are gathering here to watch the battle. Those directors of the admissions office were all bright-eyed and watched each player in the replica very carefully. After all, the annual rookie tournament is also their main battlefield. Every university wants to get the best students in their pockets first. One of the directors said, "This year, Tianqing City has gained a lot of momentum. Not only did it give birth to two S-rank professions, but several A-rank professions have also performed very brightly. Mengli, for example, is very good, both in terms of fighting strength and potential. We'll take this person from our school. You all move back a little. This teacher, please behave yourself. Mengli's classmates are also on our university's reservation list, and we are not going to budge. Everybody calm down. Calm down, fair play." Next to him, the principal of Tianqing Second Middle School heard the discussion and stroked his beard very smugly, as Mengli was from his school. Standing beside him were Lu Hanlin and Feng Wuchun. "Old Lu and Old Wind, you guys in Tianyu City did pull your crotch a bit this year," that principal said. "Especially you, Lao Lu. It's so hard to come out with an S rank. But it's a cockamamie profession. I feel bad for you." While it's said to feel sorry for him, it's actually secretly bragging. Lu Hanlin, however, did not argue and said calmly, "No hurry. No hurry. Watch the game." Feng Wudust, "No rush, no rush. It's not certain which high school Lindsay is from until he officially graduates." Lu Hanlin, "You go to the side." Meng Li's principal shook his head beside him, thinking, "You two are really ducks dying with hard mouths." While this was happening, a message was displayed on the big screen. Tianqing Chung Mengli is out of the game. Accumulated points, 102.
Principal Mengli, vous.
The directors who are fighting over Mengli, W. The entire audience, W. Chapter 41. Teenage Girls and Bugs, a favorite episode. A heated discussion arose in the audience. Goddess Mengli, how could she be eliminated so quickly? Could it be that we've encountered some powerful boss? Impossible. How powerful can a boss on the first floor be? I think it was just backstabbed by someone else. I can't take it. Is there anyone to avenge my wife? Just then, the big screen humanely played a replay of Meng Li's real-time follow-up shot. Just 1 minute ago, just as Meng Li made a retreat, the bow and arrow in her hand was about to be launched out at Lin Zhe. At that moment, she suddenly felt her back hit on top of a huge object. Her reflexes were also extremely sharp, and she immediately distanced herself from the huge object. Fixing his eyes on it, he saw that the giant thing was covered with skin like lava and had a pair of curved horns on its head, looking evil and powerful. Strange. Is there this monster in the goblin forest? Meng Li wondered. Immediately, he tried a few arrows. Snap! Pop! Pop! The arrows burst into several brilliant fireworks on the beast. However, after the sparks dispersed, the behemoth was unharmed, with not a single superficial injury. At this time, the giant beast even spoke. Heh! Another lowly thing that plays with fire to my head? Then, in the very next second, the entirety of the camera is covered in a sea of fire and the shot is interrupted. After the replay was broadcast, everyone in the room was in a state of stupor. There was a long silence before the discussion broke out again. What the hell was that just now? Is there such a high difficulty boss in the first-tier copy? Is there a mistake somewhere? The principals and directors in the VIP lounge had the same reaction. Quickly go get a technician. Did they get the wrong data when designing the replica? Getting the high-level bosses to the first level. At this moment, the spearhead on the audience's side was pointed at Lin Zhe again. Was Goddess Meng Li piking that Lin Zhe just now? And why isn't Lin Zhe out then? I guess Lin Zhe ran away as soon as he saw that monster. Escaped. Damn, this freight gas is too good. Isn't it? That's right. And why doesn't he go give our Goddess Meng Li a hand? The crowd has begun to sound off. Meanwhile, inside the copy, still unaware that he had been targeted, Lin Zhe spat. Who the hell is that woman? Why is it so inexplicable? Just now, when he saw that Meng Li was actually about to attack himself at the drop of a hat, he directly summoned the Inferno demon. And then that episode played out. At that moment, a prompt popped up on Lin's interface. Gained plus 100 race points. Current total, 636 points. It's better to continue brushing up to 1,000 points and then hurry to the second level. Next, Lin Zhe directly led Inferno to set the mountain on fire and ruthlessly brushed the entire goblin forest. When you encountered the level 8 boss king of goblins, of course, it was also instantly killed. The score quickly rose to 1084. Meanwhile, there were a number of other contestants who quickly reached 1,000 points or more. After all, the first level is not very difficult. But there were also those who were eliminated from the game early, mostly some relatively weak B-level professions. Lin Zhe arrived at the center of the first floor and stepped into the portal, and time and space shifted once again. Welcome to Level 2, Area 7, Blood Wolf Canyon. Only to see that the environment he was in had turned into a rocky canyon area, surrounded by a haze of mist. There was also a ghostly wolf howl in the distance every now and then. Lin Zhe walked in the middle of a path lined with grass on both sides, so quiet that even his own footsteps could be heard clearly. Just then, a sudden sizzling sound came from the front. In the next second, several beasts with bloodshot eyes scurried out from the middle of the fog. Blood wolves on patrol. Race, Blood Wolf. Level, 10. Life value, 2,500. Skills, Blood Wolf Claws, Deadly Bite. As he watched, several blood wolves lunged towards Lin Zhe, but he was not afraid at all and shouted, "It's your turn, hellhounds." In the next second, 10 majestic and domineering black dogs emerged from the shadows on the ground. Hellhound versus Blood Wolf. It always feels like a special match. Moreover, the level of the monsters encountered a few times before were too high, and now it was just the right time for the Hellhound to upgrade. Only 10 Hellhounds were seen lunging out to meet the Blood Wolf's attack, and the racial suppression coupled with the additions of various equipment and talents caused the enemy to instantly collapse. The Blood Wolves, which were so powerful just a moment ago, all let out miserable cries of ow ow ow. Kill Blood Wolf. Experience plus 100. Life expectancy plus 100 days. Kill Blood Wolf. Experience plus 100. Life expectancy plus 100 days. Points plus 8. Points plus 8. Not bad, not bad. Linza stroked the Hellhound's forehead. Just then, however, the Hellhounds suddenly had their ears straightened up and looked toward the front with alertness, only to see a figure slowly walking towards Lin Zhe in the fog in front of him. accompanied by a kind of tinkling, tinkling, tinkling sound like a bell. Only when the figure came closer did Lin Zhe see that it was a girl in ethnic-style clothing. The appearance was beautiful, but it had a cool feeling of being uninviting. It was none other than South Cloud City's S-ranked profession, the Imperial Bugmaster Io. Only the girl's face was expressionless. Her head tilted slightly to the side as she said, "S-rank you too? You are?" Lin Zhe asked curiously. At the same time, he silently spat in his mind. Why do I keep encountering some strange characters today? Now this one can't even speak. But what Lin Zhe didn't know was that the audience outside the replica was once again boiling at this moment. Look, the new wife Io has appeared. She's going to PK someone, wait. Her PK is that Lin Zhe guy. It's rumored that Io has just PK'd 3 people in a row, and all 3 of them didn't last more than 1 minute. This is Lin Zhe's end. Good wow, good wow. Io's wife, please teach that kid a hard lesson for my ex-wife Mengli. Everyone, with immense anticipation, watched as Lin Zhe was defeated, only to see Ayao gently shaking the bell on her body.
刷刷刷，林泽和地狱猎犬的脚下立刻钻出数不清的毒虫来。
Here it comes, the maiden and the worm, a favorite episode. Some viewers with more unique tastes cheered, only to see that, after those poisonous insects drilled out, the hellhounds immediately began to drop blood like crazy. Oh, it's poisoned. Lin Zhe reacted. That's not right. It seems that in addition to being poisoned, they've also been hit with paralysis, retardation, and so on, as well as a special cursed state. What a powerful bug. Lin Zhe was also a bit surprised, not expecting this girl to be so evil. The hellhound was then retrieved. Look guys, Lin Zhe can't do it anymore. Taking back all the summoned beasts, the audience watched in fascination. However, in the very next second, Io sensed a hint of something wrong, because Lin's blood level hadn't dropped at all. You vermin aren't afraid? There was a ripple on Ayao's cool face. What she didn't know was that Lin Zhe had the blessing of the turning good fortune into good fortune talent, so the negative statuses were directly immune. Lin Zhe slowly spoke. Why is it that every single one of them is somehow attacking me? Are people so rude nowadays? Suddenly his eyes changed and he said, Since you want to fight, then I'll be rude? However, the moment their eyes met, Ayao immediately took a step back. With that, he struck a welcoming pose, as if he had encountered some great and unprecedented crisis. The uninformed audience cheered again. Quick look, Ayao seems to be about to zoom in. I haven't seen Cold Beauty put on such a big show before. I'm looking forward to it. Hurry up and knock that Lindsay down. In the next second, Io moved. The movement was as swift as lightning. Directly in the opposite direction of Lin Zhe, he pulled his legs out and ran. Lindsay, audience, What they didn't know was that Io had grown up in a wild valley and had very precise animal instincts. By now, the hairs on her body were standing up in sweat. Scary, that person. So scary. Io escaped while still shivering slightly. Chapter 42, Nan Yun Cheng's plan. Everyone was confused by the scene before them. What happened? Did I miss something? The camera didn't catch Lin Zhe just now. What did he do to Io that made her run straight away? Trash Lin Zhe. Unless he drops his pants on Io in public. I'm having a hard time thinking of why Io would run. I don't understand it. But I'm blown away. Many began to speculate wildly, and the more they thought about it, the more outrageous it became. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge, the principal and directors were also very confused. A few principals came up and asked Lu Hanlin, Old Lu, what exactly did you, Lin Zhe, do to the other little girl? I'm telling you, it's against the law to molest someone. Lu Hanlin was speechless for a while. Is there a possibility that Lin Zhe, he is really powerful? Several other principals immediately shook their heads at this statement. Blow, you keep blowing. What strength can he have as a demon summoner? If he has strength, he has no life. Forget it, if you don't say anything, just don't say anything. I'll see how long this Lin Zhe can hold out. Inside the copy, Linza summoned the bloodied hellhounds and turned on the new talent he had gained after his first rank breakthrough. Demon Hot Springs. Start healing the dogs. The dogs were instantly full of blood and status. Well, go ahead and brush up on the monsters. And so began to trot along, brushing the wolves in Blood Wolf Canyon quickly. Walking to the bottom of the pass, I heard a howl of, oh! A giant wolf covered in red fur appeared in front of them, much larger than those small soldiers just now. Boss Blood Moon Wolf King. Race, Blood Wolf. Level, 15. Life value, 16,000. Skills, Arcane Dagger, Spell Riptide, etc. Expand for details. Description: a wolf who steals spells from an elven magic academy and leads his pack to become more powerful. Only a circle of flying daggers made up of spells appeared around the Wolf King, with the tips of the daggers pointing at Lin Zhe. The 10 hellhounds were also not the least bit out of place, all stopping in front of Lin Zhe, showing their teeth and sending a warning to the Wolf King. Lindsay, how about it? Dogs, confident? Need to hire help. Woof! The hellhound barked decisively, as if to show great confidence. Very well, go on. The 10 big black dogs immediately transformed into 10 dark shadows on the ground and glided towards the Wolf King. That Wolf King was also startled, and those spell-flying daggers immediately stabbed towards the dark shadows on the ground. However, the hellhound was invincible in the shadow state and did no damage at all. In the next second, 10 dark shadows had already bullied their way to the Blood Moon Wolf King's surroundings. And then, the shadows exploded at the same time, and 10 big black dogs leapt out from the ground. Each one took a bite towards the Wolf King's body. Although that Wolf King was higher than the hellhound in terms of attributes, it was difficult to cope with 10 times the number of enemies. Soon enough, the blood bar bottomed out under the bleeding damage of the hellhound. Kill the boss Blood Moon Wolf King. Experience plus 2,500. Lifespan plus 2,500 days. Obtained loot, 2,500 copper coins. Spell Dagger Skill Book. Blood Moon Wolf King's Teeth Material. Congratulations, your summoned beast hellhound has been upgraded. Current level, 23. And at that moment, Lin Zhe's points had come to 2,836. I'm still a little short of qualifying to go to the 3rd floor, but it seems like I've already finished brushing the monsters on this map. Lin Zhe was in a bit of a quandary. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to head towards the center of the area, looking for monsters to fight again as he went. Meanwhile, the regional center on the 2nd level. A few Tianyu City's B-rank professionals passed by the teleportation gate. Let's try to reach 3,000 points quickly, then we can go to the 3rd floor, one of the professionals said excitedly. Yeah, looking forward to it. It was at this point, however, that each person suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. What's going on? A feeling of nausea and wanting to throw up. Me too. It's not like I ate bad yesterday, is it? Look, you guys. There are lots of little people dancing on my head. The dancing villain didn't see it, but over there came 2 mushrooms. One thick and one thin. That thick mushroom is coming toward me. Wait, what's it going to do? Help! The mushroom is killing people. A few people themselves didn't even know what was happening and were instantly eliminated from the game. However, this scene was seen very clearly from the viewpoint of the audience. The audience didn't understand what the guys were talking about with the mushrooms. What they had just seen was a man and a woman appearing behind a couple of the guys. The woman was very tall, with long straight black hair that fell like a waterfall down to her calves, looking a little bit beautiful and a little bit mysterious. The man, on the other hand, was very tall and fit, wearing a sleeveless cloth shirt that revealed his muscular arms, and they were covered in tattoos of strange designs. Just now, it was this man who had sent those B-class professionals out with one hand like he was squeezing a small chicken. At this moment, the man said very proudly, "Humph, is this the level of Tianyu City and Tianqing City's professionals? I think it's really worse than garbage." When these words came out, many people in the audience let out a cry of discontent, only to see the woman very alluringly relying on the man's body. She said, "Barbarian Bone, your movements just now were so handsome and fierce." The man wrapped his arms around the woman's water snake waist and said, "This is nothing. When we take the 1st place in South Cloud City, I'll let you see a more handsome and fierce one at night." Audience, do you two realize there are cameras rolling? Must you flirt openly like this? Really, it makes my heart yellow. Just listen to the pair continue to chat. Woman, that worked pretty well for us just now. I'll give them the status first, then you give them the killing blow. I think we'll just crouch here and kill all of Tianqing and Tianyu's. Man, it's still you who has a brain. Let's do it. Thus, in the next few hours, the 2 hunted several more professionals using this method, including some A-class professionals. Moreover, the 2 killed the incoming people when they saw that they were from Tianyu City and Tianqing City, and let them go to the next level when they were from Nanyun City. The move left many in the audience thoroughly disgruntled. This is nothing. It's not fair at all for you two to stage an ambush here. Yeah, and it's so not martial. And can you two not touch each other in the bushes? And make weird noises? Many principals in the VIP lounge voiced the same complaint. These two are Barbarian Bone and you from Southern Cloud City, right? Both of them are ranked professions. Neither of them are weak, so why would they do such things as backstabbing people? A principal in national costume walked out, but he was quite smug. The Rising Star competition is not only about strength, but also about tactics. Which rule says that backstabbing is not allowed? The other principals were dumbfounded because in principle this was indeed the case. Meanwhile, inside the copy, Barbarian Bone and Ayu were in the middle of an ambush when suddenly a figure appeared, and upon fixing their eyes on it, it was none other than the new wife of quite a few people, Ayao. Ayu immediately stepped forward and asked, Ayao sister, how is it going on your side? 8 killed. 2 not good enough to kill. Ao replied in a raw language. Oh? Which 2 were the bad kills?
Guixingyu, Lin Ze.
Lin Ze, the most dangerous. I've heard of Qi Xingyu, his strength is indeed very strong. But that Lin Ze, it's rumored to be just a vain S-rank profession, it shouldn't be. You was a bit puzzled. Forget it. Ayo-chan, you go ahead and continue hunting other professionals. Leave this place to us. Aha! Ao answered and ran off. Hearing this conversation, the people outside the replica sort of all understood that their South Cloud City's plan this year was to combine their efforts to eliminate the other cities. That gives them a better chance of winning with one of their own taking first place. It was a reasonable tactic, but many viewers were still angry and pounding their chests, screaming injustice. Just then, a handsome young man in black light armor was slowly coming with light steps. Chapter 43 Lin Ze turned out to be so awesome? In the grass, Barbarian Bone said in dissatisfaction. I don't think this Io is reliable either. He can't even beat that Lin Ze, and he even said he's the most dangerous. I couldn't even hold back my laughter just now. That Lindsay? Dangerous cock? Ayu explained. Sister Ayao grew up living in the deep mountains, so she probably hasn't seen much of the world, right? I've heard that Lin Ze's occupation is simply unusable. Barbarian Bone. Heh, it's managed to pique my curiosity, kind of wanting to meet this person. Ayu. Then there's no need to compare. Surely my family's Barbarian Bone is much more powerful than him. Barbarian Bone. It's still my Ayu who can talk. Come on, mouth one. After saying that, the two of them got mushy again. Just then, a teenager in black light armor passed by the grass where the two were ambushed and headed towards the portal. The two of them immediately used their detection skills. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil, this isn't. I'll cast the illusion, only to see you standing up and pulling out a red mushroom from somewhere. Still the red umbrella laying on a slab kind of thing. Then dance in place in a folk-inspired style. Linza heard a loud noise and turned around. A woman with long hair and feet was holding a mushroom and twisting her body frantically. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? Lin Ze was very puzzled. Hearing Lin Ze's words, you smiled confidently and evilly. He's hit. Then, Barbarian Bone strutted towards Lin Ze. While walking, he also opened taunting. Ha ha ha. So you're Lin Ze? It's true that you're pretty much what I thought. Skinny like a chicken. Not even as good as a B-ranked piece of trash. Only those strange tattoos on Barbarian Bone's robust arms lit up with an eerie glow. Then, he clenched his right arm into a fist, making a storing motion, and the next second he was about to hit towards Lin Ze's face. Meanwhile, the audience. Good lord. This time Lin Ze will finally be finished. However, I can't seem to be happy about letting this savage bone win. Come to think of it, Lin Ze hasn't done anything to harm the heavens or the earth. Hey! A second of silence for Lindsay. However, this punch of Barbarian Bone appeared to be carrying a mountainous force, and it rushed straight at Lin Ze's face. In the next second, Lin Ze was raising his hand, and his palm caught the Barbarian Bone's sandbag-sized fist with ease. Brute Bone? I've been meaning to ask since just now. One of you dances at the drop of a hat, and the other beats people up without saying anything. What do you want? Lin Ze said somewhat helplessly. What? Barbarian Bone and you were shocked at the same time. You actually missed my compulsion illusion mage illusion? And I, battle tattoo warrior, am able to utilize my tattoos to increase my power to 100 times, and you even came next with one hand? It took the two of them a moment to remember in their incomparable shock. Could it be that what Io said is true? What an epileptic pair.
Linse coldly spat.
But I do have a suitable opponent for you two here. In the next second, the Inferno Demon and the Phantom Queen appeared behind Lin Zhe at the same time. One was large in size and the other was bewitching to the bone, each giving the man and woman in front of them a run for their money. The two tried to check their messages and found that they were surprisingly full of question marks. Just how high are these two summoned beasts? However, there was no way they could wait for an answer. In the next second, one of the two high-level demons used a fist and the other swung a whip, neither of them exerting much force, directly making the two people's bloodstains empty. This scene just now was also captured by the camera and played on the big screen outside the replica in a complete and clear manner. The mouths of everyone present, including those principals and directors of admissions offices in the VIP lounge, each had their mouths open into an O shape. Everyone's head felt like it was spinning. This Lin Zhe turned out to be so awesome? I can't believe I summoned two summoned beasts, and both of them were killed in seconds? Did you guys notice that one of the summoned beasts is the one that fought against Meng Li? So, Meng Li was actually killed by Lin Zhe in seconds? After the reminder, everyone sucked in even more air. Who the hell said Lin Zhe was weak? Come out for me. I promise I won't beat you to death. Lindsay sighed. After easily spiking a pair of epileptic males and females, his points also came to 3,036 points, qualifying him to go to the third floor. Just as he was about to step into the portal, Inferno suddenly realized something was wrong. It strides toward the grass next to it, one large hand clawing through the grass. Ah, help! A milky little girl's voice came out. In the next second, a short little girl's entire body was lifted up by Inferno's back collar and grabbed out of the grass. My lord! A small mouse was found. Inferno invited. Could it be that there's an ambush? Lin Zhe half narrowed his eyes. Wait! I'm not a bad person, the girl exclaimed, feeling on the verge of tears. Put her down, Linza ordered. But see Yen demon hand loose. The little girl, ouch, directly sat on the ground. The picture is very comical. The little girl rubbed her but while explaining, just now, I was about to enter the portal, but I saw that pair was going down on someone else, and I didn't dare to go forward, so I've been hiding here. Until just now when you came over. Lin Zhe looked up and down at this little girl, only to see that she was short and petite, with two pill hair buns on her head, wearing a bright yellow dress that looked quite cute. We have elementary school students competing in this brawl? Lin Zhe was puzzled. Who are you talking about, elementary school students? The little girl frowned. I'm 18 years old and a senior in high school. Okay? I know you're Lin Zhe. My name is Zhou Xiaoyu, and our schools are close. I'm from the first middle school. Oh? So you're also from Tianyu City? Or from Principal Feng Wu Chen's school? Speaking of Principal Feng, Zhou Xiaoyu lowered her head and said, actually, he also gave me a task to let me persuade you to transfer to the first middle school. Lin Zhe was speechless for a while and laughed dryly. I didn't realize that this old man hasn't died yet. You don't need to ignore him. Only to hear Zhou Xiaoyu continue. Can I team up with you? Sorry. Lin Zhe directly refused. I don't team up with people. Grouping up means experience and points are split evenly, purely at your own peril. Does it really not work? Zhou Xiaoyu said accusingly. Then it seems I can only stay here and wait for the time to end. After all, it's too intimidating to go to the third floor with my monster-attracting talent. After saying that, Zhou Xiaoyu lowered her head and prepared to return to the grass just now, squatting down as a mushroom that no one could see. Wait! Lin Zhe, however, suddenly brightened up. What talent did you say you had? I mean, one of my talents has an automatic monster lure that I can't turn off yet. Group now, group immediately. Lin Zhe was instantly beaming with joy.
Chapter 44 Linse's monster was wrapped.
Outside the arena, the radio broadcasts again. Dear viewers, the following is a summary of the battle. Out of the 60 contestants who participated, 29 have already gone out. 31 remain. Now, many contestants have already entered the third level, which means that they will face even tougher tests and more intense competition. Just how many people will be able to stay and successfully ascend to the fourth floor? Let's wait and see. In the VIP lounge, the principal's palms were clenched. For the really good students, passing levels 1 and 2 is only a warm-up. Level 3 is the official start. The monsters on this floor generally came to level 15 and above, while many students were able to rise to level 15 or so from awakening profession to entry. Not only that, since the entire copy was pyramid-shaped. The higher up the pyramid, the fewer the number of areas and the fewer the bosses, which meant that everyone might face a situation where there were too many monks and too few gruel. Whether to cooperate or compete is also a tactical question. As such, this level is also the one where the true level is most easily seen and can be considered the watershed between the strong and the weak. At this moment, among the group of directors of the admissions office, there were several people who had eyes like torches with anticipation in their eyes. They were directors of several of the top universities in Daxia, such as Qingbei University, Nanhai University, Western War College, Eastern Biological Research College, Qinglong Martial Arts Academy, and so on. Everyone was very clear that the third level was their best chance to discover top talent. On their draft paper, several names had been written down. The most popular is still Qi Xingyu. Not only is he the heir to the president of the Questioning Sword Guild, but he also showed quite good strength in the replica with a move of 10,000 Swords of Heaven. One person can rival the strength of a small team. In addition, there is an A-ranked player who has also caught their attention, Frost Magician Qin Feng, who can manipulate the powerful ice elemental force, and his performance is also noteworthy. And I also heard that his father is the boss of a large company, looking for him to enter the school. Maybe it can also be interchangeable. As for Lin Zhe, although many directors had seen that he was not weak, they felt that it was too evil and only put his name into the pending area. Inside the copy, Qin Feng was wearing a set of flashy equipment and easily finished off a boss, and his points had reached the qualification to go to the third floor. Hiring a professional accompanying trainer to take me on a copy fight in the past few days has really improved a lot, Qin Feng thought secretly, and they even gave me an A-ranked trinket equipment for my father's sake. The attribute bonus is very good. His eyes flinched as he muttered to himself, Lin Zhe, a poor man like you doesn't have the chance to obtain these resources. What are you comparing yourself to me with? After a while, I'll make sure to educate you properly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the copy, Lin Zhe pulled Zhou Xiaoyu into his party after hearing that her talent was to automatically attract monsters. This is completely a walking experience brushing machine. With her, do I need to actively seek out monsters to fight on my own? Lin Zhe looked down at Zhou Xiaoyu and revealed an evil smile. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyu hastily protected her chest. You, what are you doing? Thinking of something exciting. Lin Zhe planned how to brush up on the monsters in a while. Oh my god, what a pervert. Zhou Xiaoyu shivered. Eventually, the two of them walked into the portal that led to the third level. Time and space shifted, and after a few seconds, the two had arrived in the middle of a wilderness. Welcome to Level 3, Area 1. The bloody wasteland. As far as the eye could see, there were mountains of bones and rivers of blood. A breeze blew through the air and a rush of blood rushed into his nostrils. Zhou Xiaoyu's face revealed an ominous look. I can feel that there are many monsters approaching us. Just then, they only saw a pair of blood-red eyes emerge from the surrounding bushes, each pair eyeing Lin Zhe's side. Yikes! Zhou Xiaoyu instantly screamed in terror and shivered as she hid behind Lin Zhe. However, Lin Zhe was all excited, only to see that the pairs of eyes were approaching towards the two of them, gradually contracting their encirclement. Then a red-skinned, somewhat ape-like looking creature appeared. Orc Soldier. Race, Orc Class D. Level, 15. Life Value, 3,000. Skills, Bloodthirsty Swing, etc. Hehehe. So it's two humanoids. One of the orcs let out a contemptuous laugh. Brothers, we have roasted meat to eat at night. Woo hoo 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 hoo. The other orcs burst into a series of strange cheers of excitement. Then there was a swarm of people. Ah, help! Zhou Xiaoyu held her head and crouched on the ground, not daring to look at those rushing enemies at all. Mom! I want to go home. She regretted that she had to show off and come to the third floor. However, while quietly waiting for the elimination, they realized that those orcs were slow to charge over. Zhou Xiaoyu raised his head to look, only to see that those orcs had automated into ashes after charging to a certain distance. Upon taking a closer look, they only saw that the circle of ground surrounding Lin Zhe and her had already been reduced to a piece of lava and scorched earth. Lin Zhe, on the other hand, was standing motionless, still looking relaxed. This is also Lin Zhe's skill? Isn't he a summoner? Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. However, they saw that the orcs in the front row all realized this as well, and shouted, "There's something wrong with this human race. Retreat first." However, The orcs in the back continued to rush forward as if they were not listening, pushing the front row of their kind into the ring of fire, and then becoming the front row themselves in a constant cycle. Oh, this is your talent for attracting monsters. Lindsay was also very surprised. This doesn't even require me to take the initiative to chase after monsters. I can't imagine you're quite useful, he quipped to Zhou Xiaoyu. Uhu. Is that human language you're talking about? Zhou Xiaoyu chagrined. I'm almost afraid to go out because of this talent. But at least one thing to rejoice about is the rising experience value. Kill Orc Soldier. Experience plus 75. Points plus 8. Lifespan plus 150 days. Kill Orc Soldier. Experience plus 75. Points plus 8. Lifespan plus 150 days. In addition to longevity, Zhou Xiaoyu also shared experience and points. And for Linza, even though it was a 50-50 split, it was still faster than going after his prey on his own. In the blink of an eye, Lindsay had eliminated over 100 orcs and had risen by over 1,000 points. Let's go. Go fight the boss, said Lindsay, pulling up Zhou Xiaoyu and running towards the front. Along the way, many more small monsters were attracted, all of which were easily disposed of by Lindsay. On the way, they also encountered some other players, all of whom were dumbfounded by the two's maneuvers, and before they had time to react, the monsters had already been snatched over. It didn't take long to run, and the two arrived at the boss area, only to see that next to a few stone-built houses, an orc that was much taller and more majestic than those small soldiers just now was lying on its side on a throne made of animal bones. Boss Orc Tribe Leader. Race, Orc Class D. Level, 20. Life Value, 35,000. Skills, Axe King Cleave, Blood Burning Rage, etc. Expand to view details. However, when the orc leader heard someone step into the area, he lazily opened his eyes to take a glance and slowly climbed up. Then with a leap, he jumped not far in front of Lindsay, and in his hands there were already two more huge plate axes. Lindsay clenched his fists and was about to start the fight. However, a sudden flurry of changes occurred, only to see many ice spikes suddenly flying from behind Lindsay, swish la la, like a rainstorm towards the leader. Even Lindsay was nearly caught in the wave, immediately pulling Zhou Xiaoyu to the side and dodging this time. That chief obviously didn't expect this sudden attack, and by the time he reacted, his entire body had already been controlled in place by the freezing effect applied by the ice spikes. 1,000, 1,500, 1,200, dozens of ice spikes quickly finished off the orc leader. Lindsay that didn't rub off on a single drop of blood. So I was robbed of a monster? For the first time in his life, Lindsay encountered this kind of thing and was a little surprised. So that's what it feels like to blame being robbed. Lindsay came to a realization. Don't say. It's quite a step down. Lindsay looked back. He saw a cockney man in white vestments, holding an expensive scepter in his hand, standing there condescendingly. If it wasn't his old rival Qin Feng, who else could it be? At this moment, Qin Feng said with a smug look on his face, "Yo, isn't this my good classmate Lindsay? Sorry, I didn't recognize it was you just now and almost hit you." A cocky smile surfaced on his face. "However, if I had recognized it was you, I would have taken care of you along with me just now." "You, what do you mean?" Zhou Xiaoyu heard this and immediately stood out to voice her anger. "It's not even if you rob the monsters. Do you still want to put us to death?" "Oh? Where are you an elementary school student from?" Qin Feng mocked. "Lindsay, aren't you the one who doesn't group with others? Why did you group a little girl?" "Oh, I see. I thought you weren't interested in those girls at school, so you're good at it?" Lindsay, however, didn't get angry. He knew that Qin Feng, the dog, just loved to bark. I only heard him calmly say, "Qin Feng, why are you everywhere? The ghost is still there. Is it because yesterday's naked run wasn't enough?" As soon as Qin Feng heard this, the images of yesterday's humiliation in the teleportation station echoed before his eyes. "You seek death." He was instantly irritated and swung the long staff in his hand, only to see countless ice spikes rapidly condensing in the air around them. When he was in the trial copy, Qin Feng had also used this ice explosion technique, only now I'm afraid that the scale was again 10 times as large as last time. "Oh? I didn't think you'd become powerful, huh?" Lindsay pretended to be surprised. "Hee. I've called several experts to take me to fight the book during this time," Qin Feng said condescendingly. "Of course, This kind of resources is something that people like you can't even envy. Bah! Why am I wasting so much time talking to you? Qin Feng's eyes suddenly flashed. Lin Zhe, you go to hell. In the next second, all the ice spikes in all directions came towards Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe was about to turn on the lava domain when he heard Zhou Xiaoyu yell, "Watch out!" Then a cloud of smoke exploded around her body, only to see her previously petite body suddenly enlarge and turn into a huge beast, more than 2 meters tall, holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, blocking Lin Zhe's body. The large shield in his hand was raised above his head like an umbrella, unfurling a field of energy to ward off those ice spikes. Qin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect this little girl to be able to transform, and turned into a beast that was several times bigger than her original body, and blocked his own lookout. Ow! The giant beast Zhou Xiaoyu roared towards Qin Feng, feeling like saliva was flying onto Qin Feng's face. "You stepping horse! Do you want to die?" The behemoth cursed in a coarse voice. Also, I hate being called a schoolboy. It was a far cry from the image of the somewhat shy little girl from a moment ago. Qin Feng instantly wimped out. "Lin Zhe, you hired a helper. 2 against 1. What kind of man is that? You wait for me. I'm not done with you." Putting on the toughest words, but fleeing in a puff of smoke. Chapter 45. Lin Zhe versus Qi Xingyu. The most exciting matchup. After Qin Feng escaped, only a cloud of smoke once again emerged around Zhou Xiaoyu's body before the entire person transformed back into a petite version. Lin Zhe was also quite shocked when he witnessed her performance just now. "Crap, you still have this side." "Oh, shut up." Zhou Xiaoyu obviously wasn't happy, covering a blushing face. "People are a girl, and they've chosen to switch to beast spirit warrior rank profession, and you can't control what you say or do after you transform. Shame on you." Lindsay was speechless. Lin Zhe put a hand on Zhou Xiaoyu's head. "But thanks just now. You were great." Though even if she didn't make a move, Lin Zhe wouldn't be damaged is all. "Here, this is for you." Lin Zhe threw her a weapon. Long sword of destruction. Quality: Grade A. Type: Weapon. Equipment limit: Level 20. Effects: Strength plus 800, Stamina plus 8,000, Strike rate plus 20%, Strike damage plus 30%, 50% chance of applying bleeding effect when attacking. This was exactly what Lin Zhe had obtained from beating that skeleton knight earlier. Wow! Such good attributes. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. This weapon can be sold for over 1,000,000 copper coins. Right? Just take it, no need to be polite. This bit of equipment was nothing to Lin Zhe. The main reason was that it was a warrior weapon which was just right for Zhou Xiaoyu. Thanks then. Since the boss had been snatched by Qin Feng, the two of them had to enter other areas on the same floor to fight monsters next. After all, you have to score 5,000 points to get to the 4th level. They first entered Area 2 where the alien race was the Boar People race, and the boss was still the Adamantium Chariot, but it was a weakened version, so Lin Zhe quickly took care of it before the other players did. Then the two came back to Area 3. This time, the enemy was jackals, and Lin Zhe had Zhou Xiaoyu run in front to attract a large group of monsters over, while he himself sat back and reaped the benefits. A few players were originally in the middle of a fierce battle with the jackals, only to see 2 people running past one after the other like the wind, and then one by one all those small monsters were drawn over like metal meeting a magnet. A few people were halfway through the fight when they were all confused. "Where's my Tama monster?" And at that moment, the spectators outside the arena were in an uproar. "This Lin Zhe, while I admit you're a bit good, what brand new job are you pulling off? When did he even abduct a little lowly into his gang? Damn it, this person's morals are so corrupted. It's already a negative score with me. I've got a hard on somewhere in my body, and yes, it's a fist." And an upgrade reminder popped up on Lindsay's side. "Congratulations, you have been upgraded. Current level 24. I didn't realize that I had moved up a level while playing." And Zhou Xiaoyu also came to level 18. With that, the two of them killed their way to the door of the boss area. But unfortunately, it seems to have been shortchanged again. Only 2 men and 1 woman were standing at the entrance of the boss area, discussing tactics. And one of the men was none other than Qin Feng, who had just escaped. However, Qin Feng's demeanor when he talked to the other 2 was not at all condescending like he was with Lin Zhe. Instead, he was very respectful and especially polite. Of those other 2, the girl had a pretty face and a curvy figure, wearing a navel-gazing t-shirt with jeans and 2 revolvers around her waist. very much the model of a goddess. The other person was a young man with a face like a jade and an imposing appearance. Zhou Xiaoyu recognized the teenager at a glance and shouted in a small voice, "Ah, it's Qi Xingyu." Meanwhile, outside the copy, when Qi Xingyu's face appeared on the big screen, people once again boiled over, especially the female fans, each one of them falling into a state of madness. Ah, Qi Xingyu is so handsome. Xingyu flies bravely, and the moon is always with him. Moon was the title their fans gave them. Finally, we're filming my Gigi again. This guide is really bad. He doesn't give our Gigi more footage. I want to complain. And that girl next to him, she's an XIN from Tianqing City, right? The occupation is an A-ranked elemental gunner. That's right. And it seems like Qi Xingyu and an XIN are still childhood friends. They've known each other since they were young. What a great knockout pair of CPs. Wait. Guys, look. Lindsay's here too. At this moment, the three people at the entrance of the boss also noticed the arrival of the two of them, Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu, and turned their heads. Qin Feng snorted coldly and took the lead. Yo, why is it you dog again? You wouldn't have been following me all this time, would you? Zhou Xiaoyu immediately retorted. What do you mean by following you? We're here to fight the boss. Qin Feng was still a bit scared when he remembered Zhou Xiaoyu's appearance after her transformation just now. But thinking that there were people around him, he immediately braced himself and said, well, that's kinda embarrassing, we've got the place to ourselves. And, please open your eyes to see who this is beside me. Why don't you salute quickly? Lin Zhe scratched his head and said directly, I don't know, who are these guys? He was really unrecognizable. However, as soon as these words came out, Qin Feng immediately glared angrily. It doesn't matter if you cursed me on the horse, you actually dared to insult Qi Xiao. I think you're definitely tired of living. In fact, he had only just struck up a conversation with Qi Xingyu, but now he naturally wanted to fox around and press Lin Zhe. At the same time, in the audience, the crowd was greatly dissatisfied with Lin Zhe's words. Does he really not recognize it, or is it a fake? Even Qi Xingyu doesn't know. I don't know whether to say he's blind or uneducated. I can't believe he spoke out against our Gigi. Let's moon together and cyberstorm him. I admit that this Lin Zhe has a bit of strength, but he's too crazy, so I guess he'll die in a while. Haha. This is going to be a good show. Let's hope that Qi Xingyu can leave Lin Zhe's body intact. And within the copy, an XIN, who was quite the goddess, revealed a dissatisfied expression when she heard Lin Zhe's words. Why is this person so rude and impolite? Student Qin Feng, is he an acquaintance of yours? Qin Feng immediately changed his face and respectfully returned. Acquaintances are definitely not. We are just from the same school. This kid is a student who lives in the slums and is usually of extremely poor quality. Oh my god! An XIN heard and made a show of covering her mouth, looking incredulous. Then, Qin Feng looked at Qi Xingyu with a flattering gaze. I wonder if young Qi could make a move and give this insolent maniac called Lin Zhe a good lesson? Oh, he's Lin Zhe. At that moment, Qi Xingyu, who had been silent, spoke up. That's right. Qin Feng immediately returned very respectfully. I didn't realize that young Qi had also heard of him? Oh yeah, after all, he awakened an S-ranked waste profession that is infamous. Ha ha ha. Alright, stop talking. Qi Xingyu interrupted Qin Feng and looked Lin Zhe up and down a few times. Then he took a step and walked straight towards Lin Zhe with no expression on his face. As soon as Qin Feng saw this situation, an impish smile appeared on his face as he waited for a good show to unfold. Everyone in the audience, when they saw this scene, almost all of them made the same expression as Qin Feng. And in the VIP lounge, a group of principals and directors were also watching the fun. Several principals surrounded the principal of Tianqing No. 1 Middle School, also known as Qi Xingyu School, and began to balk. Elder Wang. It looks like Qi Xingyu from your school is about to show his strength. Haha. I'm for it, Lin Zhe. Although this student is a bit capable, his quality does leave something to be desired. He should have tasted suffering earlier. I think Lindsay should be happy, after all. He lost to our top seed in the West. There's no shame in saying that. Someone else said directly to Lin Zhe's principal, Lu Hanlin. Old Lu, go back and educate this Linza of yours properly. If you want to be a good professional, learn to be a human being first. Lu Hanlin, however, stood alone in the corner, staring intently at the screen. Inside the copy, only Qi Xingyu was seen walking towards Lin Zhe step by step, throwing his weight around with each step. This made Zhou Xiaoyu's entire body shrink and whispered, "We can't beat him. Why don't we just run away?" Lin Zhe didn't say anything, just stood in place with a calm demeanor. He wanted to see how much weight this Qi Xingyu, who had been touted by Qin Feng, actually had. And Qi Xingyu had already walked faithfully to Lin Zhe by now and stopped. The two were facing each other, less than a meter apart. Everyone, all of them, were looking out of their minds, thinking that the big one was coming. Just then, Qi Xingyu took the lead and moved. He was seen clasping his hands together with a smile on his face and bowing 90 degrees towards Lin Zhe. "Brother Lin is above. Accept my humble brother's obeisance." Chapter 46. Lin Zhe's licking dog appears. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xiaoyu, Qin Feng, and Xian, and everyone in front of the screen were all dumbfounded. Everyone's brain was once again as good as dead, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Even Lin Zhe was completely unprepared for the other party's actions, and several question marks popped up on his head. Qin Feng immediately said, Qi Shao, is it a mistake or something? He was supposed to watch Lin Zhe make a fool of himself. How did it turn into this scene instead? Next to her. And Xian was also greatly puzzled. "Qi Xingyu, what are you doing?" Only Qi Xingyu was unperturbed and said to the two people behind him, "Fellow student Qin Feng and an Xian. Originally we had agreed to team up together to fight the boss, but I've temporarily changed my mind now. You two give me face. I'll let Brother Lin have this boss. And I'm going to ungroup with you and follow Brother Lin." When these words came out, Qin Feng and an Xian were even more shocked. An Xian stomped her small feet, a little anxious. "Qi Xingyu, are you wrong about something?" Qin Feng was even more like an ant on a hot pan. "Young Qi, what are you doing? This Lin Zhe just spoke out against you. All right, you two don't need to say much. Leave now." Immediately, he himself withdrew from the three-person squad, allowing an Xian to automatically inherit the captaincy. "You!" An Xian was so angry that her little face turned red. "Wait!" At this moment, Lin Zhe slowly looked at Qi Xingyu and said, "Although I don't know what kind of medicine you're selling, my team isn't short of people. So try to add to my team, no way. The attitude is also very tough." Lin Zhe secretly thought, "Nonsense. I'll eat my fill before I pull one more person to share experience and points with me." However, Qi Xingyu not only didn't get angry, instead, he smiled and said, Okay. It's fine if we don't form a team, as long as I'm allowed to follow Brother Lin and observe his valor with my own eyes." The moment these words came out, everyone inside and outside the replica was once again dumbfounded. In the audience, many of the teenage girls' fan filters shattered. The high and mighty male god in their hearts was bowing and groveling to a Lin Zhe who had appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, their hearts were bleeding. There were also quite a few people who began to speculate. This Lin Zhe who made Io run away and Qi Xingyu bow, just who is he? He doesn't actually have some super hard backstage, does he? Inside the VIP lounge, the principal of Tianqing No. 1 Middle School, who had just been flanked with a smug look on his face, also barely managed to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Each and every one of those who had kissed his ass was also incredibly embarrassed. Had I known, I would have put in a hard word later. Lu Hanlin breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. This child is truly not simple. Feng Wuchen, who was beside Lu Hanlin, also let out a loud laugh and even said in a deliberately loud voice, Aya, it looks like the number 1 seed in the West is someone else. Just who is it? Several of the people who had just bragged about Qi Xingyu and disparaged Lin Zhe's face were green and white when they heard that. Inside the copy, right after Qi Xingyu made some dog-licking remarks, and Xian finally became angry. Qi Xingyu, I think you're just crazy. Humph. I don't care about you. After that, with a condescending twist of his head, he left with a 6-footed stride. Qin Feng was left standing there alone, very embarrassed, so he had to run out after him as well. Now in this place, there were only Lin Zhe, Qi Xingyu, and Zhou Xiaoyu. However, he saw Qi Xingyu's entire body look, as if he had let out a sigh of relief and said, Phew, finally gone. Then, with a gaze of incomparable admiration, he looked at Lin Zhe. Brother Lin, quick, inside please, the boss is getting cold. Lin Zhe, however, did not move at all and frowned slightly. It's not a good thing to have nothing to do with anything. Speak. What is your purpose? Huh. Qi Xingyu lowered his eyebrows and said, How could I have any purpose? I'm just admiring you after hearing my father and sister talk about your deeds. By the way, My father's name is Su Jianxin, and my sister's name is Qi Yueying. Ah, this. Lin Zhe then remembered that Officer Su did say that he had a son and a daughter, only to see Qi Xingyu show a gossipy face and whisper in Lin Zhe's ear, "By the way, what exactly did you do to my sister that day? Made her not talk much for 3 days after she came back. You don't know, that old woman is usually mean to me. It's the first time I've ever seen that defeated look on her face. Ha 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 ha. Just one word. Cool." Lin Zhe's mouth twitched. Remembering the image of flirting with Qi Yueying that day, he quickly snorted, Slightly tactical. What? Don't even say it, the boss is getting cold. I'm going in." After saying that, he hurriedly ran into the boss area. Boss Hogwarts the Jackal. Race, Jackal. Level, 22. Life value, 30,000. Skills, prey marking, desperate gnawing, etc. Description. Said to have been a newbie's nightmare that now only summons 2 minions to taunt. A giant jackal with a short sword in each hand appeared in front of him, a tongue sticking out of his greedy giant mouth, still dripping with saliva. Hia, lowly human race. Let the old man. Halfway through his words, he was seconded by the inferno demon that Lin Zhe had summoned. Kill boss Hogwarts the Jackal. Experience plus 2,000. Life expectancy plus 4,000 days. Points plus 200. Current total points 5,060. Loot obtained. 2,000 copper coins. Evil short sword. Equipment strengthening stone grade C. Brother Lin is really good at what he does. Qi Xingyu walked over and let out another exclamation of praise. Little brother really can't catch up. Lin Zhe was suspecting that he was some kind of enemy sent to hold himself up. At this point, both Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu had already exceeded 5,000 points and were qualified to enter the 4th level area. Well, we're going to the 4th floor, so goodbye. Lin Zhe just wanted to get rid of this ass kicker quickly. In that case, it's good. Qi Xingyu sighed softly, but in the next second immediately made an expression like he was pumped up. I will definitely reach 5,000 points as soon as possible and come up to follow Brother Lin. It's not necessary. After saying that, he took Zhou Xiaoyu and ran towards the 4th floor's teleportation portal with quick steps. Meanwhile, the audience. People had begun to believe that Lin Zhe definitely had some kind of shocking backstage. How else could he make Qi Xingyu kneel to him like that? Meanwhile, in the middle of the packed crowd sat 2 men wearing black robes and white masks. They are talking in low voices. This Lin Zhe is the one who thwarted our plans 3 times? That's right. If this son is not removed, he will become a great danger in the future. What about that pawn we planted in there? Why hasn't he started making moves yet? Do you think he'll keep his hands off? There's no need to rush, he'll do it sooner or later. After all, what we gave him will help him a lot. There's no way that weak male could withstand the temptation of that power. Meanwhile, another place within the copy. After Qi Xingyu automatically withdrew from the team, an Xian chagrinedly walked on the road with Qin Feng following behind.
Anshin.
Qin Feng called out to her and said, "Why did you leave by yourself?" Qi Xiao must have been tricked by that Lin Zhe. You have to go and persuade him again, Tell him not to talk to that Lin. An Xian stopped, but looked at him with a complaining look. You still have the nerve to say that. I don't know where you came from, having to shyly come and join me and Qi Xingyu's team. And then that Lindsay came along. Also, do you think I don't see that you're just trying to use me and Qi Xingyu? Get the hell out of here. An Xian finished and twisted her head. Qin Feng stayed where he was, his eyes already carrying resentment. Tramp, my Qin family is at least a ranked family in Tianyu City. If it wasn't for the sake of Qi Xingyu and the Qi family, do you think I'd give a good face to a stinking cousin like you? As a result, you and Qi Xingyu, both of you don't put old me in your eyes. And Lin Zhe, even more damned. Just then, a murmured whisper began to echo in his ears. Want power? Want to get back at everyone who looked down on you? There is no need to lean on others anymore. Just call me out and you can become strong. At the same time, a yellow jewel was emitting an ominous glow on the belt tied around his waist. Qin Feng's eyes were mesmerized as he nodded. Lin Zhe, I'm going to kill you. In the next second, a ball of black gas wrapped Qin Feng's entire body. In the audience, an evil smile appeared on the faces beneath the 2 white masks. It's starting. Chapter 47. You're next to die, Lindsay. Wrapped in black qi, Qin Feng's entire body revealed a gloomy feeling. The eyes were cold and resentful, full of death. For the first one, let's take your stinking cousin, he said to an Exion's back. What did you say? An Exion turned back and immediately noticed Qin Feng's abnormality, a hint of fear appearing on her face. She decisively drew the 2 revolvers at her waist and prepared for battle. Her profession was an A-ranked elemental gunner, and each bullet came with a different elemental attribute. Only to see Qin Feng waving the scepter in his hand, countless firm ice-forming cone spikes appeared around an Exion. Moreover, the ice spikes seemed to be different from the previous ones again, with each one haunting a black aura. Ha ha ha! Stupid woman! Blackened Qin Feng let out a sound that bordered on mania. I don't think you've been exed by a man yet, right? It might hurt a little in a minute, so bear with me. You pervert! What are you going to do? An Exion involuntarily trembled. In the next second, only countless ice spikes were seen stabbing towards an Exion's body at the same time. Ah! An Exion let out a mournful scream. In the audience, when the crowd saw the scene, they all revealed a look of disgust. This Qin Feng, has he gone too far? Yeah. An Exion is at least a great beauty. She doesn't know how to be compassionate at all. But there were some viewers with heavier tastes who expressed a different opinion. Hehehehe. It always feels like that scene just now was particularly emotional. It's too late for that. In the middle of the crowd, the only people who smiled victoriously were the 2 men wearing white masks. It seems that our efforts over the past few days have not been in vain after all. Yeah, we haven't suffered much these days pretending to be professional coaches to take this male to fight monsters. Hell knows how difficult he is. The good thing is, he was eventually compelled to use that belt we gave him.
Hehehe. That's humanitär.
And because the images of that scene just now were too violent and bloody, the guide directly cut the camera away. The audience is also quickly drawn to other images, leaving behind what just happened. The only thing that remained in the copy was the corpse of a miserable beauty left in place, a cloud of black gas gradually enveloping her. You're next, Lin Zhe. Qin Feng revealed an extremely evil and twisted expression. Meanwhile, the monitoring room for this competition. A monitor noticed the anomaly. Strange, how come student and Exion, whose life value has been zeroed out in the copy, hasn't been teleported out? On the other end, Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu had already arrived at the 4th floor. Welcome to Level 4, Area 6, Tree People Forest. Wow, Zhou Xiaoyu said excitedly. I never dreamed that I would be able to climb to the 4th floor, only to see the 2 of them in the middle of a very old primitive forest, surrounded by giant trees. However, just before he took 2 steps, he heard the sound of a fight coming from the front. The 2 followed the sound and walked over, only to see a man and a woman fighting fiercely in front of them. That girl Lin Zhe had seen before. It was Io who had run away after being scared directly by him. At this moment, Ayao was continuously shaking the silver bell in her hand, summoning swarms of worms and flying insects to attack towards her opponent. As for the boy, he was a stranger. Just see him wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, a head of short hair, looks refined. In his hand was a wrench. Those bugs were about to get close to his side, but they suddenly bumped into dozens of ping-pong ball-sized mechanical creations, and there was a flash of fire and a violent explosion. Inside the VIP lounge, principals are in hot water. I didn't expect Qi Xingyu, who was favored by everyone at the beginning, to be lagging behind instead. Not to mention Lin Zhe and that little follower of his, but now fellow S-ranked Io and Chun Hang have also reached the 4th floor. Yeah, Chun Hang's profession is an S-ranked mechanic. Don't underestimate it. Chun Hang is also an outstanding student of Tianqing City. It's just that he's been overshadowed by Qi Xingyu before, a principal of Tianqing City said leisurely. Inside the copy, Lin Zhe had just been delayed too much by Qin Feng and Qi Xingyu, and had actually arrived late. Unexpectedly, Io and Chun Hang, who were also S-ranked, had already been the first to come to the 4th floor. Then just as the 2 met at the door, Io began to carry out Nan Yun Cheng's plan and took the initiative to fight with Chun Hang. The 2 fought to a standstill. It wasn't until Lin Zhe appeared that the 2 paused and looked at him at the same time. Ayao was startled, and immediately retrieved those bugs, clustering them around her body in a defensive posture. Dangerous target, appear. Ao recited. That student over there. Chun Hang shouted towards Lin Zhe. Go fight monsters somewhere else. My bombs don't have eyes, so be careful not to get hurt. Surprisingly, they are quite civilized and polite. Instead, Io said to Chun Hang, Lin Zhe highly dangerous. You and I combining our efforts is the best strategy. Oh, you're Lin Zhe, one of the 4S ranked players in this tournament. Chun Hang pushed up his glasses. Hello, my name is Chun Hang, and I'm an S-ranked mechanic profession. How about it? Is it a cooperative or a sparring match? Chun Hang was polite without being brash. Lin Zhe had tears in his eyes. Hello, Mr. Chun Hang. You're the first normal person I've met today. Along the way, Meng Li, Io, the two barbarian bones, Qi Xingyu, and of course Qin Feng, everyone they encountered looked like they were a little bit sick of something big. Even this Zhou Xiaoyu beside him wasn't very normal in a sense. Makes him worry about the mental state of the new generation of Daxia. Ha! Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Chun Hang was dumbfounded. However, in the next second, Lin Zhe withdrew his joking expression and stretched out his right hand, his fingertips ticking confidently towards the duo. You two go together. I'm in a hurry. Humph, what a big mouth. Chun Hang's eyes flinched as he said to Io on the other side, Don't make a move yet. Let me try his strength. After saying that, with a wave of the wrench in his hand, several mechanical turrets were immediately generated around him. However, just at that moment, a series of strange changes occurred, only to hear behind the three people, suddenly issued a loud sound. In the next second, a black unknown substance burst out of thin air, which looked like a gas and a liquid, spreading out in all directions. At the center of the black substance stood a figure in white vestments, a yellow jeweled belt at his waist standing out. It was Qin Feng, yet it looked even more evil and gloomy than Qin Feng. Then, only a few words slowly came out of Qin Feng's mouth. Lin Zhe, I found you. At the same time, the picture on the big screen in the arena was suddenly interrupted. Ha! All the spectators were in an uproar. The signal on the 4th floor is interrupted. In the monitoring room, the staff also shouted in panic. Just a moment ago, the fact that an Xian hadn't been teleported out properly had caught their attention. Before the cause could be identified, however, just a few minutes later, there was a problem with signal interruption. What the hell? A man who looked like an officer came in hot and bothered. He's Lu Pengfei, the police chief of Tianqing City. Reporting to Bureau Lu, the 4th level of the replica has been detected to be contaminated. All signals inside have been lost. The 4th level? What kind of players are in there? 3S rank professionals and 1A rank professional. There are also 2A rank players lost on other floors. The staff member handed over the details of a few people. Treadmill, the 3S rank players are all in there on the side. Lu Pengfei frowned as he looked at the characters on the profile. If anything were to happen to these guys, it would be a big deal. Unfortunately, there was one more Qi Xingyu who didn't go in. A layer of sweat seeped out from the corner of Lu Pengfei's forehead as he said very seriously, Now immediately interrupt the match by citing a technical malfunction as the reason and forcefully teleport the players from the other floors out, and urgently evacuate the entire audience. Yes, that's on it. Wait a minute, Bureau Lu. There's a new situation. Say, player Qi Xingyu also went up to the 4th floor just now, and now all 4S classes are trapped on the 4th floor. What? Lu Pengfei's brain went blank, nearly fainting. Meanwhile, the 4th floor of the copy. Brother Lin, little brother is here bird. Qi Xingyu shouted excitedly as soon as he was teleported in. Then, in the next second, it was realized that the entire scene of the copy had become just like Doomsday. The sky was blood red and the ground was covered with countless black, unidentified substances. From amongst that black matter, a white-boned skeletal soldier was crawling out. And where the black matter pooled, there stood a very powerful-looking white-robed mage. What is this situation? Qi Xingyu was confused. Linza gave a smile. Didn't you have to come? How's that for surprise? Surprise? Chapter 48. What we Daxia people emphasize the most is the exchange of courtesies. Everyone else besides Lin Zhe was shocked to see this apocalyptic scene. At the same time, various skeleton soldiers that had crawled out of the ground were surrounding them, and there were different types of soldiers. Undead elite soldiers. Race. Undead. Level. 40. Life value. 20,000. Undead elite mage. Race. Undead. Level. 45. Life value. 15,000. Undead elite shield guard. Race. Undead. Level. 40. Life value. 30,000. After seeing the information about these monsters, the crowd even sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhou Xiaoyu was so frightened that she hurriedly hid behind Lin Zhe. This is the monster that should be on the 4th floor? Ayo. Dangerous, dangerous. Qi Xingyu, following brother Lin really does have surprises. Chun Hang. After preliminary calculations, the probability of me winning is 0.26%. Zhou Xiaoyu directly lay flat. Why don't we just close our eyes and get hacked to death by them? Then we'll teleport out. Ah, naive. Lin Zhe said, the replica should already be contaminated, and if you die here, you're really dead. Lin Zhe spoke in a calm and collected manner, but the others were greatly shocked when they heard him. To put it bluntly, they were all still in high school and had never considered the whole death thing. Lin Zhe pointed at Qin Feng and said, if you want to get out, I guess the only way is to defeat him. Qin Feng? How did he become like this? Qi Xingyu was greatly confused. Everyone immediately used their scrying techniques, only all that showed up were question marks. No, he's no longer Qin Feng, Lin Zhe said. In his caveat emptor site, the opponent's information was displayed as Boss Undead Archmage TARDIS. Race Undead. Level 70. Life value 400,000. Skills Ice Blast Canopy, Death Harvest, Summon Undead, etc. Expand for details. It's actually a level 70 monster? It's really cheap for that Qin Feng kid to experience the pinnacle of his life. Just then, a reminder popped up from the lifespan system. Ding! You have a temporary additional quest. Lift this copy crisis. Reward. One system lottery draw must get S-class reward. Very well, waiting for this. Lin Zhe instantly came energized, only to see him commanding towards a few others. Listen to me if you don't want to die. I'll kill the boss. You guys are in charge of dealing with those skeleton soldiers. Do your best and try to be a bit more meticulous. The other 4 nodded plausibly, as if they hadn't completely figured out the situation. At that moment, the undead Archmage TARDIS who had possessed Qin Feng's body spoke. Hehehe. Are you the Lin Zhe that this body has been chanting about? It looks like he really hates you. So much so that he summoned me. And thanks to the fact that he hates you so much, I was able to use that hatred as sustenance to synchronize with his body. You have as much nonsense as the original owner. Lin Zhe said directly, I just want to know, if you were defeated, would the original owner still survive?
绝无可能，即使不死也是植物人了。
TARDIS said with a grim smile. Then I'm relieved. Lin Zhe had a soothing look on his face. TARDIS then realized that he had been led astray and immediately changed his tone. If you want to defeat me, do it in your next life. In the next second, the air around them froze down extremely fast, only to see that above the woods they were in, countless ice spikes curling with black gas were condensing, hundreds of times larger than the scale of the original Master Qin Feng's move. Ice Burst Canopy, an advanced version of Ice Burst Technique. However, Lin Zhe didn't give him a chance to make a move. In the next second, the fire light exploded. An inferno directly appeared out of thin air, holding a heavy hammer towards TARDIS. A level 61 summoned beast? TARDIS obviously hadn't expected Lin Zhe, a level 24, to be able to summon such a high-level one, and was startled. Humph. But I'm level 70. What are you comparing me to? He immediately urged the incantation. Whoosh and disappear in place. Ha! Inferno froze in place as his hammer fell short. In the next instant, TARDIS had appeared in the air, above those floating ice spikes. It's an instantaneous transfer? Lin Zhe hadn't expected this either. Humph! Arrogant human boy. TARDIS raised his staff high in his hand, a winning smile on his face. May you learn how to be humble in your next life. Only the black ice cones that filled the sky fell towards Lin Zhe. Then, in the next second, Lin Zhe's figure also disappeared in place. Ha! This time it was TARDIS' turn to be surprised. Suddenly, a nebula exploded coldly behind him, dealing damage. 14569. Then, Lin Zhe's figure appeared out of the nebula, and in his hand was already a long sword of warm color, with a few threads of lightning flashing on it. Blade of the Vault, a gift from Lei Zhenyu, comes with an instantaneous additional damage skill. Vault of Lightning. Only Lin Zhe swung his long sword and slashed up towards TARDIS. But TARDIS wasn't a vegetarian either, and with another instantaneous movement, he flashed behind Lin Zhe. Only at the end of his staff, black energy gathered into a huge scythe blade, and the staff became the hilt of the scythe. Then, The scythe slashed straight towards Lin Zhe's head. Death Harvest. Applies instant death to 100% of enemies. Cooldown, 24 hours. Lin's sensitivity in the air was no match for TARDIS, and the scythe-shaped black energy body instantly passed through Lin's neck. Lindsay lands. Several players see this situation. Heart is thump. Thought. This is completely finished. Imminent death status, that was the most sinister and deadly of all the negative statuses. Ha 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 ha. TARDIS let out a loud laugh. This is the price of arrogance. However, in the next second, Lin Zhe stood up, rubbed his neck and said, "Luckily, the imminent death status is also a negative status. If it was a real sword, it wouldn't have been possible to dodge it." "What?" TARDIS exclaimed. "How are you not dead?" Meanwhile, the surveillance room outside the replica. While everyone was fretting, two middle-aged men with outstanding temperament walked in. One man was tall and majestic, like a lion king standing proudly in front of the herd. The other was on the taller, thinner side, dressed in a white suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, with a pale, shapely face. "City Lord Feng, City Lord Lei, you're here." Director Lu Pengfei immediately rose to salute. That Lion King look-alike was naturally Lei Zhenyu, the City Lord of Tianyu City. The other person, on the other hand, was Feng Yuan, the City Lord of Tianqing City. After learning about the incident with the newcomer Sai, the two of them immediately put down their work and rushed over. "How is the situation?" Feng Yuan asked. "Reporting to City Lord." Lu Pengfei was a bit of a dilemma. "We forcibly teleported out all the other players in the replica, and the audience is being evacuated in an orderly fashion, but there's no progress on the contaminated 4th level yet. We can only monitor that the level of the boss inside should be no lower than level 70. Level 70? Feng Yuan's face was unsightly. "I heard that forest rank professions are trapped inside?" "Yes." "Oh." Lei Zhenyu's eyes suddenly lit up. "That means Lin Zhe is in there too?" "Back to City Lord Lei, that's right," Lu Pengfei replied. "Phew." Lei Zhenyu let out a long breath. "I'm at least half relieved then." Feng Yuan and Lu Pengfei looked at him in confusion. "Feng Yuan, do you know what you're talking about? I did hear that Lin Zhe was pretty good, but they're facing a level 70+ enemy now." Lei Zhenyu, "Feng Loxi, all I can say is that if Lin Zhe hadn't been in there, then this batch of students would have been a total loss. Now that Lin Zhe is in there, I see great hope. Just pray that Lin Zhe plays well in there. Ha ha ha." Feng Yuan shook his head and complained in a low voice. "This old dog Lei, who is still so big-headed at critical moments, I'm afraid he's not senile." Inside the copy, TARDIS was in shock when he saw that the surefire technique didn't work on Lin Zhe. What exactly is the origin of this human race? Could it be that we have to retreat for the time being today? If you've come, you can leave later. At this moment, a tingly, bone-chilling woman's voice rang in his ears. "What man?" Tadius was just about to look back when he realized his neck was out of joint. And in the view of the others, a fawning chimera appeared behind him. "TARDIS has been controlled." Good powerful mind control. Tadius was sweating coldly. However, he saw Lin Zhe slowly approaching him, and there was already an extra ball of icy killing intent in his eyes. "I don't care what your undead clan's purpose is, but to violate my Grand Xia 3 times is to seek death." He recalled the words that City Lord Lei had reminded him of that day. "Don't dare to forget in times of danger, my generation should be self-reliant. No matter how many times you come, I will remove you one by one." After saying that, Lin Zhe instructed the chimera at the side. "Lilith, have a good time with him." "Yes, master." In the next second, only a lottery carousel formed by a body of energy appeared beside Lilith. Each frame on the wheel has a negative effect written on it. This was precisely the skill that Lin Zhe had drawn earlier, Wheel of Fortune. Simply spin the wheel to apply a random negative effect to an enemy. "Let's see what reward this lucky winner will draw." Lilith mimicked the Lady of the Hour and spoke in a whiny voice. "Oh, congratulations to the gentleman. Is pain. What you did to me." Today Aushas immediately felt uncomfortable all over his body. Every bone felt like it was being gnawed by worms, while his blood began to decrease little by little. After a minute had passed, Lilith spun the reels again. "Oh, this time it's a stunner." Immediately, Tadius had a heavenly spin and his entire body fell to the ground. "Oh, it's an epidemic this time." Tardis suddenly had his stomach turned inside out for a week and felt like he was going to vomit and have diarrhea soon. I'm an undead archmage, and I have to vomit and scuttle in public? No way, I have to hold it in. Oh, it's poisoning this time. It's freezing. It's burning. It's electrocution. Lilith spun the roulette wheel one at a time, always with a big smile on her face. However, a few people around them were shivering for a while. What kind of torture is this Tama in the end? Tardis, half tortured, finally begged for mercy. Stop spinning. Stop spinning. Please spare me. If not for my sake, for the sake of the original owner of this body. Damn. That's all the more reason to turn. Lin Mu heard this and became even more energized. After another dozen or so such spins, the wheel came to rest for the last time on a grid of the smallest area. Congratulations to the gentleman who drew the top prize. Instant death. In the next second, without a word, Tardis died a violent death directly in place. Don't you like instant death? Give it back to you. Ardashia is most concerned about the return of gifts. Lin Mu patted the dust on his body and smiled. Chapter 49. Wait, my reward is going to go down the drain? Seeing this fierce operation, several other players' jaws were dislocated. Each person was thinking, this Lin Mu, is he really in the same class as us? At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of Lin Mu's eyes. Kill boss undead archmage Tardis. Experience plus 30,000. Lifespan plus 60,000 days. Loot obtained. 30,000 copper coins. Chaos gemstone belt. Death harvest skill book. Tardis skull material. Points plus 3,000. Current total points. 8,060. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level. 25. Congratulations on the upgrade of your summoned beast inferno. Current level. 62. Oh no. I forgot to disband the team before the fight, and the experience will be shared equally. Lin Mu noticed the omission, but it was too late. It instantly feels like you've lost $1 billion and you can't wait to pound your chest. Zhou Xiaoyu, after getting something for nothing, hurriedly used an awkward smile to cover up his inner turmoil. Ahahaha. Thanks to the big brother for taking me to upgrade. I'm already level 19. The other 3 are slamming cha lemons. I'm sour. Why didn't you let me rub off on this wave of experience? At the same time, after Tardis died, those endless skeleton soldiers also one by one seemed to be pulled back into those black substances by some kind of power. It didn't take long for the black substance to dissipate as well, and the copy was restored to its original state. Only Qin Feng's original body was left in place, already broken. Lin Mu looked at Qin Feng's corpse with cold eyes and thought in his heart. You were originally just a cockney who likes to act like a pussy and is still small-minded, and I can't really talk about any deep hatred. But you did the deed of colluding with the Fae, and whether you did it of your own accord or were forced to do it, you deserve to die. Ding! You have successfully resolved this copy crisis and completed the temporary additional mission. Reward. 1 system lucky draw must get S-class reward. That's more like it. Lin Mu got some mental comfort. Outside the copy. Inside the surveillance room, seeing the technician's delayed progress, Feng Yuan began to pace anxiously. Wastes, all wastes. If anything happens to the students, you'll all have to thank the people. Of course. I'm afraid I don't have the face to be the city lord anymore. Lei Zhenyu consoled from the side. Old evil Feng. I haven't seen you look this nonchalant in a long time. The last time this happened was when we were in school and you got rejected for confessing to the class president. Old dog Lei. Feng Yuan couldn't help but curse. It's already that time of the day and you're still in the mood to joke. The only 4S ranks in my western region this year are all in there, plus a few A ranks who are also missing. If they die in there, the loss is incalculable. He said this while also waving his arms in excitement. The result was a loud smack in the face of a soldier who was approaching. Ouch! The soldier covered his face and said pitifully, reporting to City Lord Feng, the signal on the 4th floor has been restored. Yes. Feng Yuan hurriedly shook the soldier's hand and asked excitedly, what's the status of a few players? Back to City Lord. They've successfully defeated the boss and cleared the pollution. What? Feng Yuan suspected that he had heard wrong. Although he didn't want anything to happen to the people inside, it was still unbelievable to hear that these high school students had defeated a level 70 boss. At this time, Lei Zhenyu patted him on the shoulder. How was it? What did I say? With Lin Mu around, there's no need to worry too much. Feng Yuan pushed up his glasses to hide his loss of temper just now. but I can't figure it out. Isn't this Lindsay just a newbie in his 20s? Ha ha ha. Lei Zhenyu let out a loud laugh. Since the birth of professionals 100 years ago, my great Xia has been full of talents, and it's not as if there haven't been a few heavenly wizards born. I'm sorry, but this time it was picked up by my Tianyu city. Humph. I still don't believe that it was Lin Zhe alone who did this. Feng Yuan said, there are several other S-classes in there, especially since there's Qi Xingyu, the heir to the Qi family, so maybe they combine their efforts to defeat it? At that moment, the screen in the monitoring room redisplayed the images from the replica. Only a few people walked up to Linza. Student Lin Zhe, this time it's really thanks to you. Chan Hang was the first to speak. Thanks to the fact that I wanted to fight against you just now. I really had the eyes to recognize you. Shame on me. When he finished, he bowed slightly. Thank you, you are a benefactor, Io said, and a rare ripple rose on that ancient face. Thank you, Lin Zhe. This is Zhou Xiaoyu. Brother Lin. I really didn't see the wrong person. Qi Xingyu, on the other hand, was the most excited. If you don't mind, little brother would like to follow you all the way. Great. Linza had a meaty moment and just wanted to fork the man out. This scene was also captured in the footage of the surveillance room. Seeing is believing, and this time it completely silenced Feng Yuan dry. Lei Zhenyu laughed out loud beside him as he watched him get defeated. It was only after a long time that Feng Yuan remembered something and immediately said to the staff, quickly, get in touch with a few students. I want to speak to them personally. Inside the copy, everyone's ears rang Feng Yuan's voice. Hey, can the students inside hear you? This is Tianqing City Lord Feng Yuan. Hearing that contact had been made with the outside world, the hearts of several people were completely relieved. A few people briefly told Feng Yuan everything that had just happened. Feng Yuan sighed. I can't imagine that Qin Feng was. In addition, we also found the body of his mentor Lu Jiming in the toilet. It should also be murdered by those undead sect people. A few students have been working hard. We'll open the exit portal in a few minutes, and we'll talk about everything else when we come out. At that moment, however, Lin Zhe suddenly shook with a tiger's body. That's not right. The system mission is to achieve first place and summit the 7th floor. I've only reached the 4th floor. If I go out like this, won't my reward go down the drain? He immediately boldly opened his microphone. City Lord Feng, can I continue to break through the levels further? Several people around the room and in the surveillance room listened. You've been through such a catastrophe, and you're still going to keep breaking in? After a long time, Feng Yuan said in a serious tone. In principle it's possible, but Lin Zhe students, you should already be tired, so it's better to come out and rest first. After thinking for a moment, he added, if you're worried about the ranking, there's no need to be, because you're already in the proper first place in terms of points. Lin Zhe scratched his head. Of course he couldn't divulge that he had a system mission, so he immediately made up a reason now. My family grew up in bad conditions, and I've always looked forward to taking part in replicas like this. I wanted to see more of the world again. Moreover, since we were young, our teachers have told us, where there's a will, there's a way, and we children of Daxia can't do things halfway. Also, the audience outside must have waited a long time for this match, and I'm afraid that ending it like this will create a very bad public opinion. It was said in a moving way, bringing up every reason he could think of. Well, you don't say it. Feng Yuan stopped and fell into a short silence. City Lord Feng, I also want to continue up. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoyu surprisingly took the initiative and said, just now, I gained a lot of experience for nothing, so in order to repay Lin Zhe, I'm going to continue to help him lure monsters. In that case, I'm going to go too, Chan Hang chimed in. Even though I haven't reached the score to go to the 5th floor for now, as a reserve of the Grand Xia, how can I voluntarily give up? In favor, me too, Eo said. Then it's only natural for me to go as well. Qi Xingyu smiled. It would be best if I could join Brother Lin's team. Not even the door. Lin Zhe directly refused. What if I'm really rejected? Then I want to break in on my own too. At one point, all 5 were actually clamoring to keep going up. Let's make another comprehensive assessment. Feng Yuan was a little headstrong, but still said cautiously, still evaluating a hammer. At that moment, a bold and rough voice came from the voice chat. Lei Zhenyu, approve it. Old dog Lei, what are you ratifying indiscriminately? Who's in charge of Tianqing City? So what? Only the sound of 2 city lords quarreling over there was heard, and several people listened in awe before the voice over there hung up. After a short interval, they received a text message. The race continues. Be safe. Chapter 50 New S Rank Talent. Viral Communication Science. Meanwhile, inside the stadium, the crowd immediately booed just after the match was announced to be stopped. Gnome, refund. But for the sake of safety, the officials were still determined to let them exit in an orderly manner. At this point, a large crowd is streaming out. Among them were the two black men in white masks. Both of them were very joyful at this moment, a stark contrast to the grumbling crowd around them. It looks like our plan worked. The contamination will soon spread to other floors, and then it will invade reality. At that time, it will be time to welcome the arrival of the undead army. The two of us have really worked hard this time. Let's wait for our reward. Just then, the arena's announcement came on. Dear viewers, we apologize for the inconvenience we caused you just now. Now that our malfunction has been repaired, you may choose to return to your seats to watch the game again. Viewers who have already left can also watch the game on mobile. People were once again abuzz. Great. Good thing I haven't left yet. Everyone went back to their seats. Just a moment ago, after discussing with all the top management, City Lord Feng still decided to let this major annual tournament continue. However, only Lin Zhe and his 5 contestants from earlier were allowed to continue, and the first through third floors were sent out for military inspection. In addition, an Xin, who had been killed by Qin Feng, had also been teleported out, and although she had suffered a considerable amount of mental trauma, it was said that she could still recover. Among the jubilant crowd, only the 2 men in black were dumbfounded. What? Does that mean the contamination has been removed? That's Tarda-sama with a level 70. Just then, the phone of one of the men in black rang. As soon as it was connected, a broken voice came from the other end of the phone. You two losers. Lord Tarda's signal has disappeared, as well as the Chaos Gemstone's signal. This. The man in black stammered. What's the point of scolding us? We're puzzled too. The person on the other end of the phone slowed down a little and said, All right, you two urgently return to Tianyu City. Now that we only have 1 gem left, take advantage of Lei Zhenyu's absence and hurry up to execute Plan B. Success or failure is at stake. Yes, the 2 men in black replied. Then whoosh, turned into 2 black shadows and disappeared from the crowd. Inside the arena, only the big screens on both sides resumed the real-time images from the replica, and at that moment, the camera happened to land on Qi Xingyu's face. Everyone was already feeling a sense of lost and found joy, but now they were even more excited. Only to see that on the screen, Qi Xingyu was using a move, 10,000 swords coming from heaven. The 6 flying swords could briefly transform into hundreds of sword qi, falling from the sky like a dense rainstorm, cutting down all monsters within a 50-meter radius. This incomparably handsome move immediately drew applause from the crowd. Although Qi Xingyu's dog-licking image just now had gotten a lot of people off their feet, it seemed to have redeemed itself now. Then the scene shifted. A troop of gnomes was marching in their steel chariots in the freezing snow when suddenly the ground they were driving over exploded, apparently in an ambush of mines. The gnome soldiers at the back immediately pulled out their guns to respond, but unexpectedly, dozens of mechanical turrets suddenly appeared in a circle around them and began to fire fiercely towards them. By surprise, the gnome soldiers were all but wiped out. A well-mannered, spectacled teenager stepped forward and wiped his nose handsomely. It's Chun Hang. I didn't realize he was kinda cool. People exclaimed in shock. The scene shifts again. In the jungle, a foxman female boss is searching for something. Suddenly, the land behind her transformed into a puddle of poisonous insects, and from the poisonous insects, a dark shadow emerged silently, only to see the black shadow gently hugging the foxman woman from behind, and in the next second, countless poisonous insects spread along the black shadow onto the foxman woman. The venomous insects began to gnaw on the foxman woman's flesh and blood, causing her to let out a mournful scream. Soon, the foxman woman had been left with a white bone, while the black shadow's eyes were always as clear and cold as an ancient well. This bizarre way of killing monsters made the scene look like a cold sweat. Oh my god! It's Ao. Why does it feel like the level of perversion has gone up a notch? But it always feels more like it. Some of the boys squirmed. Meanwhile, inside the VIP lounge, the chancellor and university directors were also watching the live stream. Each player's play was rewarded with frequent nods from them. Do you guys feel as if these players have become a bit more powerful again than just a moment ago? Yeah. Facing the level 20 monsters on the 4th floor is also a breeze. Could it be that during those 10 minutes of malfunctioning just now, did they go through something in there? It felt like everyone was so fired up. It was almost like they were chasing some kind of goal. By the way, where's that player named Lindsay? Say Lindsay, and Lindsay arrives. On the screen, it happened to switch to the images of Lindsay and Zhou Xiaoyu. Only Lindsay was seen sitting leisurely on the grass, a stark contrast to the image of those three fighting hard just now. The audience immediately made a different sound. This Lindsay, what new job is he planning to fix? Can he learn from the other three? He's not motivated at all. Nothing to see here. Cut away, cut away, cut away. However, this time, the guy didn't manage to cut the picture away like the first time. This was because City Lord Feng had specifically ordered to see just what tricks this Lindsay had up his sleeve. Inside the copy. Achoo! Linza sneezed as he sat on the grass. Why does it feel like someone is scolding me? After entering the 5th floor, he didn't immediately start the monsters, but prepared to organize his attributes and items, as well as the most important, the lottery. He flipped open the prop box and took out the newly acquired belt with yellow gems that he had just acquired. Chaos Gemstone Belt Set 1-5. Quality, Grade A. Category, Jewelry. Effect, Intelligence plus 1000, with a chaos effect on the wearer. More likely to enter a state of insanity. Set effect, 5-piece set? So Qin Feng was the one who wore this, lost his mind, and summoned that monster out? Lin Zhe thought darkly. However, this negative effect was ineffective for him, so he immediately equipped it, and by now the set was also 4/5 activated. Next, he opened his personal information panel to check. Name, Lin Zhe. Profession, Demon Summoner. Profession, Summoning. Rarity, S-Class. Level, 25 3%. Rank, 1. Life Value, 171,390. Mana, 77,590. Strength 16349 plus 3,000. Agility 10309 plus 1,500. Stamina 14639 plus 2,500. Intelligence 4239 plus 3,500. Spirit 4259 plus 3,500. Talents: Demon Affinity, Soul Link, Duplicate Summoning, Scorching Air, Fate of the Furious, Master of Time Management. Skills: Summon Demon, Demon Gaze, Flame Fury, Lava Field, Insight into Fire, Demon Hot Springs. Summoning Position: 4/4 Inferno, Hellhound, Charmed Queen, Demon Dragon Juvenile. Equipment: Vaulted Blade, Dark Master Set, Cursed Gemstone Necklace, Fallen Gemstone Ring, Blood Gemstone Breastplate, Chaos Gemstone Belt, Honorary Citizen of Daxia Platinum Medal. After looking at his attributes, Linza nodded in satisfaction. Okay, now for the raffle. And this time it's a designated S-rank reward, so it's well worth waiting for. Immediately, the lottery interface was opened. The assortment of words scrolled up and eventually stopped. Congratulations on winning the skill. Viral Communications S-rank. Skill: Viral Propagation. When an enemy target hits your negative status, it can die the negative status to another enemy target within 10 meters, and can be repeated indefinitely. Each infection consumes 100 mana points. Crap! Lin Zhe looked at the description in shock. It's too much like being open, isn't it? And it looks especially good for Lilith. He immediately gave the gift to the Phantom Queen. Lilith's current mana was 350,000, and each infection consumed 100 points, which meant that she could infect 3,500 times without drinking blue potions. P.S. If you're reading this, please add it to your bookshelf and reward me with a freebie. Chapter 51: The Fast Pass Method of the 5th Floor. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up and he immediately thought of a new idea for brushing monsters. A glance next to her, Zhou Xiaoyu was already sitting in the grass on the verge of falling asleep. Don't sleep. The monster is coming. Lin Zhe deliberately scared her. Ah! Zhou Xiaoyu jumped straight up with a carp, looking around while saying in horror, "Where are the monsters? Where is the monster? You're lying." It was very funny looking. Linza smiled and ordered something in her ear. Zhou Xiaoyu nodded timidly, then ran towards a certain area of the replica. Off-court spectators. The crowd had been staring at Lin Zhe's image for 5 minutes, yet Lin Zhe had been meditating on the lawn. It's so anticlimactic. We came all this way to see the game just to watch him meditate. Yeah. Is he going to cultivate immortality? Hurry up and change the channel. I want to watch Qi Xingyu. A Yao or Chun Hang will do. At that moment, there was a rumbling sound in the distance, like a low thunder, and the whole earth seemed to be shaking. Then, Zhou Xiaoyu's petite figure ran towards Lin Zhe, and while running, she also zipped around. And right behind her was a swarm of monsters like a black, dark cloud. When they got a little closer, the crowd could see that there were minotaurs, elves, giants, and more among those monsters. The audience was all shocked. Someone quickly reacted, "Wait a minute, aren't the minotaurs and elves, the fae, the monsters of the 5th floor? Yeah, does that mean Lin Zhe is at the 5th level now? One level higher than Qi Xingyu and the others." However, Zhou Xiaoyu was seen running with a woozy voice. A slight slow step was going to be swallowed up by the swarm of monsters. It turned out that just now, Lin Zhe was the one who had asked her to go to the various areas to lure the monsters, drawing all the monsters from the different clans together. Lin Zhe, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and do it. What's the rush? Lin Zhe smiled bashfully. Lilith out to work. In the next second, the graceful Phantom Queen reappeared in the air. What is the order, Master? Try the new skill effect. Yes, Master. Lilith was seen pouting and releasing a pink peach bubble. The bubbles hit a Minotaur warrior, and both of its eyes immediately became hollow and lifeless. Then, with a loud "ah," he began to attack the others around him. Mu, I'm a grass mare. Are you stepping on a horse and going crazy? The Minotaur shaman next to him cursed. Then, Lilith used her newly learned virus propagation skill on the Minotaur warrior that had been hit by the charm effect. Instantly, the charm effect infected the shaman who had cursed him, only to see the two Minotaurs start attacking others around them again. The next step was simple. The charm effect spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, just like the name of the skill virus spread, spreading wildly in the monster group. In an instant, hundreds of monsters, whether they were of the same kind or alien, all began to beat each other up. Within moments, experience and points tips were drifting wildly above Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu's heads. Lin Zhe, on the other hand, was just watching the fun. The sight made the audience double take once again. What? 16 minutes and 39 seconds to clear the 5th level? That's counting the time he spent lying flat there in front of him. What kind of evil fighting style is this? Is it on? This Lin Zhe was watching the monster fight from the side the whole time, and he himself that didn't put in any effort at all. And he's a big man and he's asking Zhou Xiaoyu to lure monsters. Is that good? I'm going to sue him for employing child labor. No. Zhou Xiaoyu is already an adult. Everyone disagreed with Lin Zhe's fighting style, but they had to be convinced, because the number of monsters is indeed decreasing. Not to mention that this was the 5th floor, and everyone knew that it was difficult to place. And in the monitoring room at this time, Feng Yuan also sucked in a breath of cool air. He was the one who told the guide not to switch the screen, just to see how good Lindsay really was. I've seen it now, but it doesn't seem to be the same as the traditional strong man. Ha ha ha. Lei Jinyu patted his shoulder and laughed triumphantly. Feng Loxi, you're too old-fashioned. As long as you can defeat the enemy, what do you care what method he used? As long as it's not cheating, it's fine. Feng Yuan pushed up his glasses, non-committal. Inside the copy. Kill Elf Hunter. Experience plus 125. Lifespan plus 250 days. Points plus 15. Kill Minotaur Shaman. Experience plus 125. Lifespan plus 250 days. Points plus 15. Kill Giant Warrior. Experience plus 140. Lifespan plus 280 days. Points plus 18. The experience and points given for each one was not much, but it couldn't be helped that there were so many of them. After killing more than 2,000 monsters, Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu's points also came to 12,033 points, getting the qualification to go to the next level. Not only that, Lindsay had upgraded again. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level 26. As well, got a bunch of drops that were of little use, like 100 plus elven staffs and 200 plus minotaur totems. Linza put them in the prop box, ready to take them and sell them afterwards. Alright, it's almost time to go to the next level. Lin Zhe stood up from the grass and patted the dust on his body. I wonder what kind of foreign race is on the next level? Zhou Xiaoyu was a little apprehensive. Lin Zhe pondered for a moment and said, You should have already noticed, right? that the floors of this copy correspond perfectly with the rankings of the foreign races among the 10,000 races. The first tier is F-ranked ratmen or something like that, the second tier is E-ranked bloodwolves, the third tier is D-ranked jackhawls, and so on. The sixth level, then, would definitely be an A-class race. A class race? Zhou Xiaoyu's small mouth slightly opened. Isn't that the dragon race or something like that? That's right, there are at least two A-class races that we learned about in our textbooks, the dragons and the bloods. I never thought that I just awakened my profession for 2 weeks, and I have to fight the dragons. Zhou Xiaoyu was a little shocked. Fear nothing, Lin Zhe calmly said. This copy is a purely artificial copy. The monsters are obviously all weakened, and I estimate that the monsters on the next level are only a little over level 30. What do you mean only? Zhou Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. I'm just level 20 now. You make it sound like level 30 is low. Ha ha ha. Lin Zhe laughed uninhibitedly. What kind of monster was on the 6th floor? He didn't care too much about it at all. What he was looking forward to more was the 7th floor. It's not just because of the need to complete system tasks. It was also because, by his deduction, the monsters in the 7th floor were S-ranked races, currently known to be celestial gods and demons. The corresponding scenes are definitely the heavenly god realm and the hell realm. It's an artificial copy, but at least there must be one. Thinking of this, an expectant light lit up in Lin Zhe's eyes. Cut the crap and hurry up. After saying that, Lin Zhe took the lead and stepped into the portal, and Zhou Xiaoyu followed apprehensively. Outside the copy, they went into the 6th floor. Everyone was once again abuzz. It was said that the last person in the Rising Star contest who climbed up to the 6th floor was already more than 10 years ago. Chapter 52. Speed through the 6th floor, surprising 7th floor. As soon as they entered the 6th floor, Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu were given a downward spiral. A bolt of lightning swished down and landed in front of his toes. Fortunately, Lin Zhe reacted quickly and dodged by pulling Zhou Xiaoyu with a backward step. When he looked up, he saw a huge dark blue flying dragon sweeping through the sky. The entire body also flashed with a few streaks of lightning from time to time. Boss Sky Ruler right. Race? Dragon Class A. Level? 35. Life value? 100,000. Skills? Thunder Breath, Thunder Wing Impact, Static Field, etc. Expand for details. Description. One of the 5 great dragons, master of the power of thunder and lightning. Legend has it that he is even closely related to the celestial gods. Oh, fighting a boss right off the bat. Lin Zhe muttered as he looked at the giant dragon above his head. And it's still right? Ah, it's actually righty. Zhou Xiaoyu also let out a gasp of surprise. Although the dragon race was a very mysterious high-ranking race, the dragon Sky Ruler Right was a household name to the people of Daxia. Because it's in the middle school textbook Introduction to Alien Races, and there's a special illustration to go with it. Many people, when they were students, had looked at that picture while envisioning their future as a dragon-slaying teenager. I didn't expect to actually let Lindsay see it here. Legend has it that Right is at least level 100 or more, and the ones here are actually only level 35. It always feels like if Right the benevolent dragon knew about this, he'd be furious. Lin Zhe spat out. Only the artificially weakened version of Right was seen flying over Lindsay, issuing a warning in a gruff voice. Let me see who's here? Oh my god. It's 2 ickle humanoids. I swear. I only need to use one of my fingernails to crush you all. Lin Zhe was dumbfounded. What was with this thick English to Chinese translation accent? Right clearly wasn't being funny though, only to see a number of lines of lightning begin to wrap around his massive wings. Immediately afterward, 10,000 pounds of thunder struck down towards the Lin Zhe duo. Phantom Demon. Inferno Demon. You two work together. Inferno jumped out with a bang and blocked the lightning with his thick arm, directly blocking the lightning with his body. Crispy. Numb. Feels like a massage. Inferno bragged. Then, Phantom used Wheel of Fortune directly on Right, and the pointer stopped at Petrify, only to see the giant dragon flying. It suddenly became stiff and unable to move. Then the entire body fell to the ground. The Inferno immediately rushed up, swinging the giant hammer in his hand and smashing it. 80,000. 80,000. It didn't take 2 hammers to smash the shoddy version of Right to a miserable pulp. Even the live feed was automatically mosaicked. Once again, the people in the audience looked dumbfounded. The legendary Right, one of the 5 great dragons, was ed over so quickly? This is the 6th floor. I remember very few people in history have made it to the 6th floor. This time it's really worth it. This Lin Zhe, it seems like he really has something. In the VIP lounge, all the principals and directors also seemed to have finally believed in Lin Zhe's strength. A group of people were surrounding Lu Hanlin and starting to flatter him, the opposite of his attitude just now. Old Lu, congratulations. Your school is a real gem. Old Road. I was actually just prodding Linza just now. The directors of several prestigious schools had also officially put Lin Zhe's name on their recruiting lists, and it was still at the top. And figure out what resources you're going to come up with to grab someone later. Inside the copy. Kill the boss sky ruler right. Experience plus 15,000. Life expectancy plus 15,000 days. Points plus 1,000. Acquired loot. 15,000 copper coins. Pale blue robe. Sky halberd. Dragon scale material. Easy does it. Lin Zhe clapped his hands. At that moment, he suddenly realized, how come he was getting the full amount of experience and points and not an equal share? Only then did he realize that Zhou Xiaoyu had already exited the group. He looked at Zhou Xiaoyu suspiciously. Zhou Xiaoyu smiled sheepishly and said, "Hey, I feel like I didn't play much of a role either, so I won't share your experience. I'm actually satisfied to have made it to the 6th level, and the points will be enough for me to go to a very good college. Why don't I just walk here and not be your little pendant for the rest of the day? Thank you, Lindsay." Zhou Xiaoyu revealed a bright smile, her mind clearly made up. Lin Zhe also stopped forcing himself and said, "Well, thank you for your help along the way as well," then summoned all 4 of his demons and stood them in a line. Inferno, Phantom Queen, Hellhound, Imp Dragon. Looking at the fact that his demonic army had already taken a shape, Lin Zhe was quite satisfied. He gave the order, "Next, it's up to you to flex your muscles." "Yes, my lord." "Yes, master." "Woof woof." "Chirp." The 4 demons responded simultaneously but not neatly. "Go ahead and try to make it quick." The enemies on this level, other than the giant dragons from earlier, the rest were bipedal flying dragons, geodragons, and other relatively low-grade dragon races. In addition, there are also the dependents of the dragons, an army of draconians. However, with the level 62 Inferno and level 65 Phantom Queen as the main force, the dogs as the assassin core, and the little dragon picking up the slack, all of the Fae were instantly routed. Moreover, the little dragon didn't forget to take a few bites, utilizing the infinite devouring talent to grow his attributes and had risen to level 5. Inside the surveillance room, seeing these miscellaneous hairy monsters in the copy, Lei Zhenyu spat, "Feng Loxi, this 6th level of yours is a bit watery. How come there's only one giant dragon and all the others are this kind of sidekick?" Feng Yuan, "Nonsense. This is an artificial replica. Currently humans have only seen one giant dragon, the Sky Commander, and that was decades ago. As for the other gargoyles, they all exist only in legends. Where does anyone make them? Besides, a giant dragon would have been enough for others to suffer. Who knew that Lin Zhe had beaten it so easily? Instead, it looks as if the copy is weak." Lei Zhenyu smiled smugly, "Then blame Lin Zhe? But when you say it like that, I'm starting to get a little worried about what the 7th floor is being made of by you guys." "Don't mention it." Feng Yuan held his forehead. "I really hope Lin Zhe doesn't go to the 7th floor. It always feels a bit humiliating." Meanwhile, Lin Zhe's points had broken through 20,000, and confidently walked towards the portal on the 7th floor. Everyone in the audience and everyone outside the arena watching the live stream is holding their breath. This would probably become an image they would remember for the rest of their lives, as they would see someone successfully break into the 7th floor. It's simply unprecedented. As for Lin Zhe, he was also incredibly looking forward to what the Heavenly God Realm or Hell Realm actually looked like. Would he see other demons or even the Heavenly God race? After stepping through the portal, there was another few seconds of time shifting. "Welcome to Level 7, Hellbound." In the next second, the true appearance of the 7th floor was unveiled in front of Lin Zhe and everyone else. Then everyone was dumbfounded. The rough drawing style, poor modeling, and spicy colors probably tell you that this is a land of lava. It's as if one moment you're playing a well-made 3A game, and the next you're switching to a red and white pixel game. Just a moment ago, I was admiring a painting of Riverside at Qingming, and the next second, it was a kindergarten painting. Inside the surveillance room, what the hell is going on here? Lei Zhenyu sprayed out a mouthful of tea. "I could think of it being brown, but I didn't think it could be this brown." "Ahem." Feng Yuan forced himself to calm down. This 7th layer was made decades ago, and it was already considered high technology at the time. Since no one has ever entered the 7th layer, it hasn't been updated and replaced. Besides, what human has ever seen the Hell Realm? Designers can only do what they imagine. Lei Zhenyu all wanted to yell with the rest of the audience. Hinema! Refund! Of course, the most immersive person would have to be Lin Zhe, walking in the middle of this incredibly roughly painted world. His heart, which had just been overwhelmed with anticipation, was now finally dead. Just then, a red gorilla appeared in front of him. The face is strangely ugly with extremely low pixels, the kind where you can still see the checkerboard on the edge lines. The red gorilla whimpered and ran wildly towards Lin Zhe. The monster's message popped up with it. Boss Inferno. Race. Demon S-Class. Level. 35. Life value. 120,000. Skills. Flame Fury. Lava Field. Etc. Description. Said to be a very manic branch of the demon race. Specific information unknown. Lin Zhe almost didn't burst out laughing when he saw this. Ha 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 ha. Inferno. This one's all yours. In the next second, Inferno appeared in front of him, took one look at the creature and his description, and instantly burst into a rage. Just which son of a is insulting our noble Inferno demon clan? Instantly, he took a hammer and knocked the red gorilla to pieces. P.S. The 7th level is brown, but there's a surprise buried in it. As revealed in the next episode, begging to be added to the bookshelf, begging for 5-star reviews, begging for free swag. Chapter 53 Mythical Reward. Lin Zhe took first place in the fault line. Next, Lin Zhe encountered some strange demons. What with the hellspawn, eye demons, swamp demons, and such. It's all the same picture as that red gorilla, a crooked-looking one. However, there was one chimera that had a pretty face, but Lin Zhe realized that she looked exactly like the young lady in a certain type of video from the Sakura country. Guess whoever designed this copy just copied and pasted it directly. And Lilith was jealous and had to ask which of the two of them was more beautiful? Lin Zhe then explored this pitiful copy for quite a while and fought quite a few monsters, and since they were all level 35 plus monsters, there was quite a bit of experience. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level 27. It doesn't feel like there's much left. Lin Zhe was a bit disappointed. Anyway, we've already ascended to the 7th floor, so the quest given by the system should be completed, or we should just withdraw. Outside the replica, the spectators were also tired of watching the spicy replica. Some of them just left the scene and went home. Everyone's thinking, okay, you're number 1 anyway. Come on out and forget about it. Lin Zhe was about to leave, but to be cautious, he ended up scanning the surroundings with insight into fire one more time. Suddenly, he noticed something in the distance marked with a golden glow in the special vision of the caveman. Ha! Lin Zhe immediately came to attention. Luckily, I took one more look. Could it be that there's something good hidden in this Thai copy? He immediately started in that direction. It was only the further he went that he noticed the modeling of his surroundings became rougher and rougher. It's almost as if the 3 years of studying animation series is showcasing work with no eyes. At that point, he came to the doorway of a space, and the thing marked by the golden light was on a display table roughly 50 meters in the distance. And the floor between the doorway and the display table bubbled with flames so fake they looked like they were made of paper cutouts. However, when Lin Zhe stepped on that flame, he was hurt. 29,801. It actually has such high damage. Lin Zhe was also a bit surprised. At that moment, a set of prompts popped up on his interface. This copy of the final trial has been opened. Do you have the courage to step into the flames of this hell and obtain the legendary secret treasure? Perhaps turning around in time is the best option. Tip: don't think you're smart. There's only one secret to success. Keep your feet on the ground. Huh? A place like this actually hides a final trial? Quite capable of hiding it. Huh. At the same time, the screen of the live broadcast all turned into a colorful mosaic, and it was no longer possible to see the picture inside. What's going on here? The monitoring room. Feng Yuan was shocked. It's not contaminated again, is it? After an accident, everyone is a little bit like a scaredy cat. Luckily, though, the crew detected no contamination or anomalies, just some kind of glitch in the live feed. Inside the copy, Lin Zhe read that passage over and over again a few times. That means that if you want to get that item, you have to honestly step over it. All other means, such as flying, climbing walls, teleporting, or hooking things over, would certainly count as foul play. However, when Lin Zhe saw the words, Hellflame, he was delighted. This stuff might be harder than heaven for others, but for him it was a pure giveaway. I don't think the person who came up with this question was expecting someone to bring a demon to break into the copy. Either was he. In the next second, Lin Zhe sat directly on the shoulder of Yen Demon, letting Yen Demon step into those paper like hellish flames. Sure enough, no damage was done. Ha ha ha! This temperature. Just right, Inferno bragged. Cut the crap and get going. Lin Zhe ordered. It didn't take a minute for Lin Zhe to easily reach the location of that showcase. The circle of ground near the display stand was not covered in flames, so Lin Zhe jumped off the shoulders of the Inferno demon. The items on that display table also appeared up close in front of Lin Zhe. It was a golden fire, and unlike the feeling of all this junk modeling around it, the fire looked very real, and it just kept leaping there silently, as if it wouldn't go out. Just then, an interface reminder popped up above Lin Zhe's head once again. Congratulations on completing the final trial and receiving the reward, Eternal Flame. In the next second, the golden flame flew directly towards Lin Zhe slowly. Weapon inlay. Eternal Flame Mythic Grade. Effect. When this item is attached to equipment, all fire damage will be real damage, and will be increased to 5 times of the original damage. And the flame is controlled by the consciousness of the equipments. If the equipments are not recalled, the flame can burn everything and never go out. This item can be inlaid with any weapon, and can be freely removed. What mythic level? Lin Zhe was shocked. Ever since he was a child, among his perceptions, S-Class was the top of the line. Now a mythic item actually popped up. How did such an item end up in this Thai copy? Was it intentional? And this effect, it's too awesome, isn't it? Lin Zhe's eyes were glowing. Immediately, it was set on top of that molten fire heavy hammer of Inferno. Only a kind of golden flame emerged from the already mighty and domineering hammer. Thank you, Lord, for the reward. Inferno smiled. Congratulations on clearing all floors of this replica. You will be teleported out of the replica after 60 seconds. 60, 59, 58. It's finally over. Lin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Outside the copy, Qi Xingyu, Chun Hang, and Io had also long since finished their matches at this time, of which Qi Xingyu had managed to reach the 5th floor, but unfortunately the blue was depleted, so he had to pass out on his own. Chun Hang and Ayao stopped at the 4th floor. All 3 of them were waiting outside for Lin Zhe's final result. Just then, a handsome young man in black light armor was seen walking out of the portal. Several cameras immediately disliked him in the face, appearing in real time on the big screen. A cheer went up from the entire room. No matter how much they had questioned Lin Zhe and denigrated him before, at this moment, they couldn't help but send their blessings and knees. Lin Zhe is awesome. Lin Zhe is so handsome. Lin Zhe, I'm going to give you a monkey. Then the final point standings for the tournament were put up on the big screen. First place, Lin Zhe, 24,360 points. Second place, Zhou Xiaoyu, 12,056 points. Third place, Qi Xingyu, 9,624 points. Fourth place, Io, 8,789 points. Fifth place, Chun Hang, 8,438 points. Sixth place. Seeing Lin Zhe's score take the fractured first place, everyone once again boiled over. At the same time, the system sounded, ding. You have won the first place in this competition and reached the top of the 7th floor, and received a reward. 2 system draws designated as S-rank rewards. Zhou Xiaoyu, Qi Xingyu, and the others swarmed around Lin Zhe. Zhou Xiaoyu, Lin Zhe, thank you. I actually managed to get 2nd place. I don't even dare to believe it. I'm afraid that if I go back and tell my grandmother the news, she'll be so excited that she'll have a heart attack. Qi Xingyu, Brother Lin, it's worthy of you. I recognize you as my big brother. Which school are you going to take? I want to go to the same school as you. Ayo. Qi Xingyu, disgusting. Words that make sense. At this time, 2 tall figures also appeared behind a group of students, and when the students saw them, they automatically made a path. It was none other than the 2 city lords, Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan. Lei Zhenyu's big hand done slapped on Lin Zhe's shoulder. You kid. I really didn't look at the wrong person. Then, with a provocative gaze, he looked at Feng Yuan. How about it? Dare to laugh at my Tianyu city again for having no one? Feng Yuan pushed his glasses, ignored Lei Zhenyu, and said directly to Lin Zhe, Linzei student, our Tianqing city now has a talent recruitment program. There is a very good policy of transferring households. As long as you join our Tianqing city, I promise you a set of garden houses and more. You get the hell out. Lei Zhenyu was furious. Digging in my face, huh? By the way, Linzei, which college do you want to get into? You don't know. Those teachers in the admissions office are on the verge of a fight. Everyone wants you. Linza scratched his head. I'll have to reconsider. However, right at this moment, a soldier hurriedly ran over and whispered something in Lei Zhenyu's ear. Lei Zhenyu's expression changed abruptly. What? My city lord's mansion was attacked? Chapter 54 Lei Zhenyu, Close Combat Thunder Technique. After receiving this news, Lei Zhenyu immediately pulled Feng Yuan and Linzei aside to discuss it alone. Feng Yuan was also startled. The Tianyu city lord's mansion was attacked by the undead clan? Lei Zhenyu nodded. It's rumored that those ghostly things have built an anchor point in my old office and have now begun to invade reality. The anchor point, the point at which the copy is positioned. Anytime a foreign race wanted to invade the blue planet, they needed to identify an anchor point, generate a copy at the anchor point, and then invade the real world through the copy. This is the rule of this planet. All races are not above the rule. Lei Zhenyu continued. They should have planned this a long time ago, purposely creating a mess on this side of the tournament to lure me over here. Then they took advantage of my absence to invade my base again. But there's one thing I don't understand. Linzei asked, why did they choose the anchor point at your city lord's mansion? Even if you weren't there, wouldn't the invasion be much more difficult than choosing somewhere else? The situation is urgent. I'll answer you later. Only Lei Zhenyu's body stood up straight and said squarely towards Linzei, Major Linzei of the Special Operations Team is at your service. Linzei was stunned for a moment and immediately stood up straight as well. Here, now dispatch your first mission. Follow me back to Tianyu City to crush the enemy army. Linzei instantly came to a feverish pitch, made a military salute, and firmly replied, yes. After Lei Zhenyu finished speaking, he directly used a scroll, generating a temporary teleportation portal in front of him. Go! In the next second, Lei Zhenyu and Linzei stepped into the portal. Feng Yuan watched the two of them go away and sighed heartily. Linzei is already a major? That's really something. However, as the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Feng Yuan shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid Linzei will be absent from the awards ceremony in a while. After a few seconds of time shifting, Linzei and Lei Zhenyu appeared in the middle of a garden near the city lord's mansion. At a glance, one could only see that the roof of the city lord's mansion was smoldering with thick black smoke, and sirens were also coming from all sides, with a number of soldiers moving in and out. However, a visual barrier had been placed around the circle and the citizens outside could not see what was really going on here. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud bang. A corner of the city lord's mansion collapsed a large piece down. Inside there was also the sound of all kinds of blades meeting each other. It was obvious that a very fierce battle was taking place. Tramp! Lei Zhenyu directly cursed. Are these mother and undead trying to tear down my home? He stabilized his emotions and said to Linzei beside him, regarding that question you just asked, why did the undead invade the city lord's mansion? I'll answer it now. More than 30 years ago, the undead invaded my Grand Xia, causing us to suffer heavy losses. However, the professionals of Xia were no slouches and united to beat them back. In the end, I personally killed their leader, the undead monarch. However, the undead monarch is immortal, and his heart has been kept in my city lord's mansion. I didn't realize that these undead, in recent years, have become active again. Using the granting of power as bait, they've pulled in a lot of humans and created chaos everywhere. But of course, the last few cases have been resolved by you. And their ultimate goal is to resurrect that undead monarch and revitalize the undead clan. After hearing this, Linzei said, so they're here to snatch that heart? Exactly. Lei Zhenyu finished, pulling both sleeves up, the well-developed muscles on his arms swelling. Simply delusional. I asked you to follow me this time. In fact, I don't need you to do it. It's just to see a big scene. You are still a student after all. You can just watch the battle quietly in a while. Just as well. I haven't had a fight in years, and my fists are itching for one. All of a sudden, Lei Zhenyu's entire body was surrounded by lightning, as if he was wearing an armor formed by lightning. His already disheveled hairstyle was even more rooted and upside down like a Lion King's. Linzei was also surprised. It was a blessing to see the god of thunder Lei Zhenyu display his strength with his own eyes. His profession was melee thunder method, and his level was said to have exceeded level 100, initially entering the ranks of a 5th-ranked expert. Only to see Lei Zhenyu take an arrow step, his entire body flashing towards the city lord's mansion like a wild thunderbolt, lifting a gully in the ground along the way. Ding! You have a new quest. Completely thwart the revival plans of the undead clan. Reward: 1 system draw. Another mission? Lin Zhe glanced at the system and immediately followed. At this time, the city lord's mansion was already in a state of disarray, with many of the walls collapsing to the ground. And from the side of the city lord's office, uncountable skeleton soldiers were crawling out, each one of them above the 2nd rank. A number of soldiers were fighting them hard in the corridor. Although the soldiers were all 3rd-order breakthrough powerhouses, they couldn't help but be densely packed with skeleton soldiers, so they couldn't be distracted at all. In addition to the skeleton minions, several undead generals also joined the battle. A skeletal general holding a lance and riding a skeletal warhorse stepped out of the portal in faith. While the soldiers could not be distracted, they immediately stabbed out their lances. 2 young soldiers fell to the ground instantly. What your human race did to our undead clan back then, I want you to pay in blood, the skeleton general said arrogantly. You dream. Accompanied by a voice as loud as a bell, a figure wrapped in blue lightning appeared from the corner of the corridor, then came straight at the skeleton general like a cannonball. The skeleton general immediately crossed his spear in front of him to beckon. However, in the next second, there was a click, and the spear broke. Then, the fist carrying the force of 10,000 pounds struck that general's skeleton, which instantly exploded like a watermelon and shattered into dregs. However, the power of the punch didn't stop there, and those skeleton soldiers behind the general were reduced to ashes in a giant blue shockwave. Booming Thunder Fist, one of the main skills of the melee thunder method. Lei Zhenyu spat towards the general who only had a skeleton body left and said disdainfully, Back then, if it wasn't for your undead clan first invading my Grand Xia, our 2 clans could have stayed well away from each other. Remember, no matter how many times you come, this is the only ending that awaits you. City Lord Lei. All the soldiers were relieved to see Lei Zhenyu arrive. Lin Zhe followed behind, also witnessing the wonderful move just now, and couldn't help but admire Thunder God's strength from the bottom of his heart. Just then, only a crisp ringing sound was heard in the space of the corridor, like the sound of a glass bottle falling on the floor. Then, blackness spread rapidly throughout the corridor, and everyone looked like they were immersed in a black current. At the same time, in everyone's status bar, there was an additional negative status. The Abyssal Curse. Abyssal Curse. All attributes and values reduced by 90%. Duration 10 minutes. This state cannot be dispelled by skills or items. What effect is this? The soldiers cried out in horror. Each person's attributes were, unsurprisingly, only 10% of what they had been, and their blood and blue bars had shortened by a large amount as far as the eye could see. Not good, we've been ambushed. Lei Zhenyu shouted angrily and was also hit by this negative status. At that moment, a woman's creepy laugh came from the air. Hehehe, you guys just have fun here. As the voice faded, only a steady stream of skeleton soldiers came once again from that end of the corridor. All the soldiers were stony-faced. They could have been evenly matched with these skeleton soldiers, but after being hit by this state, they were afraid that they would die if they were not taken a hit. After 90% reduction in everything's value, even the speed becomes so slow that there's no way to escape if you want to. Damn it! These undead know how to play dirty. Lei Zhenyu was furious. It doesn't matter. I'll hold it off. After saying that, a wall formed by lightning immediately crossed between the soldiers and the skeleton soldiers. Although Lei Zhenyu had also been hit by the Abyssal Curse state, he was after all a 5th-ranked powerhouse, and numerically he even had more attributes than many soldiers would normally have. However, Lei Zhenyu also knew that he wouldn't be able to hold out for long in this state. Damn! Something needs to be done immediately, he thought darkly. Just then, a teenager's voice sounded behind him. City Lord Lei, it's my turn to make a move. Only to see that the teenager wearing black light armor was stepping on top of that black cursed substance and walking faithfully, completely as if nothing was wrong. Everyone, including Lei Zhenyu, was shocked. How are you okay? Only Lin Zhe knew that no matter how powerful the Abyssal Curse was, it was still a negative status. And he is immune to all negative statuses. Only to see Lin Zhe walk to the front of the line of soldiers, facing the raging skeleton soldiers, he sent out a fist with flames in it. The Flame Fury skill was unleashed, instantly wrapping all the skeleton soldiers in the flames of hell. Chapter 55. Opening the draw, 2S rank rewards. Seeing Lin Zhe blast the skeleton soldier with one punch, the human soldiers were all stunned. Isn't this young man just over 20 levels? He hasn't even broken through the second rank yet. Lei Zhenyu was also slightly wide-eyed. He had known that Lin Zhe was a genius-type player, but this was the first time he had seen the unfathomable depth of his strength up close. And doesn't his profession rely on summoning demons to fight? How come he's so strong himself? This isn't a genius. It's a demon. Ha ha ha. I didn't think that old me would actually get ambushed. Shame on me. Lei Zhenyu laughed at himself and turned his gaze towards Lin Zhe. Originally, I wanted to say that I would just let you observe the battle, but now, I'm afraid I'm going to have to let you go out in person. Lin Zhe. No problem. Leave it to me. Then he shouted into the air. Han Chi, there. In the next second, a woman in black tights appeared out of thin air from the shadows on the ground, and it was Han Chi from the Special Operations Team. I am. The tone of voice that spoke remained unwavering. City Lord Lei, Major Lin, leave this place to my protection. Han Chi said expressionlessly. Well, please. Lin Zhe finished speaking and walked towards the outside. When he stepped out alone, Lin Zhe stopped in his tracks. It's better to come and draw the two system rewards first. This time they're both designated S-rank rewards. Immediately, with eyes full of anticipation, the sweepstakes page was pulled up and launched. Congratulations on winning the skill. Mana Heaven and Earth Grade S. Skill. Dharma Heaven and Earth. The body is enlarged to 100 times its original size, and all values are also enhanced by 100 times. Duration. 120 seconds. Cooldown time. 10 hours. Congratulations, you have won the prop. Summoned Beast Second Order Evolution Coupon 1S Grade. Props. Summoned Beast Second Order Evolution Coupon. A one-time consumable item that can be used to evolve a level 1 summoned beast to level 2. A skill and a prop. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. And both of them look powerful. Which demon is this law of the heavens given to? The first thing that came to his mind was the Inferno demon. The Inferno demon, which was already extremely destructive, would definitely be able to reach the level of destroying the sky and the earth when he used this skill. The next thing that comes to mind is the Chimera. Not for anything else. Chimera must be huge with this. Just thinking about it is exciting. In the end, however, he decided to give it to the Demon Dragon. Not only could it make up for its current lack of battle power, but when the Demon Dragon grew up, that level of destruction was something he didn't even dare to think about. Immediately, the skill book was made available for the Demon Dragon to learn. As for this evolution coupon, since it was for the evolution of a first-order summoned beast to second order, only the Hellhound was currently suitable. So, without hesitation, it was used directly on the Hellhound. Congratulations! Your summoned beast Hellhound has evolved into Hell Demon Dog, Summoned Animal, Hellhound, Race, Demon, Branch, Beast and Demon Species. Rarity, Grade C. Rank, 42nd Order. Life Value, 30,000. Mana, 15,000. Strength 2,000. Agility 4,000 plus 100. Stamina 3,000. Intelligence 2,600. Spirit 1,500. Skill Evolution. Bloodthirsty Gnaw Life Gnaw. Deals 1 damage equals agility 10 to a single enemy and causes a bleeding effect for the next 20 seconds. Dealing damage per second equals agility 2. Cooldown 2 seconds. New skill Mark of Prey. Applies a mark on the target, visible only to self, and guides the direction of the prey. When the self attacks the prey again, it deals 1 bludgeoning damage, after which the mark disappears. Maximum duration of mark, 10 days. Other skills. Shadow Assault. Equipment. Dagger of Thorns. After evolving, the big black dog's appearance also changed a bit. Its body was a circle larger than before. Before it was half a person tall, now it was almost as tall as a person, and it was simply oppressive when it walked in front of a person. And the 3 blood-red eyes also became more ferocious. But in the next second, the 10 big black dogs stupidly harped their tongues and pounced enthusiastically towards Lin Zhe. Stop! Lin Zhe immediately stopped it. Good lord. I'm afraid I'm going to fall apart if you guys pounce on me like that. Do you guys even realize that you're already a 200-pound kid? Meanwhile, the back garden of the city lord's mansion. A group of people wearing black robes and white masks were surrounding a place. In the darkness, A tall undead woman slowly stepped out. She wore a long gothic dress, her body thin and pale-skinned, her black hair falling over her shoulders. In her hand, she also held a floating glass bottle filled with a black, unidentified substance. Seeing the woman appear, those white masks immediately knelt reverently and shouted in unison. "Greetings to Lord Witch Demon! Get up!" the woman said in a regal tone. "Human slaves, you've all worked hard this time. And when the plan succeeds, my king will grant you immortal bodies and great strength. Thank you, your honor." A white mask stepped forward and bowed. "Reporting to Lord Witch Demon, my king's heart is hidden amongst the underground treasury. We are breaking through the blockade boundary. However, I'm worried that Lei Zhenyu is close to returning after receiving the news."
He.
The woman let out a creepy cold laugh. "It's not that she's coming back soon. It's that she's already back, and with that Lin Zhe who has ruined my plans 3 times. What? All the white masks were shocked. That's not good. The woman continued to laugh. What are you afraid of? They've already fallen into my trap. The woman pushed the glass bottle in her hand in front of the crowd and guffawed. In order to subdue Lei Zhenyu, I went through a lot of trouble to get this. Even if he's as powerful as he is, as long as he's below the 6th rank, he won't be able to escape the negative effects brought about by this thing. Lord Witch Demon is wise. All the white masks shouted in unison. However, just at this moment, a voice came from the side. A group of people are sneaking around. What are they hiding here for? The crowd followed the sound and saw a handsome young man slowly walk out. What, Lin Zhe? The woman's face immediately changed drastically. You've obviously been hit by the abyssal curse. How can you be fine? When those white masks saw it, they also backed up one by one as if they were rats seeing a cat. Lin Zhe smiled without saying anything and walked straight towards the woman. Humph. I don't believe it. Only to see the woman's hand wave forward. That glass bottle immediately flew towards Lin Zhe. Then, in front of Lin Zhe, it cracked with a bang, and the black substance spread out again, instantly coloring everyone in the space with black. Ah, Lord Witch Demon, how come even we are in the same state? Wailed those white masks one by one, who were also in the state of the abyssal curse. Everyone's blood bar became just a drop, very short. What are you afraid of? The woman said, the status will be lifted in 10 minutes. Right now the focus is to destroy this Lin Zhe first. However, in the next second, she was surprised to find that Lin Zhe's pace hadn't slowed down at all. What's the matter with you? There was some trembling in the woman's voice. I'd like to thank you instead. Lin Zhe laughed. It saved me quite a bit of work. In the next second, 10 gigantic hell demon dogs scurried out of space and pounced towards those white masks. Ah, help! There was a chorus of screams. One bite at a time, it took only a few seconds for the hell demon dogs to take care of all those white masks that were already bloodied. Lin Zhe looked at their corpses and said coldly, "Hee, as a human race, for the sake of some bull power, you actually became a human traitor. You really deserve to die." Lin Zhe said, looking at the undead witch demon with a layer of icy killing intent already in his eyes. "You're the mastermind behind this?" At the same time, a message from her appeared in her eyes. Boss Undead Witch Hela. Race: Undead. Level: 70. Life value: 150,000. Skills: Undead Summoning, Evil to the Bone, etc. Expand to view details. Description: she used to be the right hand of the Undead Monarch and has been working to resurrect the Undead Monarch and rebuild the Undead Clan since the fall of the Undead Clan. Only level 70? I thought how powerful. Lin Zhe expressed his disdain. Hela? You're a level 20-something and you think I'm a low 70? Chapter 56. Big is big, but it only lasts 2 minutes. Lindsay looked at Hela with contempt and made a tsk tisk tisk sound at the same time. Hela felt a strange sense of humiliation, and it was a good thing she hadn't experienced a human coming home for New Year's Eve and being chewed out by her neighbors at the head of the village, or it would certainly have felt familiar. Unable to withstand the insult, Hela became infuriated. I'm at least a great witch demon of the undead clan. How dare you look at me like I'm garbage? The perception is correct. Lin Zhe said, You're trash. All of you undead are trash. Hela was so angry that she wanted to go up in flames immediately, but immediately sobered up. She knew that this Lin Zhe wasn't just simply arrogant, he was the biggest threat besides Lei Zhenyu. However, she couldn't lose her temper verbally, and she snorted coldly, I'm not going to fight with you. Just let him play with you. After saying that, Hela chanted a few incantations under her breath, and immediately the entire earth began to shake violently. At the same time, she herself drifted to the far side of the midair, sitting back and watching the battle. There was a sudden loud bang, and the side of the city lord's mansion collapsed. A huge, morose, white-boned hand punched a hole in the outer wall and reached out through it. Then a huge skeleton monster stood up from among the ruins. It was more than 20 meters tall. Its body was made up of huge white bones, and it held a long sword in its hand. Inside the two empty eye sockets, ghostly green flames still floated. Boss Undead Duke Gal complete. Race: Undead. Level: 70. Life value: 300,000. Skills: Deadly Heavy Cannon, Deadly Tsunami, Soul Drawing, etc. Expand for more details. Description: The three most powerful generals of the Undead Monarch, together with the Archmage Tardis and the Witch Demon Hela, lost their sanity after being severely injured by humans, and could only be manipulated by Hela. Oh, this seems like an old acquaintance, Lin Mu said as he looked at the huge skeleton. After entering real mode in the first copy of the trial, the final boss is the Undead Duke that you fight, but then there's only one head. This time it's a full body. And Undead Duke Gar apparently recognized Lin Mu as well, the ghostly green flames in his eyes burning even brighter, presumably remembering the shame of being dry-humped by the Inferno demon with a single punch last time, only to see its entire body fall into a state of frenzy, letting out a hissing roar that shook the heavens, raising the long sword in its hand high, and stepping towards Lin Mu. Yang! Dang! The huge body stomped out violent vibrations on the ground. Lin Mu, however, was calm and said, "Xiao Long, it's your turn this time. Practice with your new skills." In the next moment, the black imp dragon appeared beside him, squeaking in a cute manner. Over there, the mid-air Hela immediately used detection and took a look. Only level 5. Although she knew that Lin Mu had 2 tricks up his sleeve, it was because he had 2 level 60+ demons. Now take a level 5 monster out to carry a level 70 boss? Has he gotten so cocky he's forgotten his last name? However, the demon dragon directly used the S-rank skill Fa Tianxiangdi that he had just obtained. In an instant, the small, black, ungainly dot disappeared in place. Huh, where's the dragon? Hela froze. In the next second, the weather, which had been sunny just a moment ago, suddenly clouded over, as if a huge dark cloud had covered the sky. It was only when I looked up that I realized a huge behemoth was flying overhead. "It's that dragon?" Hela exclaimed. "How did it get so big?" At this time, the imp dragon had become 100 times the size of its original size, and his attributes came: life value, 1.1 million, mana, 1.3 million, strength, 110,000, agility, 110,000, stamina, 110,000, intelligence, 150,000, spirit, 130,000. Not to mention Hera, even Lin Mu looked dumbfounded. Is this a nifty value that a level 5 monster should have? However, since the baby dragon was scaled up in equal proportions and not grown into an adult dragon, it still kept that somewhat cute look. Squeak! The demonic dragon let out a childish cry, but it resounded through the heavens and earth, energizing everyone. Only the Undead Duke, because he was not spiritually intelligent, was in turn not afraid of the scene before him. Only his skeletal mouth opened and aimed at the dragon in the sky. A shot of ghostly green energy was building up in his mouth. "Fool! Don't get tough." Hela hastily stopped it. However, it was too late. The next moment, only heard a whoosh sound. A death-defying heavy cannon was fired towards the demon dragon. Z! The demonic dragon reversed in the air and narrowly escaped being hit. And the deadly heavy cannon fired into the sky, blasting a cloud to pieces. Z! The demon dragon let out an angry chirp. A huge blue ball of lightning spat out of its mouth and landed lightly on the Undead Duke's body. Boom! A loud bang was accompanied by a huge shockwave, instantly raising countless sand and rocks, and some slightly thinner trees were snapped off. This power is as terrifying as it is. Damage dealt: 745,601. It directly exceeded twice the total life value of the Undead Duke, instantly killing him in seconds. Only the Undead Duke wailed, his body's white bones gradually shattering and turning into ashes in the blue lightning energy. Kill boss Undead Duke Gar. experience plus 60,000, lifespan plus 60,000 days, loot obtained, 60,000 copper coins, Kingslayer long sword, white bones material, skeleton summoning scroll one time. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level 28. Congratulations on the upgrade of your summoned beast demon dragon. Current level 12. The imp dragon went straight from level 5 to level 7 in a row. And seeing this scene, Hella, the entire ghost dropped her jaw. This Lin Zhe, what kind of demon is he? Lin Zhe pointed at her in midair. Xiaolong, there's another one there. Hella was stunned to see huge shadows rushing towards her. However, in the next second, the giant shadow bang turned into a small, black and unattractive. The three of them, Lindsay, Demon Dragon, and Hella, froze. Damn. I forgot that the duration of Mana Sky and Earth is only 2 minutes. It couldn't help but remind him of a certain large holster serial he'd watched before crossing over that had a monster fighting theme. Big is big. It just doesn't last. Lin Zhe spat. Hella slapped her chest. Scared the hell out of me. But we can't dwell on this. We have to hurry to the basement and find the king's heart. That's the top priority. After saying that, his whole body turned into a spiral shadow and flew away with a whoosh. Seeing Hella fleeing, Lin Zhe didn't immediately chase after her and asked the 10 hell devil dogs. Marked. Woof. Hellhound affirmed. It turned out that just a moment ago, Lin Zhe had already had Hell Demon Dog use his newly learned skill to mark Hella with prey marking. Hella couldn't detect it on her own, but Lindsay could see the mark and it lasted for up to 10 days. At this moment, coupled with the insight into fire skill, Linza clearly saw Hella appear on the ground. Follow. In a flash, 10 hellhounds burrowed into the shadows and disappeared. Meanwhile, inside the corridor of the basement, many human soldiers were lying on the ground, already without breath. The treasury at the end of the corridor was also a mess of various equipment and props. Some white masks are rummaging around inside. Whoosh! A shadow spiraled out, transforming into a pale woman in a gothic gown. Lord Witch Demon! The white masks knelt down. Stop kneeling and find it. Hella's tone was anxious. Reporting to Lord Hella, please see this. A white mask offered a locked wooden box. The appearance of the wooden box was plain, but inside it seemed to contain something alive, and there was a thump, thump, thump sound. Hella burst out. This is it. It's just that we've searched. For half a day, the white mask sounded a little embarrassed, and we haven't found a key that matches this lock. No need to look for it. Hella said, the box is a spellbinding prop. It didn't have a key in the first place. As for the way to open it, Hella said, and suddenly a grim smile appeared on her face. Only a short incantation was hyped under her breath, and in the next second, a silky thread-like body of energy was drawn from each of the white mask's bodies. Then, several energy bodies converged on the wooden boxes, unlocking at the same time, and those white masks only to feel their bodies begin to grow weak. Hella-sama, what have you done to us? There is only one way to open this box, and that is to absorb the soul. Hella smiled. This is your last contribution to resurrecting my king. You should be honored. Hella, you asshole. It wasn't until the very end of their lives that those white masks realized they were being used. Within a minute, everyone fell to the ground, never to move again. Click! Came the crisp sound, and the wooden box opened. A greenish-gray heart is thumping inside. Chapter 57. I heard you're immortal? Oh! Hella's eyes let out a gleam of excitement. Oh, my great king of the undead! She just dropped the box straight away and cupped the beating greenish-gray heart in both hands. Then, reverently, he dropped to both knees, raised his hands above his heart, and mouthed a long string of difficult incantations. Within a few moments, the veins at the top of that heart gradually spread out. Then flesh and blood began to grow around the veins again. It seems that around this one heart, a person is going to gradually grow. O great king of the undead, your most loyal slave, Hella, is here to welcome your birth. Hella chanted the words from her mouth with immense devotion. However, in the next second, on the ground around Hella, 10 hell devil dogs jumped out of the shadows and bit up towards Hella at the same time. Mark of the prey. When the caster catches up to the prey, it triggers a blast of damage. 162,031. Hella, who only had a total of 150,000 blood, was instantly killed by this unexpected attack. It's fine, it's fine. Now the dog is also accomplished. Lin Zhe slowly entered through the doorway of the treasury. You vile, Hela said as she took a breath on the ground. You old northern nose. Still talking so much when you're dying. Lin Zhe directly didn't give the other party a chance to curse. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, however, Hela suddenly burst out on the floor in a frenzy of laughter. What's the seizure again? The undead monarch has been resurrected, and your human race is still a step too late after all. Ha ha ha. Lin Zhe looked towards the heart that was gradually generating flesh and blood. Boss undead monarch's heart. Race. Undead. Rank. 1. Life value. 100. Skills. None. Just this. Lin Zhe said disdainfully. It's not a matter of minutes to destroy it? Destroy? Humph. Naive. Hela spoke with the last of her strength. The king of the undead is outside of the laws of all races. He is immortal and indestructible. Even though you, Lin Zhe, are powerful, there's no way you can stop it. Even if your human race's best experts come, it will still be the same. Immortality. Lin Zhe frowned slightly. Suddenly, he remembered something. Inferno, come out. In the next second, the huge inferno appeared around. I gave you a new prop just in time to try it out. Lin Zhe issued the order. Yes, Lord. Only to see Inferno take out his hammer, which had changed slightly from its previous appearance, and the flames on it had turned into a golden color. Eternal fire, manipulated by the user's will, burns everything and never goes out. Then, the Inferno demon slammed his hammer directly towards that heart. Golden flames instantly covered the heart. Humph. I've said that my king is immortal, so what if I use the fire elemental attack? Hela said, even if I burn to ashes, I can instantly regenerate flesh and blood. Annoying. Villains die from talking too much, you know? Lin Zhe coldly spat. However, the golden flame gradually burned away the flesh and blood that had just grown around the heart, and then the heart gradually shrunk in the midst of the flames. When it was about to be burned out, there was a mournful scream from the heart. The whole thing then disappeared in the air, leaving only a few orange sparks slowly floating in front of Hela's eyes. Hela watched in horror as the sparks fell to the ground. This can't be. This can't be. The faintest spark went out as well. And eventually, the horror on Hela's face froze, and her entire body turned into a puddle of white bones, which then shattered and weathered. Kill boss undead witch Hera. Experience plus 60,000. Life expectancy plus 60,000 days. Loot obtained. 60,000 coins. Great witch's skirt. Kill the heart of the boss undead monarch. Experience plus 20,000. Lifespan plus 20,000 days. Acquired trophy. Gemstone of Agony earring. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level 29. Ding. You have completely thwarted the undead clan's revival plans and have received a reward. One system draw. As he watched the series of prompts pop up, Lin Zhe was quite satisfied. At that moment, he noticed the bitter gemstone earrings above the item. It was a dull, black gemstone earring. It's the last piece of the 5-piece set. Lin Zhe was overjoyed. I was about to check the attributes when the sound of heavy footsteps came from outside the door, only to see that at the head of the line was Lei Zhenyu, followed by Han Qi and a group of soldiers. The 10 minutes were up, and they had lifted the state of the abyssal curse. Has that thief found the undead monarch's heart yet? Lei Zhenyu breezed in, very excited. Before Lin Zhe could reply, he spotted the opened wooden box that had landed on the floor. Lei Zhenyu's heart was flabbergasted, and he was on fire. It's over. The heart has been released. Has it been taken away by the thieves? Damn. It's my fault for accidentally falling into a trap. After saying that, he punched the concrete pillar next to him, smashing it out of a big crater. City Lord Lei, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses for a moment. Lin Zhe was somewhat speechless. The undead which demon I killed, and the heart of the undead monarch I extinguished. What? When Lei Zhenyu heard this, his entire body was even more agitated than just now. There was disbelief in the excitement. The undead monarch is immortal. How did you do it? If someone else had said this, he categorically wouldn't have believed a word of it. But today he had already witnessed too many miracles created by Lin Zhe, and besides, this was clearly not the occasion for joking. So he had to believe it. Lin Zhe instead scratched up the back of his head, a little embarrassed, thinking, Should I tell you about getting the eternal flame seed in the 7th floor? Lei Zhenyu understood and said to the soldiers behind him, "The crisis is over, so all of you go and take a short rest. Send someone to clear the entire building again in a while." Before long, only Lin Zhe, Lei Zhenyu, and Han Qi were left in the room. Han Qi is one of your own and your subordinate. You can trust her, Lei Zhenyu instructed. Lin Zhe nodded and told him exactly what he had encountered in the 7th floor. After hearing this, Lei Zhenyu pondered a little. There's actually such a strange encounter? No wonder the screen suddenly cut off at that time. We thought the copy had been contaminated again. It looks like the people who designed this copy did it on purpose. Let's not talk about this. Lei Zhenyu patted Lin Zhe's shoulder. Major Lin Zhe, you've made another great achievement this time. I really haven't misjudged anyone. Our Tianyu City, no, it's our great Xia, has produced a future star. Lei Zhenyu said excitedly, smiling from ear to ear. Sorry, got a little excited. Lei Zhenyu withdrew his expression. Now you have one more thing. Lin Zhe's heart, which had just relaxed, tightened slightly again. The award ceremony for the contest should not be over yet, so you should go back and receive your award. Ah, this is it? Lei Zhenyu said with a straight face. You have just contributed your heart and soul to the Grand Xia, but this kind of thing is destined to be unknowable to the populace. It is through the silent dedication of countless unsung heroes that the people have been able to live and work in peace and contentment now. But at the very least, I can't let you miss out on the award ceremony where you belong just because I abducted you for the mission. Go on, get on the podium and let everyone see you. It's your honor and you deserve it. Meanwhile, in Tianqing City, in the gymnasium of the Rising Star competition, the award ceremony will now officially begin. Accompanied by a majestic marching song, Zhou Xiaoyu and Qi Xingyu walked onto the stage. The host's voice came over the radio. Let's congratulate the third-place winner of this competition, Qi Xingyu. There was a burst of applause and cheering from the audience. Next, let's congratulate the runner-up, Zhou Xiaoyu. Though many did not recognize her, they gave applause and well wishes. Next up is the winner, player Lindsay. It's just that, because player Lindsay had some temporary personal matters, he couldn't make it to the scene. There was a sound of disappointment from the audience. What's wrong with this Lindsay? What's the matter with the champion being absent from such a big annual competition? On one side, Feng Yuan looked at the scene and shook his head helplessly. Before the radio could finish its words, however, a temporary portal was suddenly generated in the center of the podium. The crowd was stunned, and instantly the room went silent. Instead, a handsome young man in black light armor stepped out of the portal in faith. Oops. Luckily I made it in time. Lin Zhe laughed a little awkwardly. It was the host on the radio who reacted quickly. It looks like Lindsay contestant's business has been taken care of. He really does bring surprises every time. Now then, let's congratulate the winner of this Rising Star competition, Lin Zhe. The whole room was abuzz. Chapter 58, Undead 5-piece suit, new system function. The awards ceremony ended with a cheer. Lin Zhe walked off the podium with a large golden trophy and a card with the words $1 million in prize money written on it. Click, click, click. The flashes of various cameras lit up, and Lin Zhe was immediately stopped by a bunch of reporters. Mr. Lindsay, may I ask how you feel now? Lin Zhe, may I ask what your secret to becoming stronger is? Can you share it with everyone? Mr. Lin Zhe, may I ask which university you're going to enter? In the end, it was security that helped him out. Immediately, however, they were again besieged by the directors of the admissions offices of the universities. Mr. Lin Zhe, let's get to know our Eastern Biological University, the best university in the country for summoning faculties. We're willing to allocate you a single dormitory, as well as the benefit of free reimbursement for all copies during your 4 years of attendance, as well as a variety of equipment and weapons at your disposal. Mr. Lin Zhe, you should have heard of Qingbei University. We're the best comprehensive university in the country. The school is well equipped with all kinds of training equipment that are state-of-the-art, working closely with the beautiful country's highly sophisticated technology. Come to our Nanhai University. All the benefits they promised were not bad at all. Also, our school has a lot of beautiful women, so we can arrange for you to study with beautiful schoolmates. Well, so screw it, right? The other directors gave sideways glances. Student Lin Zhe, I'm from the Western War College. We're the best school in the country at training combat-oriented talents, and we're just as good at welfare. The other thing is that the school is located in Tianyu City, so it's convenient to go to school. Go, go, go. Is that a favor? The other directors immediately retorted. Lin Zhe didn't say anything, but actually had an answer in his heart. In fact, just before the undead invaded the city lord's mansion just now, he hadn't settled on which university he was actually going to. Maybe it'll be the most famous Clear North in the country? However, after what had just happened, he realized that he had crossed over to Tianyu City since he was 8 years old, and he already had a deep affection for the place. Although he was an orphan, there were friends, teachers, and city masters here, and if Tianyu City encountered a crisis like the next time, he wanted to be the first to step in to protect it. A man is a man of honor, but he also has to guard his home. So he wanted to choose the Western War College. Lin Zhe immediately took the director's business card and said, "Then teacher, we'll be in touch later." That director froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Lin Zhe to agree so quickly, and hurriedly nodded his head. Okay, I'll wait for your information." When the other directors heard this, they became anxious and urged, "Mr. Lin Zhe, don't jump to conclusions so quickly, reconsider." Lin Zhe slipped away in a hurry and disappeared into the crowd. By the time he re-entered his home in Tianyu City, it was already very late in the day. Lin Zhe laid down on the sofa, his entire body falling apart from exhaustion. It felt like a long day when I thought about how I had first participated in the tournament today and then solved the undead crisis afterward. Turning on the news, he saw that the news about the tournament win had been placed at the top of the page and that his picture had been posted. He didn't bother to open the content and simply ignored it. But there was also a message that caught his attention. Qin Dongjun, the owner of a well-known pharmaceutical company. "I want to get a statement from my dead son." This Qin Dongjun, naturally, was the dad that Qin Feng hung on to all day long. This news item claims that Qin Dongjun must have been framed by another contestant when he said his son died in the tournament. The organizers have now gone over to negotiate with him, but the two sides have not come to terms. Lin Zhe let out a cut, thinking that with such a son, this father probably wasn't an easy target either. Maybe after that you'll be approached yourself. Turning off the news, Lin Zhe began to check up on today's harvest. Aside from some of the things you can just hang up on the exchange, the most important thing is that Affliction Gemstone Earring. He opened it to check the properties. Gemstone of Suffering Earrings. Quality, Grade A. Category, Jewelry. Effects, Agility plus 1000, attaching a negative status other than instant death to the wearer randomly every hour. The effect cannot be dispelled. Set effect, 5-piece set? Without thinking, Lin Zhe put it directly into his own equipment bar. Then, only 5 ornaments were seen emitting different colors of light at the same time. The last line of question marks on each piece of jewelry was finally unraveled. Set effect, add another 1000 to all attributes. Increase the negative status effect of each accessory by 100%. Gain skill. Summon Undead Elite. Skill. Summon Undead Elite. Temporary summoning skill. Each time you can randomly summon one of Undead Archmage Tardis, Undead Duke Gal, and Undead Witch Hela to fight for you. The negative effects can just be ignored. Another 1000 to all attributes, plus the skill, it's not too bad. Next, it's time for the most anticipated raffle. However, having just opened the system page, Lin Zhe was about to draw a prize when a message popped up. Detected that the number of tasks you have completed has exceeded 10. Do you consume 1 lucky draw chance to open the new function of the system? Yes, no. Ha! Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. There are new features in the system? Chapter 59 Leapfrog Advancement, Cancer of the 10,000 Races. Consuming 1 lottery chance for a new feature shouldn't be a loss. Lin Zhe thought, and immediately chose, yes. System loading. Successful opening of new function. Prize upgrade. All prizes obtained through the raffle of this system can be upgraded by consuming their lifespan. Lin Zhe's eyes instantly lit up. System. What's my total lifespan now? Current total remaining lifespan, 1,374 years and 123 days. Congratulations on becoming a 1,000-year-old immortal bastard. Why are you still cursing in this system? Lin Zhe's mouth twitched. But it's only been a day, and you've already saved up so much lifespan? Lin Zhe felt reasonable when he thought about how many big bosses he had crossed over to fight in this day. System. Pull up a list of upgrades available to me. In the next second, the system listed a long list of names, all of which were talents and skills he had drawn earlier. Talent class. Soul Link grade S. 1-3 of upgrade progress. Current upgrade lifespan required 5,000 years. Master of Time Management S rank. Upgrade progress 1-2. Current upgrade lifespan required 5,000 years. Infinite Devouring S rank. 1-3 of upgrade progress. Current upgrade lifespan required 5,000 years. Fate S rank. Upgrade progress 1-3. Current upgrade life expectancy 1,000 years. Skill category. Virus Propagation S rank. Upgrade progress 1-3. Current upgrade life expectancy 1,000 years. Law of the Heavens grade S. Upgrade progress 1-3. Current upgrade lifespan required 1,000 years. Insightfulness grade A. Upgrade progress 1-3. Current upgrade life expectancy 500 years. Elemental Berserk grade A. Upgrade progress 1-3. Current upgrade life expectancy 500 years. Shadow Raid grade A. Upgrade progress 1-3. Current upgrade life expectancy 500 years. Wheel of Fortune grade A. Upgrade progress 1-3. Current upgrade life expectancy 500 years. At a glance, all of them needed to be consumed for hundreds or thousands of years, with the highest actually reaching 5,000 years. Talents are more expensive than skills in general, especially some of the talents that involve rule-based classes. Well, it instantly felt like I wasn't living a very rich life anymore. Lin Mu looked around, finessed his calculations, and decided to raise a turning fortunes into fortunes talent first. After all, the talent was quite useful, and the last few victories had been gained by it. And all other skills seemed to be adequate for now. Does it consume 1,000 years of life to upgrade the talent? Fulfillment of good fortune? Yes, no. Without hesitation, yes was chosen. Talent. Turning evil into good. Immune to all negative effects. Talent. Turn evil into good. Immunity to all negative effects and transforms them into positive effects. Current upgrade progress is 2-3. Life expectancy for further upgrades is 5,000 years. Crap! Lin Mu's eyes glowed. So invincible? In the next second, he immediately felt a surge of clarity and power welling up in his heart. Opening the equipment bar, he realized that all the negative effects of that undead gem 5-piece set he was wearing had all turned positive. Cursed Gemstone Necklace. 50% chance of error when attacking target, 50% increase in bludgeoning rate when attacking. Fallen Gemstone Ring. Decrease attribute value by 10 levels, increase attribute value by 10 levels. Blood Gemstone Chest Badge. Causes 1 hemorrhage every 10. Bleeds for 10% of life value, automatically heals back 1 time every 10 seconds. Heals for 10% of life value. Chaos Gemstone Belt. Easier to go into a state of losing your mind, keeping your mind clear. Gemstone of Suffering Earrings. Attaches a random negative status to the wearer every hour. Except for instant death, attaches a random gain status to the wearer every hour, except for after resurrection. Effect of 5-piece set. Increase the negative status effect of each accessory by 100%, increase the positive status effect of each accessory by 100%. As Lin Mu looked at these effects, he felt that he had lost the ability to speak other than crap. This thing is too much like an opening, isn't it? Leaps and bounds of improvement. He saw 2 gain effects hanging there on his status bar. Increase speed and increase stamina. This would be the random hourly increase in gain status of the Affliction Gem Earrings, and it's multiplied by 2 with the 5-piece sets effect, so it's 2 statuses. Looking at his remaining lifespan off just over 300 years, Lin Mu thought in his heart, it seems that I can't stop practicing the turtle breath technique every day, and it's still time to go brush up on my lifespan more often. Just then, his voice communication rang, and the caller was an unfamiliar name called Hu Weidong. Lin Mu thought back for a few seconds, took out a business card in his coat pocket and took a look at it. Then he remembered that this Hu Weidong was the director of the admissions office of the Western War College. Lin Mu answered the phone. Hello? Is this Mr. Lin Mu? I am. Hello, Director Hu. Oh, student Lin Mu. Once again, congratulations on taking first place in this competition. It's also a great honor that you chose our school. It's like this, are you free these days? I'd like to show you around our school and get the enrollment paperwork and stuff done. In such a hurry? Lin Mu was a bit speechless. He hasn't even graduated from high school yet, and they're making him enroll in college? Ah ha ha ha. Came a somewhat embarrassed laugh from across the room. It's good to do it early, so we can also arrange your dormitory and so on for you early, Of course, your dormitory must be the most upscale dormitory on our campus. A single one, haha. Lin Zhe heard out that since too many schools wanted to snatch him up, the other party was afraid that he would change his mind temporarily, so they hurriedly made him go through the enrollment procedures. Lin Zhe would smile and didn't break it down. All right then, or maybe the day after tomorrow. He's already determined to go anyway, so let's just go along with the other guy's wishes. Yes, no problem at all. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously very happy. I'll send you the detailed address in a moment. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Then I won't disturb your rest today, bye. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhe looked at his chat program again. As expected, there was another explosion of information. Wang Hao sent a voice. My son Lin Zhe. Oh no, righteous father Lin Zhe. All won the championship. If you're rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Chu Yoyu sent a message. I saw the news that you won the championship. Congratulations. Some other day about dinner. By the way, Meng Li, that little girl, is with you in some kind of conflict? She seems to be autistic now. Even Chi Yuing left a comment. Congratulations. By the way, my brother, I don't think he said anything strange. Right? Lin Zhe brushed, and without realizing it, he laid down on the sofa and fell straight to sleep. At the same time, Tianyu City's city lord's mansion. Since the attic was extensively destroyed, Lei Zhenyu's office was also temporarily moved to the underground emergency shelter room. It's late at night now, but he's still having meetings on the line. And it was the rather high-ranking meeting of the 12 city lords of Daxia. He sat alone next to a very large round table, and although the other 11 seats were unoccupied, each of them lit up with a curtain of light on which the name of the city was written according to the 4 directions. West, Tianyu, Tianqing, Nanyun. North, Baidu, Lodu, Black Dragon. East, Donghai, Dahu, and Rinsen. South, Nankai, Chihana, Ryuta. These are the 12 great cities of Daxia. At this moment, a calm voice issued from the light screen of East Sea City. In that case, the crisis of the undead resurgence is considered completely lifted? That's right, Lei Zhenyu replied. But there may still be some remnants of the human traitors left, which we are in the process of removing. These grandchildren used a villa on the outskirts of the city as a base, and it was also smashed by us. Old Dog Lei is still the same thunderous tactic as always. The one who said this was Yun Tianxiang, the city lord of southern Cloud City. Ha ha ha, Lei Zhenyu said somewhat smugly. The main credit also goes to one of my Tianyu's newly born geniuses, who, by the way, has also won this Western Rising Star competition. Slightly heard. A solemn woman's voice rang out from the light screen of Luodu City. I've watched the nightly news. It seems to be called Lin Zhe. Humph, exactly. Lei Zhenyu said. This son will surely be the future pillar of my Grand Xia. I say little Lei A pale voice issued from the light screen of the South Sea City. It's easy to tear your eggs when you take big steps. It's better to blow less. In the words of the young people, you're called poison milk. That's right. The Great Lake City's city lord helped out in a thin accent. Which of our cities hasn't given birth to a few supreme geniuses? It's not rare. Oh, Lei Zhenyu cocked his legs together and said confidently, what about the geniuses who beat several level 70s in their 20s? Have you guys ever done that? What? The other city lords froze for a few seconds and cursed. You just blow you. I'll believe the hell out of you. Feng Yuan. As much as it pains me to admit it, what old dog Lei said is true. Now, the other few city lords were all silent. Ha ha ha, thanks, old Feng. Lei Zhenyu laughed. After a few seconds, though, he withdrew his smile. Well, enough about that. There's one more thing. When we fought the undead clan today, we were hit by a negative status called the Abyssal Curse. Lei Zhenyu's face became increasingly serious. That thing shouldn't be the undead clan's own. This abyss, I fear, is the thing. Abyss? Feng Yuan said with some surprise. You mean the cancer of the 10,000 clans? The Abyssal Clan? Chapter 60 Duel. Summoned Beast. When these words came out, the other city lords were also startled. The Abyssal race? The female lord of Thousand Flower City said. That is a special race that exists amongst the legends of certain races, and if you compare the races to a piece of farmland, the abyss is the locusts, destroying them wherever they go. That's why it's also known as the cancer of the nations. Feng Yuan. But in the 100 years since the birth of the human race profession, this race has never been seen, and has never been heard of encountering any other existing race, and has always been heard of only in the myths and legends of very few races. Yeah. Luo Du City's female city lord said, City Lord Lei, aren't you being too sensitive? Maybe that negative status just happens to carry the word abyss? Lei Zhenyu, I hope so too. However, is there any curse that can directly cut the value of everything by 90%? I've never heard of it in my entire life. The other city lords fell into silence. I think it's better to report it to Great General Hua Yu first. Feng Yuan said, even if it's not true, it's good to make a file to keep. It can only be this way, Lei Zhenyu said heavily. 2 days later, early morning. Lin Zhe jumped out of bed early because today was the day he was going to go to the Western War College to do his paperwork. The university wasn't too far from his house, half an hour away by bus. Just as soon as he got off the bus, a very majestic and imposing school gate was displayed in front of him, with 6 large and powerful words written on the plaque, Western War College. There were also some sculptures of professionals in front of the school gates, all looking very heroic. The whole style of the school gate gave a solemn, grandiose impression, more like some kind of army than a school. Hu Weidong, the director of the enrollment office, had waited at the door early, and when he saw Lin Zhe appear, he immediately came over with a smile on his face. Seeing Lin Zhe looking very intently at the shape of the school gate, Hu Weidong laughed. How is it? Not bad? Actually, the school's predecessor was an army base, so it inherited this ironic style. These sculptures are all of our best graduates from previous classes, and there is no shortage of heroes who went on to achieve great feats of valor. Come on, let's go in. Walked into the school gate, but found that it was a little different from the kind of solemnity of the school gate. Inside, most of the buildings are modern and there is a lot of green space and a lot of students walking along the road, all looking spirited. Lin Zhe couldn't help but feel a sense of longing, thinking of the fact that before crossing over, he only went to a very ordinary third branch college in this life. He was considered to have fulfilled his dream of a prestigious university. Hu Weidong took him through some formalities. After it was over, Hu Weidong's entire body looked like he was relieved, and his face smiled even more broadly. Then he took Linza to visit the dormitory specially prepared for him. Unlike the kind of dormitory imagined with a few bunk beds in one room, this dormitory was a one-room layout with a separate kitchen and bathroom. It felt a bit more luxurious than Lin Zhe's own home, and the genus was a bit moved. Hu Weidong seemed to have read his mind. You can move in here anytime, but the latest is 1 month from now, when freshman year officially starts. Coming out of the dormitory, Hu Weidong took him on another tour of the teaching building, cafeteria, physical training hall, duplicate battle hall, and other facilities. When they were finally ready to tour the stadium, they realized that many people were fishtailing towards the gates. Is there something important today? Linza asked. Oh, I almost forgot. Hu Weidong slapped his head. Today is an academic exchange meeting between the summoning department of our university and the Eastern Biological University, and it's being held right here. It's just as well, you're also a career in the summoning faction. I'll take you there and introduce you to Director Ma of the summoning department by the way. Lin Zhe secretly thought, Eastern Biological University? It's said to be the best university in the country for summoning majors. Nodding, he said, okay, go check it out. At this point in the stadium stands, a lot of people were already seated. In addition to the entire faculty and students of the summoning department's majors, there were also quite a few people from other departments who had skipped class just to see it. After all, this is an academic conference with another school. And in this era where all people are martial, academic exchanges, which pretty much means competing in martial arts, will naturally attract a lot of people to come and watch the fun. As soon as Lin Zhe entered, he saw 2 giant beasts writhing together in the center of the playground. On one side was an ancient bear king, with a huge body size, thick limbs, and a mouthful of sharp teeth, appearing ferocious. On the other side, there was a tall stag with a pair of towering and sinuous antlers on its head, looking majestic and noble. Both behemoths were above level 40. At this moment, that stag was slamming its antlers into the other party, and that ancient bear king had grasped the antlers in his 2 hands, his body not moving at all. There is a power play going on between the 2 sides. The host's voice came over the radio. On one side is Shui Yang from the Eastern Biological University. His profession is an ancient beast summoner. On one side is Lu Ming from our school. His profession is spirit beast summoner. Just now, 2 students from our school have already lost to Shui Yang. Can Mr. Lu Ming actually make a comeback? Just behind the 2 behemoths, 2 boys were standing there, giving commanding orders. Deer, hold on. Don't let up. Bear King, use a killing move. In the next second, the ancient Bear King held the antlers with both hands and didn't let go of them, and his entire body leaned backward, directly coming up with a backdrop. Only to hear the giant deer, ow. The entire head was heavily smashed on the ground. Life value instantly reduced by a large half. While the giant deer was lying on the ground, twitching and unable to get up for a long time, it already had an additional, broken bones. Negative status on its status bar. The stands were instantly in an uproar. What kind of power is this, to make the giant deer incapacitated with a single move? As expected of Eastern Biological University, it really lives up to its name. I've heard that Shuiyang, this ancient Bear King, is a beast recorded among the legends of ancient books. It's really powerful, and I heard that this Shuiyang isn't even the most powerful of the students they sent this time. On the radio, the host said, "It seems that the winners and losers have been divided. I announced that Shuiyang's classmates have been awarded," and so on. What is the ancient Bear King up to? I only saw that Shuiyang shouting, "Bear King, multiply the victory. Don't give the other side a chance to survive." The ancient Bear King roared and immediately swung both of his fists, slamming fist after fist onto the giant deer that had already lost its ability to fight. The giant stag let out a mournful cry, hearing the hearts of those present tighten. Shortly after, the giant stag's life value completely turned to zero. There was a chorus of boos from those in attendance. An academic exchange? Is it necessary to come down so hard? Yeah. No one's summoned beasts come from the wind, and we've lost twice in a row. You guys don't have to be so ruthless. What's going on with this East China Sea Biological University? Is this here to exchange, or to seek revenge? Those who don't know still think who killed his father. The passion from earlier was apparently gone from the radio as well. I declare Shuiyang the winner. In the center of the bleachers, two middle-aged men who were slightly older were standing side by side. One of the bearded men let out a smug laugh. "Ha ha ha. It seems that your Western War's summoning department still needs to be improved." He is none other than Director Wang of the Eastern Biological University. The other man was in a suit. He was the Ma director of the summoning department of the Western War College. At this time, Director Ma was also very upset, just in the way of the identity and not good to attack, so he could only say, "Your school style is still consistently ruthless. We have lost, but also a little bit does not give a way to live." Director Wang said smugly, "Humph, that's a must. In the future when you go to the battlefield, the enemy won't show you any mercy. Sorry about that, it's just our style." When he finished speaking, the few students accompanying him behind him all wore a self-satisfied expression of great approval. Director Wang's reasoning is not really wrong. It's just that, since after a summoned beast dies, trying to revive it often costs a very high price. So usually in friendly matches like the academic exchange, everyone is point blank and won't lay a deadly hand on it. At this time, the winning Shuiyang on the playground was even more furious. In the face of everyone's booing, directly raised his middle finger, provoking, "Ha ha ha, disobedient down to compete with the old man's ancient Bear King. You guys from the Western War College, do you win by fighting words? In my opinion, they're all trash." This provocation attracted even more resentment from the crowd of students. However, each person was hindered by the fact that their own strength was indeed insufficient, or they were not in the summoning department at all, so they could only hate it. On the stands, Lin Zhe and Hu Weidong had also seen the entirety of the fight just now. Hu Weidong said indignantly, "What quality is this student? Isn't this bullying?" Lin Zhe didn't look happy or angry. He just felt that the other party's behavior was a bit too much. In addition, that Shuiyang's reaction was also a bit too much of a clown. It's only a level 40+ summoned beast, why jump like that? Ding! Detecting your sharp evaluation of the contestants, you have a new task to make the rival school completely concede defeat at the academic exchange conference. Reward: 1 system draw. Lindsay? Wait, I can't even comment on it? Chapter 61. This Lin Zhe is not sent by the opposite side to trap me, is it? Shuiyang was seen continuing around the playground, offering his middle finger to the people in the surrounding stands, making more and more people look away. Director Ma of Western Warfare was also very dissatisfied. "Director Wang, this student of yours is a bit too impolite." Director Wang, however, was unimpressed and laughed. "Hey, young people, high-minded and proud. I think it's quite good." Director Ma could see that they said they were here for academic exchanges, but they were actually here to show off their strength. Just then, Hu Weidong led Lin Zhe to Director Ma's side. Director Ma, I'd like to introduce you to a new student. This is Lin Zhe, officially enrolled this September. Also from your summoner profession. Director Ma was indignant in his heart and didn't have much of a heart. He just glanced at Lin Zhe and perfunctorily snorted, "Oh, I see." At this time, Lin Zhe took the initiative to speak. "Hello, can I go up and compete?" Director Ma froze for a moment and looked Lin Zhe up and down for a few moments. "This is an academic exchange. Everyone is free to go up and compete, but didn't you even start your freshman year?" Lin Zhe thought to himself. "Do you think I want to be on it? It's not easy for me to want to rest for a few days. But the system has to send me missions. What a chase to send me rewards, no way." When Hu Weidong heard Director Ma say this, he hurriedly explained, "You don't know. Lin Zhe won the Western Rising Star competition a few days ago." "Is that so?" Director Ma said absent-mindedly. "But no matter how great the Rising Star contest is, it's still just high school students, and here are all the best students who have been going to college for years. If we let them go to the Rising Stars tournament now, every one of them would be the strength of a champion." At that moment, the bearded Director Wang spoke. "Director Ma, this is your fault. Why are you stopping people? Let all of us appreciate the strength of the champion. These students of mine are not talented and have yet to fight a champion." Despite the verbalization, several people heard it plainly. He was being sarcastic. The few students who accompanied him behind him also cast cold glances at Lin Zhe, as if they were looking at a piece of meat on a slab. Lin Zhe also heard this old man Wang's explicit and implicit praise of himself, but did not break it down. Instead, he smiled and said to him, "Then, Director Wang, if I win over all your students, what kind of reward will you give me, no higher or lower?" Several people froze at this statement. "Nonsense." Director Ma hastened to stop. "What are you, a freshman who hasn't even enrolled in school yet, talking nonsense here?" He screamed bitterly in his heart. "How to be so unlucky today. It's not enough that the students lost, but there is also a freshman who can't understand the situation to lose my face." That Director Wang but laughed out loud. "You little student is very interesting. See this trigger finger in my hand? I only saw that the other man was wearing a big green wrench on his hand, and it didn't look like it was cheap. This is a teleportation gem ring that can generate teleportation portals at will, and the market price right now is just over 50 million, haha. If you can really win these students of mine, I'll give it to you. But relatively." Director Wang smiled wistfully at Director Ma. "If this student loses, Director Ma, you'll have to give my student something of equal value." "Huh?" Director Ma looked confused. "It's settled." Nevertheless, Lin Zhe didn't wait for Director Ma to speak and directly agreed, then ran straight towards the playground. "Wait a minute. I also sister promised, Director Ma's face went white as he looked at Lin Zhe's back. "Damn. This Lin Zhe isn't a spy sent by this Wang surnamed. I'm afraid he's going to screw me over. I've lost a lot of money this time." In the center of the playground, Shuiyang was still rampantly declaring war on the stands. Who else? At that moment, a handsome teenager came on stage, and there was immediate applause from the stage. The host on the radio hurriedly said, "It seems that another student from our Western War has answered the challenge. He's from the big, Lin Zhe, who will only be a freshman next semester." The words were met with consternation. Everyone is looking at each other like, what's going on? Even if I really don't have anyone left in the Western War, I don't have to take a high school student, do I? Director Ma even shook his head repeatedly. "I really can't afford to lose this person." Shuiyang laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. "Ha ha ha. Have you guys pulled the Western War to this point already? Pulling in people who haven't even enrolled in school to fight in the war." Lin Zhe, however, wasn't angry and said lightly, "Dealing with you, who hasn't even enrolled in school yet, is already enough." Only to see him waving his hand, he then said, "Cut the crap and let your horse come over. I can let you have 3 moves first." After saying that, the huge inferno suddenly appeared on the playground. Shuiyang snorted coldly. "Humph. Let me have 3 moves? Really don't know the sky and the earth. My ancient bear king is level 46. Wait a while." Shuiyang looked at the message of the inferno across from him. Level 62? A drop of sweat oozed from the corner of his forehead. But he still showed no weakness. "Humph. So what? My ancient bear king has the ancient fierce beasts bonus, and its attributes weren't that much worse than a level 60s in the first place. Also, since you said you'd let me have 3 moves, I'm not going to be fake polite with you." He immediately seized this opportunity. In the next second, the ancient bear king appeared on the field, and judging from its size, it was about as tall as the inferno demon, and even a bit more robust. The two behemoths confronted each other, causing everyone at the scene to feel the oppressive force. Ancient Bear King, go! Shuiyang ordered. Within 3 moves, the winner will be decided. Ow! The ancient Bear King let out a howl and ran towards Inferno, his thick limbs stomping the field with a thud sound. Then, a huge bear paw slapped towards the Inferno demon. And the Inferno demon really did as Lin Mu had instructed, not dodging or striking back, just standing straight in place. That palm seemed to be wrapped in the power of the mountains and seas, and the degree of destruction on the body could be imagined. So much so that the audience could not bear to look at each one of them. Pop! Damage dealt to Inferno, 23. The ancient Bear King froze, Shuiyang froze, and the entire audience froze. That slap of the ancient Bear King had clearly hit him solidly just now. However, he saw that the Inferno demon was still, and had a very contemptuous look on his face, as if to say, "That's it. Ow!" The ancient Bear King was instantly infuriated. It basically hadn't lost a battle since it was raised by Shuiyang. How could it tolerate this? In the next moment, he directly used both arms to put the Inferno demon in a deathlock, intending to reproduce the backdrop masterstroke from earlier. Yet again it froze, because it realized that even though it exerted all its strength, the other party's feet did not leave the ground by half a centimeter. And in the eyes of the crowd, the image of 2 majestic behemoths in a deadly embrace, fixed in the arena, was straight up awkward. Lindsay covered his eyes, he simply had no eyes to see. The Inferno demon also yelled as if he was being harassed. "My lord, I just can't stand it anymore." In the next second, blazing flames erupted from his body, wrapping the ancient Bear King who was holding him in a death grip. Ow! The ancient Bear King let out a loud scream in the fire and immediately rolled around on the ground in agony, his blood bar disappearing rapidly. Lindsay, "Oh, sorry. My summoned beast didn't last 3 moves before it struck." Shuiyang was in a hurry. "Stop it. Stop it. I admit defeat. Stop." Lindsay said disdainfully, "Your director Wang just taught. Don't leave the enemy alive. I've learned it well." Only the ancient Bear King was seen rolling around in the fire, and eventually his life value went to 0. Lindsay popped up a reminder. Kill the ancient Bear King. Experience plus 20,000. Lifespan plus 20,000 days. Shuiyang collapsed, his entire body kneeling on the ground as if he had lost his soul. Mainly because the ancient Bear King breed was precious, and to revive it you needed at least 100 million copper coins. This Shuiyang was afraid that he wouldn't be able to use it as a summoned beast again for years. Meanwhile, cheers erupted from the stands. After being suppressed for so long just now, this is finally a good turnaround. Director Ma of Western Warfare also had a look of surprise on his face. This Lin Mu, there's something. Only the faces of that Director Wang and the few accompanying students behind him were gloomy. Director Wang glanced at the trigger finger in his hand, and a flash of concern flashed through his mind. However, he quickly regained his confident smile. To a cold-looking boy with Korean bangs, he said, "Luo Shang, it's your turn this time." Then, coming up to his ear, he whispered, "Go straight to the one I gave you." The boy nodded slightly, revealing a cold smile. "Don't worry, Director. Let's see if I don't finish him off." Chapter 62. Who said I'm going into the summoning department? On the field, Lin Mu stood still, listening to the applause and cheers from the entire crowd. At that moment, only a boy with a cold and arrogant temperament slowly walked up. His features were cold, and without a trace of expression on his face. He looked like he had a very strong aura. The people in the room gradually quieted down as well, and it began to turn into a whisper. "Ah, it's Luo Shang from the Eastern Biological University. I heard that he's the most powerful one among the visiting students this time." "Yeah, I heard he's only a junior now and he's already leveled up to 50. Moreover, Luo Shang is also the eldest son of the Luo family, the most powerful Luo guild in Donghai City, not to be underestimated. It seems like our West War is going to lose this time after all. That high school student, he's no stronger than Luo Shang." That's when the host also spoke on the radio. Now on the stage is student Luo Shang. His occupation is an S-ranked dragon herder. I wonder if student Lin Mu can still maintain the momentum he had earlier. Let's wait and see. The host was getting a little less confident himself by the end of his words. When Lin Zhe heard that, he came to be a bit more interested. Dragon Master, isn't that occupation of Chu Yuyu? However, he saw that Luo Shang calmly walk to the designated position, and then waved his right hand. In the next second, everyone only felt the air in the playground rapidly chill, and despite the bright sunny weather, they still got goosebumps. Then, a crack was seen opening up in the space above Luo Shang's head, and a flying dragon covered in ice crystals slowly emerged from it. Summoned Beast. Ice Dragon Lord. Race: Dragon Class A. Level: 69. Life value: 300,000. Z. The ice dragon let out a long cry in the air, crisp and long, attracting the attention of everyone in the room. Everyone's mouths were slightly open, shocked by the noble yet powerful appearance of this summoned beast. On the radio, the host rang out again. Luo Shang actually summoned a level 69 ice dragon lord. Such a noble breed. Even if we look at the entire blue star, we won't be able to find a few. On the stands, Director Wang snorted coldly through his nose. Isn't that nonsense? This is something that old me broke into over 3,000 high-level border copies before I managed to swipe it. Luo Shang used it to beat up that high school student. To be honest, it was more or less killing the chicken with a bullseye. But to win is to do whatever it takes. The Eastern Biological University, do follow through on doing things the hard way. Only to hear the host continue. So, what summoned beast is student Lin Zhe going to take out in response this time? Only Lin Zhe stood still and used his summoning technique without panicking. In the next second, a small, blackish dragon with a pair of small horns appeared at his side. Chirp! The imp dragon let out a milky cry. It drew an outcry from the entire crowd. Host: SH. What? Lin Zhe actually summoned a level 12 young dragon? Ahem, Lin Zhe student, as the host I'll kindly remind haha, you don't actually have to take a dragon against a dragon. That one just now was pretty good. I'm in favor. At this time, Luo Shang coldly spoke. Kid across the street, your little dragon's price isn't cheap. Is it? I don't see you as a rich man either. You shouldn't be able to afford to resurrect it.
所以我劝你换一只普通的应付了事吧，反正结果都是一样，你必输无疑。
Lin Zhe thought to himself, you're still weirdly kind. It doesn't matter. Using him is enough. Lin Zhe replied calmly. Hehe. Then don't blame me for not reminding you later. Luo Shang's eyes gradually went cold. Go, Ice Dragon Lords. Squeak. That ice dragon once again let out a crisp chirp in the air. Then, the wings covered in ice crystals began to flap violently. Instantly, gusts of bitterly cold wind with countless ice spikes scraped towards the imp dragon. The people on the field watched with sweaty palms, not to mention that little dragon. If they were to withstand this kind of attack, they would definitely die. Say. Countless ice crystals fell like rain on the ground in front of Lin Zhe, and only after a long time did the ice fog gradually dissipate. Within the mist, the imp dragon had disappeared. Is little dragon being seconded to the dregs? In the stands, some people were worried, some regretted, and some sighed a sigh of knowing it would happen. Then, just as everyone's attention was focused on the little dragon's position, the ice dragon flying in the air let out a mournful hiss. The crowd was instantly stunned, only to see an imp dragon whose size had enlarged by 100 times appear behind the ice dragon, grasping the ice dragon in its hands like a toy. Then, towards the slender and elegant neck of the ice dragon, there was a direct shot of lightning ball. Damage dealt: 1093891. Since Little Dragon's level had risen to level 12 and had also used the infinite devouring talent to increase his attributes by quite a bit, his attribute values had already arrived. Strength: 1952. Agility: 1965. Stamina: 2048. Intelligence: 2191. Spirit: 2236. Plus amplify the attribute 100 times after adding the law of heaven and earth. So a single shot of Thunderball directly caused over 1 million damage. That Ice Dragon Lord only had a total of 300,000 blood. How could he withstand this kind of damage? And before he had time to react, he instantly passed away. Instead, it went without any pain at all. Kill Ice Dragon Lord. Experience plus 50,000. Lifespan plus 50,000 days. Congratulations on the upgrade of your summoned beast demon dragon. Current level: 15. This traveling set made everyone look confused. A level 12 taking a level 69 in seconds? This little dragon and this Lin Zhe, what kind of monsters are they? Luo Shang obviously also has not yet fully reacted to what is going on. What? What? My ice dragon. It took several seconds before the great defense finally broke on his cold face and his entire body fell to his knees. That's an ice dragon lord that there aren't many of in all of Blue Star Ju, actually. Ah! Finally, he yelled without regard for his face. Lin Zhe stopped paying attention to him and directly shouted in the direction of Director Wang on the stands. Director Wang, do you still have students who want to go on? Facing the gazes that looked over in unison, Director Wang was instantly choked. One by one, several students behind him began to push their way to the back, trying to squeeze the person next to them to the front. Everyone is thinking, damn, don't let me get on it. I can't afford to resurrect my summoned beasts. After a few seconds, Director Wang finally gritted his teeth and uttered a few words. We admit defeat. The students and faculty of the Western War were abuzz. Ding! You have made your opponent completely admit defeat, completing the mission. Receive a reward. 1 system draw. After a few minutes, amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd, Lin Zhe walked back to the stands. With his hand extended towards Director Wang, he smiled playfully. Hey, Director Wang. I'll be polite then. This? Director Wang reluctantly removed the greenish wrench and snapped it onto Lin Zhe's hand. Teleportation stone trigger finger. Quality, Grade A. Category, Jewelry. Skill, can generate a portal to teleport to a designated anchor point. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The value of the wrench is still affordable. Those 2 battle-damaged summoned beasts were not something that could be handled by tens of millions. They were all counted in the hundreds of millions at least. And there's a lot of energy involved. Let's go. Director Wang took a few students and retreated in a grayish manner. Don't go. Sit down and have some more tea, Director Ma said conspiratorially from behind. This time, it was his turn to be pleased, and from ignoring Lin Zhe just now, he instantly became flattering. Student Lin Zhe, welcome to the team. You're the future hope of our summoning department. Wait. Lin Zhe immediately stopped the excited Director Ma. Who said I was going to be in your summoning department? Chapter 63. Become a special counselor and enjoy the fortunes of all? Lin Zhe said with a calm face. Who said I was going to enter your summoning department? Director Ma? Later? You let me wisp Director Ma was a bit confused. Aren't you going to enroll in our Western War College next semester? Right? Lin Zhe replied. Isn't your profession demon summoner? That's right. Lin Zhe replied. So which department are you joining instead of our summoning department in the Western War? At this time, Hu Weidong, who hadn't said anything from the side, said with a smiling face. You don't know, Director Ma? But Lin Zhe enrolled in the warrior department. What? Director Ma was anxious. As a profession of the summoning faction, you're going to go up against those melee faction professionals? Lin Zhe asked. Then let me ask you, Director Ma, through today's match, do you think I still have any shortcomings in this aspect of summoning? Well, it can be said that the level is already very high. It may have reached the level of a senior student. Director Ma shook his head and praised from the bottom of his heart. So, if you can join our summoning department, you will definitely be like a tiger with wings. Lin Zhe shook his head. Since Director Ma thinks so, doesn't that mean I don't need to learn more in this area? Joining the summoning department won't improve me much. Instead, I do think I have a lot of room for improvement in the combat aspect. So, I signed up for the warrior department. This? Director Ma was speechless. Suddenly, he thought of something and lit up. I have an idea, Student Lin Zhe. I'm hiring you to be the special advisor of our summoning department. It was Lin Zhe's turn to be confused. Special counselor? What's that for? It's assisting us with our teaching, doing some demonstrations of strength, or taking our students through practical exercises and so on, kind of like teaching assistants. Hu Weidong interrupted. Director Ma, it's not in line with the norms to have a student as a teaching assistant or a freshman. Director Ma, what's wrong with that? Why stick to the norms when appointing people on merit? Big deal. Lin Zhe's salary comes out of my own pocket. Oh yeah. Plus one more thing. You can also enjoy all the teaching facilities of our summoning department. It was obvious that he really wanted to pull Lin Zhe into the summoning department. Well, since Director Ma has already said this, Lin Zhe politely said, then I have no choice but to accept it. Okay, great. Welcome to our summoning department. Director Ma shook hands. After that, the two of them added their contact information to each other, and Lin Zhe took his leave. After the academic exchange ended, the teachers and students also walked out of the playground one after another, and Lin Zhe also walked among the crowd. Suddenly, Lin Zhe's left shoulder was tapped twice by the person behind him. Lin Zhe subconsciously looked back towards the right, only to see a girl with a smile as warm and soft as jade appearing at the back. It was none other than Chu Yuyu. Seeing that Lin Zhe actually recognized his own little trick of sounding out the east and striking the west, Chu Yuyu's eyes widened slightly. Lin Zhe, you actually didn't cheat? Lin Zhe thought to himself. This trick Wang Hao and I have long played badly, and have played out our muscle memory. Cough, cough. Without waiting for Lin Zhe to reply, Chu Yuyu continued. I didn't expect only a few days gone, you seem to have improved again? You're able to defeat Luo Shang's kind of level. Turned out that just now Chu Yuyu also sat on the bench and watched the entire match, and was surprised to see Lin Zhe on the court. By the way, what's with that dragon you just had? I haven't seen you use it the last time we played a copy together. Wait, Chu Yuyu seemed to remember something. That dragon wouldn't be the one you asked me how to hatch last time, right? You found the method so quickly? You know, many dragon eggs take years to hatch. Lin Zhe laughed. Oh, it's a long story. I have my own way. I thought to myself, nonsense. I've invested 12 years of my life into it. Can it hatch that fast? Chu Yuyu continued. By the way, I want to congratulate you for officially joining our Western War. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few days, you've become my senior brother. Come on, call out a schoolteacher. Lin Zhe white eyes. Want to take advantage of the situation. There's no door, there's no window. The two of them walked and chatted in the crowd. What Lin Zhe didn't notice was that a lot of people around him cast jealous glances, especially the boys mostly. Look guys, isn't that my goddess Chu Yuyu? How come that Lin Zhe also looks like he knows her? You loser, let it go. People, Chu Yuyu is the 1,000 gold of the Dragonfall Guild. There are many people chasing after her. This Lin Zhe is probably trying to chase after her as well, right? Then you're wrong. Didn't you see the news the other day? It's rumored that this Lin Zhe has officially announced with Chu Yuyu. What? No, isn't he not even a freshman yet? Is he even hairy yet? What exactly is this Lin Zhe's background? I can't accept it. A bunch of men and women were behind them, all with sour expressions. Just then, Lin and Chu walked across from another girl, as cool as the moon but with a bit of ing chi. Yo-yo, the girl greeted Chu Yuyu, but he suddenly saw Lin Zhe next to him, and his whole body looked like it was startled. She only saw a blush fly out of her small face, but made an airy face. Humph, Lin Zhe, why are you here? And Yo-yo, how do you know him? The person who came was none other than the Qi family's eldest miss, Qi Yuang. Chu Yuyu was also a bit surprised. What? Sister Yu? You guys know each other too? As soon as these words came out, Qi Yuang immediately remembered the shameful scene that happened when she and Lin Zhe met for the first time, and her face became even more red. Asking everything will only harm you, Qi Yuang said fiercely. Ahahaha. Lin Zhe also laughed awkwardly. Damn, the world is really small. The day she molested her, who knew that this Qi Yuang was Officer Su's daughter, Qi Xingyu's sister, and Chu Yu's friend? Ahem, right? The blush on Qi Yuang's face hadn't completely faded, and she said to Lin Zhe with a bit of a squirm, Congratulations on joining our warrior department. Lin Zhe, oh, so you're from the warrior lineage too. Qi Yuang, humph, you don't even know that? I'm at least an ace in the warrior department. Chu Yuyu was dumbfounded. Wait, you joined the warrior department, not our summoning department? The conversation between these three men, one after the other, once again drew even more heated comments from the sidelines. What's up with that Lin Zhe? How does she even know Qi Yuang? A junior sister of the warrior department and the daughter of the questioning sword guild. And Qi Yuang usually looks like a warrior woman. How come she looks shy in front of that Lin Zhe? Look at the one on his left and the one on his right. These three people are actually related. Lin Zhe wouldn't be enjoying the legendary flush, would he? What feudal remnants? I'm so sour. Not right. I want to report. I can't. I don't have enough brain capacity to blow up. Everyone threw resentful glances at Lin Zhe. Chapter 64 Running Thunder Skill, New Talent. The three chatted unknowingly in a sea of jealousy. At this moment, Lin Zhe looked at Qi Yuang. By the way, senior sister Chi, that turtle breath technique you gave me is quite useful, thanks. I wonder if you have any other ancient martial arts to learn on your end? Since he had joined the warrior department, he still had to build a foundation from himself. Also, one has saved up quite a bit of lifespan and used. Oh, Chi Weiying didn't expect him to talk about this and immediately became interested. Her beautiful eyes brightened up at once. Then how many layers of the turtle breath technique have you practiced to? Chu Yu spat out. Sister Yu is really a martial arts nerd. She doesn't get sleepy when she mentions practicing martial arts. And you? Chu Yu looked at Lin Zhe. Why is it that to Sister Yu you can call yourself a senior sister in a big way, but not to me? Lindsay laughed. Probably because you're a better cook? You. Chu Yu was so angry that she stomped her little foot. I'm too lazy to care about you. Effed. Chi Weiying couldn't help but laugh out loud. This scene, but also attracted the surrounding crowd like Cha Lemon. Sour gills are small circle. That Lin Zhe actually made Miss Chu angry? And make the always serious Chi Yu-ing senior sister laugh? God, please strike this kid with lightning. Over here, Chi Weiying said with a straight face. Getting down to business. So how many layers have you practiced to? Lin Zhe scratched his head. I don't know much about your ancient martial arts. How many layers are there? Chi Weiying explained in a proper manner. Generally speaking, ancient martial arts techniques are divided into 5 levels of realms. Introductory, minor, major, elite, and grandmaster. By the way, some martial arts have a transcendent realm above the sovereign, but it can be simply ignored because it's usually not something that can be refined in a normal human lifespan and only exists in ancient legends. How is it? Have you reached the introductory realm of your turtle breath technique? It's probably already reached the sovereign realm. Lin Zhe said lightly. He remembered that the last time the system utilized the talent time management master, it did mention the word patriarch. Humph. You think I'm joking with you? Chi Weiying, however, was a bit displeased. You've only been practicing for a few days? My grandpa practiced for more than 30 years from the time he got that book, and he only reached the realm of great accomplishment. This turtle-breathing skill is just like its name. It needs to be as peaceful as a rock like a divine tortoise, quietly cultivating and regulating. And there can't be the slightest distraction in your mind, which is like you can learn it in such a hurry. After practicing to the highest level, when you sleep, Chi comes out of your ears, known as turtle breath, and you will live a great and noble life. Chi Weiying unknowingly began to lecture. Said something that made Lin Zhe speechless. After all, there was no way he could reveal the secret that he could consume his lifespan to learn things. Chu Yu saw Lin Zhe's embarrassed face and gloated. Let you a little mouth blathering. Make our Sister Yu angry, right? Sister Yu, if you can talk more. Talk about him properly. On the contrary, Chi Weiying made her laugh. All right, it seems that a slow and methodical martial art like the turtle breath technique is not very suitable for you. So take this one. Initiate a trade request immediately. Lindsay saw a new ancient book placed in the window. The Running Thunder Technique? Lin Zhe pronounced its name. That's right. Chi Yuing said, the only martial art under the sun is fast. This Running Thunder skill emphasizes the word fast, which should be more suitable for an impatient personality like yours. Chi Weiying continued leisurely. However, it still requires diligent cultivation and slow progress. It's not something that can be achieved overnight. Then thank you, senior sister. Lin Zhe received the Running Thunder skill and said with a smile. What's on my mind is, damn, I can't get rid of the word impatient in your eyes. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Chu Yu interjected. I didn't think that you, Lin Zhe, would also be interested in practicing ancient martial arts? Is this ancient martial arts really useful? Chi Weiying immediately said, of course my Daxia ancient martial arts are useful. After the era of professional awakening has come, although people can learn skills directly through skill books, attribute point enhancement can still only rely on equipment and upgrades. Cultivating ancient martial arts is slow, but it is the most cost-effective way to raise attributes, and it doesn't require a family's wealth to achieve it. It's also very helpful in improving the combat power of the entire population of Daxia, which is why our Qi family's Sword Blade Guild has been dedicated to promoting ancient martial arts. By the way, recently I've been preparing an ancient martial arts promotion doing number. You two hurry up and add my attention. Chi Yu image is open the box began to gush to the two people science. Lin Zhe and Chu Yu looked at each other helplessly. Lindsay whispered quietly, Why do you think you're asking her questions like that for nothing? Chu Yuyu gently jerked her face. Call me talkative. Afterwards, the three of them ate lunch at an upscale restaurant, Chu Yuyu's treat. During the meeting, Qi Yueying also urged Lin Zhe to practice the running thunder skill and give it to her when the time came as fodder for the Douyin number. Lin Zhe had to casually snort. After a meal, the three of them said their goodbyes. When Lin Zhe returned home, he immediately took out the running thunder technique and placed his hand on the cover of the book. Trigger talent. Time management mastery. Does it consume lifespan to learn this book? Yes, no can be paused at any time in the middle. Select yes. Studying the secret of the running thunder. You have consumed 3 years of your life with a first glimpse of the door. You have consumed another 8 years with small success. You have consumed another 17 years to reach great fulfillment. You have consumed another 23 years to refine your entry. You have consumed another 28 years to reach the realm of the patriarch, and you may preach and teach. Although you have reached the apex, there is still some confusion in your mind. Continuing to consume 8 years of cultivation, the realm has not advanced at all. Do you continue to consume your lifespan to learn? Yes, no. Oh, it can still continue? Lin Zhe's eyes widened slightly. Then he made a decisive choice. Continue. You continue to consume 56 years and finally break through the transcendental realm. Once the running thunder comes out, it destroys mountains and chaps the earth, and is thus complete. When Lin Zhe opened his eyes again, with a slight push of his mind, there seemed to be 10,000 pounds of thunder in his hands ready to strike. Good Lord. It took me a total of 143 years of life. Now he has a total life expectancy left, 423 years and 43 days. But it's good to have reached the transcendent realm at least. Moreover, he realized that his strength and agility values had also gone up by more than 500 points. He was still quite pleased with the result. By the way, I got a raffle entry for the contest this morning, and I haven't used it yet. The sweepstakes page was instantly opened and a 10-year lifespan guaranteed a rated reward was offered. Congratulations on winning the talent. Unbreakable Golden Body Grade A. Talent. Unbreakable Golden Body. Physical defense and spell defense are increased by 50%, and you add a shield equal to your lifesteal limit to yourself, and when you take damage, the shield is consumed before your lifesteal is consumed. Lost shield will be restored at a rate of 10 points per second. Seems pretty good, Lin Zhe said happily. It's not a talent that enhances combat power, but it's heavy on being able to save your life, which is equivalent to doubling your life value. Lin Zhe instantly learned this talent himself, and with a blood stain of over 170,000 plus a shield of over 170,000, it was steady and reassuring. Just then, Lin Zhe's phone rang. Upon looking at the electrician, it was actually Lei Zhenyu. Hey, hello Lei City Master. Lindsay, here comes the mission. Chapter 65 Central Daxia, Misty Forbidden Zone. Hearing Lei Zhenyu's words, Lin Zhe's gaze flickered. Please speak. It's a border mission. Lei Zhenyu slowly said on the other end of the phone. A new copy appeared in the middle of Granxia yesterday, and a few occupiers were trapped inside. This time I want to send you to participate in the rescue, as well as fight to conquer the copy. Central Daxia? Lin Zhe repeated. That's right, the Misty Forbidden Zone in the center. Lin Zhe had done an understanding of the geography of Daxia since he had crossed over to this world. Since the arrival of the era of universal awakening, the Great Summer Country had been divided into 4 regions: East, South, West, and North, with 3 large cities in each region, as well as a number of smaller cities. The cities are separated from each other by the mist of the border. The central region of Daxia, on the other hand, was completely covered in mists and did not belong to any of the jurisdictions in the southeast, northwest, or north, so it was also known as the Misty Forbidden Zone. It is also for this reason that replicas in the central region are generally higher ranked and more dangerous than those on the city borders. Lei Zhenyu continued. This time, the duplicate was only generated yesterday, suitable for level 50-60, and after several professionals went in yesterday, they never came out. The monitoring instruments on them show that they are all still alive, but they never came out for unknown reasons. I thought of you as soon as I saw this mission. After all, you've had many similar experiences. I understand. Lin Zhe asked, when do we leave? Early tomorrow morning. I'll send you the time and place later. And remember to reimburse me for your teleportation expenses to the teleportation station when you turn around. No need. Lin Zhe said. I just happened to receive a new teleportation stone trigger today, so you can just tell me the anchor point for the copy. Oh? You still have that thing? Lei Zhenyu was dumbfounded. Your kid really does have a new surprise after not seeing you for 2 days. It's truly a fearful future generation. It's all by chance and accident. Lin Zhe said modestly. That's right. There's one more thing to remind you of. Lei Zhenyu resumed his serious tone. Since the central region is not in the city's jurisdiction, it's often the case that different cities each send their own professionals to participate together in a group. So there are people whose intentions may not be pure. Everyone is ostensibly teammates who fight monsters together. But in reality, there will be all sorts of open and secret battles. Sending you this time is also an exercise for you. Lindsay, okay, I understand. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries and then hung up. The misty forbidden zone? Lindsay secretly thought, I wonder what's new? He couldn't help but look forward to it. The next day, Lindsay woke up early and used the teleportation stone trigger finger directly at home, and an emerald-colored teleportation door opened in the living room. A few seconds later, it reached its destination as promised. That old man Wang's props are really good. Linza found himself teleported to a very small campsite, and on one side of the campsite there was a Chinese-style pagoda, which was the copy's portal. There were a few Border Legion soldiers on sentry duty around the area, and underneath the plaque, there were already a few professionals standing over there chatting. Linza checked those people's information and they were all above level 50. Lin Zhe walked over, and one of the military-looking men immediately noticed him and spoke towards him. Hello, I'm Su Wei, the captain of the 17th Detachment of the Border Legion. I'm in charge of leading this mission, and you are? I'm Lin Zhe from Tianyu City. Tianyu City? Lin Zhe. Oh, come to think of it. Su Wei said, You're the one with the youngest age and rank in this mission, right? The moment these words came out, several other professionals also looked at Lin Zhe. Upon checking his level, it was only 29. Keep in mind that this is a level 50-60 copy. Everyone started sizing him up with questioning eyes. Su Wei, however, said to them, Don't look at this little brother's low rank. It said that he was personally recommended by their city lord, so it seems that he is highly skilled. A single sentence caused several other people to retract their gazes in disbelief, and also caused Lin Zhe to add a few impression points to Su Wei. However, right at that moment, one of Lin Zhe's shoulders was suddenly hit hard. A tall figure walked past behind him, while a coarse voice rang out. Hee, what's the point of just being skilled? The most important thing about playing border copies is experience. The man walked straight towards Su Wei, clearly bumping into Lin Zhe, but not even looking at him, obviously on purpose. It was only then that Lin Zhe got a good look at him. Close to 30 years old, hair down to his neck and tied back, a scar on his rugged face, and a cigarette in his mouth. Looks like an old greaseball. Name, Xue Chong. Occupation, Chained Warrior Class A. Level, 58 Second Order. Brother Xue. A few professionals immediately greeted him. A few other professionals also exchanged words. Isn't this Xue Chong from Luo Guild? He's been very active lately. It seems to be quite famous. Instead, he saw the man ignore the others and walk up to Su Wei, casually greeting him. Captain Su. Good to see you again. Oh, it's Xue Chong. Captain Su Wei returned. You're participating again? How many times is this your month? Don't mention it. Xue Chong waved his hand. It's not that trashy old brother of mine. He lost a match with someone a few days ago, and his own summoned beast was killed. What a useless thing. I came here this time just to stop by and look for a new summoning beast for him. Lin Zhe almost didn't laugh out loud. The old brother he was talking about, was he afraid it wasn't that Xue Yang who had been dragged around so much that he ended up being defeated by himself? Only to hear Xue Chong continue. If you ask me, a profession like summoner, which is weak and costly, and can only rely on summoned beasts when fighting, what's the point? If that kid dares to lose a fight next time, I'll send him to the factory to beat the screws. Don't say that. Su Wei laughed a little awkwardly. There are summoning faction professionals in our mission this time. Who? It's that little brother Lin Zhe. Su Wei replied. Xue Chong looked at Lin Zhe, but as if he was oblivious, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he exhaled a puff of smoke. Is this the one with great skills you mentioned, Captain Su? He sneered disdainfully. A level 29 newcomer and a city lord's recommendation? I take it it's some kind of connection? Captain Su, do we really want to let such a person fight Ben with us? I'm afraid that, in a moment, the people won't be saved. but instead, he'll get us all dragged to death. Those words managed to incite the emotions of the other professionals, and several had a hint of worry on their faces. Seeing the other party's repeated provocations, Lin Zhe directly disliked him. What? Scared? It's not too late to go home to your mom. What did you say? Xuechong didn't expect Lin Zhe to be so rigid. His eyes glared and he looked banditish. You'd better know who you're talking to. When he finished, he looked like he was going to go up and fight. All right. Su Wei stopped Xuechong and took out the majesty of a captain. Both of you cut the crap. Xuechong, even though you have dozens of border copies of experience, you have to allow for newcomers. And Lin Zhe, don't be too short-tempered. The Misty Forbidden Zone can't be compared to a normal border copy. Everyone must be united when they go in later. Lindsay, I'm fine with that as long as the others don't start anything. Snort. Xuechong sneered. Since Captain Su has said so, I don't have a problem with it, as long as some people don't hold me back. Su Wei shook his head, thinking that he was afraid that this time, the team would not be easy to lead. Next, Su Wei began to count the number of professionals present, and together with himself there were a total of 12 people. Su Wei walked up to the crowd and once again urged, our mission this time, in addition to attacking the copy, there is also a rescue content. The difficulty is relatively high. In a moment everyone must be united. Then people started walking towards the foggy door. After a few seconds of time shifting, all 8 people were in the middle of the copy. Corrupted Goblin Forest. Restricted level 60. Difficulty Nightmare mode. Task description. Please help the natives here to purify the polluted spring water. At the same time, a reminder popped up from Lin's system. Ding! You have a new quest. Successfully clear this copy. Reward 1 system draw. Chapter 66 Queen of the Shadow Moon Leopard. As soon as he entered the copy, the smell of decay hit his nose, and as far as the eye could see, the forest, which should have been lush and green, was withering and dying everywhere. The grass on the ground was also all grayish-yellow and lifeless. Looking into the distance, even the sky took on an ominous grayish-purple color. Everyone couldn't help but frown at the sight. What's going on here? A female professional said uneasily. It looks like the whole forest is contaminated with something, Su Wei said. He swept everyone with his gaze and said with a serious face, in a moment, everyone should not act rashly or leave the team without authorization. The others nodded, and all followed him, marching forward. Only that Xuechong walked up, side by side with Su Wei, and passed a cigarette. Come on, Lao Su. Thanks, no need. Su Wei rebuffed. It's better to be careful in the copy. Hey, it's all trivial. Xuechong started bragging as he put the cigarette in his own mouth. This is also a copy below level 60. I'm level 58, so I can say that I've reached the ceiling level of this copy. Don't worry. I'll take them on a speed pass in a few minutes, but only if some of them don't hold me back, said the last half of the sentence, and purposely amplified his voice for the people behind him to hear. The group walked and came to a wetland area. There were many more small pools of water in the grass on all sides, and the water in those pools was gray-green and stagnant. Having entered Replica Area 1, Thirsty Swamp, just then, someone noticed something and shouted, Look at the ground. There are monster footprints. As expected, there was just one paw print on the dirt between the grasses, like it was left by some beast. Xuechong half squatted on the ground, took a closer look, and then dipped his hand into the dirt in the footprints, brought it up to his nose and smelled it and said, like a shadow moon leopard type of beast. Let's go. Let's follow the footprints over and take a look, Su Wei said. The group followed the footprints for a few more minutes, only to see a herd of black beasts roaming a large grassy area in front of them. Each one's fur was shiny black, yet a crescent of white hair grew on its forehead. Shadow Moon Leopard. Race, Shadow Moon Leopard Class D. Level, 50. Life value, 20,000. Skill, Shadow Moon Claws. Description: a beast that lives in the goblin forest, worships the moon god like the goblins, and some have been domesticated to serve as mounts for the goblins. Oh, it really is the Shadow Moon Leopard. Su Wei's eyes lit up and he patted Xuechong's shoulder. All right, Xuechong. A few professionals behind him also cast admiring gazes towards him. Xuechong proudly crossed his arms. Buddy, I've at least hung out in the border replica no less than 100 times, so I still have this bit of common sense. That's why I said that playing copies relies on experience. Not just anyone can come. After saying that, he even glanced towards Lin Zhe's side. Just then, the crowd noticed that on a large rock not far away, a shadow moon leopard, which was much larger than its fellow clan members, was sleeping. Boss Shadow Moon Leopard Queen. Race, Shadow Moon Leopard Class D. Level, 50. Life value, 150,000. Skills, Night Shadow Raid, Shadow Moon Rage Claw, Moon God Blessing, etc. Expand to view details. Description. Though only the leader of a D-ranked race, it is quite a noble individual. Every year, countless male leopards fight to the death for the right to court. Ah, it's actually a boss, the professionals whispered in shock. Got lucky this isn't it? Xue Chong became even more complacent. Let's go. Go up together and the monsters. Wait. Captain Su Wei squared his shoulders. Let's just find the missing person first. Old Su, it's fine, Xue Chong said with some impatience. It won't take much time. These Shadow Moon leopards are only level 50 and are all brittle. Even the boss only has 150,000 blood. Don't worry. I've fought them many times before. He turned around and called out to the professionals. Follow me if you want to fight. The loot goes to you. I just need to capture that boss alive, who let my punk old brother want a summoned beast. What a pain in the ass. Upon hearing that the loot belonged to everyone, several of the professionals jumped at the chance. Must not. Just then, Lin Zhe spoke up. This isn't an ordinary Shadow Moon leopard. Several of the professionals looked at him blankly. Just a moment ago, Lin Zhe had used Insight into Fire to check on these Shadow Moon leopards and discovered that each of them had a special black mist hidden in their bodies that looked very abnormal. Snort. Xue Chong let out a disdainful sneer. You're a level 29 newbie. First time here in a copy? Blindly commanding what? If this isn't an ordinary Shadow Moon leopard, what else could it be? Don't listen to this newcomer. He just can't beat these high-level monsters and wants everyone to stop fighting. After saying that, he took the lead on his own. 3 of the remaining professionals followed suit. Of those left behind, a female professional with shoulder-length hair said, I also feel strange here, and my heart goes straight to my heart. Only to see that Xue Chong's figure change, his body was suddenly covered in thick heavy armor, and his arms were wrapped with several thick and heavy iron chains, with blades attached to the ends of the chains. His profession was an A-ranked chained warrior, combining offense and defense with both long-range and melee combat. The other 3 professionals also quickly unfolded their combat forms. In an instant, several Shadow Moon leopards didn't have time to react and were buried under the knives. Hee, it's easy. Xue Chong became even more complacent. I've said that the Shadow Moon leopard is easy. Come to the copy without fighting monsters. What are you guys going to do? Look at the scenery? Ha 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 ha. However, just then, a professional looked at the corpse of the Shadow Moon leopard and said, Strange, how come it doesn't give experience? In the next second, the dead Shadow Moon leopard suddenly popped back up, with many black tentacles growing out of its body. Before that professional could react, those tentacles instantly wrapped all of his hands and feet. Ah! The professional let out a shout. But it was too late, only to see that Shadow Moon leopard jumping towards the pond next to him, pulling that professional into the middle of the pond in one fell swoop, completely disappearing. The crowd was alarmed. What's going on? Xue Chong also did not expect this situation and froze. At the same time, all the Shadow Moon panthers in the area could only be seen growing beckoning tentacles on their bodies, and were coming towards the professionals in unison. And once I checked the information, I found that all the descriptions of the Shadow Moon leopard had changed. Corruption, race, rank, life value? What the hell is this? Xue Chong panicked this time as well, his footsteps backing up. Big brother Xue, save me. At this moment, another professional who had followed Xue Chong to fight monsters sent out a plea for help. One of his legs was tangled in tentacles and he was being pulled into a pool of water by a Shadow Moon leopard. A drop of sweat flowed out from the corner of Xue Chong's forehead. Tramp, I can't protect myself, so you're on your own. After that, he was going to retreat back. I'll save him. Su Wei saw the situation and already had 2 more crescent-shaped battle blades in his hands. Forget it, it's better if I do it, Lin Zhe said coldly. At the same time, 10 more shadows had grown beneath him, rapidly pursuing toward the supplicant. In the next second, the black shadow transformed into a big black dog and charged straight up, the dagger held in his mouth cutting off all those tentacles. The man had gone before the gates of hell, and it took several seconds for him to react and come running back. At the same time, a huge fire-red demon appeared in front of the crowd, leaving them with a rather broad back. Then, an extremely violent sledgehammer in his hand slammed into the ground, and golden flames immediately covered those Shadow Moon leopards with tentacles. Squeak! The Shadow Moon leopard group let out sharp cries in the blazing fire. Then one by one, their forms were destroyed. An experience reminder popped up in front of Lindsay's eyes. Kill corruption? Experience +1. Life expectancy +1 day. Kill corruption? Experience +1. Life expectancy +1 day. What, only 1 point added? Is there any mistake? Chapter 67. When you stare into the abyss. At the same time, everyone was stunned when they witnessed the ability Lindsay had just performed. What's up with this 29th grade newbie? Not only did he cross the level to fight monsters, he also killed a large number of them in seconds. Little brother Lindsay, Su-wei asked with a shocked expression. Those were your summoned beasts just now? Linza nodded slightly. That professional who had just been saved by Lindsay immediately ran to Lindsay's side. Since his feet were still soft, he directly knelt on the ground and hugged Lindsay's thighs as he shouted excitedly. Brother Lin, I really can't thank you enough. If you hadn't stepped in, I would have been accounted for here just now. You are my savior and recreated parent. The corners of Lindsay's mouth twitched straight up, and he tried to shake him off with force, but instead he was hugged even tighter. Wait, don't you fling tears and snot down my pants. The others also had a changed impression of Lindsay and sent looks of gratitude. This time, Xuechong and the other professional also returned to the team in disgrace. Su-wei said seriously, Xuechong, I have repeatedly emphasized not to act rashly. We've already sacrificed one of our teammates just now, and we've suffered heavy losses. It's good that you're experienced, but you can't just act based on experience. Thanks to little brother Lindsay's prior reminder and his subsequent rescue, we didn't let the losses spread further. Knowing that he was being unreasonable, Xuechong could only nod his head extremely reluctantly. He thought to himself, damn, who knew those Shadow Moon leopards would turn into monsters? Grass. Not only did we fail to capture the Shadow Moon leopard queen, but we also made a fool of ourselves. And at this moment, when he saw that Lindsay had become the center of attention, a hint of icy gray flashed under his eyes. On Lindsay's side, he didn't care what people thought. What puzzled him the most now was, why did those monsters give only 1 point of experience? And even his own insight couldn't check the information of the other side. Just then, the female professional with shoulder-length hair exclaimed, Yikes! Look guys! Only to see that in the grass, those black tentacles that had just grown on the Shadow Moon leopard were now sticking out of the land again, one fluttering with teeth and claws. Then, like a snake, it crawled towards the crowd. Everyone, including Lindsay, was shocked. Run! Lindsay was the first to react, prompting Su-wei. Facing this unknown monster, he thought that running away was the best strategy. Moreover, the monster had so little experience value that there was no reason to stay here all the time. Well, let's run. Su-wei nodded and immediately ordered. So, everyone started running in the direction of the forest. After about a few minutes of running like this, the group realized that there were no more tentacles behind them to chase. And now they were in the middle of a dense forest. It was just that the entire forest also looked like it had been polluted, and the color of all the trees was a deadly gray. Entered Replica Area 2. Goblin Forest. Where should we go now? Professional asked. Su-wei pondered for a moment and said, Let me wisp. The description of this quest is to purify the contaminated spring. There's a high probability that those missing people went to look for the spring as well. So, our first step is to find the spring first. But this forest is so big. Where can we find a spring? Let me try. At that moment, a glasses-wearing, honest-looking professional walked out. He briefly introduced himself. I'm Li Mingzhi from Linshan City. My profession is water elemental magician, and I possess the ability to sense water. When he finished, he closed his eyes and held a staff in both hands, shaking it a few times. After reopening his eyes, the answer was already there as he pointed in a certain direction. Over there! Let's go! Su-wei ordered. So everyone started in that direction. Along the way, the group didn't encounter any more weird monsters, only some ordinary beasts, which were resolved very easily. After about 5 minutes of walking, Li Mingzhi was delighted. I can sense that we're almost there. As expected, after walking for a while, the crowd heard the sound of clattering water. Along with the sound of water flowing, there were also the sound of some girls whimpering and crying. The crowd looked at each other with heightened vigilance. Through a patch of bushes in front of them, the crowd saw several women kneeling and sobbing beside a gray-green bed of stinking water. Those women looked similar to humans, only with pointed ears, big eyes, and a pair of thin cicada-like wings on their backs, and their skin was unusually fair. Several of the professionals were looking a bit dazed. This stinking ditch is a spring? A pro asked. And are those girls elven? No, it's the goblin race. Sue explained. Goblins are close relatives to elves, but they have an extra pair of wings than elves, and their personalities are more lively and spirited. Damn it, why don't we just grab a few goblins and go back as summoned beasts? Xuechong licked his lips and muttered to himself. Goblin maid. Race? Goblin class C. Level? 50. Life value? 100,000. Skills. Nature's protection. Dark side of the moon. Nature's summoning. Who's there? At that moment, several goblins looked this way. A few of the professionals looked at me, all of them were a bit embarrassed and walked out of the bushes. We mean no harm, Sue said. You! The goblins looked around, but a look of surprise suddenly appeared on their faces. You're the saviors, aren't you? What? Several professionals looked at each other in disbelief. The high priestess was right. You are the saviors who came to help us purify the spring, right? Only a few goblins broke into tears, each of them wearing long white tulle dresses, the curves of their bodies hidden. All of them were as bright and colorful as a lotus flower. There were a few male professionals who looked at it with straight eyes. However, Lin Mu was frowning slightly, because in his line of sight, a few goblins similarly had a cloud of black gas in their bodies. Su Wei clasped his hands together and saluted. It's impossible to talk about a savior, but we are indeed here on a mission to purify the spring water. Great! The goblins hugged. Su Wei asked. Also, we had a few compatriots who came in on a mission yesterday. I wonder if any of you have seen them? Several goblins shook their heads in bewilderment. Then one of the goblins covered her mouth with a smile. Saviors, the source of the polluted spring is in the mountains, so please follow me, several of you. After saying that, a few goblins hopped forward. Keep up, Su Wei said. A few people were about to walk forward when they saw Lin Mu standing in place with a serious expression. Su Wei saw his thoughts and said, Don't worry, I can also see that there's something fishy going on, but we can follow it first and maybe we can find some clues. In a moment, everyone listen to my orders and act immediately at the first sign of trouble. At this time, Xuechong disdainfully glanced at Lin Mu. Kid, don't think that you're the only one who's awake when everyone is drunk. That thing just now was just a momentary oversight on my part. Every one of us here can see that something is wrong with these goblins. In terms of experience in playing copies, you're not even close to the top of the list among the few of us. After saying that, he was strutting towards the front. Lin Mu looked at the group's distant figure and said to himself, No, you guys don't know anything. Because at this moment, a prompt popped up from his system. Ding! Alert, you have entered the observation range of the abyss. When you gaze into the abyss gazes into you. Lin Mu was also puzzled. What is the abyss? That is. Chapter 68. The Fountainhead. This was the first time the system had ever popped up this type of alert. What was the abyss? He had never heard of it in the 10 years since he had traveled to this world. The people in front of them apparently didn't know about this and were still following a few goblins through the forest. Lin Mu thought about it and decided not to tell them for the time being, saying it would probably be for nothing. As the group continued walking, the terrain gradually became steeper, and it was clear that they were ascending a mountain. And the further they went up, the more the crowd realized something was wrong, only to see that the surrounding trees gradually became sparse from dense, and each tree also looked withered as if it was malnourished. Su Wei began to lure words out of the goblin. What exactly did you encounter in your forest? How did it get polluted like this? A goblin replied in a thin voice. About 50 years ago, a worm came from the forest and burrowed into our springs, and our goblin clan couldn't do anything with it. The worms carried the power of corrosion with them, and the mother spring flowed everywhere, eventually corrupting the whole forest into what it is now. The leprechaun spoke as if she was about to cry, with a look of icy pity. Su Wei then asked, So in order to purify the spring, you have to defeat the worm? The goblin nodded. Yes. Our high priest said that a group of humanoids will arrive in the near future to help us eradicate the big bugs and purify the spring. I didn't expect that today was finally the day we waited. All of you saviors must help us. The goblin spoke with a watery voice, but each of the professionals behind them glanced at each other, not entirely believing their words. As they were talking, the group came to the entrance of a cave, from which came the sound of pattering water. Inside is our spring, a goblin said, making an inviting gesture at the mouth of the cave. The professionals, however, stumbled at the door. The cave was dark inside, and at a glance it gave people a very unsafe feeling. Hell if it was a trap. Are you all worried that there is danger inside? The goblin asked. Xuechong said directly, Humph. Who knows if what you say is true or not? I only saw that the goblin wasn't in a hurry, only that innocent expression on her face became frivolous. You all are very cautious, nah. Then, the frivolous expression became gradually hideous again. Only, if you still want to leave now, I'm afraid it's already too late. In an instant, black tentacles burst out of each goblin's body, rapidly extending towards the crowd. Prepare to meet the enemy. Su Wei immediately blocked the front, the two battle blades in his hands shining with silver light. Damn it! There is indeed a trick. Xuechong shouted angrily and took a step forward. I'm here to meet you. Corruption? Race? Rank? Life value? Each goblin's message once again turned into a bunch of question marks. In the next second, thousands of tentacles poured out of the hole in a black mass. Xuechong was startled and immediately flashed to the back. The tentacles entangled Su Wei, who was in the forefront, directly, and at the same time, two people behind him were also entangled by the tentacles. Immediately, Linza used the lava domain and attached the tentacles to a constant burning state, preventing them from moving forward. But in just this moment of effort, Su Wei and the other two had already been dragged into the hole, leaving only a miserable scream echoing inside before it too gradually weakened. This sudden change made everyone's jaws drop. Out of 11 people, 3 were instantly missing, and that included the captain. Besides Su Wei, the ones who were taken were that water elemental magician, Li Myung-chul, and that long-haired female professional. What now? A professional said with a shiver. Tramp! Xuechong cursed. I'm not playing anymore. I'm leaving. After saying that, he took out a teleportation scroll. However, in the next second, he was awkwardly in place. The teleportation has failed? What? The others were shocked. This meant that even if one wanted to escape, one couldn't. Lin Zhe thought to himself. I guess this is also related to that thing called abyss. Grass. Xuechong punched the ground. It's all the fault of my uncontested brother. If it wasn't for the sake of catching summoned beasts for him, I wouldn't have come here today. Then, do we still have to go save Captain Su and the others? A professional said with a shiver. Saving people? Xuechong cursed. It's hard to protect myself right now. What about saving the Nima people? But Su Wei is at least the captain of the Border Legion. If we just leave it like this, we might have a lot of trouble as well. A professional reminded. Xuechong hesitated for a moment and said, Whoever of you wants to go in and save it, go ahead. I can be responsible for guarding the outside to receive it. Linza smiled and cursed. Goon! At the same time, the system pops up with a prompt. Ding! You have a temporary additional quest. Rescue the trapped people. Reward: 1 system draw. Lin Zhe laughed. Since some people are so wimpy, I'll go. When these words came out, Xuechong was instantly enraged. Who are you talking about? Lin Zhe smiled without saying anything, but walked up to him. Borrow your chains. Xuechong froze. What are you doing? Of course it's to save people. Lin Zhe said lightly. If none of you go, can I drag so many people by myself? Humph. You're just going to borrow it when you say so? Xuechong put on an arrogant demeanor. Who do you think you are? Oh, so you're not willing to save anyone. Lin Zhe waved his hand. Then forget it, just don't save anyone. I'll tell you the truth when I go out, of course, if I can still get out. At this time, the other professionals persuaded from the side. Brother Xuechong, just lend it to him. At times like this, everyone should be more united. Saving Captain Su will help us all. Snort. Xuechong responded defiantly, throwing the chains on his body directly onto the ground. Thanks. Lin Zhe didn't get angry either. Bending down to pick up the chains, he smiled and said, By the way, I never told you, your brother's name is Xueyang. right? That giant bear of his was killed by me. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on your bad luck to catch today. After Lin Zhe finished speaking, he walked towards the cave without looking back, only to hear Xue Chong roar grass from outside the cave. After entering the cave, Lin Zhe summoned the hell demon dogs and put those chains on them, then quickly traversed inside the cave. Having entered replica area 3, creepy cave, it was then that he realized he had been put on a debuff. Abyssal gaze. You have been targeted by the abyss, and your spirit value is permanently reduced by 10 points per minute. Once spirit value drops to 0, you will be completely corrupted by the abyss. Permanently lowered? What a fierce debuff. However, thanks to the advanced talent of Encountering Fortune, the lowering effect became an increasing effect. The corners of Lin Zhe's mouth were suddenly harder to suppress than AK. And the further in you go, the more the spirit value goes up. In no time at all, surprisingly, it had come to 50 points per minute. Although this is good for me, I'm afraid Team Su and the others won't be able to hold out much longer. Lin Zhe thought, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. After sprinting like this for a while, Lin Zhe arrived in a relatively open cave. The first thing that caught his eyes was a pool that took up half of the cave's area, and the water inside was also gray-green and gray-green, emitting a foul-smelling odor. It was probably the spring these goblins were talking about. And the top and 4 walls of the cave were all covered with black tentacles, and between the densely packed tentacles, there were dozens of goblins hanging from them, like marionette dolls in a puppet show. Hanging with them were 3 other players, including Su Wei. At that moment, a goblin was making very creepy noises at the source of that spring, very different from the gentleness of a moment ago. Lord Bug, we've brought the human professionals for you to enjoy. Within seconds of the words falling, the entire cave began to shake violently. Then, the gray-green liquid in that pool began to rise, like it was going to drown the 3 people in it. Lin Zhe felt a hint of something wrong, and immediately used insight into fire to look around. There was no sign of any creatures, but a hint appeared. Boss Abyssal Worm. Race? Level 100. Life value 10 million. Crap? What the? Chapter 69 Level 100 boss is also a matter of 2 hammers. A level 100 boss with 10 million blood? Although Lin Zhe had already fought quite a few bosses over the levels, he was actually still shocked to see this information. I don't think I blinked at an extra 0, did I? And looking at the scene in front of him gave him a sudden bad guess. Does this cave and those rising gray-green liquids look like a stomach and its gastric juices? No wonder you can't see any monsters here, so you're inside a huge monster. Good lord, so the bug those goblins were talking about was such a big one? And those black tentacles are actually the feeding organs of this huge monster, right? That would explain why those shadow moon leopards encountered at the beginning were inexperienced. Because they had long since become part of this huge monster's body. Like fish bait, specializing in luring people to the bait. It turns out that the entire forest is within the predatory range of this giant worm. That's the real reason why forests are being corrupted. A wave of nausea flooded Lin Zhe's heart at the thought of being inside someone else's stomach, and he immediately ordered to the hell demon dogs, "Go save the people first," only to see the 10 big black dogs immediately transform into 10 shadows and travel along the wall. Then he jumped out where the 3 were bound, and used his thorn dagger to cut through the tentacles that were hanging a few people, saving them. At this point, the 3 were already blurry in their consciousness, and Lin Zhe quickly tied them to the hell demon dog with chains before ordering, "Take the people out first." Woof! The big black dogs carried the men and ran off in the direction from which they had come. At the same time, the entire cave hadn't stopped shaking. Instead, it was shaking more and more, as if it was enraged. The dozens of goblins also looked like they had instantly awakened, and one by one, they let out strange screams, and along with the countless black tentacles, they lunged at Lin Zhe in unison. Those gray-green gastric juices, too, gushed out in a steady stream. Lin Zhe slowly said, "I'm sorry. I'm not interested in you guys because the experience you're giving is just too little." Tackling the whole giant bug, he aimed for the whole giant bug. In the next second, the large-sized inferno demon blocked in front of Lin Zhe. "Destroy the cave for me." "Yes, Lord." Inferno took the hammer in his hand and smashed it into the ground. Damage dealt 448,7612. It did close to 4.5 million damage in just one hit. This was the result after the Flame Fury skill dealt 10 times the damage of the power, while Elemental Rage amplified it by 3 times, and eternal fire amplified it by another 5 times. With one shot, those goblins driven by the black tentacles were immediately drowned in a sea of fire, and the rock walls around them instantly burst, revealing writhing flesh. Under the flames, those flesh bodies also began to burn, explode with blood, and scorch. Keep smashing for me. Lin Zhe enjoyed this process very much. Entering this copy today was very depressing. It's not like I've ever had a good fight, so now I can finally have a good time. The second hammer, again, did 4.5 million damage. Right after Inferno's third smash, a prompt finally popped up in front of Lin's eyes. Have killed the boss abyssal giant worm. Experience plus 200,000. Lifespan plus 200,000 days, 547 years, 245 days. Loot obtained, 200,000 coins. Abyssal worm jaws weapon, giant worm armor, giant worm teeth material, abyssal curse stomach fluid consumable. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level, 30. Ding. You have successfully rescued the trapped person and have been rewarded. 1 system lottery draw. Wait, how many days? Linza looked at his rewarded lifespan and was shocked. Bull, Lin Zhe said. This time, he immediately called up the lottery page and started drawing. Congratulations on winning the talent. Walking in the Abyss Grade S. Talent. Abyssal walking. You and your summoned beast can walk in the abyss. What the hell is this? Several question marks popped up on Lin Zhe's head as he spat out loud. This description, saying it is as good as not saying it, and it doesn't help in combat, that's not helpful at all. It feels like a complete waste of words. Lin Zhe crumbled, and along with him, the whole cave crumbled, and a constant stream of rocks began to fall. He then reacted, and immediately put away his inferno and started running back. As he was running, a large rock suddenly thudded down and blocked his path. However, in the next second, a blue light appeared and the entire boulder burst apart. The dust cleared, and Lindsay, who had electricity attached to his body, posed to throw a punch. Luckily, I've practiced my running thunder technique to the transcendent realm. Then, he only saw his entire body like a bolt of electricity as he began to sprint through the narrow cave. Meanwhile, outside the cave, several large black dogs had already sent Su Wei's trio out before turning into black shadows once again and disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Su Wei and the others had already awakened. After hearing that it was Lin Zhe who had saved them, all 3 were incredibly grateful. Then, the whole mountain began to shake violently. Has little brother Lin Zhe not come out yet? Su Wei said with concern. You guys have been out for a while and he hasn't come out yet. One of the team members said. It can't have been. Yes. It's hard to survive in this situation. Xuechong quickly picked up the conversation. Captain Su, this mountain is about to collapse. We'd better retreat. On the surface, he was anxious, but in his heart, he gloated a little. However, in the next second, an electric light flashed out of the cave entrance, and Lin Zhe appeared in front of the crowd. Lin Zhe! The crowd's eyes all lit up as they flocked up. Lin Zhe said, the mountain is about to collapse. It's important to escape first. Aha! Everyone responded in unison, unconsciously having made Lin Zhe their backbone. Only Xuechong's face grew more and more gloomy as he thought in his heart. When Laozi said that the mountain was going to collapse, you guys didn't move a muscle. When that kid said it, you all nodded your heads like idiots. You don't take me seriously, do you? Some of the 11 members summoned their mounts, while others used acceleration buffs and ran towards the mountain at their fastest speed, with rocks collapsing along the way, narrowly missing several times. In the end, though, managed to make it to the bottom of the hill. Having entered the replica area 4, Back Mountain, at the same time only to see the entire mountain fall apart behind them. A huge flesh worm fell out of it and collapsed on the ground, its body stretching over 100 meters, but it had already lost its vital signs. The crowd was shocked at the sight. Could it be that this is the worm those goblins were talking about polluting the spring? I could imagine it being big, but I didn't realize it was this big. It's disgusting. But since the bugs are dead, isn't our mission accomplished? Just then, however, a voice rang out in the air. Finish the mission? How can you think so beautifully? Kill my beloved pet and none of you will get out alive. In the next second, a woman's figure appeared out of nowhere in mid-air. From the looks of it, she had a pair of pointed ears and large eyes, and apparently belonged to the goblin race as well, but was wearing a purple clown costume and looked quirky. Boss Abyssal Puppeteer Luna. Race? Rank? Life value? Skill? Another bunch of question marks. At the same time, the crowd heard the sound of dense footsteps coming from all directions. Looking around, hordes and hordes of goblin clans were encircling towards them. Chapter 70 Abyssal Puppeteer vs. Phantom Queen. Only to see that each and every one of those goblins looked as if they had lost their consciousness, approaching towards the crowd at an extremely neat pace. Corrupted Goblin. Race? Level? 55. Life value? 50,000. Skills. Nature Summoning Corruption, Dark Side of the Moon Corruption, Nature Enhancement Corruption, etc. Expand to view details. These goblins are corrupted too? The crowd was like an enemy. At that moment, someone noticed something and shouted, pointing to the front of the group of goblins. Look guys, there's a human race in them. The crowd looked in the direction he was pointing, and sure enough, there were a few human-looking ones walking among them. There. Su Wei's eyes widened as he quickly pulled up several portraits in the interface. There's no mistake. They're the missing professionals. The crowd was stunned. After half a day of searching, I didn't expect to show up in the enemy's ranks. They look like they've been brainwashed? Professional guest. And amongst Lin Zhe's insight like fire special line of sight, those corrupted goblins in front of him and those few corrupted professionals all had a thin black thread attached to their heads. Dense, thin threads intersected in the hands of the goblin called Abyssal Puppeteer Luna in mid-air. It looked as if everyone was her puppet on strings. No wonder it's called the puppeteer. Su Wei looked serious. We have to get them out. It's already too late. Lin Zhe splashed cold water behind him. Also, don't think about saving anyone. Everyone check your status bar. Everyone took a look and realized that everyone was hooked up to that negative status called Abyssal Gaze. Abyssal Gaze. You have been targeted by the abyss, permanently lowering your spirit value by 100 points per minute. Once spirit value drops to 0, you will be completely corrupted by the abyss. The lowering value has come to 100 points, and Linza deduced from this, the originator of this state was Luna the puppeteer. The closer you get to her, the stronger the effect will be. At this point everyone was in a state of shock. What is this thing? Once it drops to 0, it is completely corrupted by the abyss? Someone finally reacted. These goblins and those few professionals, their spirit value, it can't be that they've been reduced to 0, right? At that moment, Luna let out a string of mischievous laughter in the air. Ha ha ha. Finally realized it? Looks like you guys aren't too slow. Then, make a choice. Either be slowly consumed to death, or bow down to me now. By the way, these few compatriots of yours. She pointed to the few missing professionals. But all of them chose to surrender. Oh. Luna had 5 fingers over her face, her eyes looking out through the cracks in her fingers, and made a face like she was watching a good show. So, you guys, what will you choose? Sweat oozed from the corners of everyone's foreheads. If they resisted, they would have to fight legions of goblins, which obviously wasn't that easy. And even if you succeed, you'll still be manipulated by the other side because your spirit value is zeroed out. Is it possible to just surrender? Everyone is caught in a dilemma. Humph. Want me to surrender? In your next life. At this moment, Su Wei let out an incomparably firm voice. Old me, a great Xia human, a sub-captain of the Border Legion. Even if I die, I'll still fight until the last moment and then commit suicide by the neck. These words immediately ignited the hot blood of many people. That's right. I'd rather die in battle than surrender to a foreign race. Brothers, let's go together. And Linza stayed in the crowd, giving a smile at the people's reaction, as if he had gotten a satisfying answer. Humph. What an illiterate person. Luna frowned slightly with her fine eyebrows and said, Then you guys can go to hell. As soon as the words left her mouth, her 10 fingers flicked the black threads in her hand, and the legions of people he had maneuvered began to come over like a wave. People, too, have taken up battle positions. Just then, however, a much more flirtatious voice rang out behind Luna. This little sister is quite the player. Who? Luna was also startled and immediately looked back. Only Lilith, the Phantom Queen in a black high-rise bikini, appeared behind her. The face, too, was a playful expression, and more flavorful than Luna's. Luna's entire body looked like a brat in front of her. When Su Wei and the others saw this, their mouths were also wide open. Where did this demon come from? Instead, she saw Lilith holding a long, barbed whip in her hand and lashing it directly at Luna. Whoosh! Luna hastily instantly moved farther away and dodged the attack. Hee hee. Pretty quick reaction, Lilith said playfully. But, can you really dodge it? In the next second, a raffle carousel appeared behind Lilith's back with a wide array of entries. Let's see. What reward has this little sister drawn? Lilith transformed into a concierge lady and started spinning the dial. Luna's eyes flashed. I don't have time to play games with you. Only to see her wave her hands. Several black threads immediately flew towards Lilith. However, in the next instant, Luna's movements froze. Congratulations, little sister. On winning, Petrify. Lilith applauded cheerfully. You did what to me? Luna couldn't speak properly, a rare look of fear in her eyes. Now it's the little sister's turn to make a choice. Lilith's face was overwhelmed with anticipation. Do you want to die a painful death, or a torturous one? Her voice and tone were evil to the bone, sending a shiver down the spine of everyone present. Instead, she's more of an evil villain than Luna. Lilith, don't waste time. Make it quick, Lin Mu said towards her. Master hates it. Lilith revealed a slightly disappointed expression. I want to play more. However, when these words came out, everyone around Lin Mu's side had their mouths wide open. It was only then that they reacted. So this demon is also Lin Mu's summoned beast? Just how many powerful summoned beasts does this guy have? And this one is so beautiful, and you call him master? Instead, she saw Lilith swing a whip at Luna's body, and the entire stone immediately became torn apart and fell to the ground. Instant seconds. It's over so quickly? The others just felt like their brains weren't enough. They unanimously looked towards Lin Mu, adding another point of awe to this lad. Only Xuechong stood behind Lin Mu, and his mood became even more complicated, with displeasure, jealousy, and hatred. He took a deep breath, the gray in his eyes intensifying. However, the mood was soon interrupted once again. Only Lilith suddenly looked like a puppet and her movements became very mechanical. Oops, crap, what's wrong with people? Lilith pouted. And in Lin Mu's line of sight, Lilith's behind had been connected to several black silk threads, and he couldn't help but sink his gaze. At the same time, a crazy laugh echoed through the air. Ha 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 ha. In terms of control skills, I'm above you. In the next second, on the other end of the black silk thread, Luna once again appeared in the air with full blood and full status. Everyone's hearts were in awe, secretly screaming, "It's over!" P.S. For those of you reading this, can you give a 5-star review? Also add to bookshelf author's knee thanks. Chapter 71. Underhanded? Entering the hidden area. Seeing the situation turn around again, everyone was screaming in agony. Even a summoned beast as powerful as Lin Mu was controlled by the other party. They were even more hopeless. The line of people who had just issued grandiose words at this moment had their minds shaken once again. What the hell? Xuechong said even more viciously. Why am I so unlucky today? I should have known better than to come to this copy. It's useless to talk about this now. Lin Mu coldly said. Answer the battle properly. Grass, who do you think you are? Xuechong had suppressed it for a long time and completely exploded. Ordering me 3 times. You're still out of tricks now. All right, Xuechong, calm down. Su Wei droned on, clapping a hand on his shoulder. However, Xuechong immediately shook his hand away. Don't take it from me, Xuechong shouted at Su Wei. If it weren't for the delay in saving you just now, I wouldn't be surrounded right now. With a few words, Su Wei's face was made to look very ugly. However, in the next second, a star-colored longsword was already in front of Xuechong's neck. Lin Mu held his long sword and coldly spat out a few words. If you want to die, I can grant you your wish right now. You step on the horse. Xuechong was furious, but did not dare to act rashly. Xuechong's neck had been grazed, a little bit of skin and blood was flowing out. All right, Su Wei patted Lin Mu. Now is not the time for infighting. Lin Mu. On the contrary, I think that the existence of some people is the root cause of the obstacles to our unity, and it's better to get rid of them earlier. Su Wei whispered in Lin Mu's ear. I'm on your side, but this Xuechong has the Luo Guild's background, so I'm afraid you'll get into trouble if you make your move too obvious. At that moment, laughter once again came from Luna's side. Ha ha ha, what a show. I've heard that humans are a mentally fragile race, and it's true. Only her fingers moved and Lilith flew slowly towards a few people. Luna. Let your own summoned beasts give you an idea. With that, Lilith raised the whip in her hand. Everyone's face was ashen, and they only felt that great trouble was on the horizon. Yet Lindsay said easily, "Okay, Lilith, stop pretending."
Luna, eh?
In the next second, Lilith was seen flicking up her fingers and picking off the black threads attached to her body one by one, as casually as taking away the hair stuck to her body. Then revealing an expression of disinterest, "Hate Master, I had wanted to act a bit more to scare them. I didn't expect to be recognized by you so quickly." Everyone's mouths once again opened into an O. "What the hell? You're just trying to scare us? Congratulations. Did it? You're great." On Luna's side, her little mouth was even more wide open. "You? How can you possibly be okay? Adults' secrets. Little sisters ask less." Lilith made a very seductive expression. It was only just now that Lindsay remembered that Lilith naturally came with a talent that resisted mind control type spells. Spirit Fortress. Humph. So what if you're not under my control? Luna said arrogantly. There are still them under my control. Only to see her 10 fingers move frantically, and in the next second, the corrupted goblins on the ground raised the weapons in their hands and rushed towards the group of people. Lilith gave a bad joke. Hee hee. What if I let them out of your control? Lilith was seen pouting as a pink peach heart flew into a corrupted goblin. The goblin immediately stopped and froze for a couple seconds before showing his teeth and starting to attack his companion at his side. And at the same time, Lilith's viral propagation took effect, and as word spread, all the goblins began to fight each other, and were suddenly thrown into chaos. Su Wei and his party were originally preparing to copy the guy to fight to the death, but suddenly saw that the monsters were actually passionately beating each other up. All of them were confused. At the same time, hints kept popping up in front of Lindsay's eyes. Slay a corrupted goblin. Experience plus 550. Life expectancy plus 550 days. Slay a corrupted goblin. Experience plus 550. Life expectancy plus 550 days. The mood was even more overwhelming. As the enemies began to kill each other, the black threads connected to their heads were all mixed up with each other, twisting and knotting like a mess. "Oh!" Luna screamed in the air in a frenzy, flinging her hands out to the sides and throwing all the black threads right off her hands. "I hate it when silk threads get tangled together. It's annoying." She made an extremely nervous noise, frantic to the point of frenzy. Then she looked over with extremely spiteful eyes. "You've managed to piss me off." Just as she said that, she pulled out a black leaf. She took the leaf and shook it gently, and a drop of black dew fell down and snapped to the ground. The game ends here. Luna cupped her face in anticipation. Enjoy the power of the abyss. Only the drop of black dew instantly spread out in all directions, and the ground that it trickled through immediately turned into nothingness as if it had been eroded. In an instant, the originally flat ground turned into a bottomless void of emptiness. Moreover, it was clearly a drop of dew, but as if it was endless, it spread rapidly in all directions, and the void of nothingness was rapidly growing larger. "What is that thing?" Su Wei said in alarm, seeing that the void was about to spread to his feet. When Lin Zhe saw this, he also felt bad. "Run!" he immediately shouted. The crowd understood and immediately summoned their mounts or used the acceleration buff and began to escape. And Lin Zhe himself summoned the Hell Demon Dog and rode up. The Hell Devil Dog immediately spread its legs and ran swiftly. And the void of nothingness was spreading at a rather frightening rate, following close behind the people. "Ha ha 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 ha! Escape and run! Let's see how long you can last." Luna let out a crazy laugh behind her back. Over here, everyone was so tense that they were sweating profusely, with no time in their eyes to think of anything more than running for their lives. Only Xuechong rode on a rhinoceros beast, looking at Lin Zhe, who was slightly ahead of himself in front of him, and had sudden ill will in his heart. "Lin Zhe, go to hell!" Only to see him fling the chains in his hands, and in one fell swoop, he ensnared the hind legs of the demon dog under Lin Zhe's seat. "Ow!" The big black dog yelped in shock, his weight was unsteady, and the whole thing fell to the ground. Then, all that could be seen was the spreading void of nothingness immediately engulfing Lin Zhe in it. What happened? The others heard voices and turned back. Xuechong made a panicked face. "Lin Zhe, he just fell and was sucked in by that black hole." "What?" Everyone yelled something bad. Only Xuechong lowered his head, revealing a sinister smile of triumph. Ha! In the middle of a darkness, Lin Zhe stood up. By the time I get out, that will be over. But where is this place? He looked around and there was darkness everywhere. Entered the hidden area of the replica. Heart of Darkness. The talent. Walking in the abyss has been triggered. Ha! Lin Zhe was a bit puzzled. There's a hidden area? And how did the talent get triggered? After a second, he reacted. Does that mean this is the abyss? Better find a way through the hidden area. He began to walk in the midst of the infinite darkness. As we walked, something seemed to be faintly visible on either side. Some gray figures are shown in front of a black background. Upon closer inspection, they were all women with pointy ears. It's the Goblin clan? Lin Zhe was surprised. How come there's one here too? And each goblin kept up its escape maneuver with a very panicked expression on its face. It's like a freeze frame of the last moments of their lives. After walking like this for a while longer, Lin Zhe realized that a faint glow had appeared in front of him. Even though it was extremely small, it became very conspicuous in this darkness. Lin Zhe immediately accelerated his pace and ran towards the light. When he got closer, Lin Zhe realized that what was emitting the light was a mass of transparent material suspended above the ground. Crystalline, between liquid and gas, it was emitting a fluorescent light. And the faint light was reflecting a sleeping young girl's face. P.S. Families, don't worry, Xuechang's grandson didn't have a good ending. Chapter 72 3 Conditions for Passing. The young girl was also a goblin, judging from her looks and features. At the moment she was leaning against a crumbling wall and sleeping soundly, and although her eyes were closed, she could see that her face was very pure and beautiful. The skin was even fairer and brittle under the shimmering light. Perhaps hearing the commotion, the goblin girl opened her eyes slightly. She let out a loud wow when she saw someone suddenly appear in front of her. There's a ghost. The goblin girl maintained her sitting position on the ground, stomping her legs to dodge in panic. You're the one who's a ghost, your whole family is a ghost. Lin Zhe said breathlessly. Huh, it's actually a human? The girl rubbed her sleepy eyes, and only then did she see Lin Zhe's appearance, and she couldn't help but feel a bit wretched. I can't imagine that there's a second person here besides me who isn't corrupted by the abyss. She couldn't help but wonder. Lin Zhe's mind was also filled with questions. Who are you? My name is Lilim. The girl introduced herself. A high priestess of the Goblin clan. High priest. Lin Zhe repeated. He recalled that when a few goblins had shown them the way at the beginning, they did mention the identity of the high priestess. It says that the high priest predicted that a savior would come to purify the spring. However, he instinctively thought of an older man, not realizing how young he actually looked. Don't look at me like that. Lilim's face showed some irritation. I'm 149 years old, and we goblins are supposed to be a race that lives forever. Of course, 149 is indeed considered young in our clan, almost equal to your human adolescence, I believe. Lin Zhe was a bit speechless, thinking to himself, I should call you Grandma? Okay. It's my turn to ask questions this time. Liren said in a serious voice. Why are you here, a human? Lin Zhe thought for 2 seconds and felt that exchanging information was the best option at this time. So, he gave the other party as short an account as possible of what he encountered after entering the copy. After listening to it, Lei Lin was silent with her head bowed. The bottom of her eyes seemed to have endless sorrow, looking churlish. After a while, she spoke. I can't believe Luna ended up going this far. Lin Zhe didn't choose to interrupt her, but instead waited quietly by the side for her to continue. After another while, Lillian seemed to slow down and began to tell the whole story. I was elected by my clan to become the high priestess in charge of divining the future of our clan because I showed high spiritual power from a young age. Our clan lived a quiet and peaceful life in the forest like this. Until over 100 years ago, when Luna was born, a child for whom the entire forest sang for joy when she was born, for she was the goblin with the highest spiritual power in the history of our clan. It's also because of this reason that I received Luna into the Hall of Sacrifices as my apprentice. In fact, it was also to train her to become the next high priestess. This child is very studious and extremely gifted, learning many magic spells at an astonishing speed, and will soon be on the verge of surpassing me in a short while. Even, she has started to delve into an extremely profound space magic, one that allows one to travel through other times and spaces. Now that I think about it, It's my fault for indulging her so much at the time. Until one day, Luna managed to open the space gate and told me that she saw a dark future behind it, where all of my people would be destroyed in a catastrophe. However, I didn't divine this future, so I didn't believe what that child said. Hey, now that I think about it, if I had listened at the time, I probably wouldn't have gotten to this point. Right after that day, Luna became stranger and stranger, often saying things in a godly manner, and her temper grew worse and worse, and our people became more and more afraid to get close to her. After that, Luna spent even more of her time on that space magic in a big way, often not seeing it for years. Until one day, when she reappeared, her entire being had changed and brought back something extremely dark. Abyss. Lin Zhe blurted out. Exactly. Leylin nodded. Luna said that the 10,000 races would be annihilated in the middle of the abyss sooner or later, and that it would be better to submit to the abyss sooner rather than later. And when our entire pack tried to resist her, we realized that the power of the abyss was indeed immense, so powerful that we could not resist it. And so the whole forest was corrupted and became what you see. Linza listened and took a little time to digest the pile of information. After a long time, he asked, "So, why are you here again? Why weren't you corrupted by the abyss along with your people?" "That's because," Lillian said as her gaze went to the mass of light in front of her that looked like a liquid and a gas. "It's because it protected me. This is the spring that our goblin race has guarded since ancient times, and legend has it that it was blessed by the gods who sent it down. When Luna took our last line of defense, I swore to guard the fountain and held it in my arms. When I awoke again, I came here. All of my people were swallowed up by the abyss, and only I, who held the fountain, was spared." Lin Zhe then remembered the framed goblins he had seen on the side of the road as he traveled along the way, thinking that they were the clansmen who had been killed. "I'd ask you that." Liren looked curious. "Why are you actually here at all?" Lindsay moved his arms and legs. "What's the problem here? What's the problem? This is the realm of the abyss. How could any sane person survive in there?" Leylin thought for a moment. "Let's say, if all the other races were fish, how could the abyss live if it was an incredibly arid desert? Is this actually the case?" Lin Zhe then realized how well that abyssal walk talent of his worked. Otherwise, the first moment he was sucked here, he was afraid that he would already be a dead man. It's a shame he started out saying it was a useless waste of talent. Then one last question. Lin Zhe's eyes sank. What would it take to pass this hidden copy? At these words, Lillian lapsed into another brief silence, then shook his head. "There's no way out of this. There's no way out at all." Lin Zhe frowned slightly. "As a matter of fact, since it's a copy, there must be a way to pass it. So how could it be impossible to get out?" "Theoretically, yes. But what if that pass is extremely demanding?" Liren said. "Could it be that we're going to fight extremely difficult bosses?" asked Lin Zhe. Leylin shook her head once again. "Forget it. Words don't mean anything. Come with me." With that said, she stood up and carefully held the fountain in both hands towards the front, the mass of light dispersing the darkness around her. Linza immediately followed her. There was no telling how long they had been walking, but the two came to a cliff next to what seemed to be a bottomless void below. And beside the cliff stood 3 strange-looking stone statues, each with a hand outstretched as if to demand something. "Here, these are the past conditions, there are 3 of them," Liren said. "You can see for yourself what they want. When you see it, you'll realize how outrageous it is." Lin Zhe curiously walked over to the first stone statue, and an interface automatically popped up in the palm of that claimed hand. "Those who wish to pass must offer the most important treasure. First treasure, life value. Description: sacrifice a life value equal to your life value limit. See, the first condition is so harsh." Leylin said, "Even if you eat a buff that increases your blood, it will be counted together inside the blood cap. It simply won't work." While Leylin was talking, Lindsay was operating something over there. Then I heard the stone statue directly broadcast. "The first treasure has been successfully sacrificed." Lillian was confused. "Wait, what's going on? Chapter 73, is this hidden level so simple?" Leylin's eyes rounded, and she immediately used her scrying technique on Linza. However, he saw that Linza's blood bar was still full. How did you do that?" Liren could hardly believe it. Linza smiled slightly. Just a moment ago, upon seeing that first item that required a sacrifice, it occurred to him that he had acquired a talent not long ago. Talent: Unbreakable Golden Body. Physical defense and spell defense are increased by 50%, and you add a shield equal to your lifesteal cap to yourself, and when you take damage, the shield is consumed before your lifesteal is consumed. Lost shield will be restored at a rate of 10 points per second. According to the rules of this phrase, to take the lifesteal from him, you would first take the shield. Therefore, just now, Lin Zhe had merely broken a layer of shield, and his own red bar was not losing any blood at all. Only that first stone statue put down its outstretched hand after the condition was fulfilled. Lin Zhe slowly walked towards the second stone statue. Above the outstretched hand, the information screen popped up again. Those who wish to pass must offer the most subtle treasures. Second treasure. Time. Description. Sacrifice a lifespan twice the average lifespan of one's race. That's it. Lin Zhe almost didn't laugh out loud again. He conversed with the system within his brain. System, what is my current remaining lifespan? Current total remaining lifespan. 1,227 years and 33 days. Good lord. I don't realize it's been over 1,000 years again. Meanwhile, Lei Lin was blathering along. See, if the first treasure had some means of getting through, the second one is completely impossible. Because there's no buff that adds longevity. And the riddle is cockamamie enough that the lifespan of the sacrifice is directly tied to the race, so that even long-lived races can't get away with it. Lei Lin shook her head and said helplessly, "We'd better get back." However, just at that moment, the second stone statue also sent out a voice announcement. The second treasure has been successfully sacrificed. Ha! This time Lillian didn't yell, but froze dumbly in place, feeling like her brain wasn't enough. But he saw Lin Zhe standing there with a smile on his face. No. Liren stared here and there toward him, a blank look on her face. No. How come you're not dead? Lin Zhe was speechless. Listen to what you're saying, is this human language? Just a moment ago, Lin Zhe had sacrificed 204 years of his life. Exactly twice the average lifespan of the human race today. After the universal transfer, the lifespan of humans was indeed a bit longer than that world before he traveled. And Lillian's entire being was still in a state of utter disbelief, struggling to convince herself of all sorts of reasons. This person, did he happen to exceed twice the lifespan of their human race? Impossible. Or is this stone statue out of some kind of bug? Scratch your head and you can't figure out exactly why. Taking advantage of the moment when she was walking around shredding, Lin Zhe had already walked up to the third stone statue. Those who wish to pass must offer their most precious treasures. Third treasure. Life. Description. Sacrifice 3 lives. The sacrifice lives are permanently lost and cannot be resurrected by any means. Ha! Lindsay murmured. Is it straight up life this time? It seems like this copy really doesn't want people to pass. I told you, Lillian said as she recovered and came over. We're only 2 people here, and it wants 3 lives straight away. The only scenario I can think of is that a group of people came here who also happened to all be unafraid of abyssal corruption, and also happened to have 3 people who were willing to sacrifice their lives to get everyone else out. The 2 of us are definitely out of luck. Lei Lin said in the end, also feeling angry at the harsh to the extreme conditions. Even Lin Zhe pondered this time. Sacrificing 3 lives wasn't really impossible for him as a summoner. However, the key lies in the fact that the life of the sacrifice is permanently lost and cannot be resurrected by any means, so that's tough, yeah. Sacrificial inferno? A chimera? Little dragon? Even if it was a dog, he felt quite reluctant to give it up. And it also empowers them with so many superb words. Hand on heart. While Lin Zhe was in some trouble, he suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. I think I still have a temporary summoning skill. He opened the equipment bar and checked the effect of the Undead Gem 5-piece set. Skill. Summon Undead Elite. Temporary summoning skill. Each time you can randomly summon one of Undead Archmage Tardis, Undead Duke Gal, and Undead Witch Hela to fight for you. Lin Zhe's worried face burst into a joyful smile. Isn't that right? He instantly used the skill, and in the next second, a gust of cloudy wind blew by, and the Undead Archmage Tardis appeared in front of him. Lei Lin was taken aback when she saw a sudden extra person next to her. There's a ghost again! Huh, why did I say again? Lindsay. This time you're right, he's a ghost. Only Tardis bowed respectfully in front of Lin Zhe and said, Master. When Lin Zhe saw him, it was as if he saw Qin Feng, who had been possessed by him, and gave him a contemptuous look and said, Very well, go fulfill your mission. Yes. TARDIS walked towards the stone statue without hesitation. Then, Lindsay continued to use his skills, and Hela and Gale stepped out one after the other. Both were also respectful and unhesitatingly generous. Lindsay secretly thought, I can't imagine the skill can be used like this. This is one of the most useful episodes of your undead clan. And Lilum was beside her. The person looked dumbfounded. No, what's going on here? You three big dumb guys really just sent it in there without saying a word? Is this human a devil? No, it's worse than the devil. Right after the last undead disappeared, Lindsay realized that that skill had directly grayed out, equivalent to being permanently disabled. At the same time, the third stone statue sent out a broadcast. The third treasure has been successfully sacrificed. Congratulations on clearing the hidden area. Experience plus 100,000. Then, as the outstretched hand of the third stone statue slowly lowered, a rectangular spatial portal opened at the edge of the cliff. Blinding white light instantly shone in, causing both Linza and Lei Lin to block their eyes. We can get out? Liren was in complete disbelief. In the next second, it even cried out directly, Ooh, I've been in there for I don't know how long, and I thought I'd never be able to get out. Do you know how I live these days? Woo! It was a snotty cry. Linza looked at her like this and only felt funny when he thought that she was already 149 years old. After she had cried for a while, Lindsay said, Well, after you go out, do you have any way to purify the spring? Liren wiped her eyes and cupped the ball of light in her hands. It's fine to use it, but Luna will surely stop it. Linza rubbed his fists. That's a good one. When we get out, I'm going to kick her ass. After saying that, the two walked into the portal one after the other. Chapter 74 Killing Luna, Getting S-Class Loot. Meanwhile, in the corrupted forest. Even though Lindsay had been sucked into the hidden copy for an unknown amount of time, not a long time had passed in the normal copy. It seems that time flows differently in the two worlds, and a group of professionals were still frantically fleeing for their lives, with that void following closely behind. In this moment of effort, several professionals had already been sucked into the hollow and instantly vaporized. The others were growing alarmed and fearful in their hearts. Among the group, Xuechong rode on a rhinoceros beast rampaging. However, the rhinoceros beast's speed was limited, and it looked like it was about to be sucked into the void. Xuechong also reacted quickly, directly flinging the chains on his body and hooking them towards a professional riding a warhorse in front of him, jumping onto the horse's back himself and letting the rhinoceros beast fall into the middle of the hollow. What are you doing? The professional on that warhorse shouted towards Xuechong behind him. Go down and have fun, you. With a force, Xuechong directly threw the man down, then rode his own warhorse onward. Xuechong, what are you doing? You're killing people. When the other few people saw this, they hurriedly shouted. What are you screaming for? Xuechong viciously disliked. At times like this, it's important for me to save my life. This scene was also seen by Luna, who had been following behind. Only to hear her let out a mocking laugh like watching a play. Ha 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 ha. Fight. Grab. Show your truest humanity. My favorite thing to watch is you weak beings struggling in despair. Ha 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 ha. The next second, however, a door of light opened behind her. A young man in black jumped out of it with a whoosh. With lightning wrapped around her body, she kicked Luna in the back with a swift kick. Ah! Luna yelled out in pain, while her entire body was bounced out a long way. When she came back to her senses and saw the teenager in front of her, she was even more shocked. Is it you? No, how is this possible? How can you even fight against the power of the abyss? And the three puzzles in that hidden area, how could you possibly get out? For the first time, a look of unfathomable horror appeared in Luna's eyes. And just then, the goblin high priestess Liren slowly stepped out of the time portal. Under the sunlight, the skin all over his body was even fairer, and the whole person exuded an aura of holiness. Luna, Liren said slowly, how much longer are you going to make a scene? Stop it. Sister Lilum? Luna was once again shocked. I can't believe you're not dead? The surprise seemed to be accompanied by a hint of imperceptible celebration. However, her eyes quickly turned gloomy once again. Even if you guys come out, what can you do? Here, my power is endless. After saying that, her hands once again released dozens of black silk threads that connected to the contaminated land. Heh, Lindsay sneered. Then I'll beat you until you get down. In the next second, inferno demons, phantom demons, demon dragons, and 10 hell demon dogs appeared together all around Luna, and then all rushed towards Luna. Luna obviously didn't expect this situation either, and instantly tried to move. Humph. Little sister, where to run? Phantom Demon had already predicted in advance and used her control skill to fix her in place. In the next instant, Inferno's cannonball-like fist struck. The 10 hell devil dogs also bit up in full force. Finally, a giant shadow swept across the sky, and a huge ball of lightning fell from the enlarged demon dragon. In an instant, dozens of meters in a circle exploded, and not an inch of grass was left to grow. Damn it! Little dragon, you don't want to accidentally injure a friendly army. Lin Mu lectured. Ow! The demon dragon gave a cute cry in the air, but it resounded through the heavens and earth, echoing for a long time. It made Lillian look dumbfounded. However, she saw Luna's position, and after suffering from successive attacks, she actually still survived, and the black threads on her hands were continuously sending energy to her. Although at this time, her face and body were all burned like black charcoal, and her hair was disheveled, looking very wretched. Ha 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 ha! Luna laughed feistily. As long as there's still a contaminated blade of grass here, I won't die. Luna, that's enough. Lillian's voice came from behind her. In the past, it was all because I indulged you too much and let you make a big mistake. Leyland's voice was full of majesty, but the majesty was tinged with a bit of sadness. Now it's time to stop this farce too. After saying that, she flicked her hand, and the glowing spring slowly flew to the ground, then merged into the earth and disappeared. Then the land where the mass of light had disappeared was seen to be rejuvenated, having been a grayish color of corruption. Then the return to normal land began to spread out rapidly. What? Luna was horrified. The fountain I've been searching for so long is actually in your hands. Thanks to it, I was able to survive for such a long time inside that boundless abyss. Lin said with a lowered brow. I can only say that everything is destiny, and as more and more of the land was rejuvenated, Luna's power waned. Even the panels that were all question marks a moment ago now revealed some of the true information. Boss Abyssal Puppeteer Luna. Race Abyssal. Level 60. Life value 100,000. Skill Dark Puppetry. Oh! Lin Mu looked at her message and spat. I didn't realize the main body was actually this weak. In the next second, Lin Mu directly activated the Running Thunder skill, and his entire body rushed towards Luna like lightning, punching her directly in the heart and personally ending her life. Luna stifled a grunt and spat out a mouthful of black liquid. How is this possible? The eyes gradually grayed out. Kill Boss Luna the Abyssal Puppeteer. Experience plus 40,000. Life expectancy plus 40,000 days, 109 years, 315 days. Loot 40,000 coins. Puppeteer's costume equipment. Gate of the world's item. Abyssal core material. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level 31. Ding. You have successfully cleared this copy and receive a reward. 1 system draw. To actually give only this much experience?
Linse was somewhat speechless.
Better come see the loot. Equipment. Puppeteer's costume grade A. 40 or higher. Defense plus 2,400. Spirit plus 2,400. Resistance to mind control spells increased by plus 50%. Self-cast mind control spells hit rate plus 50%. Props. Gate of the world's grade S. Each time you can randomly open a copy, and the difficulty is all in real mode or above. Cooldown time 24 hours. Material Abyssal Core S rank. Said to be able to create equipment with the power of the abyss, the details of which are ominous for the time being. This dress can be given to Lilith instead. Linza secretly thought, as for this prop, it's kind of interesting. Looking at the description, that means it's equivalent to a private copy maker? Then in the future, you'll be able to play copies at home every day without leaving your home. As for this Abyssal Core, well, said Lin Mu, holding the stone-like object with an ominous black gas rising from it. Ding! You have a new quest. Successfully utilize the Abyssal Core to create an equipment. Reward 1 system draw. Oh, there's a mission for that too. Lin Mu's eyes lit up. At the same time, after Luna's death, the spreading void of nothingness finally stopped, and in turn was purified by the fountain. Soil and vegetation grew back where it had been reduced to nothingness. At that moment, A loud noise came from a short distance away. Linza looked over, and it was the few professionals arguing over there. Xue Chong, I saw it all just now. A professional shouted. You killed someone. Yeah, I saw that too. You pushed someone off to get a ride. So what if I did it? Xue Chong rationalized. In that situation just now, saving my life is the most important thing. This is a copy, not a city. Killing is not a crime. Lin Zhe looked at Xue Chong, and his eyes quickly went cold. I almost forgot. There's still an open bill, he said, walking slowly towards him. Chapter 75. A Gentleman's Revenge, paid in full. Out of the original team of 12 people, not adding Lin Zhe, there were only 6 people left, which could be considered a heavy loss. Facing the questioning of the people around him, that Xue Chong didn't feel the least bit guilty and directly disliked them. At this time, Sui also came over and accused him. Xue Chong, why are you brutalizing your compatriots? Compatriots? All I know is that if I hadn't done that just now, it would have been me who died. Besides, it's not uncommon to kill someone in a border copy. Su Wei said angrily. What are you talking about? Do you still have me, a lieutenant of the Frontier Corps, in your sights? Hee, Team Su. I usually treat you with respect and that's all. So don't you press me with this. Xue Chong made a show of not being able to take in the oil and salt. Killing someone in a copy isn't a big deal, not to mention the Luo guild that I backed up. At most I'll go out and be investigated. He was right, according to Dexia's rules it was absolutely illegal to kill someone outside of a replica. But in the copy, PK between professionals was allowed, and it was naturally normal for someone to die as a result. By the looks of it, this Xue Chong obviously wasn't the first time he had done this kind of thing. In the face of Xue Chong's dead pig-like demeanor, the people all shook their heads helplessly, unable to do anything about it. Just then, a teenager's voice rang out not far away. Why are you guys wasting your words with him? Why don't you just kill him? The crowd looked that way. Then they were all shocked. Lin Zhe, you're not dead. However, he saw Lin Zhe holding a long sword. His footsteps were windy as he walked straight towards Xue Chong, each step dripping with killing intent. His gaze was icy cold, and there was a hidden smile at the corner of his mouth. People were shocked by his aura and consciously made a path, not daring to get in his way. That Xue Chong, seeing that the person who was framed by his own hands had come back to life, was also a little weak, and his expression became flustered. What do you want? You don't mess around, I'm a member of Luo's guild. If I have anything, you kid also. Su Wei also wanted to step forward to dissuade him. Lin Zhe, little brother, listen to me? However, before the words were finished, Su Wei only felt that he was splashed with some kind of hot liquid. Looking back, one of Xue Chong's arms had already fallen, and blood was spurting out from the wound. Xue Chong took 2 seconds to react, then covered his wound and screamed miserably, Ah! This sword is a reward for you walking without eyes and bumping into me. Lin Zhe said quietly, I'm a grass mud horse. Xue Chong roared as he was about to charge up with the chain in his other hand. The next second, the hand fell to the ground along with the chains. Ah! Xue Chong let out another shout. This sword is a reward for not listening to your command and rushing around. Xue Chong lost both of his hands and subconsciously fell to his knees in pain. Yet the teenager's eyes remained chilled. Lin Zhe. Xue Chong's tone finally softened. If you kill me, out after you go out, the Luo Guild will not let you go. But if you don't kill me after you go out, I can give whatever extreme equipment you want. Without waiting for the other party to finish, a spherical object fell to the ground with a thud and rolled around a few times, with a stunned expression on its face. Everyone around them took a step back in shock, only to see that the neck of Xue Chong's 7-foot man was already empty. And 5 meters behind him, the teenager in black armor was turning his back to them, shaking off the blood stains on his star-colored longsword and slowly sheathing it. Everyone, wide-eyed, was silent. Then, Lin Zhe turned around, and everyone subconsciously took a step back. It wasn't until Lin Zhe's icy eyes gradually eased over that everyone was slightly relieved. Lin Zhe, you've gone a little overboard, Su Wei said with some anxiety. I'm afraid I'll get into trouble.
Liu Tengsu.
Lin Zhe spoke. I'm eradicating the scum of the human race, the dregs of Daxia, in my capacity as Major of Daxia, and if there will be others who come to my door, then I'll have to eradicate them one by one. This? Su Wei was confused, thinking, Lin Zhe is actually a major? I don't know. So, does everyone have anything to say? Linza looked to the others. Everyone is afraid to speak. Right at this moment, Lin flew over and teased. Your human race is really interesting. The one who saved this crisis just now and allowed you to survive. Instead of thanking him, you went to worry about someone who set you up. The one who saved us? It means Linza. Everyone was surprised once again. They were so busy running for their lives just now that they didn't even have time to look back to see what was happening behind them, and wondered why the enemy was suddenly dead. But now that I think about it, those summoned beasts just now did seem to be Linzay's. Everyone then reacted to the fact that it was Linzay who had saved the entire crisis. Each person, their gratitude and reverence for Linzay was overwhelming. The long-haired, shoulder-length female professional walked out and said, "My name is Mu Yun, from Thousand Flower City, and today is already the second time you've saved my life. I really don't know how to thank you properly." Water elemental magician Li Myung-chul also walked over. "Yes, thank you so much." Others gathered around to show their appreciation. Su Wei wiped the blood that had been splattered on his face, and also said respectfully, "Little brother Linzay, no, Major Linzay, just now it was me who didn't have the right stance, and I still hope that you won't take it to heart." An occupier suddenly said with righteous indignation, "This Xuechong, he just deserves to die. We were almost all killed by him." One person pretended to be confused. "Did anyone see how Xuechong died just now? It seems like he was killed by a boss, right?" Immediately others helped. Yes, it was killed by a monster. No one is allowed to talk nonsense." Lin Zhe smiled faintly and glanced sideways at Xuechong's fallen body in a pool of blood, thinking that this bastard was lucky to have survived until just now. However, it was also thanks to him tripping over himself, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to enter the hidden map and meet Lei Lin. Then maybe this copy is permanently unsolvable. All right, Lin Zhe said to everyone. "Let bygones be bygones, this matter is over." Everyone nodded. At this time, message alerts also popped up on everyone's interface. The spring water has been completely purified. Congratulations, you have passed this copy. Gained experience plus 30,000. The system will be closed after 60 seconds. Countdown begins. 60, 59, 58. Finally going out? Everyone let out a huge sigh of relief, their faces unable to hide their joy. And by now the entire forest had been transformed into a mountainous landscape. Lin walked towards Lin Zhe with a hint of shyness on her face. "I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. This time it's really thanks to you. You're a great benefactor to our goblin clan. Right, this is for you." Lin handed Linza an item. Lin Zhe took it in his hand and looked at it. It was a ball of light of the same nature as that fountain, only smaller in appearance. Props. Small fountain mythic grade. Can purify all things of darkness. Mythic level? Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. The same level as the eternal flame? Lin smiled. "This is what I parted with from the fountain. You are the hero who defeated the abyss, but the abyss will likely be on to you as well, and perhaps in the future you will need it more than I do." "Thanks." Lin Zhe put it away. "Then, it's time to part ways," Lin said with some reluctance. "I can foresee that one day in the future we will meet again." "Well, goodbye." Linza said goodbye. In the next second, time and space shifted and people were teleported out of the copy. Chapter 76, The 12 City Lords Meeting is Something I Can Attend? When they came back to their senses again, the crowd had already returned to the camp in the central misty forbidden zone. Seeing that everyone was looking tired and half of the men were missing, a few of the soldiers in charge of the garrison immediately rushed up. "Team Su, what took you guys so long to get in there? What happened?" The crowd realized that it was already dark outside. "It's a long story." Su Wei let out a low sigh. "Prepare to return to the city immediately." "Yes." After Su Wei finished speaking, he walked over to Lin Zhe and said, "Major Lin, I'll say goodbye for today. You can contact me again if you need me." Linza returned the salute. A few other professionals immediately swarmed up and flattered him. "Brother Lin, what are the arrangements for later? Could you do me the honor of letting my little brother treat you to a meal? Come and sit in our Thousand Flower City. The scenery is beautiful. I was obviously here first. Everyone wants to come and suck up." Lin Zhe waved his hand and said gently, "Thanks, but I have important matters to attend to today, so I'll take my leave." After saying that, he used the teleportation stone trigger finger on his hand. In the next second, a portal with an emerald border was created out of thin air in front of him. Lindsay walked in without looking back and disappeared into thin air, leaving the people in the camp looking on in disbelief. Was that a teleportation stone trigger just now? That ain't cheap, is it? Usually only the top of the guild has that kind of stuff, right? Everyone, more and more, felt the unfathomable depths of this youngster Lindsay. Each shook his head and left unhappily. At the same time, Tianyu City's City Lord's mansion. The house that was destroyed a few days ago is still in the process of being repaired. Lei Zhenyu finished his day's work and moved his muscles. While there aren't that many things to deal with today, let's go for a small drink in a while. Not 2 steps after he had just walked out of the office, a portal was generated in the corridor directly in front of him, and Lindsay walked out. Lei Zhenyu froze for a second. Lindsay, why are you here? City Lord Lei, I have something important to say. Lindsay said with a straight face, I don't know if you've heard of the abyss? Lei Zhenyu, ooh? A cloud instantly filled the face that had been quite relaxed just a moment ago. The two of them re-entered the office, and after a quarter of an hour had passed, Lindsay finished telling Lei Zhenyu the ins and outs of today's events. Of course, all that concerned the system was skipped right over by him. And after Lindsay finished his narration, Lei Zhenyu's face became increasingly gloomy. Lindsay asked, This abyss, what exactly is it? Lei Zhenyu's worry clouded over. The abyss is a race that transcends the outer races, also known as the cancer of all races. Wherever they go, they bring destruction. This is the case with the corrupted goblin forest you just mentioned. However, things about the abyss have always existed only in the legends of certain foreign races, and I would never have thought that something so terrifying had already appeared in our border copy. Lei Zhenyu let out a long sigh. It's my negligence. I shouldn't have sent you to participate in this kind of difficulty of any, but it's not right to say so. If you hadn't participated today, maybe the copy would have infiltrated into reality, and the consequences would have been even more unimaginable. In short, this matter is very serious. I'm going to call a meeting of the 12 city lords immediately. If it wasn't for these words from Lei Zhenyu, Lindsay wouldn't have thought that this abyss was something so sinister. He had thought that it was only something slightly more powerful than the undead. After all, it doesn't seem like it would be particularly difficult to win. Seeing that Lei Zhenyu was going to have a meeting, Lindsay said, Then you go ahead and get busy. I'll leave first. No, you don't go yet. Lei Zhenyu called out to him. You stay and have a meeting with me. Linza was dumbfounded.
No.
A meeting of the level of the 12 city lords is something I can attend. Half an hour later, the duo appeared next to a large round table in the conference room. Lei Zhenyu sat at the table, and Lindsay sat behind his side. Above the other 11 seats, 11 light curtains once again lit up, each with the name of a city written on it. After Lei Zhenyu relayed the events of today to the other city lords, all of them fell into a silence. In the middle of the day, the light screen of the northern capital city first made a sound. So, the legends about the abyss are actually true? Linshan City's light screen also said, Lei City Lord, you raised your suspicions not long ago, and then you met them today. How could there be such a coincidence? Lei Zhenyu, I wondered about that too, but that's just the way it is. An old man's voice was emitted from the light screen of the East Sea City. I raise a question, what if what these professionals encountered was just a very powerful other kind of enemy? How can we be sure that it was the legendary abyssal one? Lei Zhenyu turned his gaze to Lindsay, implying that he should be allowed to speak. Lindsay understood and put in a voice. I understand that all the city lords must have their doubts without seeing it with their own eyes, but I, as the one who personally experienced this copy, am quite certain that the enemy is the abyss. I think if you all were to ask other witnesses, they would give the same answer. However, when Lindsay's voice came out, the first reaction of the other city lords was surprise. City Lord Lei, why are there others on your side? You've let idle people attend the 12 city lords meeting? This is unseemly, the Great Lake City's city lord said in a shrill, thin voice. This is the Lindsay that I mentioned last time, not some idler. Lei Zhenyu said confidently. If it wasn't for the fact that he happened to be the one who entered the copy today, our great summer might have been eroded by the abyss. When these words came out, the other city lords were even more in an uproar. Lindsay? The high school student you said helped you fight off the undead. Oh, old thunder. Why do I find your words even less believable? You're saying that this high school student repelled all of the abyssal ones. Yeah, even if he's great, he's still just a high school student. Everything has to be regulated, You say this to 10 people, I'm afraid 11 of them won't believe it. That's just it, old Ray. Aren't you lifting this doll a little too high? All right, all shut up. Lay City Lord chided. All of you don't believe me, right? So open your eyes and see for yourselves. Only to see Lin Zhe take out an object that was bubbling with black gas and place it in front of the light screen. It was the loot he had gotten today. Abyssal core. The light screen had a camera function, and all the city lords saw the item with its ominous aura and read its description. Now all the city lords finally fell silent. This is more or less a cerebral thrombosis if you still don't believe it. Lei Zhenyu. It's uncertain whether today's crisis was just a fluke or not. Maybe it just happened to be that copy that swiped out at the border. Or maybe we've been targeted by the abyss. If it's the latter, then it's highly likely that this will become the greatest crisis our great Xia, and even the entire human race, has ever seen. Chapter 77. Assassins. Lei Zhenyu's booming voice echoed in the room, and it also caused everyone's hearts to flutter slightly. The national awakening occupation has been going on for 100 years, and the human race has only managed to live in relative peace for the last 10 years or so. Is this tranquility going to be shattered again? All right, let's stop here for today's meeting. Lei Zhenyu said. What we should do next remains to be discussed further and reflected to the great general. After that, he hung up the light screen and the whole room became darkened down. He looked a little tired in the darkness. An old son of a. The wine didn't work out again today. He joked. Lin Zhe asked, City Lord Lei, is there anything I need to do next? Lei Zhenyu exhaled a long breath before saying, honestly speaking, this matter is too special, and I'm still not sure what will happen next. But you don't have to worry too much, you can do what you need to do, and you still have to keep going to college. I'll send you back if there's a mission. Understood. After that, Lin Zhe left the City Lord's mansion, and a teleportation portal directly transmitted him to the vicinity of his home neighborhood. While finding a fly tavern to eat, he thought about what Lei Zhenyu had just said about the abyss. Looks like we still need to hurry up and level up. Let's try to break through the second rank first. After dinner, Lin Zhe walked on the night road home. The old street where he lives is so old that the whole street is dark at night and the road is small and narrow. The garbage cans along the road were neglected, and the garbage piled up to the point of roaming out and emitting a foul odor. Lin Zhe secretly thought, let's move to the school dormitory in a couple of days. While walking in a dark alley with no lights, Lin Zhe was vaguely aware of a movement coming from behind. He turned back and immediately used the insightfulness skill. There was no one around except on the ground, where a puddle of shadow was marked by a striking red color, and it also shows a direct message from the other side. Name, Chun Chuan. Occupation, Shadow Attacker. Rank, Level, 61, 3rd Order. This person is following me? Lin Zhe thought darkly. Pretending as if nothing had happened, he walked forward another 20 meters or so, then turned around to find the mass of shadows approaching even closer. Just then, the communicator in his interface received a message. Hanchi, Major Lin, I found someone following me. The opponent's level exceeds mine by 15 levels, but I won't be afraid and will fight to the death. Lin Zhe, that won't be necessary, you don't have to make a move in a while. After sending the message, Lin Zhe headed directly over there and shouted with a big grin, Chun Chuan, come out. In that mass of black shadows, the stalker named Chun Chuan was startled in his heart. How could he still be discovered when he had obviously transformed into a puddle of shadows in this dark place? And how could he be directly called out by the other party by name when he had clearly used a talisman that hid his information? You know, when you're ambushing someone and they call out your name directly, it's like being struck by lightning. As a professional assassin, this is a strange shame. As he thought of this, the black shadow on the ground moved and rushed towards Lin Zhe at breakneck speed. Shadow binding. In the next second, many black shadows in the shape of duct tape emerged from the ground around Lin Zhe, firmly wrapping his body like a mummy. Easily done. Chun Chuan smiled confidently in the shadow. Humph. So what if you found me? Chun Chuan thought darkly. According to the intelligence, you're just a level 27 novice? No, you're level 31 now. Well, so what if it's level 31? Ever since I became a professional assassin, the prey I've set my sights on has never missed. In the next instant, Chun Chuan's black shadow had already bullied its way to Lin Zhe's feet, and then the entire person scurried out of the black shadow like a gust of wind. A short dagger stabbed directly towards Lin Zhe's heart. Die for me. Damage inflicted, 193. Chun Chuan. Die for the old man. Die for the old man. Die for me. Chun Chuan nimbly darted around Lin Zhe, constantly stabbing Lin Zhe's vitals with his dagger. Then the damage numbers are all 201, 194, 392 bludgeoning, miss, 191. After half a day's work, not to mention rubbing off on Lin's blood bar, even his layer of shield only dropped a little bit. No, it can't be. How could it be? Chun Chuan exploded. Looks like we have to use that trick. I'd say you're almost done. At that moment, Lin Zhe finally spoke, a small smile on his face, as if he was playing a game. Your chances have run out, now it's my turn. The next second, only to see his body lightning flashes. Bang sound, even directly tied to the body of the black shadow broken. Just when Chun Chuan was still stunned, a fist that was laced with the power of lightning struck out swiftly. Then, he saw Chun Chuan's body fly out dozens of meters away, and then with a tie sound, the whole person planted into the stinking garbage can. Wow! Chun Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood, only to feel that his sternum was broken. Grass. What's with the strength of this summoner's power? His eyes glazed over in pain. No, we have to run or we'll die. Only to see his body turn into a puddle of black shadows once again, fleeing frantically towards the distance. Major Lin. Han Chi appeared beside Lin Zhe. The enemy isn't dead yet. Do you want me to chase after them to make up for it? He should be hired by someone else. Lin Zhe smiled bashfully. You follow him and see who's really behind the curtain. Yes. In the next second, Han Chi directly became invisible in the air and disappeared. Lin Zhe loosened his muscles and thought carefully in his mind about what people he had offended in the past few days. The Abyssal One shouldn't be coming so soon, right? And they're not so weak that they'd invite human assassins to carry out an assassination. Xuechong? Xueyang? Luo's guild? A contestant on the scramble? Or has the undead clan not been completely wiped out? Well, without counting, it seems like I did make quite a few enemies. Lin Zhe helplessly spread his hands. Is that the trouble with being too powerful? Somewhere in the city, inside a Chinese-style courtyard, several black-clothed and powerfully suited thugs were escorting Chun Chuan as he knelt in the open space. I don't know how long he waited before the door to the mansion directly in front of him slowly opened. From within, a figure floated out. His body was covered in a kind of shadow, so it was impossible to see his looks or his costume. So, you failed your mission? The figure let out a very majestic voice. Branch President. Chun Chuan kneeled on the ground, trembling. You listened to my explanation. That kid. Absolutely not simple. Humph. A kid who has only had a short time to make a first-rank breakthrough is giving you a hard time? The silhouette sneered. Chun Chuan, you're really getting more and more useless. This time, the head of the man, but the client paid a lot of money for it. How the hell do you do your job? Chun Chuan ignored his injuries and began to kowtow in a panic on the ground. I know. I was negligent and careless this time. Please give me another chance. The silhouette said slowly. You only have this one chance, so cherish it. Otherwise, the consequences are clear to you, and the next sacrifice to Lord Shadow Demon will be you. With that said, the figure turned and walked into the house, the door closing once again. Only left Chun Chuan still on the ground has been kowtowing in fear, until the brain-knocked blood also did not stop. Chapter 78 Magic Shadow Guild, Gate of the Worlds. The next day, Lin Zhe slept until he woke up naturally, feeling especially relieved. And this night, another lot of longevity was earned with the turtle breath technique. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, the first thing that caught his eye was a long-haired woman sitting on the edge of his bed. Mom, yeah. Lindsay was taken aback. Boys are at home and they need to protect themselves too. Fixing his eyes, he realized it was Han Chi. She seemed particularly sleepy at the moment and was squinting her eyes, her head tilting downward, feeling like she was about to fall asleep. Hearing Lin Zhe's response, he then opened his eyes and forced himself to speak. Major Lin, you're awake. Her face still had an expressionless look, but the dark circles under both eyes were a little heavy, and she looked a little funny. Lindsay spoke up. What are you doing here? Didn't you ask me to follow that man last night, and I wanted to report back when you woke up? The words were also colorless in tone. How long have you been sitting here? 3 hours now.
Han Chi replied.
Linza was a bit speechless. This Han Chi is really like a robot. He doesn't even know how to be flexible in carrying out orders. You don't have to do this in the future. It's okay to report a little later. Lindsay said, all right, go ahead. What's the investigation? Yes, Han Chi responded. That person is from a very famous but mysterious assassin organization called the Demon Shadow Guild. The Demon Shadow Guild? Does this kind of black underground organization still exist in our Grand Xia? Lindsay asked. To be precise, the Magic Shadow Guild is not an organization native to Daxia. It was first born in the beautiful country and currently has chapters all over the world. This guild specializes in doing unseemly things for the rich and powerful, as long as the price is high enough, no matter if it's assassination, arson, kidnapping, theft, even the most dangerous tasks they can do. Our Daxia is also perennially overwhelmed. It's just that the other party's movements are so secretive that the detection rate has always been very low. Like this. Lindsay was thoughtful. So where did you track yesterday? I detected their gathering place in a quadrangle yesterday, but then in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a mess. It's probably using some kind of spatial skill. They failed in this mission and will probably come after you again soon. Major Lin, my strength is limited, so I suggest that you send additional manpower. You're quite honest. Lindsay waved his hand. But there's no need. I'll be there anytime they want to come. All right, the report is complete. I'll take my leave. Han Chi bowed and was immediately about to vanish into air. Wait, Lindsay thought of something. How many times have you come into my house unannounced like that? Huh? Han Chi came with a dull crooked head kill. Protecting you at your house every day, huh? Lindsay was speechless. If he didn't know that Han Chi's character was like this, he really suspected that she was doing it on purpose. Remember, no sneaking into my house without my permission in the future. Copy that. After Han Chi left, Lindsay then remembered that there was still one lucky draw opportunity that he hadn't used yesterday. He immediately opened the sweepstakes page and spun the words. Congratulations on winning the talent. Burial of all Thunder Grade A. Talent. 10,000 Thunders to Burial Upgrade Progress. 1-3. Amplifies Thunder Elemental Damage to 200% and Skill Range to 200%.
Lindsay was delighted.
It doesn't look too bad for Little Dragon. Immediately, the skill book was mounted on the Little Dragon. Well, now there's one more important thing. Lindsay looked towards the S-rank prop, Gate of the Worlds, that he had obtained by defeating Luna. In order to get stronger quickly, it's best to swipe a copy every day. Instantly choose to use the props. In the next second, a portal about the size of a room door at home immediately appeared in front of him. Props, Gate of the Worlds. Each time you can randomly open a copy, and the difficulty is all real mode or above. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Please confirm. Do you want to start the Trial of the Worlds? Yes, no. Friendly reminder. The replica is difficult and you only live once, so please choose carefully. Lindsay thought to himself that there shouldn't be any problems, and just as he was about to select yes, a prompt popped up from his exclusive system. Props that can be deeply bound to the system have been detected. Is it possible to consume 100 years of life to bind them? What's this? Lindsay had a surprised look on his face. After binding, the prop can add several new functions. For example, each copy entered can be recorded as an anchor point and can be entered repeatedly. Also, for example, after death in the copy provided by the item, lifespan can be spent for resurrection, and the lifespan required for resurrection depends on the difficulty of the copy. There's still this kind of function?
Lindsay was delighted.
Bind. 100 years of life have been consumed, completing the binding, only to see that Gate of the Worlds disappear from the item bar and turn directly into an icon in the system interface. Do you want to start the Trials of the Worlds? Yes, no. Lindsay decisively chose yes. Then, time and space shifted and he found himself in a verdant meadow. Copy. Grassland. Restriction level. None. Difficulty. Real mode. Quest description. The villagers here are being attacked by slimes. Please help them out. Without any effort, Lindsay cleared this copy. The Gate of the Worlds could be used once every 24 hours, and for the next 2 days, Lindsay just went in once a day to play a copy, and it didn't take much time. The encounters were relatively easy, though, and it took a few days combined to finally get to level 32. On the third day, Lindsay entered the copy again. Time and space shifted, and he found himself in a deserted land with piles of ghastly white bones everywhere. and he himself was crouching behind a boulder half a man high. Entering the realm of the undead. Restriction level. None. Difficulty. Nightmare mode. Quest description. Among the undead, the corpse clan is being oppressed by the skeleton clan. Please help them to get out of their predicament and overthrow the skeleton clan's rule. The undead one? It's them again. Lin Zhe was startled. Could it be that we haven't finished killing them yet? But then he thought that these copies were projections of real events that had once happened, not necessarily now. Corpses and skeletons? What's that again? Lin Zhe was also confused about the description of the mission. Having entered Replica Area 1, Land of the Bones, just then, footsteps came from the other side of the rock that sheltered him. He poked his head halfway out from behind a rock and noticed a procession going by a short distance away. The leader, an imposing skeleton soldier with a machete slung over his shoulder in one hand and several chains in the other, which were attached to a bunch of captive-looking people behind him. The men were all greenish-gray-skinned and ragged, with shackles around their necks and shackles attached to their feet. And there were men, women, and children, all of whom were thin and looked rather pathetic. To the side and rear of the group, there were a few skeleton soldiers with large swords, giving them a kick every now and then, chiding them to walk faster. Lin Zhe casually checked the information on one of the captives. People of the necropolis. Race. Undead. Level, 14. Life value. 5,800. Skill. Gnawing. Description. A weak, orderly zombie belonging to the corpse clan of the undead. Lin Zhe looked at the skeletal soldiers again. Elite skeleton soldiers. Race. Undead. Level. 46. Life value. 40,000. Skills. Destruction / corpse poisoning, etc. Description. A member of the skeleton clan of the undead, possessing strong force. Good lord. There's such a big difference in levels. No wonder those zombies can only be captives. Lin Zhe said to himself. But based on the description of the mission, it seems to be that I'm on the side of the zombies? After Lin Zhe finished his thoughts, he was about to get up from behind the stone, ready to strike. However, just at that moment, he suddenly felt his left and right shoulders each being held down by a hand. Without realizing it, there were actually two more people behind him, one on his left and one on his right. Who?
Lin Zhe was startled.
To be able to get close without him realizing it, he must be quite strong. Shoo! Don't make a sound. One of the men warned in a whisper. What are you doing here, little brother? Another voice asked. Lin Zhe turned his head back, and only then did he see the two men. Both were in their 20s, not much older than Lin Zhe. One of them wore a pair of glasses and had angular facial lines. He looked like a well-mannered scholar, but he was also vaguely ruthless. The other, on the other hand, was completely unkempt, with a beard and hair spread out in a messy, buxom manner. Strange. Why do these two people look so familiar? Lin Zhe's entire body was stunned. Wait a minute. Isn't this a younger version of Feng Yuan and Lei Zhenyu? P.S. Those who see this are Hikari and Ifei. Can you give a 5-star review and add a bookshelf if you haven't already? Wish you all a great fortune. Chapter 79 Naive City Lord. Lin Zhe looked at the two people in front of him and was completely confused. He double-checked again, and there was no doubt that it was Feng Yuan and Lei Zhenyu. Almost identical in looks, they just look a lot younger and have a more youthful and boyish temperament. It looks like the events of this copy took place over 30 years ago, Lin Zhe guessed. He immediately used his skills to check on the two. Name, Lei Zhenyu. Occupation, Close Combat Thunderbolt A rank. Level, 59 Second Order. Name, Feng Yuan. Profession, Light and Darkness Priest A rank. Level, 57 Second Order. Both of them actually hadn't broken through the 3rd rank yet. Just then, the system popped up a quest reminder. Ding! You have a new quest. Successfully passed the copy with 2 NPCs surviving. Reward, 1 system draw. And the mission? Seeing Lin Zhe's dumbfounded look, Feng Yuan chided Lei Zhenyu. Look at you scaring the human child silly. I told you not to be so adventurous and shoot people in the back. Lei Zhenyu had a look of being unable to defend himself. No. Why did I take the liberty? You didn't shoot him just now. He turned to Lin Zhe and said, Little brother, don't listen to him. Let me ask you, I see you're only level 31, still in college, right? How did you end up in this kind of high-level copy? Lin Zhe then came back to his senses and had to snort. Oh, I just randomly came in by accident. It can't be that you've fallen out with your family and gambled your way in, right? Lei Zhenyu asked. Feng Yuan clipped one hand over his head. What do you care about people? Why do you ask so many questions? Ha ha ha. Lei Zhenyu revealed an understanding look. I understand, young and foolish, but this place is just too dangerous for you, and you can't teleport out in nightmare mode, so just follow the two of us. Just then, however, a chortle came from a short distance across the street. Who's over there? Sneaking around? The voices of the three who had just spoken had been heard by the other side. Lei and Feng immediately closed their voices, however. It was too late. With the sound of footsteps, several skeleton elite soldiers carrying machetes walked towards this side. Damn it! Lei Zhenyu cursed. I told you, I'm the worst at ambushes. If you want to fight, you'll fight head-on. After saying that, he directly stood up, and his hands already had an additional pair of finger tigers, and there was a hint of lightning power flashing above his fists. Feng Yuan helplessly shook his head. Every time I team up with you, it's always like this. Then he also stood up, and a thick holy book appeared in his hands. Heh! Actually 2 humanoids? The skeletal soldier said disdainfully. Take you back and sacrifice you to my king. Feng Yuan frowned slightly and said quietly to Lei Zhenyu. Listen to my instructions, in a moment. However, before he could finish his words, Lei Zhenyu's entire body directly rushed out, his fist filled with the power of lightning blasting towards the opposite side of the door. Boom! The skull of that skeletal soldier instantly shattered in a cloud of lightning. But just then, several other skeleton soldiers slashed at him with their swords at the same time. Light Falls Technique. Feng Yuan's voice rang out from behind. In the next second, a waterfall formed by holy light fell from the enemy's head. This holy light had an innate restraint on the undead clan, and those soldiers immediately looked like they had lost their strength, and their skeletons scattered on the ground. Thanks. Lei Zhenyu gave a big grin towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, was so angry that he pointed at his nose and cursed. Lei Zhenyu, can you stop being so impulsive every time? Can you listen to the command? Hey, what's all the excitement for? Lei Zhenyu didn't take it to heart. Just make sure the result is that we win anyway. Lin Zhe looked at this extremely unreliable Lei Zhenyu from the side and laughed in his heart. I didn't think that back then. Lei City Lord was this prodigal? Just then, a voice interrupted their argument. Hehehe. You guys won? To come to our Rec clan's territory to spread your wildness and still want to go back alive? Aren't you human races too self-righteous? Then, a crunching sound was heard from all sides. Only those white bones that had been broken apart just now began to put themselves back together. And besides those few skeleton soldiers, the white bones stacked everywhere on the plains all looked as if they had come to life and started to form into human shapes. At once, dozens or hundreds of skeleton soldiers surrounded towards them. This is getting a bit tricky. Lei Zhenyu scratched the back of his head. You still have the nerve to say that. Feng Yuan scolded. Blame me? Lei Zhenyu laughed playfully, but then his eyes flashed. Looks like it's time to bring out the real thing. Little brother over there, try to hide a little farther away. It might hurt you later. Instantly, the power of lightning covered his body. And then, his entire body turned into a blue humanoid energy body with upside-down hair. Old dog Lei, do you really want to use your newly learned move? Feng Yuan said cautiously. That's a one-day cooldown if you use it once. What if you use it now for later? First use it, then. Lei Zhenyu looked like he was storing up his strength with great effort, and even his speech was not easy. Hearing the duo's conversation, Lin Zhe smiled calmly. Forget it. It's better if I do it. He was seen standing up in a heated manner. Little brother, what are you doing? You shouldn't come and add to the chaos at this time. Feng Yuan was about to go crazy. One Lei Zhenyu was enough to make him suffer. Now how come there's another one who doesn't follow orders? However, in the next second, in the middle of a group of skeleton soldiers, suddenly boom, a loud noise, a mountain like huge demon dragon suddenly appeared. 1S down, and it's the first thing to sit down and kill a whole bunch of skeleton soldiers. Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan were both startled and subconsciously took a defensive stance, thinking that a big boss had come. Then, the demon dragon used the electricity circle skill, and a lightning circle of light began to disperse in all directions with its body as the center. Under the law of heaven and earth enchantment, the damage was directly expanded by 100 times coupled with the newly comprehended 10,000 thunders returning to the burial talent. The damage and range was doubled by another 1x. Enemies that were caught in the lightning aperture waves along the way had around 2 million damage numbers popping up on their heads, and were instantly destroyed to the point that not even crumbs remained. Elite skeleton soldier killed. Experience plus 460. Life expectancy plus 460 days. Elite skeleton soldier killed. Experience plus 460. Life expectancy plus 460 days. An experience prompt appeared above Lin Zhe's head once again, and it repeated like this almost 100 times. Congratulations on the upgrade of your summoned beast demon dragon. Current level 17. Then, right in front of the astonished gazes of Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan, the gigantic demonic dragon recovered into a small dot and flew towards Lin Zhe. And then chirp, and chirp, and chirp. Well behaved. Lin Zhe stroked its head. What? Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan reacted. Little brother. Is this your summoned beast? Both men's mouths were open enough to fit a fist. It was only after a while that the two walked up to Lin Zhe, and their attitudes were even more polite than earlier. Lei Zhenyu clasped his fists and said very respectfully, I'm really thankful to this little brother for saving me just now. It's true that you can't tell the difference between a person and a hero. To formally introduce myself, my name is Lei Zhenyu, and this is Feng Loxi. Get lost. Feng Yuan pushed him away and pushed his glasses in exasperation. This person never talks properly. Hello? My name is Feng Yuan. My name is Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe introduced himself somewhat awkwardly. These two were both father figures in his eyes, but now they had become peers, and were still engaging in all sorts of childish behavior in front of his eyes, always feeling a bit out of sorts. By the way, City Lord Lei, what are you guys doing here in this copy? Lin Zhe asked. In the next second, he realized that there seemed to be something wrong with his name-calling, but it was too late. Wait, what did you just call me? Lei Zhenyu's eyes widened. Chapter 80. Lin Zhe, you died a terrible death. Did you just call me City Lord? Lei Zhenyu pursued. I called it wrong in a trance. Ahahaha. Lin Zhe had to cover his embarrassment with a laugh. Lei Zhenyu laughed bashfully. Ha ha ha. This little brother of yours is quite interesting. Calling the City Lord when you see someone. Don't be silly. Feng Yuan slapped Lei Zhenyu away. Little brother Lin must know that the two of us work under City Lord Mu. City Lord Mu? Lin Zhe reacted. This was talking about Lei Zhenyu's previous City Lord, Mu Tianxing. However, little brother Lin. Feng Yuan said with some seriousness, this title can't be called carelessly. Lei Zhenyu, however, said as if nothing had happened. What's wrong with that? There's no one else here. I won't hide it from you. The two of us were also sent by that old man Mu to do a quest today. It's rumored that there's something fishy going on in this copy, and that the undead clan is secretly planning something detrimental to our human race. Lin Zhe nodded. He was now convinced that he had come to a copy of something that was over 30 years old. He remembered that Lei Zhenyu had mentioned it before, that it was he who personally crushed the undead monarch's attempt to revive at that time, which was why that heart was kept in the Tianyu City Lord's mansion. At this point, he looked over to the captured corpse civilians. After the soldiers of the skeleton race died, but they didn't run away, one by one, they were all trembling in place, as if they were frightened. Lin Zhe remembered that his main quest was to help them, so he walked straight over. Lei Zhenyu followed behind. They are also of the undead clan. In my opinion, just kill them. At these words, the captives shook even more. Lin Zhe, however, asked towards a group of zombies. Tell me, the skeleton clan that captured you in what direction? A small zombie who looked like a young boy raised his hand shakily and pointed in a certain direction. Lin Zhe nodded and raised the star-colored longsword in his hand, and the little zombie was horrified. In the next second, the chains on the zombies were all chopped off as the hands rose and fell. You're free, hurry up and go. Lin Zhe said coldly to them. This action caused Lei, Feng, and all the zombies to freeze. Lin Zhe shook his head, thinking, there's nothing I can do. It was the mission that asked me to save them, and they should indeed be harmless to the human race. Lin Zhe said to the two behind him, Lei City, Brother Lei, Brother Feng, let us hurry up and fight those skeleton clans. The two nodded and followed Lin Zhe towards the front. Along the way, they encountered some more small skeleton tribes, all of which were quickly annihilated by the three of them. Looking at Lin Zhe's athletic stance, Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan seemed to treat him with even more respect. This young man, although he looks a few years younger than us, his strength is not below us. Lei Zhenyu came forward and asked Lin Zhe, "By the way, little brother Lin, what was that dragon you summoned just now? That power of thunder and lightning really made Lei envious." That tone of voice, it sounded incredibly envious. Listening to Lin Zhe, he drifted a bit, not expecting to be flattered by his city lord and superior one day. "Also, there's something else that I've wanted to ask since just now." Lei Zhenyu said, "That star-colored longsword of yours, it looks a bit familiar." After saying that, Lei Zhenyu already had an identical longsword in his hand. "This sword was given to me by old man Mu, as a reward for taking first place in the Rising Star competition." Lei Zhenyu introduced it, "But the weapons I specialize in are the fist armor and the finger tiger, so I don't usually use them. So where did you get this one from?" Only then did Lin Zhe react to the fact that this blade of the vault was exactly what Lei Zhenyu had given him 30 years later. Careless, should have known better than to take it out. "To tell you the truth, I got this one from the city lord as well." Lin Zhe had to explain. It was true, the lord of the city had given it to him. Good old man Mu. Nevertheless, Lei Zhenyu immediately became furious. "I thought this was a unique weapon. I didn't realize it was mass-produced. This old man is so bad that he must have given this weapon to everyone, paying lip service to what is a remarkable inheritance. Little brother Lin, we've all been tricked by that old man Mu," said the man with righteous indignation. Lin Zhe's mouth twitched next to him. Thanks to him being just an NPC, or else it'll be a big misunderstanding out there. Without realizing it, the three of them had already arrived at a cliffside. The first thing that caught his eye was a crumbling castle on the opposite cliff, which looked particularly eerie and odd under the black, dark clouds. "That should be it." Feng Yuan pointed across the street. "But how are we going to get across?" Lei Zhenyu looked at the gully between the two cliffs. The distance between them was at least 100 meters away. And below the cliffs, it's even deeper. "Look, what's that?" Feng Yuan suddenly had a flash of light in front of his eyes, only to see that from the opposite side of the cliff, a white rope bridge was being automatically generated, gradually extending over this way. It was only when he got closer that he could see that each rope bridge was made up of a section of white bones linked together. Before long, the white bone rope bridge had been erected. "This is for us to walk?" After Lei Zhenyu finished speaking, he was ready to step on it. But immediately, Feng Yuan pulled back. "Wait a moment. I'm afraid it won't be that easy." He looked at the rope bridge that swayed in the wind, his face a little heavy. Just then, the interface popped up in front of the trio's eyes. "Welcome to Replica Area 2, Bridge of Bones. Level challenges being opened. 3, 2, 1. Loading completed. Rules. The bridge is divided into 10 sections. Each section has 2 white bone petals, one left and one right, and only one of them is secure. Please choose the correct petal and pass all 10 sections successfully to be considered as passing the level. Special reminder. The only way to cross the cliff is to cross the bridge. All other means are prohibited." All three read the rules and cringed. "That means we have to pick the right one 10 times in a row before we won't die?" Lei Zhenyu realized that things were not going well. Feng Yuan casually picked up a stone and threw it violently towards the opposite bank. However, he saw that the stone flew halfway, was stopped by something invisible, and then crashed into the bottomless cliff below. Lin Zhe read Feng Yuan's intentions and said, "This kind of rule-based level, I guess it's impossible to drill a hole. Trying to rely on flying or something like that definitely won't work." Lin Zhe released the big black dog to give it a try, but it was directly blocked by a wall of air. Sure enough, summoned beasts don't work either. Lin Zhe shook his head. "But this is the real mode. Dead is really dead." Feng Yuan said, "We're kind of in a dilemma now." "Grass." Lei Zhenyu smashed a large hole in the ground with his fist. "I hate this kind of replica that isn't a monster fighting content." Lin Zhe pondered. "The two of them are NPCs, so it doesn't matter if they die, but the system has a mission to make sure they don't die." He thought for a moment and said, "Let me do it." "Little brother Lin, what do you want to do?" Feng Yuan asked nervously, trying to stop him. "No matter what, this kind of thing can't be risked by a junior like you." Lin Zhe, however, revealed a handsome smile. "It doesn't matter. If I fall, you guys mustn't venture in. You must wait where you are. Got it?" Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan were shocked by his aura, and although they did not understand what it meant, they still nodded plausibly. It looked, instead, like Lin Zhe's two little brothers in general. "Then I'm going to start." Lin Zhe came to the front of the first section of the drawbridge, hesitated a little, chose the left side, and then took a bold step. Ka-ching! The white bone petal broke directly. Nima! Lin Zhe almost cursed out loud, only to feel an empty space under his feet. Then, his entire body was seen falling directly into a 10,000-foot cliff. Little brother Lin Zhe, Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan were also startled and immediately ran to the edge of the cliff to look down. Just where can I still see a human figure? How can this be? I told him not to be impulsive. Feng Yuan paced in place anxiously. Little brother Lin Zhe ah! Lei Zhenyu directly sat on the ground and cried out, "You died a horrible death." P.S. Families, keep asking for 5-star reviews, bookshelf editions, and free swag. Chapter 81, Mechanisms? Just tear down the castle. Lin Zhe opened his eyes and realized that he was in the middle of chaos. Recalling just now, he cursed, "Nima, only the first step and I'm dead? What kind of luck am I having?" At this point, the system pops up with a prompt. It is detected that you have died in the trials of the worlds. Do you consume your lifespan life to resurrect? This time-consumed lifespan, 10 years. Yes, no. Lindsay smiled at this. Just now, when the three were facing a death test, he remembered that the gate of all worlds had been bound to the lifespan system, which allowed him to consume his lifespan for resurrection. Regardless of the difficulty of the copy, as long as he had enough lifespans, he would be able to keep resurrecting, which was why he dared to walk directly onto that rope bridge. Still didn't expect to die just after the first step though. Lin Zhe was somewhat speechless, and resolutely chose yes. Nonsense, if I choose no. Wouldn't that be a total karma? 10 years of life have been spent on resurrection, and you will be re-transported to the entrance of the replica. A white light flashed before Lin Zhe's eyes. At this moment, at that white bone rope bridge, both Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan were overwhelmed with grief and remorse. Feng Yuan also showed some restraint and was alone in his gloom. Little brother Lin Zhe, I didn't expect you to be so brave. If I can still go back alive, I will definitely report to Lord Mu City and make you a martyr, and let all the people of the city know about your great deeds. Lei Zhenyu was a different story, only to see his entire body pounding his chest. Lin Zhe, little brother, you're really impulsive if you want to die. It's also our two as older brothers who will die in the front Although we haven't known each other for a long time, I will definitely never forget you as a brother. They look like old men and women crying at the entrance of a village. I didn't get to be a brother in this life, so in the next life, I'll be your little brother. At that moment, a voice sounded behind the two of them. Brother Lei, brother Feng, what are you two doing? The two of them froze and looked at the sound, only to see a handsome young man in black armor appear before them. Who else could it be if not Lindsay? Both of them were dumbfounded in place, especially since Lei Zhenyu's tears and snot were still hanging on his face, making it even more comical. Lin, little brother Lin Zhe? You, how come you're not dead? Lei Zhenyu's eyes widened, as if he hadn't yet believed what he had seen with his own eyes. When did I say I would die? Lin Zhe, however, smiled easily. Didn't I tell the two of you to wait for me at the same spot? After saying that, he walked towards that rope bridge again with faith. Remember, if I go the wrong way, wait for me. Both men nodded, but both wore a less than intelligent expression. Lindsay took the second step handsomely. Only to hear a click, the white bone petal broke again. Aminos! Linza cursed as he descended. Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan looked at me and me at you, this time completely dumbfounded. What's this about? After a while, Lin Zhe reappeared in front of the two again. Then third, fourth, fifth, and Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan just froze as they watched him walk over, fall down, walk over, fall down, seeing that they were numb by the end. What do you say? Can little brother Lin Zhe pick the right one this time? I bet wrong. Then I'll just have to bet on the right one, even though it feels like I'll lose. You two are still betting, aren't you? Lin Zhe just wanted to throw them both down. In this way, Sokyo made a total of 10 choices, and he chose the wrong one a full 6 times, and it took him 60 years of life just to resurrect it. The corners of Lin Zhe's mouth twitched. I hope the rewards the system gives this time had better be worthy of my efforts. After a lot of fussing, it finally came through. Congratulations on successfully passing the level challenge. Experience plus 50,000. Lin Zhe held his forehead and shook his head. Damn yeah. This is totally the biggest failure since I switched. Is it because the longer the life expectancy, the more non-people? Why else do they say that Europeans have short lives? Lin Zhe thought of the kryptonite handheld games he had played in his past life and made a wild guess. However, his heroic feat is in exchange for Lei Feng, two people extremely worship. By the time they managed to reach the other side of the cliff, the two were simply impressed with him already. I'll go. How the hell did you do that? Lei Zhenyu looked here and there on him, as if he was appraising a rare antique treasure. I, Lei Zhenyu, have never convinced a few people in my life, but for you, I am absolutely convinced. Feng Yuan also clasped his fists and said, That's right. It really makes me, Feng, see what it means to be beyond the mountains and beyond the people. All right, it's better to focus on the next level. Lin Zhe said. The three of them turned around at the same time and looked up at the old castle they had just seen on the opposite cliff. Only the red moon was low, dark clouds were thick, and a bizarre Gothic-style old castle stood alone in front of him. The outer walls of the old fortress have been eroded by age, and the mottled stone walls are crawling with vines. The outermost iron gate, on the other hand, was rusted as if it hadn't been visited in years. The entire building revealed an aura of danger. Welcome to Replica Area 3, the old castle of evil spirits. This is the enemy's lair, right? Lei Zhenyu said with a straight face. The undead monarch is said to be inside? Feng Yuan pushed up his glasses. This castle looks evil as hell. I don't know what's fishy inside yet. Who cares what's fishy? Lei Zhenyu said with a big grin. Why don't we just rush in and finish it off? Feng Yuan shook his head straight. Here we go again. How many times have I told you? It's not okay to be impulsive like you. In this kind of castle, there will most likely be all kinds of organs and hidden weapons inside, so you can't be careless. No. At this moment, Lin Zhe spoke up. I'm in favor of Brother Lei this time. It's true that there are organs and hidden weapons, but it would be too much of a delay to follow the enemy's train of thought to break the organs. So, my choice is… Before the words were finished, the air exploded in a ball of fire, and the giant inferno appeared in front of him. Lindsay continued, So my choice is to just tear it down. In the next second, amidst the astonished gazes of Lei and Feng, the inferno raised the giant hammer in his hand and smashed it towards the outer wall of the castle. With a loud bang, the mottled walls collapsed and half of the castle was plunged into a sea of fire. Meanwhile, deep inside the castle, in the king's hall, on top of a towering throne, a 9-foot-tall skeleton monarch was half leaning on the throne with a lazy look. This was none other than the undead monarch who was still in his heyday back then. Boss Undead Monarch. Race Undead. Level 70. Skills: Death Slash, Death Roar, Immortality, etc. Expand to view details. I hear that there are 3 little mice out there? He made a very powerful and dominating sound from his throat. Reporting to the Great King, it's 3 humanoids. The lowest is only level 31. It's not worth mentioning. The one who spoke was none other than Archmage Tardis. Between the seats, there were also seated the witch demon Hela and the Duke Gal. All 3 were still leveled 50 to 60-something, quite a bit more juvenile than level 70 in 30 years. Wearing a flashy outfit, Gale shook his head and said, Ha ha ha. I can't imagine that the 3 human races in the district can still walk here. It seems that their strength is not bad. Hela followed suit. But the castle has heavy traps laid by me, and if they dare to enter, all that awaits them is death. Hee hee. Forgive them for not being able to do anything, the skeleton monarch said. 3 rats? Still want to turn the tables? However, as soon as the words left his mouth, there was a loud boom from outside. The whole castle shook, and dust fell from the ceiling all over the hall. Reporting to the king, it's not good. It's not good. A skeleton soldier rushed in a busy panic to report. The castle has been demolished by the enemy. Chapter 82. Why would I mess with him? He's the devil's head. The entrance to the castle. After Inferno's hammer went down, golden flames began to spread inside the entire castle. Accompanying the flames were zippy screams coming from all parts of the castle. Then various experience reminders popped up in front of Lin's eyes. Kill elite skeleton soldier. Experience plus 460. Life expectancy plus 460 days. Kill elite skeleton shield guard. Experience plus 500. Lifespan plus 500 days. Kill innocent skeleton maid. Experience plus 120. Life expectancy plus 120 days. Kill the beautiful skeleton dancer. Experience plus 150. life expectancy plus 150 days. Why does it seem like there's something strange mixed in? Linza was speechless. In the next second, Lin Zhe directly used the summoning technique. The Inferno, the Phantom Queen, and the Hell Demon Dog appeared in front of them at the same time, standing side by side. You have 30 seconds to arrive at the battlefield. Lin Zhe ordered. All troops attack. Yes. Then, a group of demons were seen displaying their abilities and rushing towards the depths of the castle. Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan once again looked dumbfounded. Besides that dragon just now, what's with these summoned beasts? Are all of them so destructive? Meanwhile, inside the king's hall. What? The undead monarch's face was shocked and he slapped the table next to him to pieces. 3 humanoids? And they dare to burn down this king's castle? Reporting to the great king, there is actually only one of them who burned the castle. The junior soldier said, his summoned beast seems to be very powerful. What a joke! Undead Dukgar interrupted him from the side. With my undead clan's million-strong army, let's see how powerful he can be. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a boom from outside the hall door. The entire wall collapsed, scattering countless undead soldiers all over the place. Stepping on the soldiers' corpses were a huge red demon, a flirtatious and demonic chimera, and 10 three-eyed demonic dogs half a man tall. The undead in the room were all confused. Why are they all demons? Humph. Not a single one who can fight. The Inferno demon was still holding a few corpses of undead generals in his hands, scanning everyone in the hall with an arrogant gaze. I don't know about you guys. Are any of you slightly more beatable? How dare you? Undead Dukgar smashed a wine glass onto the ground and said with great anger, my undead clan, will I allow you to insult me? Let me meet you. After saying that, he took out a long sword and charged towards the Inferno demon. Oh, isn't this one of my defeated men? Inferno was disdainful. What, have I seen you before? Gar froze. Inferno, however, ignored him, and in the next second, a heavy hammer slammed directly at him. Gale was startled and immediately used his longsword to parry, but even his person with the sword flew straight out and was instantly smashed into bone crumbs. Ice burst canopy. On the other side, Archmage Tardis' voice rang out. The temperature in the hall then went down extremely cold, and uncountable ice cones formed in the air. The next moment, however, Tardis froze motionless. Where are you looking? A seductive voice rang out behind him. Tardis's eyes followed in a trance. Think hard about who your real enemy is. Understood. Tardis replied. In the next second, Tardis maneuvered the ice picks to actually all fly towards the undead monarch on the throne. Tardis, what are you doing? The undead monarch was enraged. Against you! He dodged just in time, but the ice pick zapped his throne into a sieve. Enraged, the undead monarch pulled out a giant 2-meter-long greatsword from behind him and swung it towards Tardis. A ghostly green sword blade immediately split Tardis in half. Ha 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 ha! What a show! The Phantom Queen clapped her hands and laughed before disappearing. On the other side, 10 Hell Devil dogs turned into black shadows and rushed towards the undead witch demon Hela, who had to flee in a panic towards the back of the hall, with the Hell Devil dogs following her out. As the undead monarch watched his rightful subordinates die and flee, a ghostly green rage rose in his eyes. Humph! All of them are trash. At the same time, Lin Zhe, Lei Zhenyu, and Feng Yuan were on their way to the king's hall, and countless skeleton soldiers immediately surrounded them. Little brother Lin Zhe, your summoner body is brittle. Let us protect you. Lei Zhenyu shouted, and several pillars of thunder were immediately generated around him, spinning around Lin Zhe's body, blowing the skeletal soldiers wrapped in them to smithereens. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, generated a bow and arrow of light in his hand and shot it up into the sky, countless arrows with divine attributes immediately falling on the skeleton soldiers' bodies like a torrential downpour. Without realizing it, the 3 had arrived at the door of the king's hall. When the undead monarch saw the 3 silhouettes that appeared over there, his eyes immediately came down hard. Humph! If we can't beat the demons, can we not beat a few of you humanoids? In the next second, ghostly green sword awnings swung out from his greatsword, slashing sharply towards Lin Zhe, who was standing at the front. Watch out! Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan shouted, screaming in their hearts. Ha! Lin Zhe also didn't react and ate the attack hard. Damage dealt, 1389, and it's still shields that are lost. Lei Zhenyu, Feng Yuan, and undead monarch? Feng Yuan. Were you the one who just said he had a brittle body? Lei Zhenyu looked his head to the side. I don't remember. Is there such a thing? While the two of them were talking, Lin Zai was already holding the vault blade in his hand, transforming into a shadow of thunder and lightning as he charged straight towards the undead monarch. Yang! The undead monarch's reaction wasn't bad, and he immediately blocked it with his giant sword. However, in the next second, a small, black, and ungainly dragon appeared behind him. Without waiting for him to react, a ball of lightning was sprayed directly onto the back of his head. The undead monarch only felt a wave of dizziness and his vision blurred. He cried out in his heart that it was not good, but it was too late. The other party would not give him time to react. In the next instant, Lin Zai's hand raised his sword, and the undead monarch was already separated from his head. The undead monarch then came to his senses. So he's the head of the demons? Why would I mess with him? However, he didn't die just like that, only to see the head speak on the ground. Humph! Even if I lose this time, but so what? My body will not die and will not be destroyed. One day. All right. I knew it already. Cut the crap. Lin Zai directly interrupted. In the next second, the golden flames of the inferno wrapped his entire body until it burned down to nothing but ash. Have killed the boss undead monarch. Experience plus 50,000. Lifespan plus 50,000 days. 136 years and 440 days. Loot obtained. 50,000 copper coins. Undead King's giant sword equipment. Undead Monarch's spine material. The entire hall had once again regained its calm, and the entire fight had lasted roughly 5 minutes. Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan froze in place. This is the end? The undead clan has been exterminated. May I ask, what is the significance of the two of us coming to this copy today? I feel like we're both more redundant than these skeleton soldiers. On Lin Zai's side, he retrieved the long sword in his hand and waited for the clearance settlement with a calm face. However, he then realized that there was a hint of something wrong. The system didn't pop up a reminder of mission completion. Also, the big black dogs had clearly gone after Hela just now, but they never came back. He opened his special vision of insight to patrol his surroundings and found that through the space behind the hall, a striking black streak was hanging in the air. It looks like a black scar. Hidden level. Black scars triggered. P.S. It's been winter lately. How many degrees does it get there? Keep warm. Chapter 83. Actually, I'm not interested in being the city lord. Another hidden level. Lin Zai immediately followed in the direction prompted by insightfulness. Walking out the back door of the hall and passing through a winding corridor, an open courtyard came into view. 10 large black dogs were surrounding the courtyard entrance, barking ferociously towards the inside. But they didn't dare to step a step further, as if there was something on the floor of that courtyard. Lin Zai walked over to take a look, only to see that in the center of the courtyard, a spatial rift like a scar was suspended abruptly in the air. The edges of the rift were still slowly writhing like a living thing, and Hela was kneeling on the ground, sending out a devout prayer to the rift. O great Lord of the Abyss, please send down a ray of divine consciousness to save my undead clan. Then, some thick black liquid was seen coming out of the fissure, like blood coming out of a scar. Lin Zai couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea in his heart. He then remembered that, in the battle at the city lord's mansion that day, Hela had trapped Lei Zhenyu with something called the Abyssal Curse. Unsurprisingly, this is it. So the undead have been secretly worshipping the abyss? Only then did Lin Zai connect the two things together. He stepped directly into the courtyard, and then the abyssal walk talent immediately lit up. Sure enough, the entire courtyard was covered in abyssal matter. I've known for a long time that you undead are no good. I didn't realize that you've already followed the abyss as your master. Lin Zai's eyes flinched as he urged his mind, and the running thunder technique was unleashed. In the next second, the palm that came with the power of 10,000 thunderbolts struck directly behind Hela. How could you have stepped into? Hela was also shocked and fell to the ground, gagging. Looking at the fissure in front of him that was constantly oozing black liquid, Lin Zai frowned. He took out a ball of light from the props bar, and it was the mythic grade prop miniature fountain that Goblin Priestess Leylin had given him. I didn't realize that being told by Lillian would really come in handy. He dripped a drop of the glowing spring water onto the ground. The light immediately spread across the ground, gradually covering the entire courtyard, and the writhing spatial rift began to close, then disappear. Past the hidden level, black scar, experience plus 50,000, Congratulations on your promotion. Current level 33. Congratulations on your summoned beast Inferno's upgrade. Current level 63. Congratulations, your summoned beast Charmed Queen has been upgraded and is currently at level 66. Congratulations, your summoned beast Hellhound has been upgraded and is currently at level 41. Congratulations, your summoned beast Demon Dragon has been upgraded and is currently at level 19. Good guys, all upgraded, huh? Lindsay smiled. This battle wasn't a bad fight. Ding. You've successfully passed the copy without 2 NPCs dying. Receive a reward. 1 system draw. Ding. You have opened a long quest. Purify the Abyssal Rift 10 times. Current progress, 110. Mission rewards. After 3 successful purifications, 1 systematic draw with guaranteed a rank reward after 6 successful purifications. 1 systematic draw with guaranteed S rank reward after 10 successful purifications. Reward? There's actually a new long quest. Lindsay's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but look forward to it. I wonder what the final reward will be. However, he then realized a serious problem. That is to say, the Abyssal Rift is not the only one, but exists in the midst of different time and space. This meant that the last copy of the Corrupted Goblin Forest that was played was no accident. Better to check out the trophy rewards. He opened the props bar and checked up on the few prizes he had just obtained. Weapon: Undead King's Giant Sword. Restriction level 60 or above. Strength plus 3,800. Spirit plus 1,000. Defense plus 2,000. Bludgeoning rate 20%. Bludgeoning damage plus 40%. Material: Spine of the Undead Monarch. Can be used to make weapons. Right at this moment, Linza saw that in the props bar. The grids of the spine and the abyssal core that he had gotten last time lit up with a yellow glow at the same time. Materials that can be used with the abyssal core to create equipment have been detected, generating equipment drawings. He instantly recalled the quest that the system had dispatched earlier, to create an equipment from the abyssal core. But who to get to build it? In this world, if you want to build equipment, you usually look for someone who has awakened a blacksmith-type life profession. But equipment related to the abyssal core was obviously not something that could be built by just anyone. Never mind, we'll talk about it when we get out. Just then, the past settlement screen also finally popped up. All wreckers have been eliminated. Congratulations on passing this copy. Gain experience plus 30,000. The system will close after 180 seconds. Linza withdrew his interface and returned to the King's Hall. Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan immediately came forward. Feng Yuan clasped his hands together and saluted respectfully. Little brother Lin Zhe, this time it's really thanks to you. The two of us didn't help much. It's really a shame. Lei Zhenyu wasn't so preachy and said directly, What else do you call little brother? I think we can just call brother Lin. Then he came over and put his arm around Lindsay's shoulder. You tell me, Ringo. Lady. Lin Zhe was also unceremonious and directly shouted out, his heart bursting with darkness. Can't imagine that he can still be called brother by Lei City Lord one day. This trip came. I have to say it's worth it. Right, brother Lin, where does your family live? Let's go pay a visit some other day. Lei Zhenyu asked. I'm afraid it's hard for you guys to find. Even if I say so, Linza politely returned. Lei Zhenyu was unforgiving. It's fine. I can find it if you say so. Feng Yuan chipped the top of his head. All right, don't pry into people's privacy. Then, he turned to Lin Zhe. Tell you what, brother Lin, as a token of appreciation, keep this. After that, he launched the trading window. Equipment inlay, Shelter of Holy Light, can be inlaid on equipment. Dark attribute resistance plus 40%, can be resurrected in place after death and recover 10% of life value. Cooldown, 240 hours. This, resurrection armor? Would it be a little too expensive? Lin Zhe was a little embarrassed. Feng Yuan patted his shoulder. A small matter. It's worth it to give it to a young talent like brother Lin. Che, just you, Feng Loxi, will be a good person based on your family's wealth? Lei Zhenyu hurriedly said. Since this is the case, I, Mr. Lei, also have something to give. He only saw him rummaging through the props bar before handing Linza an item. Trinket. Acting City Lord Badge. Full attribute plus 10%. Defense plus 10%. Description. A badge issued by the city master himself, which can exercise some of his rights in place of the city master. This. Linza was dumbfounded. You can just give me this too? Feng Yuan exploded. Lei Zhenyu, are you crazy? If you don't have anything to give away, don't puff up your face. Okay? Lei Zhenyu waved his hand. All right. It's not a big deal. I can't use this myself, so I might as well give it to Brother Lin and take it back as an ornament. The corners of Lin Zhe's mouth twitched straight up. The Lei City Lord back then was also unreliable enough, ha? Only to hear Lei Zhenyu continue. That old man Mu was mean to me all day long, calling me around as a cow or a horse, and saying that it was for my own good, saying that he looked favorably on me as the future city lord. I'll believe the hell out of him. This bad old man is bad. I think he just wants me to be free labor. And to be honest, I'm actually not really interested in being a city lord. Hearing this, Feng Yuan angrily shook his head while sighing. Hey, what should I say about you? Linza, on the other hand, was snickering on the side, thinking, you see what I believe? All right, far from it. Lei Zhenyu said, anyway, thanks to little brother Lin Zhe this time, I've made you my friend. After we get out, we can have a peach orchard trio. When he finished, he clasped his hands together. Feng Yuan and Lin Zhe also clasped their hands together, and all three of them respectfully said goodbye to each other. Then, the countdown for the copy's teleportation had reached the last few seconds. Brother Lin, we'll be in touch when we get out. The two young city lords waved at him at the same time. It's possible to get in touch when you go out, just not the two of you now. Lin Zhe thought secretly, and a trace of regret actually arose in his heart. In the next second, time and space shifted, and Lin Zhe had returned home. Chapter 84 S-Grade Talent. Demon Master. Lin Zhe sat on the sofa, recalling that Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan had just called themselves brothers and sisters. Luckily, that was a data projection, or I don't know how embarrassing it would have been when it came out. Better come and draw the prize. He immediately opened the sweepstakes page and then started spinning it up. Congratulations on winning the career exclusive talent. Demon Master Grade S. Talent. Demon Master. Effect 1. It's decided to be you. The full attributes of the demons you send into battle are increased by 20%. Effect 2. Demons go. Easier to perceive nearby demons. Current perception range. 10 kilometers. Effect 3. Great Demon Gathering. It is easier to generate goodwill and loyalty for demons that are not in a contractual relationship. This. Lindsay smiled crookedly. The 60 years of lifespan thrown into the replica doesn't seem to have been spent in vain. Only how do the names of these skills smell like cottage industry? Lin Zhe was speechless. The components of this system are complicated. Lin Zhe carefully read the description a few more times and nodded in satisfaction. The first effect alone is great. It's just that the second and third don't seem to be working for a while. After all, there's no chance of being able to reach other demons right now either. Just then, Lin Zhe's communicator rang, and the caller alert clearly read, Lei Zhenyu. What's going on? Is it hard for him to know what was in the copy just now? As a matter of fact, the other party shouldn't know what copy he had entered. Lin Zhe's heart gave a beat of analysis, as if he had a feeling of being a thief. Still, he picked up the phone. Hey, Ray D. I know. The word disciple was already halfway out of his mouth, so Lin Zhe hurriedly corrected himself. Lei City Master, may I ask what's the matter? What's the panic for? Lin Zhe, I heard Han Chi say that you've been targeted by the people from the Demon Shadow Guild. Lei Zhenyu asked on the other end. Oh, that's it, huh? Lin Zhe then breathed a sigh of relief. What? Did you think I was going to say anything about it? Lei Zhenyu asked. Oh no, I just thought there would be something more important. Linza rushed to round up the conversation. Don't take it too lightly. Although I know your strength, the Demon Shadow Guild is the strongest assassination organization in the world, headquartered in the beautiful country, and they even have a few 5th-ranked experts, so even I have to be afraid of them. Of course, 5th-ranked experts are usually used to assassinate the prime figures of various countries. This is something you don't have to worry about for the time being. I can give you extra men if you need them. Thank you, City Lord, for reminding me, but there's no need. Lin Zhe directly replied back, I can do it myself. Well, I guess that you would say that, so I won't ramble on. Lei Zhenyu said, also, speaking of this Demon Shadow Guild, they're actually still more or less related to your profession. Oh? What is it? Linza came to be interested. It is said that the Devil's Shadow Guild believes in demons, and they worship an ancient and powerful demon named Shadow Demon. which is how their guild got its name. It is said that this shadow demon loves to suck the souls of people, so the targets of their assassinations are also sent to feed the shadow demon. Of course, that's just hearsay, not necessarily true. I'm mostly just warning you to be careful. A shadow demon? Lin Mu pondered, his heart already getting excited. If the other side really has a demon, then wouldn't the talent I just got be useful? Thinking so, Lin Mu spoke, City Lord Lei, maybe I can just this demon shadow guild over. What did you say? Lei Zhenyu almost suspected that he had heard wrong. After a long moment of silence, he spoke, Lin Mu, I know you have the strength, but there's no need to be in too much of a hurry. That demon shadow guild is spread all over the globe, with countless experts. Can't you just say you can take it down alone? Okay. Lin Mu thought to himself that he couldn't explain this to you. Haha. But I'm not criticizing you. It's not a bad thing for young people to be a bit wild. When I was your age, I wasn't blowing it. That was also spirited. It's only at a young age that I've been honored by the old city lord to be groomed into a future city lord. Lin Mu looked at the acting city lord badge in his hand and silently spat in his heart. Didn't you say that you weren't interested in being a city lord? And you even gave the badge away. Lei Zhenyu bragged for a while longer and said, All right, I'm not going to bull with you. It's hard to get off work early today. I'm going to drink. After that, he hung up. Lin Mu shook his head, rather speechless. In a way, the man hadn't changed much. Lin Mu turned off his communicator and saw that it wasn't too late, so he prepared to wash up and go to bed. But before he went to sleep, he thought about the Magic Shadow Guild assassins. So he made some preparations and turned off the lights. Next, it's a keeper. Meanwhile, in the middle of the dark night, 3 mysterious figures were flexibly scurrying between the top floors of the building. The 3 men were all dressed in black, like 3 athletic Black Panthers. One of the men with a tall and thin build said, Chun Chuan, is that target of yours really that powerful? Calling both of us who are about to break through the 4th rank to give you a hand? You kid isn't fooling us, right? A woman with pronounced curves followed. Oh, if you dare to fool us, you know the consequences yourself. The 3rd person among them was Chun Chuan, the one who had assassinated Lin Mu last time, only to hear him say, Humph, what am I doing fooling around with you guys for nothing? When it's done, the commission will all be divided among you guys. I don't want a penny. All I want is to save my life. In a matter of 3 words, the 3 had arrived at the roof of an old residential building. The target lives in a place like this? The tall, thin man said, Chun Chuan, why am I trusting you less and less? Shoo! Chun Chuan, however, said cautiously, Don't take this lightly. Humph. You guys wait here. Wait for me to explore the reality. Only to see that slim woman come to the railing at the edge of the building's roof. She directly just leapt. Then her figure disappeared in the air. By the time she reappeared, she was outside the window of one of the floors. Her profession was Spatial Warlock, level 79, an expert who was about to break through at the 4th rank. Is this the one? The woman looked inside the window and said disdainfully, It looks pretty mediocre. In the next second, her body disappeared once again, and immediately after, she appeared inside the room. Humph. It was a breeze, and no boundaries were set up. The woman was even more confident. I really don't know what Chun Chuan is nervous about. In the next instant, however, her expression froze. In front of her eyes, many pairs of blood-red eyes lit up in the darkness. Each one of them was both fierce and was approaching her hungrily. Yikes! The woman's voice cut through the night sky. Chapter 85 Everything comes from the shadow, and the soul of everything returns to the shadow. What's all this noise in someone else's house at night? Let anyone sleep? Lin Mu rubbed his eyes and appeared in the living room, still wearing his pajamas. Only the window was wide open, and 10 hellhounds were crammed into the room so tightly that they could barely fit. And they were surrounded by a woman who had fallen in a pool of blood. Only she was no longer breathing. Looking at the woman's delicate curves, Lin Mu sighed. It's a pity. Then to the dogs he commanded, Take care of her. Don't dirty my living room. As soon as the words fell, 10 large black dogs transformed into dark shadows, dragging the woman's corpse into the shadows and feasting on it. Meanwhile, on the roof of this building, Chun Chuan and the tall, thin man were both startled after hearing the woman scream. What's going on? For the first time, the tall, thin man showed a slightly alarmed expression. I told you to be careful. Chun Chuan was even sweating down. The target person this time is definitely not simple. Grass. The tall, Thin Man spat on the ground. Even if it's not simple, it's still a rank 1 newcomer. I'll go explore. After that, he was about to jump downstairs. Just then, a delicate voice sounded behind him. Where are you going? Why don't you accompany sister to have some fun? The tall and thin man was stunned and was about to turn back when a long, barbed whip was already coming towards him. But the man's reaction wasn't slow, and when the whip was about to touch his skin, his entire body twisted away at an angle that a normal person couldn't do to avoid the attack. Then a few flips and pulls away. His profession was Snake Shadow Fighter, and he was likewise an expert close to a 4th rank breakthrough. Fixing his eyes, he realized that across the room was a woman with small black wings and a hot body. You have a flexible body for a man, said Lilith, the Phantom Queen, cupping her face with one hand. I like it even more, sister. Come be a good boy and come over here and let your sister play. A cry that was so delicate and charming that the 2 men in front of him couldn't help but gulp. But as a professional with years of combat experience, the tall, thin man still chortled. Who are you? Humph, lowly minion. Not worthy to know this queen's name. In the next second, Chun Chuan and the tall, thin man were simultaneously fixed in place as they realized that their bodies were unexpectedly out of control. When did you? The man said in horror. Who told you guys to be so disobedient? Now sister can play with you all properly. Just then, a boy's voice came from the entrance to the building. Lilith, what's your fever here? You were told to fix them, not to seduce them. Then a handsome teenager appeared on the roof of the building. Lilith immediately pasted over. Master hate, I'm just teasing the 2 of them. I'm only sincere to master alone in my life. How many times have I told you not to say such shameful lines in public? Lindsay hesitated for 2 seconds and added, to say go home and say it. He okay, master. Then, she looked at the 2 men, and her eyes converted from the previous teasing to ruthlessness. Tell me, who hired you to kill my master? Both of them had been completely mind-controlled at this point, and the tall, thin man was the first to reply. I don't know anything. I was called by Chun Chuan to be a helper. Oh, Lilith held her chin in her hand. Then you're useless. Cut yourself. Yes, the tall, thin man said with incomparable loyalty. The next second, he used both hands to break his head. Click sound. Actually broke his own neck, and then thud sound fell to the ground. The movement is so bizarre that it's staggering. Lilith slowly looked at Chun Chuan again, tilting her head slightly with a smirk. Even Lin Zhe had a few shivers in that look, thinking that it was fortunate that she was one of his men and not an enemy. However, he saw Chun Chuan reply with a dull expression. Only our branch president knows who the client is. I'm just doing an errand. However, I can take you guys to the branch president. Humph. Count yourself useful, Lilith said with a queenly demeanor. Lead the way. Yes, please follow me. After Chun Chuan finished speaking, he was about to set off. However, just after taking a step, he suddenly clasped his head with both hands and let out a very painful cry. Ah! As if he couldn't stand it, his entire body began to roll in place. Both Lilith and Linza were stunned, not expecting this kind of move. Then in the next second, Chun Chuan unexpectedly bang sound. The whole person burst dead. The scene is very impressive. Lilith thought for a few seconds and said, it seems that he has long been seeded with some sort of program that triggers a self-destruct when it detects betrayal. I can't imagine that you, the human race, have such mischievous and evil tactics. The human race has a lot of mischievous tactics. Lin Zhe's eyes, however, flashed with a trace of dissimilarity. But this time, what if it's also the devil's tactics? In his line of sight, a strand of black evil soul was floating out of the tall and thin man's body, slowly floating into mid-air and then flying in a certain direction. The sense demon effect in the demon master talent triggers. Keep up. Lin Zhe smiled blandly. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city, inside a courtyard, a few black-clad, powerfully dressed thugs were patrolling back and forth. And inside the mansion, a man covered in dark shadows was suddenly distraught, as if he had sensed something. Chun Chuan, that waste actually has. He clenched his hands and tightened his fists. This is afraid that it's not good to deliver to the headquarters side. Coincidentally, his communicator rang, and the caller ID showed a number from the beautiful kingdom. He didn't dare to have a moment's negligence and picked up the phone in a hurry. A very angry voice came from the other end of the line. Dasha's Gu sub-chairman, how are you guys doing your job? You couldn't even handle a 30-plus leveled first-rank novice? And you lost 3 members. Not only that, Lord Shadow Demon has just sent down a decree that one of your members has suffered from mind control and his soul has been contaminated, unable to return to him in spirit. The Black Shadow, known as Sub-President Gu, hurriedly explained, General President William, really? It's really because my subordinates are not doing their job well. I'll send additional manpower right now. Forget it. General President William said, I can't trust your Daxia's strength anymore. I'd rather just send our beautiful country's right-hand man. Humph. If it wasn't for the fact that our client this time, the one surnamed Qin, has added another 100 million in reward, I wouldn't want to support your Daxia branch. Yes, yes. Branch President Gu nodded his head like a sieve. All things come from the shadow, and all souls return to the shadow. All things come from the shadow, and all souls return to the shadow. The two finally chanted a strange slogan together before ending the call. Branch President Gu shuddered and paralyzed in his chair, cursing, Tramp! It's all because of those 3 losers. My Daxia branch itself is not valued by the headquarters of the beautiful country. And now, I'm afraid I'm going to be alienated even more. Right at this moment, a voice rang in his ears. Hee. As a great Xia person, you're still getting emotionally involved in being a dog for the beautiful country? Who? Sub-President Gu was startled. Somebody, he shouted toward the outside of the house. Yet after a long time, there was no movement outside. He immediately looked towards the window, only to see that on the courtyard outside, the several power suit fighters were all lying on the ground one by one, already out of breath. When was it? The next second, he sensed someone behind him and immediately turned around, only to see that there was already a teenager in the room that had just been deserted. Isn't your guild looking for me? I've come over myself to save you all from coming up one by one to give away your heads. You're Lin Mu. Branch President Gu's eyes rounded. He had been in the guild for over 20 years, and this was the first time he had encountered someone kicking the bucket. However, he was at least a 4th-order breakthrough expert. How could he allow a child to ride on his head? In an instant, he already had an additional Crescent Moon battle blade in his hand, with shadow power attached to it, and sent it out at a speed that was hard to detect with the naked eye. Lin Mu was also not slow to react and immediately dodged away. However, in the next second, the layer of black shadow wrapped around the other party's body unexpectedly separated automatically, as if a person had been copied from him. A black battle blade was held in that black shadow's hand, and it was sent out again at a speed no less than it was a moment ago. The movement was so fast that it was beyond Lin Mu's expectations, and he immediately activated the running thunder skill before dodging out of the way. Gu Feng. Occupation: Shadow Soul Warrior Class A. Level: 89, 4th Order. Worthy of being a 4th-ranked expert, a bit of strength. Lin Mu smiled. Rather, it's me who underestimated your guild a bit. And what Lin Mu was facing at that moment had changed from 1 enemy to 2, Gu Feng, and his shadow doppelganger. Humph, what a big mouth. The other party let out a cold snort from his nose. Don't blame me, a 4th-ranked expert, for taking on you, a 1st-ranked one, and fighting 2 against 1. Lin Mu was dumbfounded. Is this about comparing people? The next second, the Chimera and the Hellhound appeared in the house, surrounding the one man and the shadow. Then, with a sudden loud bang, the outer wall of the mansion collapsed. Inferno was looking toward the room with his hammer. Lord, a fight without me? This time, it was Gu Feng's turn to be dumbfounded. You? How do you have so many summoned beasts? Lin Mu dropped a sentence. Be careful not to kill him, he'll have to be questioned later. Then slowly he walked out of the house. However, right at this moment, only a voice could be heard from inside the house. Lord Shadow Demon, help me. The entire mansion was suddenly filled with a gloomy wind, and from Gu Feng's body, a dark energy suddenly burst out. An ominous air pressure descended on the entire field. In the next second, a huge black shadow appeared over the mansion. Chapter 86. Your Demon Clan's duel is based on quarreling? Lin Mu looked up at the huge black shadow. It was seen to be about 30 meters tall and covered in a black, smoky substance. The body takes the shape of an inverted triangle with 2 powerful hands, but the underside of the body tucks into a wisp of black smoke and has no feet. His head was also hidden in that black smoke, with only his eyes and mouth glowing blood red, looking powerful and evil. Lin Mu immediately used his skills to check the information. Shadow Demon Shadow. Level: 80. Life value: 400,000. Skills: soul reaping, soul contract, soul shock, soul elegy. Expand for details. As soon as this object came out, several demons subconsciously took a step back and went on alert. It's actually a shadow demon, the inferno demon also said with some surprise. Oh, you recognize? Linza asked. Lilith took over. Shadow demons are one of the older types of our demons, feeding on souls and using them as power. People thought they were extinct, but I didn't expect to see them today. It's just that. Lilith showed a few puzzled looks. Just what? Lindsay asked. It's just that shadow demons aren't this huge. The inferno demon once again grabbed the conversation. Their group, by no means, is as tall as our inferno demon clan. Like this. Lindsay looked at the giant shadow in front of him and pondered. At this moment, the huge black shadow issued a very rough, low, and extremely majestic voice. Who summoned me to descend here? That Gufeng immediately jumped to the roof, kneeled down on both knees, and responded reverently. Back to Lord Shadow Demon? It's me. I implore Lord Shadow Demon to help me kill the enemy. And I will surely offer Lord Shadow Demon double my soul, only to see the Shadow Demon use those blood-red eyes to condescendingly look askance at Lindsay and the several demons, then said in an arrogant tone, Humph, it's just a human race and a few lowly homunculi. Do you need me to make a move? Who are you calling inferior? The Inferno Demon was offended and directly scolded. Your Shadow Demon clan is nothing but a bunch of contraptions hiding in the gutter and sucking people's souls, and you dare to clamor against me? Hee hee. Your Inferno Demon clan is nothing but a bunch of temperamental and uneducated gorillas, and I see you as the best example of that. What did you say? Inferno's entire demon exploded. Lord, don't say anything. Wait for me to smash him. Lindsay was watching from the side. Why were the two demons fighting on the shelf? And they even attacked each other physically? Is this the way you demon ones duel? It's a bit of a novelty, isn't it? Wait. Seeing that Inferno was about to rush forward in the next second, Lindsay immediately stopped him. The purpose of his trip was to find this shadow demon. If he could make this shadow demon his little brother, not only would he add a fighting force, but he could also cause this demon shadow guild to directly lose its core strength. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Of course, if the shadow demon doesn't agree, it doesn't matter if he kills again. Only Lindsay tilted his head and said directly to that shadow demon, I'm a demon summoner of the human race, and I don't really want to fight you if I don't have to. Hearing this, that Gufeng immediately let out a cold laugh from his nostrils. Humph, pleading for mercy now? I'm telling you, it's already too late. Lindsay didn't bother to pay attention to him and continued towards the shadow demon. If I'm not mistaken, this appearance you have now is just you in disguise, right? Your main body isn't actually this huge. Also, you can only descend in this form of a shadow every time. Instantly, the two blood-red eyes of the shadow demon fluttered for a moment. Lindsay smiled faintly, knowing that he had hit the nail on the head. Gufeng, however, was furious. What did you say? How dare you insult the mighty Lord Shadow Demon? Lord Shadow Demon, please crush this human quickly. That's enough, shut up, Shadow Demon said towards Gufeng. That's right, you shut up. The next second, Gufeng stupid. Wait, it's to me. The Shadow Demon no longer cared about him, but instead looked at Lindsay critically. I can't imagine that there are people of your race with a quick mind. I've descended on their guild hundreds of times and they didn't even see it. But even if you're right, what do you want to do? Lindsay directly opened the door. It's simple. Sign a contract with me and become my battle force. Relatively, I can offer you more souls, and you can stop just descending into the world in this form. Oh, a mere human. You have a big appetite. The Shadow Demon said with interest. I admit that the conditions you offer are very tempting, but what if I don't agree? Lindsay smiled. In fact, from the very beginning you had no other choice. Huh. Before the Shadow Demon could understand what the other party meant, a milky and deafening chirp suddenly came from behind it. Looking back, a demonic dragon several times its size appeared behind it, slobbering at it as if it was about to eat it in the next second. Shadow Demon stiffened. This human has actually signed contracts with several demons, and each one is so strong. It pondered for a long time before speaking again. Well, it seems I have no choice. However, my main body is not in this world, and to make a contract with me, you need to come to me. The ritual props to open the portal are on his body. The shadow demon pointed to Gu Feng on the side. In the next second, the shadow demon shadow transformed into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared. Wait, Lord Shadow Demon. Gu Feng was confused. How come Lord Shadow Demon came out to say a few words and then ran away? And he seems to have some sort of cooperation with this Lindsay? So what am I doing here? I walk. Of course, it was too late for him to leave even if he wanted to. Several demons were approaching him intently. Half an hour later, a fire broke out in a courtyard somewhere in Tianyu City. The fire was so intense that by the time the fire alarms arrived, all of the people inside had been buried in the flames, and there was no way to discern any information about their lives. On the roof of a building 200 or 300 meters from the fire, Lin Zhe's hand was turning a pencil. Props. Ceremonial pencil. Description. 0.0 minute 0 second. Carve an evil magic formation that can open a temporary portal to a designated location. This is the key to the place where the shadow demon's true form is located. Possibly it's the Hell Realm? But it's after midnight now, so I'll just have to try again some other time. At the same time, Lin Zhe also learned something from Gu Feng. The one who had hired their guild to assassinate him was none other than Qin Feng's boss's father, Qin Dongjun. Lin Zhe thought, I've made too many enemies lately, I've almost forgotten about this person. But this makes sense, to be able to raise a son like Qin Feng. His father is obviously not an oil lamp either. At the same time, in a certain high-class, large flat-story residence in Tianyu City, a noblewoman is wearing an ornate nightgown and clutching a posthumous photograph of a young man in tears. Windy, my Windy, you're gone so badly. Oh! The person on that posthumous photo was none other than Qin Feng. A middle-aged man with a serious face came over and sat beside the woman, patting her back and comforting her. Well, don't cry. I've already spent a lot of money to hire someone to take care of the person who killed my son. My Fenger has always been a good student. It's all because of that Lin Zhe, who ruined everything for Fenger. No matter how much it costs, I will make him pay for my Windy's life. Chapter 87. Grandpa Nyo. What kind of decent person can summon demons? The next day, Lin Zhe slept until almost noon. Can't be helped, not having to go to school is just so spontaneous. When he got up, he made a list of things he had to do next. The first is to make a pact with the shadow demon, but this requires exactly 0 hours to open the portal. Secondly, resolving the matter of Qin Feng's father, Qin Dongjun, but considering that the other party was an influential figure, there was still a need to do it a bit more covertly. Thirdly, he had another task, to create equipment from the abyssal core. Now that the materials were all there, all that was missing was a good craftsman. He thought about the people he had connections with for a while, and finally thought that the Qi family Sword Blade Guild was a guild that had spent their lives dealing with swords, and they should know the artisans. And Lin Zhe currently knew 3 people from the Qi family already: Su Jianxin, Qi Yueying, and Qi Xingyu. Let's ask that Qi Xingyu kid then. So, a message was sent to Qi Xingyu. Unexpectedly, the opposite side quickly gave a reply, and a whole lot more. I haven't seen you for many days. I didn't expect to receive news from Brother Lin. I'm truly elated. I wonder how Brother Lin has been doing lately? By the way, after hearing that Brother Lin had bailed out of the Western War College's combat department, I also resolutely chose to join. I hope that I can follow Brother Lin's lead and make good progress in my 4 years of college. Just thinking about it makes me feel excited. The only shortcoming is that the combat department still has that nagging woman, my sister. I guess she'll have to force me to practice every day from now on. I'm really sour Q. But the good thing is, she still has 1 more year before she graduates. Lindsay held his forehead. Damn. I regret asking you. Qi Xingyu sent a second message to himself, this time finally getting to the point. Regarding craftsmen, Brother Lin, don't worry. I've already found our Sword Blade Guild's best craftsman, Grandpa Nyo. But in advance, Grandpa Nyo's temperament is a bit strange. He said he wants to meet you face to face before he can decide whether or not to help you build your equipment. I don't know if Brother Lin has time this afternoon. Lindsay replied directly, No problem. Qi Xingyu. All right then, Brother Lin. See you this afternoon. By the afternoon, Lin Zhe he directly used the portal trigger to create a portal. The place where it came out happened to be at the front door of the Sword Blade Guild. Unlike the bustling cityscape that was common in Tianyu City, this place was located in a quiet and secluded mountainous area, where the mist curled up and the birds chirped incessantly, making one's heart peaceful. Just before taking a few steps, he saw Qi Xingyu already waiting there, followed by a butler and a maid. Qi Xingyu immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists in salute. Brother Lin, It's been a long time. Then he began to shush and ask questions, leaving Lin Zhe speechless for a while, wanting nothing more than to kick this person away. Then, the butler in a suit led the two into the guild's front door, with the maid in black silk still following behind, holding the sun umbrella for the two. Good lord! Is this the life of a young master? Lin Zhe couldn't help but sigh. After that, several people began to climb ever higher up a winding stone staircase. Lin Zhe then realized that the entire Sword Blade Guild was built on a mountain. Walking on the foggy mountain road, there were green trees and birdsong everywhere. From time to time, they passed by an ancient-style building, and in the courtyard, there were members in uniform practicing martial arts. This made Lin Zhe couldn't help but think of the scenes he had seen in immortal cultivation novels in his previous life, and this kind of atmosphere really made him a bit mesmerized. Along the way, when the guild members saw Qi Xingyu, each one of them shouted out excitedly, "Good day, young lord." Some even went up to them and begged for a photo, as if Qi Xingyu was the star of their place. As for Lin Zhe, there was a bewildered look on his face, and there were speculations as to who this young man was. How could he actually receive a personal audience from the young lord? While hiking, the butler also introduced the Swordblade Guild to Lin Zhe. The Swordblade Guild, as the name suggests, is a guild that focuses on sword cultivation, and most of the professions recruited are also sword-related. Within the guild, it was subdivided into 3 chapters: the Ask the Sword chapter, the Test the Sword chapter, and the Cast the Sword chapter. As for the Questioning Sword branch and the Testing Sword branch, the former favored intellectual and spiritual attributes, while the latter favored strength attributes. Lin Zhe naturally thought of the words Qi Sect and Sword Sect. Like Qi Xingyu's occupation was Immortal Swordsman, which was from the Questioning Sword chapter. Qi Yueying was Mad Swordsman, which was from the Testing Sword chapter. In the Sword Casting chapter, on the other hand, there were mostly life profession professionals who built weapons, and it was here that Lin Zhe's destination for today was. Qi Xingyu introduced, "The person we're going to meet today is the president of the Sword Casting chapter, and a legendary craftsman of the Grand Xia, Niu Daming. Grandpa Niu has helped build weapons for many famous figures in Daxia, and my little brother's 7 flying swords are also from him. But I told you that Grandpa Niu's temper is a bit eccentric, so please ask Brother Lin to be more patient in a while." Lin Zhe nodded. After walking for a while longer, the group finally came to a building, from which there was also a clanking sound. "We're here," Qi Xingyu said. "A wave of heat immediately hits you as you enter the gate, and the air smells of metal and carbon fire. In the center of the room was a huge furnace with a roaring fire. Next to the furnace, a group of well-built craftsmen were carrying out the different processes of casting weapons. A short, thin, and somewhat hunched silver-haired old man was making his rounds among them, and from time to time, he even cursed viciously. "Li Dashin, how many times have I told you that you have to master the strength of the iron, not use a brute force?
Su Xiaoqian.
Don't keep chatting with the little girl on the communicator when you're sanding. And you, Susan, you have to strictly control the cooling rate of the quenching. Too fast will lead to cracks in the sword. Are you deaf, blind, or stupid?" In terms of height, he was only half as tall as those strong men, and in terms of weight, he was even much thinner than them. But the few strong men were trained by him to be obedient, not daring to have a single complaint. Niu Daming ended up with his hands behind his back and sighed, "Hey, you guys are really the worst students I've ever brought up. It seems that I, Niu Daming, really have no one to succeed me." It was a sight to see the few people who arrived at the door. Lin Zhe immediately checked the old man's information. Name, Niu Daming. Occupation, Artisan Grade F. Level, 102 5th Order. Look no further. It's actually the 5th rank of the living profession. Lin Zhe was secretly amazed. It was important to realize that living professions were uniformly F-ranked regardless of whether they were good or bad, which was a big reason why many people in society look down on living professions. And a life profession means little to no combat skills, so it's hard to fight monsters and upgrade. And this old man, he had actually practiced his life profession to level 102. Lin Zhe couldn't help but stand in awe. At this time, Qi Xingyu greeted enthusiastically, "Grandpa Niu, we're here." "Oh, it's Xiaoyu." Niu Daming didn't show much when he saw his young master come in. He just casually answered, "Why are you here?" The corner of Qi Xingyu's mouth twitched. Didn't I tell you this morning? I brought my big brother to you to build a weapon." "Oh, it seems like there is such a thing." Niu Daming lazily looked over towards Lin Zhe's side. "Hello." Lin Zhe greeted rather politely. However, Nyo Daming looked at him coldly for a moment before he turned his head away. Go back. I won't forge a sword for you. Lindsay froze. Wait, Grandpa Nyo. Qi Xingyu was also anxious when he heard. You guys should at least talk before saying anything. Lindsay is my big brother. Nyo Daming, however, turned his back to the two of them and said, Look at his profession yourself, demon summoner. This kind of profession doesn't look like a decent person. I, Nyo Daming, am all righteous, and I hate evil things in my life. Chapter 88, The Will of Gold and Stone. Lin Zhe was even more confused when he heard Nyo Daming's words. No, wait a minute. Some had said he was professionally wasted. Some had resented his low rank, and this was the first time anyone had said he wasn't a decent human being. May I ask, what's with the moralizing? Lin Zhe withdrew the respect he had just shown the old man and directly disliked him. Elder Nyo, I thought you were a respectable Daxia meritorious official, but I didn't realize that after living to such a great age, how can you still use your profession to judge your character? It's more or less superficial, isn't it? When these words came out, the room was filled with people who were shocked. This person actually dared to speak to Mr. Nyo like that? The burly men in the room were instantly offended. What are you talking about, you child? Do you understand basic manners? Is Elder Nyo someone that people like you can judge? No manners at all. Yeah. How dare you talk about my beloved teacher? Qi Xingyu hurriedly stepped forward to clear the air. Several people. It's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Let's all say less. When Nyo Daming heard Lin Zhe's words, he slowly turned around and stared straight at Lin Zhe with his eyes, an elusive depth in his eyes. Lin Zhe was also not a wimp, and his sight looked back without flickering in the slightest. The two of them stared at each other like this for dozens of seconds, and Nyo Daming finally loosened his mouth. Oh, your kid is quite bold. Tell you what, it's fine if you want me to build you a weapon, but you have to pass my test. When Qi Xingyu heard this, his face instantly became a bit ugly. Wait, Grandpa Nyo, it can't be that test, right? The few burly men in the room had a look of amusement on their faces. Nyo Daming threw his head back. Exactly. When he finished, he walked over to one of the walls of the room, where it was covered with cloth. Nyo Daming lifted the cloth, and what was revealed in front of everyone's eyes was a teleportation portal. This is my test, Nyo Daming said leisurely. Lin Zhe was a bit surprised when he saw the portal. This is a copy? Humph, not bad. Nyo Daming clasped his hands in front of his chest and said proudly, This is our sword-casting branch's ace copy. It was handcrafted by Old Man himself. A few burly men behind him followed his lead, each showing an impish grin towards Lin Zhe, as if to say, Humph, kid, you're in for a treat later. Qi Xingyu hurriedly came to Lin Zhe's ear. Brother Lin, that copy. Xiao Yu. But he was immediately interrupted by Nyo Daming. No telling him the contents of the copy, or else it will be directly counted as cheating and disqualified from the test. Qi Xingyu took 2 steps back in aggravation. Lin Zhe's face, however, did not ripple as he said lightly, No problem, I accept the test. After saying that, he walked directly towards the portal. Time and space shifted, and when Lin Zhe opened his eyes again, he realized that he was already in a clean and bright place. The scene here didn't look like some actual scene, but more like a realm of emptiness and clarity, surrounded by many orange translucent jade stones floating around that were emitting an orange halo of light. Looking down, he realized that what he was stepping on under his feet was also an orange translucent jade slab, and underneath it was an endless void. Welcome to the replica. Kanaseki no Shiki. Restriction level. None. Difficulty. Nightmare level. Mission description. This copy prohibits the use of all props and items. Please feel your way around and give hints. Count me out. This description. Lin Zhe was a bit speechless and shook his head. It's really a stubborn old man. He surveyed his surroundings, only to see that not far in front of him, there was the same orange translucent slab of stone, and that there was one at regular intervals, each one higher up than the last. Numerous slabs of stone form a row of overhanging steps. Lin Zhe leapt and stepped onto the nearest piece of step. Just then, a jade stone floating around him immediately crashed towards him. Lin Zhe's gaze froze and he immediately dodged out of the way. Lin Zhe looked at the emptiness beneath his feet and thought, if he gets hit by a rock, he'll probably fall. However, right at this moment, the orange jade stones floating around all seemed to come to life and began to crash towards him at great speed. Meanwhile, outside the copy, A room full of people stopped what they were doing and sat down in front of a display and watched with fascination. Nyo Daming sat at the front with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. As for those disciples, they hadn't had this kind of fun to watch for a long time, so all of them were excited. Some even brought packets of melon seeds and started to get high. Chi Xingyu sat next to Nyo Daming and noticed a hint of something wrong. Grandpa Nyo, why do I feel that the speed of this stone is much faster than when I went in back then? Nyo Daming tilted his head confidently beside him. Silly boy. At that time I adjusted the easy difficulty for you and the nightmare level for him. Huh. Chi Xingyu was dumbfounded. You really don't want him to pass? Nyo Daming snorted coldly and said, This kid is arrogant. If I can file his sharpness, it will be considered a help to him. As an artisan, not only do I polish weapons, but I also have quite a bit of experience in polishing talents. A disciple beside him immediately helped. That's right, that kid is too arrogant. He actually dared to speak to his teacher like that. This kind of young man, if he doesn't eat some lessons now, I'm afraid he'll make a big mistake in the future. Chi Xingyu shook his head helplessly, knowing that it was useless to say anything now. Inside the copy, Lin Zhe also realized that this was to test his reflexes and speed after jumping up several steps in succession and dodging several flying jade stones. He instantly unleashed the running thunder skill that had been practiced to the transcendent level, and in his vision, the speed of those jades immediately became much slower. The next maneuver was silky smooth. Lin Zhe jumped up a dozen steps in a row and easily dodged the flying rocks that crashed into him. Just as he was standing on a certain step, 4 rocks flew from the top, bottom, left, right, and right directions at the same time, and Lin Zhe hurriedly continued to jump to a higher step. However, right at that moment, the steps actually moved on their own. Lin Zhe was just about to step on it when the steps slid away in a farther direction. Nima, playing dirty? Lin Zhe cursed, and then his feet fell, and his entire body fell down. In front of the screen, Nyo Daming crossed his legs as if he had waited for an answer. Well, that's the end of it. Those disciples were also all gloating and cheering. Oh wow! Only Chi Xingyu shook his head. It seems that this trip Brother Lin came for nothing. Forget it. I'll think about whether there are any other craftsmen I can find. Nyo Daming instructed the disciple next to him. Go! Force him to teleport out. That disciple was about to get up, yet just then, the scene in the screen changed once again. Only a huge black shadow appeared from the bottom of the screen, and then rose up into the air. Fixing his eyes on it, it was a huge black dragon, and it was carrying a person on its back, none other than Lin Zhe. Just a moment ago, as Lin Zhe was falling, he summoned the imp dragon, and then directly used the Dharma Heaven and Earth skill to sit on it himself. At this moment, the little devil dragon was flying towards the direction guided by the stone steps. Those flying jade stones still didn't stop attacking, but smashing on the little dragon was just like a mosquito bite. In less than 2 minutes, the little dragon arrived at the height of the last step, and Lin Zhe jumped directly onto it and collected the little dragon. Those disciples in front of the screen froze one by one. A disciple stepped forward and chided, Wait, this counts as a foul. This can't be counted. Chi Xingyu said softly, This senior brother, this is where you're wrong. This copy doesn't disable summoned beasts, and flying is naturally one of the means. Xiao Yu is right. Nyo Daming glared towards the disciple. I still don't know about the copy I designed myself? Sit down for me. Don't embarrass yourself. The man was so defeated that he had to sit down. Nyo Daming stroked his white beard. I have to admit, that kid has 2 skills. But there are holes in my design. Next time I need to design the flying stones bigger. Chi Xingyu, Momi. Looks like the people in the future are going to suffer even more. In the screen at this moment, the last step was carrying Lindsay slowly climbing upwards into the air. Nyo Daming's eyes became sharp. The first level is just a warm-up. The next level is to see his true level. The room full of people all resumed their seats, their eyes becoming incredibly expectant. Chi Xingyu, on the other hand, his heart sank, and his face showed a slightly pained expression, as if he had remembered some bad memories. Chapter 89. Even if it's a god, I'll smash it to him. Only to see that the steps were carrying Lin Zhe as he slowly climbed up, and colorful clouds began to form around him. After a while, the steps came to a final stop next to a small floating island. Lin Zhe walked down the steps and realized that the island was actually a circular platform, surrounded by small orange jade stones on the ground and auspicious clouds floating in mid-air. And directly opposite him was a huge block of jade, as tall as a 7- or 8-story building, and was emitting a fantastic orange glow. The whole place didn't look like it was in any danger, but rather like a place of auspiciousness. What's the test this time? Lin Mu was a bit puzzled. However, when that orange light shone into his eyes, he suddenly felt a little dizzy. Meanwhile, outside the copy, ha ha ha, it's starting. A disciple laughed out loud when he saw Lin Mu's dazed appearance. I wonder what that kid can see? Whatever it is, it's enough to make him drink. There was a sense of anticipation and excitement on all the disciples' faces as they waited for the prize. At the door of the house, the maid and housekeeper who were brought by Qi Xingyu were also looking at the screen. The maid in black silk asked in disbelief, "Why are they so happy?" "You're asking the right person for this. When the young master came to participate in this copy in the past, I was the one who brought him here," the butler explained. The difficulty of this copy lies in the fact that the stone is capable of producing an illusion that will create for the intruder one of the toughest enemies ever encountered. And the numerical value of this enemy will be hundreds or thousands of times stronger than the real enemy. So this copy isn't a test of whether or not you can pass the level, because no one can beat it at all. It tests whether the intruder can face his inner fears with grace. The innocent maid nodded dully. I see. Over at the seating area, Niu Daming asked Qi Xingyu beside him with interest. Oh Xiaoyu, do you remember what you saw at that time? Qi Xingyu instantly revealed a eating expression. Is my sister. Ha ha ha, Niu Daming laughed. And it's still a giganticized version of your sister at that time. We were shocked when we saw that image. You were 11 years old then, and a giant shadow chased you all over the place and made us laugh so hard our stomachs hurt. But you still managed to grind 10% of your sister's blood with your kiting skills, which I count as a pass. Ha ha ha. All right, Grandpa Niu. Qi Xingyu was a bit embarrassed. Don't make fun of me. Let's just see how Brother Lin performs. I also wonder what that kid will face. Niu Daming was also looking forward to it somewhat. But whatever it is, he needs to do it without fear and work hard to overcome it before he can be considered to have passed my test. None of these disciples of mine have passed this test. I, Niu Daming, never make equipment for those with weak wills. The moment these words came out, the disciples around them all looked as if they had received a huge recognition, revealing a face of pride. Inside the copy, Lindsay struggled to bring himself back to his senses after a moment of vertigo. He rubbed his eyes and realized that nothing seemed to have changed around him. Neither any dangerous thing ran out, nor any level that needed to move the brain. The whole space was quiet and peaceful, even wanting to sleep in the middle of that orange glow. What's going on here? Lin Mu was a bit confused. Then he used the insight into fire skill to watch, only to see that there was nothing out of the ordinary in all directions. And as the eyes fell upon the huge, intact jade wall directly across the street, a message popped up. Orange porcupine father. Race, stone people. Level, 50. Life value, 100 million. Skills, absolute defense, dangerous illusion. Lin Mu was shocked when he saw this life value. Wait, sees less. That's a bit of a nifty exaggeration, isn't it? Does that mean that's what the test is about? He immediately summoned the Inferno demon and ordered, Inferno demon, smash it for me. Yes, Lord. Only to see that the Inferno demon was not ambiguous, and directly took out his molten fire giant hammer and smashed it into that jade wall. Damage figure, 301908. Only 300,000 damage? Lin Mu recalled that the last time Inferno hit that abyssal giant worm, it was clear that a hammer was 4.5 million damage. Inferno, did you not turn your skills all the way on? Lin Mu immediately asked. Yes, I used them all. Inferno returned with some aggravation. Lin Mu pondered alone. It looks like it's this wall's defense that's super high. It doesn't matter. Keep smashing for me. Smash harder. Hit it as hard as you can. Yes, Lord. Outside the screen, after seeing Lin Mu's actions, everyone sensed a hint of something wrong. That's not right. Why isn't anything appearing? And what is this kid doing? Why is he smashing up rocks? Qi Xingyu asked. Could it be that there is something wrong with the functioning of this orange perlite? Impossible. Niu Daming said leisurely. Do you know how big this orange pebble stone is? We have an ancient idiom in Daxia called sincerity is the key to success. His illusion is about a man who practiced hard with his bow and arrow when he was walking at night. He met a tiger, and when he shot an arrow over it, he realized that it was actually just a stone, and his bow and arrow had been deeply embedded inside the stone. That kind of rock is this orange perch stone. And this copy Jean Shirji that I made with my own hands utilizes exactly this kind of orange perlite, and it's also one of the oldest and highest quality of them all. So there's absolutely no way something could go wrong. It's just that. Nyo Daming stroked his white beard and was also puzzled. This orange pebble stone, and why didn't he create an illusion for that kid? Meanwhile, inside the copy, in the sound of ding dong, Inferno was smashing the stone with great effort. Lord, after smashing for so long, how come this stone hasn't changed at all? Inferno asked suspiciously. It doesn't matter. Just keep smashing. Lin Zhe ordered. In his special vision, the total life value of the stone wall was indeed decreasing at a rate of about 300,000 per session, just not noticeably so. He guessed. It seems this test is all about sincerity and patience. There's an idiom called sincerity to the point, gold stone to the point, which means that when sincerity comes to the point, gold and stone will crack. It just so happens that the name of this copy is also called the Will of Goldstone. Yes, it must be. Suddenly, the stone wall made a click sound, only to see that the top had cracked open a gap. Lord, it's working, Inferno Demon said joyfully. Lin Zhe also had a happy face and became more confident. Yen Demon, keep smashing. I don't believe that this stone wall can't be smashed. As long as there's something with life value, even if it's a god, I'll smash it to him. After more than 30 minutes, an entire stone wall finally collapsed under Inferno's tireless efforts. Kill Orange Pearlstone Father. Experience plus 60,000. Lifespan plus 60,000 days. 164 years. 140 days. Congratulations on completing your first kill. Plus 20,000 extra experience. Loot obtained. 80,000 copper coins. Gold stone set legendary grade. First pass. Lin Zhe froze. Didn't you say that many people have done this test before? Did they all fail? And this equipment, legendary level? Just below mythic level, right? Equipment. Goldstone suit. Level limit. 30. Effects. Plus 1,000 to all attributes. 90% reduction for any physical damage and spell damage. Crap. This effect. Lin Zhe was shocked. If this is worn, it's really going to be invincible. He instantly changed out of his original black light armor and put this on. The only thing that could be seen was that the entire set of armor was an orange jade texture, which made it look very flashy just by looking at it. Meanwhile, outside the copy, when Lin Zhe first passed the copy, an orange beam of light shot up from the workshop and then set off one brilliant orange salute in the sky. The entire mountain where the Sword Blade Guild was entrenched glowed amongst that ceremonial flower. The entire mountain stopped what they were doing and practicing and looked up at the sky with a look of amazement on their faces. In a small house at the top of the mountain, an immortal-looking old man slowly stepped out. Looking at this heavenly vision, he was also quite surprised. A small child ran over in a panic, shouting at the top of his lungs, Chairman, Chairman, the sword-casting branch's ace copy has been demolished. Chapter 90 Yen Demon Worship? In front of the screen inside the workshop, when a group of people saw the large stone being smashed, their mouths all opened into an O shape. Even Yo Daming was no exception, and it was only after a long time that he finally reacted. My handcrafted orange perlite father was smashed. Wait, I just remembered that I have nightmare mode on, which means that when it's broken, it's really broken. Nyo Daming's eyes went black and he was almost about to faint. Teacher Nyo, what's wrong with you? The disciples rushed to help. At that moment, at that teleportation portal, Lin Zhe walked out of it as if nothing had happened. The first thing he shouted was, Gramps, I passed, is that good enough? In the next second, he saw that Nyo Daming was lying on his seat with a lifeless face, and the disciple beside him was still shushing him. Lin Zhe was dumbfounded. How is this going back to the fourth child? Seeing him come out, one of the disciples immediately chided at him. It's all your fault that Teacher Nyo is like this. Still qualified? I think you'd better leave now. At the same time, the sound of footsteps as dense as rain came from outside the house. I heard that the president of the sword-casting chapter's hand-built replica was demolished by someone. It's said to be the first pass in over 30 years, so it's no wonder there were all those great-looking salutes. Let's see who's so awesome. It turned out that the people all over the mountain saw that vision and all ran over, wanting to see the fun. The outside of the workshop was immediately surrounded. The disciples have made a mistake. What to do? After a while, Nyo Daming finally slowed down. He stood up and sighed. Forget it. If the copy is gone, it's gone. Big deal, we'll make another one later. Then, he looked at Lin Zhe. This is the first time I've encountered someone like you. That orange pebble stone was actually unable to generate an illusion in front of you.
Linse was confused. Illusion.
What illusion? Isn't patience what this copy tests? Cough. Nyo Daming almost didn't faint again. Kid, let me ask you, since you were a kid, haven't you ever encountered an enemy that made you feel tricky? Or an opponent that you were afraid of? Lin Zhe frowned slightly and thought carefully for a while, then shook his head blankly. No. The people inside and outside the house all looked at each other in disbelief. Everyone thought that Lin Zhe was bragging, but it was a fact that nothing had materialized in that copy. Only Lindsay was really thinking seriously about this and wondering which kind would be considered a tricky enemy. Did fighting for more than 2 minutes count? Looking at your eyes, it doesn't seem like you're telling lies. Nyo Daming said, I thought it was too much of an exaggeration when Xiaoyu praised you in various ways earlier. I didn't realize that you do have something different. Well, no matter what, you've passed this copy. I, Nyo Daming, never go back on my word and will naturally create equipment for you. Just, can you promise me one more little condition? Lin Zhe wasn't ambiguous either. Senior, please speak. That summoned beast of yours with the hammer. I do think he has quite a bit of artisanal talent. Could you let me take another look? Lin Zhe laughed. That's good. Inferno, come out. In the next second, Inferno appeared directly in front of the people. He raised his hammer and swept a circle of everyone present, and asked with a ferocious look on his face, Lord, who are you going to smash this time? The crowd was so frightened that they took several steps backward. Lin Zhe admonished, I'll smash your ass. Stand still and let the old man take a good look. It's... The crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw that this vicious beast actually did listen to Lin Zhe and stood obediently in place. Just now, a lot of people out of words are in the heart of the palpitations. Fortunately did not piss him off otherwise. However, he saw that Nyo Daming was not afraid of the Inferno demon, but instead walked around it with a face of novelty, looking here and there. While looking at it, an exclamation of admiration came out of his mouth. Look at those arms, born to be craftsmen. Look at that underhandedness, where it's more stable than those students of mine. And this hammer, TSK, TSK, TSK. It's a shame it's not used for ironing. After reading it, he even let out a long sigh. Hey, it's much better than my useless students, but unfortunately, it's a demon, not a human. Just then, a bold laughter came from outside the room. Ha 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 ha, old ox. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the world who can be recognized by you, regardless of whether he is a demon or a human. Accept him as a disciple, and why bother with formalities? Accompanying that voice, the people outside the house automatically made a path from the left and right, and mouthed, Hello, Chairman. Then a crane-haired, immortal old man walked over. Grandpa, Qi Xingyu shouted. What brings you here? The person who came was none other than the current president of the Sword Blade Guild, Qi Yunhuan. Qi Yunhuan revealed a childlike smile. Hey, your friend made such a big commotion, our guild, from top to bottom. Those who should be studying and those who should be working, all ran here to see the fun. Of course your grandfather, I have to come to take a look, only to see him look at Lin Zhe and smile. You're Lin Zhe, aren't you? Xinger and his father have already mentioned you many times in front of me. And that girl you wear, even though she doesn't say anything verbally, she also appreciates you a lot. Lin Zhe made a bow. Greetings, President Qi. Qi Yunhuan looked at Yen Demon again. Aya. It's also the first time in my life that I've seen a living demon. It's really a long time to see. Elder brother Nyo, how's the consideration? The opportunity is not to be lost. Not to be lost again. Nyo Daming looked embarrassed. What are you talking about, Brother Qi? It's too outrageous to let this demon be my disciple. And even if I agree to it, the other master won't necessarily be able to agree to it. Lin Zhe's eyes rolled as he pondered in his mind. It was naturally a good thing to let Yen Demon learn artisan techniques from Nyo Daming, so he wouldn't have to go around looking for people to build things in the future. Just, I wonder how long it will take to learn. Thinking of this, he said, Elder Nyo, it's naturally fine to let Yen Demon worship you as his master. It's just that there's no way we can stay here for a long time. So I wonder if you have any canonical books so that we can study them on our own when we go back? Hearing this, Nyo Daming and Qi Yunhuan looked at each other before bursting out laughing. You kid. The reckoning is crashing into my face. Nyo Daming stroked his beard. But it's okay. Who let you beat my copy? Here, take it. He pulled out a thick book from the props bar and tossed it to Linza. That book reads, A handwritten copy of the essentials of Nyo Daming's forge. This is the condensation of my heart and soul over the years. I hope you can study it well, Nyo Daming exhorted. Linze was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed with his hands clasped together. Thank you, Elder Ox. Yen Demon, don't pay your respects to your master. Inferno was a bit confused. How could he be someone's disciple without saying a word? Feels like being sold out. Nevertheless, he bowed like a human. I, Inferno Demon Barrows, pay my respects to my master. What? So you have a name? Linze asked. Lord, actually, people have already said that. Inferno said with a bit of aggravation. If you don't believe me, flip to the episode where I appeared and take a look. Ha 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 ha. Nyo Daming's laughter interrupted the two of them, only to see him stroking his beard. I can't imagine that after living my whole life. I can still accept a demon as a disciple in my later years. It's really a small knife Lapian opening my eyes. All right, enough of the nonsense. Nyo Daming looked at Linze. What equipment are you looking for me to forge? Linze immediately transferred 2 materials and equipment drawings to him using the window. The materials were the abyssal core and the undead monarch spine. When Nyo Daming saw the abyssal core that was glowing with black gas, his face became grave. He immediately ordered his disciples, all of you go out. Also, blow away all those watching outside. P.S. If you're reading this, can you give this book a 5-star review? It's very important to me. Please. Chapter 91 Building an S-Class Weapon. Evil Soul into Bone. After clearing the area, only Linze, Qi Xingyu, Nyo Daming and Qi Yunhuan remained in the entire workshop. Nyo Daming carefully took out the abyssal core, placed it on the smelting table and carefully scrutinized it for a while, saying, I've been a craftsman for a lifetime and I've also searched for mines for a lifetime and I've mined all kinds of copies of rare mineral deposits, like what the blue phantom crystals on the seabed of the sharks, miasma crystals in the crystalline forests, the sunstone in the Giant's Canyon, and the orange pebble in the copies like the ones we just saw. However, the old man has never seen such an evil stone as yours. It looks flat, but it seems to have an invisible power, as if it is going to roll me in if I am not careful. Qi Yunhuan also stared at the stone's message and pondered for a long time. Abyssal core, abyssal. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, his eyes widened slightly. Little friend Linze, this abyss 1TB? Linze nodded. President Qi guessed correctly. It's that abyss. After saying that, he told a few people roughly the whole story, and then made a point of urging them to do so. I would also like to ask a few of you not to spread the word for the time being. After all, I'm afraid this kind of thing will cause panic if the public knows about it. After listening to his experience, the 2 experienced old men both sucked in a breath of cold air. Qi Yunhuan said leisurely, I can't imagine that you have already experienced such a menacing enemy at such a young age and still managed to pass. You have once again refreshed old me's perception of you. You really have an unlimited future. After saying that, he also instructed Qi Xingyu next to him. Xinger, in the future, hang out with Linze. Do you hear me? Qi Xingyu nodded his head like a sieve. Grandpa, that's natural. I would like to always follow after Brother Lin. Linza secretly thought, you just need to stop exaggerating every time. Subsequently, Qi Yunhuan's face revealed a trace of worry. If the abyss really comes, I'm afraid that our human race will have to suffer a great difficulty. I wonder if there is any way to cope with it. Let me think about it. Qi Yunhuan bowed his head in silence and actually walked out of the room without saying goodbye. Grandpa is like this, Qi Xingyu said breathlessly. Whenever he thinks about a problem, he enters no man's land. Leave that old man alone. The one who spoke was Nyo Daming. I'm not like him. I'm just an ironworker. But I can't think that far ahead. He picked up his tools and waved toward the 2 young men. Okay, you guys go out and I'll call you when it's over. Thus, Linze and Qi Xingyu walked out of the workshop and waited outside the house. A few of the disciples retraced their steps into the house, and the sound of a hot forge soon resounded from within, and rolling black smoke rose from the chimney on the roof. And from time to time, there was also the sound of Nyo Daming loudly scolding those disciples of his. When Grandpa Nyo works, this is how he looks. Qi Xingyu looked like he was already used to it. About 2 hours later, a disciple walked out of the workshop and greeted the 2 of them. The weapons have been built. You two come in. The two of them immediately entered the workshop, only to see a long sword crafted out of white bone on the smelting table. Its body was thin and long. It was made up of bone blade after bone blade, and the whole sword was still bubbling with black gas. The surrounding disciples all looked as if they had seen something evil, and they kept their distance from it, staying far away. Instead, Lin Zhe walked forward, took hold of the long sword, and examined it. Congratulations on acquiring the weapon. Evil Soul to the Bone Grade S. Evil Spirit in the Bone. Category: Weapons. Restricted level: 60 or above. Effect: Agility plus 2000, Spirit plus 2000. Attacks with Abyssal Attribute damage. Skill 1, Black Moon Eclipse. Each time you release a crescent-shaped sword aura, inflicting damage equals Agility 5 plus Spirit 5, consuming 100 points of mana each time. Skill 2, Switch Form. Can switch into sword form and whip form within 10 seconds after each switch. Strike rate plus 30%, strike damage plus 90%, and attack speed doubled. Switching cooldown, 60 seconds. Sword Form. When facing a single enemy target, the damage dealt by the skill is doubled. Whip Form. When facing multiple enemy targets, the attack range of the skill is doubled. It feels pretty good to look at. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. And you can switch forms? With a whip form, that would be so perfect for Lilith. And by the way, it's nice to have Lilith boosted for direct attacks as well. In the next second, the flavorful Phantom Queen appeared beside him, making the group of burly craftsmen look dumbfounded all of a sudden. One every day in this mountain iron, usually very little recreation time. See this kind of special thing, one all look at the eyes are straight, drool nearly to flow out. Here, Linza threw the long sword to Lilith. Wow, thank you for the reward, master. Only to see Lilith take the long sword in her hand and dance a few sword flourishes, the slender blade matching her figure perfectly. Then, she would swing her long sword horizontally, and each section of the sword's bone blade automatically separated in a split second, connected in the center by a soft substance like flesh and blood, and then the entire sword turned into a long bone-bladed whip all of a sudden. The long whip flew, scaring the large men who were still horny and coaxing them to take a few steps back, and Lilith burst into laughter. All right, you can go back first. Lin Zhe finished speaking and retrieved Lilith. Just then, a reminder of mission completion came from the system. Ding! Has successfully utilized the Abyssal Core to create a piece of equipment, completing the task. Reward: 1 system draw. Perfect, said Lin Zhe in his heart in triumph. At this time, he suddenly remembered something, looked around in a circle and asked, "Huh, where's Elder Nyo? I haven't thanked him in person yet." An artisan immediately came forward and said, "Oh, teacher, he spent too much physical strength casting swords just now, and has now gone back to rest." Then he handed Lin Zhe a note. "By the way, these are some words that your teacher left for you, instructing me to give them to you." Lin Zhe took the note, only to see a passage written on it in forceful handwriting. "Little friend Lin Zhe, this Abyssal Core is even an evil thing, and the weapons it creates are also evil. But I have seen a truth in you, the demon summoner, that it is not the weapon that is good or evil, but the person who uses it. Thanks to the fact that I have grown up so many years, but only today did I really realize this truth. I hope that this weapon, which was built by the old man himself, can help you to cut down the demons and remove the devils, and open up a bright path for our human race. The ironmonger Nyo de Ming stays." Lin Zhe couldn't help but feel some surge in his heart as he read the note and put it away in his item bar. He silently replied in his heart, "Senior's mandate, senior will not fail. Chapter 92 can't die, definitely can't die now." It was already dark when Lin Zhe returned home. The thought of having to go to Shadow Demon at 0 hour tonight made him a little bit lazy. Hey! Someone as handsome and hard-working as me can only be compared to the reader lord in front of the screen. He couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. Let's just come and draw the prize. He immediately opened the lottery page and spun the wheel. Congratulations on winning the talent. Rock Fury Grade A. Talent: Wrath of the Rock. While you have shield value, each time you take damage, you will deal 1 countershock damage to the enemy 4 equals damage value before mitigation that our side receives 2. Crap? Anti-armor. Huh. Lin Zhe was instantly delighted. Just the thing to use with your own shield. Just then, the system continued to pop up prompts. Synthesizable talent words have been detected. Unbreakable Golden Body plus Rock Fury equals Unbreakable Golden Body. After synthesizing, The original phrase is nullified and all the functions of the original phrase are inherited to the new phrase. Is it synthesized? Yes, no. The system still has this function. Then let's just synthesize it, it won't cost anything anyway. Moreover, there's another benefit after synthesizing. When upgrading talents, it's equivalent to spending 1 lifespan to upgrade 2 talents. Linza immediately chose the yes option. Being synthesized for you? Completed. Congratulations on acquiring the talent. Indestructible Golden Body Grade S. Talent. Indestructible Golden Body. Effect 1. Physical defense and spell defense are increased by 50%, and you add a shield equal to your life point limit to yourself. And when you take damage, the shield is consumed before your life points are consumed. Lost shield will be restored at a rate of 10 points per second. Effect 2. While you have shield value, each time you take damage, you will deal 1 countershock damage to the enemy. Damage value equals damage value before mitigation that our side receives 2. Perfect. Today, not only did he obtain a set of Goldstone set that increased his defense, but he also obtained a new defensive talent, and now he was a complete walking brick wall. By the way, it can continue to be enhanced. He remembered the gift that the younger version of Feng Yuan had given him earlier in the copy. Equipment inlay, Shelter of Holy Light, can be inlaid on equipment. Dark attribute resistance plus 40%, can be resurrected in place after death and recover 10% of life value. Cooldown, 240 hours. It was a stone that emitted a warm, milky white glow, and he immediately chose to set it on top of the Goldstone set. Thus, Linza now had a 50% defense bonus, 90% damage reduction, a layer of shield equal to his life value, shield counter damage, and resurrection from death. This Tama. Lin Zhe himself felt that he was a little too perverted. Can't die, this is absolutely can't die. Even want a suicide is a little difficult. Okay, second thing. Lin Zhe withdrew his excitement. Teach Inferno the artisan techniques. To prevent the Inferno from toppling the ceiling of his house, he used the Gate of All Worlds to enter a simpler copy, then found a clearing and summoned the Inferno out. Barrows, take it and study it well. He threw the copy of the Niu De Ming Forging Essentials Handbook to Yen Demon. Then the system pops up again with a reminder. Trigger talent. Time Management Mastery. Does it consume lifespan to learn this book? Yes, no can be paused at any time in the middle. Select yes. Studying the Niu De Ming Forging Essentials Handbook. Your summoned beast consumed 9 years to recognize all the words in the book. Your summoned beast has consumed another 0.01 years 3 days to learn all the tricks in the book. Your summoned beast has consumed another 0.5 years to master all the essentials of the book. Your summoned beast has consumed another 0.5 years to complete its feat and become a legendary level artisan. After learning the lesson, Inferno Barrows looked very happy and raised his hammer and started jumping around. Ha ha ha. Lord, I feel full of power now. Not the usual kind of power, but the power of knowledge. There's a feeling that it's starting to grow on you. But Linza looked at the text on the interface just now and fell into deep thought alone. Wait, something doesn't feel right. It took him 4 years to become a legendary level artisan. But it took him 9 years to recognize words. I completely overlooked the fact that demons can't read Daxia script. Lin Zhe held his forehead, feeling that things were going in an unexpected direction. However, they Infernals are really gifted in the ironworking department. Even without using the Time Management Master, they are still far beyond the speed of humans. I also wonder how Elder Niu would look if he knew. It's wonderful just to think about it. All right, time to go back. Lin Zhe took back the Inferno, which was still dancing around, into the summoning bar. Tonight, there's one more most important thing to do. Master, it's time to get up. A petite voice rang in his ears. Lindsay's eyes snapped open. Bad. What time is it? Only to see that the proudly built Lilith was clinging to his side, looking at him with seductive eyes. He. Master looks kinda cute when he's asleep, Lilith said teasingly. But don't be nervous, it's 23:50. You asked people to provide screaming services, so naturally they won't forget. Wait, there's an ambiguity, Lindsay corrected. That one was a wake-up service. Just a moment ago, after Lin Zhe came out of the Gate of All Realms, he only felt sleepiness coming on. So he summoned the Phantom Demon and asked her to remember to wake him up. Lindsay jumped out of bed in a flash. Okay, gotta get ready to go. He took out the prop, ritual pencil. and skillfully drew a hexagram spell on the floor of the living room. Then it was time to sit still and wait for the 0 hour to arrive. 3, 2, 1. The clock struck 0, and the hexagram spell formation emitted a dim light. Then, a portal opened in the light. Lin Zhe's face was delighted and he walked in decisively. A few seconds of time switching, and when he came back to his senses again, he found himself in a very gray place. The light was dim in all directions, and the sky was cloudy, with only a glimmer of light, like dawn and dusk, in the distant sky. Among the dark clouds, a few flashes of lightning were still pulled out from time to time, but no thunder could be heard. Looking around the place, which looked like a deserted manor house, the meadows are barren, the trees are bare, and some of the scattered buildings have collapsed and collapsed. And not far away, directly opposite Lin Zhe, there was a Western-style palace that didn't quite match the style of the entire manor. Something like the style of the medieval palaces that Lindsay had seen in movies before he crossed over. Hellbound shard time. Restriction level. None. Difficulty. Real mode. Mission description. None. This is the Hell Realm? Lin Zhe was startled. He imagined a hellish realm that seemed to be all lava, fire, torture racks, and whatnot. However, this place is not very different from the human world. Merely the entire tone has been gray and feels a bit netherworld. Lin Zhe immediately summoned all of his demons. Ah, this long-lost heir, Lilith breathed greedily, her chest rising and falling proudly. I can't believe that the master has really come to the Hell Realm. Inferno, on the other hand, said in disbelief. It's no fun here, unlike my old home, where I could take lava baths. 10 hellhounds scattered around the neighborhood. The imp dragon, on the other hand, was hiding behind Lin Zhe, curiously looking at everything around it. This was the first time it had come to the Hell Realm since it was born. Lin Zhe had no time to loiter. He immediately used his demon master talent to sense the shadow demon's whereabouts. Eventually, he locked his gaze on top of that palace. Chapter 93. Shadow Demon's true face is actually... The palace in front of him was magnificent, and seemed out of place with the surrounding estates. And the walls of the palace seemed to be weathered and had become dilapidated. Lin Zhe led a group of demons to the palace's heel, and 2 huge doorways stood in front of them. Inferno, open the door, Lin Zhe ordered. The doorway was 2 heads taller than the Inferno, and there were some reliefs carved on the door. Inferno didn't have to push the door very hard, though. Creak, creak, creak. The gate made the sound of age, and dust fell from the door with it. Lin Zhe walked into the palace and realized that it was very spacious inside. However, the entire place was as if no one had come in for hundreds of years. It was gloomy and the air smelled like mold. Inside the hall were some old tables and chairs, as well as some statues, all covered in dust. The entire space was dim, with only a few faint beams of light coming from the windows on either side. My lord, are there really living things here? Inferno said doubtfully. While walking, he also accidentally knocked over some statues. Just then, a rough and powerful voice came out from the front. Who is the visitor? The tone sounded regal and arrogant. Lin Zhe recognized that it was the voice of the shadow demon he had seen that day. It's me, the one who made the deal with you. Lin Zhe shouted into the air. Are you really here? The voice seemed to become a little flustered. In the next second, the huge black shadow that had appeared last time was once again revealed at the end of the palace. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared to be very oppressive, as if they were trying to take in the heart. However, Lin Zhe had no waves in his heart. Instead, he shook his head with some displeasure and said, I say, old brother, since we're making a contract, be honest and show your true form. Well, the giant shadow demon seemed a bit flustered. Insignificant human. What qualifications do you have to ask this seat to reveal its true form? Oh, want to backtrack? Lin Zhe's eyes sank as he said to the group of demons behind him, beat it out of me. Wait. The voice seemed to wince and immediately said, I'll just come out. It was fixed in place for what seemed to be a few seconds of hesitation, and then the huge black shadow began to disappear. At the same time, at the very bottom of the black shadow, a human figure began to gradually generate upwards from its feet. Every time the black shadow disappeared a little bit, the silhouette revealed one more point, and by the time the black shadow completely disappeared, the silhouette was also completely revealed in front of Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe's eyes widened slightly, looking a little surprised, because what appeared in sight was a little girl who was only 1.4 meters tall. She was petite, but had large wings on her back that were almost as tall as she was, and wore a long purple and black Gothic dress. Her pupils are green, her face is fresh and delicate, and she has a pair of striking curved horns on either side of her head, which look somewhat huge and bulky compared to her petite frame. At the same time, Lin Zhe's eyes saw her message. Shadow Demon. Race. Demon. Level. 80. After that little girl saw Lin Zhe, her eyes dodged a bit, seemingly a bit shy, and then she let out a timid voice. No, I didn't expect you to come so soon. People aren't mentally prepared for this. Lin Zhe was completely confused. Although he had guessed early on that the huge shadow was a disguise, he hadn't thought that the other party's true face was actually a lowly. Moreover, in stark contrast to the majestic and domineering look that the virtual shadow put on, the real body was even a little bit socially terrified. I didn't realize that its cute little sister Lilith took the lead. Quickly let your sister touch your head. The Inferno demon, on the other hand, let out a burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha. You're that shadow demon from that day? I thought it was some bullish character, but I didn't realize it was a yellow-haired little girl. When the little girl heard this, she crossed her arms over her waist and said with a huff, "Who are you calling a yellow-haired little girl? You rude, uneducated flaming gorilla. What did you say?" Yen Demon was instantly infuriated with flames all over his body. "I think you're looking for death." After saying that, he looked like he was going to go up and fight. "All right, don't argue." Lin Zhe's voice was not loud, but it was majestic, causing the Inferno demon to shut up immediately. Lin Zhe smiled and shot a glance at the little lowly and said, "Let's formally introduce ourselves. I'm a demon summoner of the human race, your future contractor, Lin Zhe." The little girl regained her somewhat shy demeanor and began to introduce herself. "I am the princess of the Shadow Demon clan. My name is Noctia. You can call me Nora." "Oh, actually a princess." Lin Zhe thought darkly. "Is this the palace of your Shadow Demon clan?" Lin Zhe looked around and asked, "Where are the rest of your clan?" Nora's face showed a slightly despondent look. "All of my people are dead, killed by a powerful monster. I am the only one left of the Shadow Demon clan." "A powerful monster?" Lin Zhe was slightly curious, but looking at the current atmosphere, it wasn't appropriate to get to the bottom of it. "Sorry." He immediately changed the subject. "So how long have you been here?" "Well, it's been about 100 years. Nora replied. Lilith said sympathetically, "My little sister has been here alone for so long? What has been going on all this time? It must be so empty and lonely, right?" Lin Zhe was speechless. "How come words coming out of your mouth make people feel like their hearts are yellow?" Nora, however, did not seem to hear the excess, and said with clear eyes, "It wasn't always alone, I don't know when, but some of your human race sensed me with their psychic mediums, and then they made a soul-lending contract with me, where they would make regular soul sacrifices to me, and I would grant them power. They're executives, they will still come here to worship regularly, but I never let them into this palace is all." Lin Zhe understood that those people she was talking about were the Demon Shadow Guild. The two sides entered into a mutually beneficial relationship, with the Demon Shadow Guild providing Nora with souls for food and Nora providing them with power. And the people of the Demon Shadow Guild never knew that the Shadow Demon Lord they worshipped was actually a little lowly. Lin Zhe slowly said, "As I said the other day, if you sign a contract with me, I can take you out. From now on, you won't have to maintain a contract with those people, and I have a way to provide you with more souls." Hearing this, Nora's pair of big eyes brightened up significantly and became flickering. "Can we really go out?" That expression was like a child who had been starving for days suddenly seeing a sizzling roast chicken. "Of course," Lin Zhe said. "However, you may need to wait a little longer." He spread his hands. "I'm not going to lie. My summoning bar is full right now, and I won't be able to formally sign a contract with you until after I've moved up to the next stage." "Well," a hint of disappointment crossed Nora's face, but her eyes quickly brightened again. "There's no need to wait any longer. I have an idea." She began to explain. "Our Shadow Demon clan has a talent that allows us to turn into a black shadow and attach to any object. For example, if you have a weapon, I can become your contracted weapon spirit. So just take up your weapon bar, not the summoning bar." Chapter 94, The Fifth Contracted Demon. Shadow Demon? Swordswoman? Last chapter's author's choice has concept art of the Shadow Demon's true form. There's still this kind of thinking? Lin Zhe was also a bit surprised. With weapons. He first took out his own Cthulhu blade, but quickly shook his head. it was better to use this weapon on its own. What other weapons are there? He rummaged through his props bar and suddenly had a flash of light. In the next second, a huge sword over 2 meters tall appeared on the ground, with a dull, heavy, dark and lightless body, and a hilt in the shape of several skulls. Giant Sword of the Undead King, a trophy obtained from the last time the undead monarch was defeated. Nora was quite pleased to see the shape of the sword. That's it! In the next second, her entire body transformed into a black shadow and floated towards the huge sword. Soon, the giant sword was wrapped in a layer of black shadow, looking even more evil and powerful than it originally was. Then, the giant sword unexpectedly stood up on its own with the tip of the sword on the ground and the hilt up, and made a little girl's sound. Okay, make a contract with me now. This is okay? Lin Zhe's eyes widened as he looked the giant's sword up and down, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Could this be the Sword Maiden? He murmured in his head. System. How many years of life do I have in total now? Checking. Current remaining life expectancy. 1,713 years and 315 days. Okay. Sign the contract immediately. At the same time, the system pops up the interface. Please confirm. Do you want to sacrifice 300 years of your life to the Shadow Demon? Yes, no. Select. Yes. Contract signed. With just a flash of black light, the Black Shadow Giant Sword had replaced the original Undead King's Giant Sword and was lying in the props bar. Summoned animal. Shadow Demon. Race. Demon. Branch. Shadow Demon Seed. Rarity. S-Class. Rank. 80. Life value. 400,000. Psionic value. 100,000. Strength 35,000. Agility 50,000. Stamina 40,000. Intelligence 20,000. Spirit 20,000. Talent 1 Soul Reaping. All skills consume soul power value instead of mana value, and by harvesting the souls of all things, the soul power value limit can be increased. Talent 2 Form Switching. Can switch between Shadow Martial Form and Human Form. Shadow Martial Form Skill. Soul Elegy. Casts black souls to a range of 50 meters around yourself, dealing dark attribute damage value equals agility value 10 and applying fear and slowing effects. Each black soul consumes 100 soul power points and has no cooldown, but may not be cast after soul power points return to 0. Human Form Skill. Soul Lending. Consumes soul power value and grants it to other individuals in the form of lending. The granted individual receives a full attribute bonus, but the individual's soul belongs to the Shadow Demon from now on. Generic Skill. Shadow Demon Void. Creates a giant shadow that taunts the enemy target by 100%, with 10 times the life value and defense of the real body. Nice guy, looks good. Lin Zhe looked at the introduction on the panel and complimented it. Shadow Martial Form is an attack skill, and while Human Form is a buff skill, the cost, it's pretty sick. I have to say, demons know how to Shylock. After closing the interface, Lin Zhe was satisfied. Professional talent. Demonic Affinity has been triggered. Shadow Demon's loyalty automatically reaches 100%, only to see the Great Sword reappear as a small lowly, and then curtsy towards Lin Zhe with her knees slightly bent. Nora has met her master. Well, get up. You'll be my 5th summoned beast from now on, Lin Zhe said. Lilith, however, looked a bit jealous. Nasty master won't share out his love for others in the future, right? Inferno, on the other hand, looked offended. Hehe. A yellow-haired little girl can also make the Lord contract. Humph. The Shadow Demon stomped its little foot, unhappy, and once again transformed into a giant sword of black shadow, flying all over the palace, deliberately dangling in front of the Inferno Demon. He. Gorilla, come and get me. The giant sword let out a naughty laugh. Nima, don't think I can't catch you. The Inferno Demon also began to scurry and jump up and down in the palace. Giggle, Lilith snickered, covering her mouth. For the first time in hundreds of years, the empty and silent palace seemed to have a joyful sound echoing overhead. Seeing that the scene was chaotic for a while, Lin Zhe was a bit headstrong and shouted, "All of you, come back here." Shadow Demon and Inferno immediately quieted down and returned to stand obediently in front of him. No more conflicts. Got it. The two demons said in unison, making a well-behaved face. All right, let's go. It's time to go back. After Lin Zhe finished speaking, he walked outside. Walking out of the palace gates, Lin Zhe re-entered above the deserted manor. Lin Zhe asked Shadow Demon Nora. By the way, how did this place come to be like this? The Shadow Demon began to answer. It was the monster that caused our Shadow Demon race to be extinguished that caused this. This place was originally the territory of our Shadow Demon clan, until one day, that monster came out of nowhere, and I was the only one protected by my fellow clan members. At the end of her words, her voice became watery. Moreover, that monster's power not only made this place deserted, it also caused a time and space disorder, isolating this manor from the outside world. So for more than 100 years, I have been trapped in such a small area. A power darker and more powerful than demons? Lin Zhe recalled the words, vaguely sensing a hint of something wrong. It can't be the power of the abyss, can it? His eyes widened slightly and he immediately said to Nora, Go! Take me to the edge of the manor. And so, with Nora leading the way, Linza and the demons quickly made their way to the borders of the manor. A gray mist-like wall of energy appeared before his eyes, and an evil aura emanated from it. The aura caused several demons to instinctively take a few steps back, but Lin Zhe was standing next to it, slowly reaching over. Master, don't touch! Nora immediately screamed. The power will corrupt one. But it was too late. Lin Zhe's hand had already touched the top of that energy wall. Suffered! Nora exclaimed out loud. However, in the next second, she froze, only to see Lin Zhe unharmed, without any abnormality at all. Huh! Master is actually not afraid of this power? The Shadow Demon was surprised. Hey, haven't seen it before, have you? Yen Demon took the opportunity to taunt up. Lord has a lot of great skills. You're still young. Learn them well. Humph! Nora averted her face to the side, not bothering with him. Lin Zhe, on the other hand, quietly observed that energy wall for a while. His guess was not wrong, it was indeed the power of the abyss. He took out the Mythic Props miniature fountain from the props bar and put a drop on it, only to see that the place that was dripped on the spring source immediately lit up with a soft light. Then, the light began to rapidly spread towards the surroundings. Soon, the energy wall formed by the gray mist began to collapse and disintegrate in large swathes, eventually disappearing altogether. The demons looked dumbfounded, and Nora's eyes were even wide. I didn't realize that Master could even deal with this kind of power. After the energy wall disappeared, the scenery around the manor was revealed. Lin Zhe realized that the location they were in was on a higher ground. Looking into the distance, there was a vast gray plain below, surrounded by mountains in the distance. However, it was at this moment that Lin Zhe discovered a hint of abnormality. Not far from where the energy wall was just now, a black crack hovered out of nowhere more than 1 meter above the ground. A black tar-like substance was slowly oozing out of it. Lin Zhe's eyes flickered. A spatial rift in the abyss? Shadow Devil. P.S. The author continues to beg on her knees for 5-star reviews, bookmarks, and free swag. Chapter 95, Returning to the Abyss. The demons were also shocked when they saw that terrifying spatial rift. Instinct told them that this thing was anything but good, and that its power was extraordinary. However, Lin Zhe's heart was delighted. He remembered that he had a quest to purify 10 abyssal rifts. I was worried that I didn't know where to find this from, but I didn't expect this to come to my doorstep on its own. Lin Zhe accelerated his steps towards the rift, and once again took out the miniature spring source, preparing to purify it. However, just at that moment, a sudden change occurred, only to see the originally near-closed fissure suddenly crack open, from which several pale hands stretched out. Each one clawed towards Linza. Lin Zhe was less than a meter away from the rift, and despite his quick reaction, his face was still grazed by the nails of one of the hands, and his face was cut with a small wound. Linza quickly retreated and wiped the blood from his face. Fixing my eyes, I realized that the hands were all skinny and bony-looking, with skin so pale it looked like a corpse taken out of the freezer. Each finger also had long, sharp, black nails. And right after Lin Zhe withdrew, several hands split into 2 sets, breaking that abyssal fissure open as hard as if they were tearing a wound with force. As the chasm was torn into a near-oval shape, something even more appalling happened. A huge eye rolled up from below and rested in the middle of the chasm. As a result, the entire abyssal chasm now turned into a giant eye, which looked very eerie when paired with a few pale hands in the position of the eyelashes. The pupil of that eye was huge and was turning nimbly, scanning everything in front of it. Lin Zhe and the demons were shocked at the sight. Deep, general abyss, race, deep, abyss, rank, Life value? Skill? Lin's interface, for the first time, displayed this kind of garbled code, as if it had been interfered with. And just then, the eye let out a low and extremely shocking voice. Who dares to destroy my domain? As soon as this voice came out, the great sword that Nora had possessed immediately flinched back a few steps as if it had seen some natural enemy. That's him. Nora's voice shook. He's the monster that killed our people. That voice can't be wrong. Instead, she saw the pupils of the eyes turn to Nora, stared straight at her for 2 seconds and said, "Oh, I didn't realize that the Shadow Demon clan hadn't died out yet. Good. I'll do another cleanup today." He spoke in a careless tone, as if he was about to do something effortless. In the next second, the pupils in his eyes suddenly narrowed. Then, Lin Mu noticed that the colors of the surrounding scenery had suddenly changed, and everything had turned into an inverse tone, as if it had been covered with a layer of anti-color filters. Then, the colors of the world changed again and began to keep switching among the red, green, and blue filters. Skill, ruckus, and agitation. The target's mental value appears to decay randomly, changing once per second, and the target's mental state changes with it. When the target's spirit value returns to 0, it completely returns to the abyss. "No good, master, let's run," Nora panicked. "My clansmen fell for this trick and all of them turned insane and then killed each other. Ha 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 ha." That eye, however, let out a wanton laugh. "Wanna run? It's already too late. But your humble 10,000 beings are always like this. Knowing that it's a dead end, you will still frantically run away and cry for help. It's so stupid and funny. Ha ha ha." He laughed for a moment, however, but his laughter stopped awkwardly, because he realized that the human was standing calmly in the distance, not affected in the slightest. The few demons behind him were all safe and sound, although their faces were a bit panicked at the ever-changing hues. Nora looked back, also incredulous. "Huh, I'm actually okay?" Lin Mu's talent, abyssal walking, activated, unable to be eroded by the spirit of the abyss, and his summoned beasts were naturally unaffected. A hint of confusion came out of the pupils of that giant eye. What's going on here?" Lin Mu directly turned on the mocking mode. "You say you're quite big with this flowery and colorful array. Are you playing a light show? Why don't you just gouge these big eyes of yours off and put them in your house for the new year? It's quite festive." Lilith followed. "Master, you can also put it in your human's nightclub, and we can all bounce around together. Ha ha ha. It's a good idea. Unbridled." For the first time, those eyes displayed anger. Then, those pale hands above and below the eye sockets suddenly stretched out and grabbed towards Lin Mu. "Hee hee. Is this incompetent rage?" Lin Mu said disdainfully. "Master, let me do it." Lilith flew in front of him. In the next second, a white-bone thin sword appeared in her hand, the very same newly crafted weapon. Evil soul into bone. With a flick of her hand, her long sword immediately transformed into a long bone-bladed whip, reeling in all the pale hands that reached out for her attack. Then countless black half-moon-shaped chi blades were issued, cutting off all of one hand. Impossible! Those big eyes were even more stunned. "I can feel. This weapon's attack comes with the abyssal attribute? How is this possible?" "Humph, what a fuss," Lilith said flirtatiously. "There are a lot of things you don't know, so let sister teach you." In the next instant, the long bone blade whip was about to whip towards Big Eyes. "Wait," Lin Mu called out to Lilith just in time, however. Then, he turned his gaze to the black shadow giant sword that had retreated at the end, cowering. "Nora, it's your turn this time." What? The giant sword shook twice throughout. No, master. I see him and think of my dead clan members. I'm afraid." "I know," Lin Mu, however, said without a ripple. "That's why I want you to kill him with your own hands. You have to realize that the best way to overcome fear is to face it head-on. Only by doing that will you be qualified to be my qualified subordinate." Nora still looked a little hesitant, stopping short. That I heard the two conversing as if no one else was there, but it was enraged. "Humph. Are you guys just going to make a big deal out of talking like this, completely disregarding me? You human brat, I'll remember you, and the next time I see you again, it will be the time of your death." After that, the edges of that crack were going to close back up, and the eyeballs wanted to just bolt. As the saying goes, say the toughest words and do the most cowardly things. Where to run? In the next second, two thick red arms ripped the two cracks one above the other directly. preventing it from closing up, and the owner of the arms was none other than Yen Demon. Only the Inferno seemed to be struggling a lot and shouted towards Nora. "Little yellow-haired girl, hurry up, do you still want revenge? I hate you're kind of obsequious and abrasive. I can't hold on much longer." Nora seemed to have finally made up her mind, only to see her sword cross, whoosh towards the Big Eyes straight. In the next second, Big Eyes let out a mournful shriek. H. Immediately afterward, countless black tar-like substances spewed out towards the outside. "You monster who killed my entire clan. I'll kill you." Nora vented her indignation as the body of the giant sword began to churn in her eyes. It hurts like hell." Big Eyes let out an even worse carping scream. The image was very juvenile at one point, and it hurt even Lin Mu to look at it, so he hurriedly turned his head away. After stirring for a while, the large eyes seemed to have lost their vitality before Nora pulled her sword out. Then the crack was seen to start shrinking, closing, and disappearing. "The Abyssal General has been repelled. General Abyss? Experience plus 80,000. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level, 34. Ding. Your long-term quest. Purify the Abyssal Rift 10 times. Current completion progress, 210. One more purification will be awarded with a stage reward." It's actually just repelled? Looking at the text given by the interface, Lin Mu was a bit disappointed. And it doesn't even give a longevity bonus. It did seem that the enemies of the Abyss were a bit more difficult to deal with. But it's good to be upgraded again. Just then, the interface continued to pop up with messages. Ding! Detected that you purified the Abyss, seen as a beneficial act for the Hell Realm. Open ultra long-term quest, Lord of Demons. Please contribute to the revitalization of the Hell Realm on an ongoing basis. Current contribution, 1%. This is. Lin Mu's eyes lit up. There's this kind of mission? After finishing the battle, the giant sword Nora flew in front of Lin Mu and respectfully tilted at 45 degrees, as if in a salute. "Thank you, Master, for allowing Nora to have her revenge. I think my people, at last, can rest in peace." Toward the end, there was even a little bit of crying. Lin Mu touched the hilt of his sword and said, "You did well, Master." Nasty at this time. The Chimera flew over and pouted. "Master hasn't even touched people like this." Chapter 96, 10 Generals of the Abyss. Speechless, Lin Mu put his hand on Lilith's head and stroked it. Lilith immediately put on a very enjoyable expression and made some sounds that were not suitable for public display. It's just touching your head. Don't exaggerate." The corner of Lin Mu's mouth twitched. At that moment, Nora flew over to Inferno Barrows again and said in a small and quick voice, "Hey, big guy. Thanks for earlier." Barrows froze, and there seemed to be a hard-to-suppress smile at the corners of his mouth, but he still said indignantly, "Oh, I just can't stand to look at that enemy. Don't think too much about it." Lin Mu spat. Is this the legendary arrogance? After the cracks were eliminated, Lin Mu could no longer sense any aura of danger. He walked to the edge of a rise and looked off into the distance. All that could be seen in the distance was a gray plain, so dead that there didn't seem to be any life. A little further away were the encircling mountains, among which were several volcanoes with black gas curling around them, all of which were also in a state of decay. Is this what the Hell Realm really looks like? He remembered what he had learned in his high school race textbook. Humanity's records about the S-class races demon and heavenly god were few and far between, and only generalized. Before the awakening of all human beings, the two major races, demon and heavenly god, had basically withdrawn from the battle for the 10,000 races and seldom showed their faces. Thinking of this, Lin Mu opened his mouth and asked, "Aside from the shadow demon clan that was exterminated, where did all of your other demons go? Did something happen in the Hell Realm?" "Master doesn't know." Lilith was the first to answer. More than 100 years ago, the demons had a fierce battle with the heavenly god clan, and both sides suffered heavy losses and both were defeated. We, the Phantom Demon clan, actually have very few left, if not for my master summoning me out. I'm afraid I would never have the chance to reappear in the world. Master is truly my benefactor, said Lilith, leaning on Lin Mu's body again, and pretending to wipe her tears, acting out her bitter feelings. Our Inferno Demon clan as well. Inferno Demon Barrows followed. Those damn heavenly gods made my old home so restless that I was also sealed, but luckily I was summoned by you, my lord. Several hell devil dogs also barked woof woof, as if they were venting their anger. Only Xiao Long looked here and there with a pair of big ignorant eyes. I didn't realize it was like this? Lin Zhe thought darkly. Unsurprisingly, he should be the first person in the human race to know about this. It was just that, according to their descriptions, the disappearance of the demons didn't seem to have anything to do with the abyssal ones, and what was the purpose of the abyssal hunt for shadow demons? He felt heavy suspicions floating before his eyes. Perhaps it also had something to do with the ultra-long quest, Demon Lord, that had just opened. Forget it. It's too early to think about any of this. Lin Zhe patted his head. The most important thing at the moment is still to find a way to make myself stronger, strong enough to be able to directly fight the abyss. He looked at those places in the distance and thought to himself, the area ahead. Let's explore it later. Maybe the contribution will continue to grow in the future. All right, let's go home. Lin Zhe relaxed his muscles and walked towards the portal he came from. Meanwhile, somewhere in the 10,000 realms, everywhere is in the middle of a chaotic nothingness. Amidst the gray mist, there was an incomparably large figure, so large that it was like a mountain. It has been here for who knows how long. Just then, however, the mountain began to shake and let out an agonizing roar that was deafening. Magic Mountain, what's wrong? A young man's voice rang out from the side of the mountain. Only the mountain began to stand up as a whole, and through the hazy gray mist, it was vaguely apparent that he was a huge humanoid creature. When he stood up, his body towered like a skyscraper, and vaguely you could see that his upper body was naked, and his skin was greenish-gray with a rocky texture. He had a total of 3 rows of 6 eyes on his face, and one of them appeared to be damaged and was oozing black liquid. The young man let out a flirtatious laugh. Ouch, Magic Mountain, what's wrong with you? The man was rather of average height, a handsome man by human standards. He stood looking very small at the feet of the giant, but his aura was swimming. Ouroboros, shut up, the giant called Demon Mountain said without a word of humor. The Hell Realm has encountered some accidents, my realm has been sabotaged, and the other party is actually a human and a few demon races. Oh, the young man named Ouroboros said with interest. That's right. What's right? Not long ago one of my men, the crazy goblin girl, was killed. Ouroboros said lightly. The person who killed her fits your description. It seems to be the same person. Humph, Devil Mountain said with anger. I didn't expect such a strong person to be born from the district's human race, but it makes me have a slight interest in this ant-like race. AI, Ouroboros sighed. I'm curious as well, nah. It's a shame that I didn't just capture that person and study him. Hee. It's not like I haven't gained anything at all. Devil Mountain said with some smugness. I collected a bit of that human's blood. You can take it to drum up your messy research. Oh, Ouroboros was obviously a bit surprised. I didn't realize you, a big man, had such a heart? Humph. I'm at least one of the 10 generals of the Abyss, Ouroboros. Who are you underestimating? Just kidding with you. Ouroboros smiled wryly. I'll take your gift then. I'm looking forward to what's a little different about that human. After saying that, his body transformed into a black streamer like a snake and quickly vanished. P.S. As of today, this book has been released for 1 whole month, thanks to the support of all the readers. I'm a newbie. My last book was so badly written that no one even read it. After that, it was a struggle to learn and write, and then I got this book, and the grades are okay so far. I'll keep up the good work. Keep asking for another 5-star review, thanks a million. Chapter 97, The Magician and the Bunny Girl of the Beautiful Kingdom. Time and space switched, and Lindsay returned home once again. Only, the moment he had just stepped out of the door, he sensed a hint of something wrong. He distinctly remembered leaving the house with the lights on. At this moment, however, the room was dark. A dangerous premonition crossed his mind like lightning, and he immediately popped away from his body. In the next second, right where he had just stood, the shadow on the ground suddenly seemed to come to life, transforming into a crocodile in the form of a shadowy figure, opening its mouth wide and swimming swiftly from the ground towards Lindsay. Lindsay quickly dodged away with another bounce, only to see the shadow crocodile hit a cabinet. Like a bomb, bang burst. Immediately the cabinet and the contents of the explosion into debris. Nima, my furniture. Lindsay cursed in his heart. Then, without waiting for him to react, the wall he was backed against had another shadow that looked like it had come to life, transforming into a shadowy tiger and coming at him. This time, Lindsay couldn't dodge in time and directly turned around while activating the running thunder skill, punching hard next to the shadow tiger's impact. Boom! The shadow exploded again. Damage dealt to Lindsay, 10921. Although the amount of blood hadn't been reduced at all, and only a little shield had been broken. However, Lindsay was still secretly surprised. Under his 90% damage reduction, the other party was actually able to deal 10,000 damage to him. It was evident that the enemy this time was definitely not some ordinary minion. He had already vaguely guessed that the one who could repeatedly take advantage of the night to attack him was probably unrelated to the Demon Shadow Guild. Lindsay immediately opened his special vision of insight like fire and searched the room up and down, but realized that the enemy wasn't in the room. Could it be remote control? He thought darkly. The enemy apparently didn't give him time to speculate, though, and the next second, the shadows in the room stirred again, and uncountable shadow pigeons flew out from the four walls. Not good. Lindsay was alerted and immediately summoned 10 hell demon dogs to block the attack. The shadow pigeon exploded again, instantly blowing the big black dogs out of their blood, and each of them let out a calling sound. Taking advantage of this gap, Lindsay directly jumped out of the window. After all, the enemy wasn't here, and leaving the house full of dark minds was the best option. In the next second, a series of blasts were heard from the house, and the furnishings of the home were blown to smithereens. This noise also drew the displeasure of the residents of the building, and at once there was an endless stream of dogs barking and yelling from every house. Whose family is so unqualified to set off firecrackers in the middle of the night? That's it. Can't anyone sleep anymore? This Thai neighborhood. I can't live in it anymore. Lindsay landed on the ground, his eyes averted. Blowing up my house, injuring my dog, and making me eat such a big defeat. Very well, I'll take this revenge. Ding. Feeling the anger in your heart, you have a new mission. Kill the assassin. Reward, 1 system draw. Just then, Linza received a message in his mailbox. You're a good fighter, but it's useless to run away. Your subordinate is in my hands. If you want to save her, come to this place below. Remember, you only have half an hour. There was also a photo attached to the email, and Lindsay opened it to see that Han Chi was being tied up in a chair while the background looked like an empty warehouse. Also attached to the bottom of the email was a map location. Lindsay, however, had the corner of his mouth hooked. Escape? I was just about to go looking for you. As long as you expose yourself to the location, it's all good. Meanwhile, the depot area by the riverbank pier of Tianyu City. Inside a vacant warehouse building, a tall woman in a black leotard was being tied up in 5 different ways, none other than Han Chi. And beside her, there was a man and 2 women totaling 3 people. Mr. Stephen, that Lindsay, he won't be coming, will he? One of the women asked the man. This woman is a blonde blue-eyed foreign girl, dressed in a bunny girl's outfit, looking a little bit flirtatious and a little bit playful, living on Earth. Yeah. What if he gets scared and just doesn't come? Another woman also asked. Not only was she dressed the same as the previous woman, even her looks were the same, and the 2 seemed to be twin sisters. Not to worry, my dear Lucy and Lily, the man named Stephen spoke, while placing 2 hands on the shoulders of the 2 bunny girls, one on each side, a large hand rubbing the delicate shoulders of both. The man was about 50 or so, also a blonde white man, tall and thin, with a mustache over his mouth and the ends of the mustache curved upward. He wore a tall hat, a suit, and a red hood over his back, like a magician in a circus. That Daxia person, he won't not come. He continued confidently. They, Daxia, are most concerned about what? Benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and trust, and all this useless stuff. I've captured his subordinate. He's bound to come. After saying that, the man let go of the 2 bunny girls and walked over to the bound Han Chi, picking up her chin with 1 finger and said lustfully, I never thought that your great Xia kingdom would have such a beauty. When I kill that Lindsay, I'll let you be my 3rd assistant and come back to the beautiful country with me. How about that? Han Chi, still with his usual expressionless look, said mechanically, I have no interest in foreigners. Stephen, on the contrary, became more excited. Well, not bad. I still prefer your kind of personality than the traditional kind of civilized beauty in the East. After saying that, the salty pig's hand was about to grab towards Han Chi's body. This gentleman, what about this one of mine? Right at this moment, a soft voice sounded behind him. Stephen was startled and turned around, only to see the noble and charming Phantom Lilith sitting next to the windowsill of the storehouse, one hand resting on her cheek in an enchanting posture. The looks and figure even more so than the 3 women in the room. Stephen's eyes lit up and his mouth watered. But he wasn't stupid, and knew that it was by no means an ordinary woman who came at this hour. Still, he asked confidently, "Where are you from, beauty? Do you want to come and play together?" Only to see Lilith say quietly, "Humph. I don't like old perverts like you. I already have my heart in the right place." In the next second, a handsome teenager jumped directly into the house. Lin Mu looked at Stephen with a very stern look and asked directly to the point, "You're the one who bombed my house? Ha ha." Stephen, however, smiled confidently and said, "It seems that it's our guest who has arrived." Lin Mu sized up this old white man for a few moments, information generated in his eyes. Name: Stephen. Profession: Shadow Magician S rank. Level: 104 5th order. Oh, it's actually a 5th ranked expert sent by the beautiful country. Lin Mu said, "In order to kill me, your demon shadow guild is really bloodthirsty." Stephen maintained his professional smile. "Hey, if your chapter in Daxia wasn't so crap, I wouldn't have traveled all the way here. And, if it weren't for the really tempting rewards offered, I probably wouldn't have come to a place like Daxia for the rest of my life. Well, without further ado, let's have some fun then." He lifted up the red cloak behind him, and dozens of shadow pigeons immediately rushed towards Lin Mu like missiles, and then exploded with a pop. Lin Mu swiftly dodged and immediately summoned the imp dragon, spitting lightning balls towards Stephen. However, he saw Stephen remove the cloak on his back and poked it towards the ball of thunder and lightning, and in the next moment the ball of thunder and lightning appeared out of thin air behind Lin Mu and attacked towards Lin Mu himself. Lin Mu deftly dodged, and in a flash of fire, Inferno ran out and hammered down at Stephen. Instead, they saw two bunny girls carrying a large box out of nowhere, and Stephen and the bunny girls jumped into it. When Inferno smashed it up, the chest shattered, but it was empty inside. Dang, 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 dang. Here it is. Stephen reappeared on the other side of the storage room. Well, that's how to play it, right? Lin Mu applauded. "Looks like our guests are having a great time," Stephen said with a smile. "How about letting us have an even better one then?" Huh? The next second, all the lights suddenly extinguished, the entire warehouse into a stretch of darkness. Then, Lin Mu could only hear the wild winds and countless black shadows like waves rising up, coming towards him from all directions. "Ha ha ha." Stephen's voice echoed through space. "Lord Shadow Demon is above. Please grant this guest a feast of shadows." Just as all the waves wrapped Lin Mu up, a violent explosion was about to occur. The next second, however, nothing happened, and the whole room was silent. What's going on?" Stephen's puzzled voice rang out. Chapter 98, Beautiful Country's 5th Order Expert. What a ball. The lights came back on in the warehouse. Not far away, Stephen and the two bunny girls, Lucy and Lily, had slightly dumbfounded expressions on their faces, only to see Lin Mu standing over there, safe and sound. And there was a little lowly by his side. "Mr. Stephen, what's going on?" Bunny asked. "I don't tau. Stephen also met this situation for the first time, a little embarrassed. It's like going to the bathroom with a brew in front of you, trying to hold a big one, and then not even a fart comes crashing out. However, a professional smile once again returned to Stephen's face. "It seems we had a slight malfunction earlier, and please don't be in a hurry. Guests, please continue to enjoy the rest of the show." When he finished, he removed his tall hat, and his hand dug confidently in it. Then once again it was awkward. How come it's not there?" Stephen's hand was empty. "No, that's not right." He continued to dig into his hat a few times, but nothing came out, showing a confused expression. "Ha ha ha. This performance is not bad." Lin Mu laughed while applauding. "I think this one is called a no-object performance, right? It's hilarious and humorous." Stephen heard his sarcasm and said furiously, You wait. It was just a little slip-up." The next second, he shook his cape again, but still nothing happened. "Lord Shadow Demon is above me, It seems like my shadow power has cut off contact with me?" he said in alarm, as if he finally realized the gravity of the matter. Lin Mu, however, said indifferently, "Is there a possibility that this Lord Shadow Demon you're talking about is by my side?" After saying that, Nora by Lin Mu's side stepped forward and crossed her arms with a very condescending look. Stephen looked the lowly up and down a few times and said angrily, "How can this little girl be the great Lord Shadow Demon? What a treason." Believe it or not, I'll take her to our island over in the beautiful country for the rich to enjoy. Upon hearing this, Nora's pretty face flew up in a cloud of red, as if she had been strangely humiliated. You lowly slave, how dare you? In the next second, a huge black shadow appeared directly from behind her, exactly the same as the one that appeared in the courtyard that night. Shadow, Lord Shadow Demon? Stephen was dumbfounded. This was the very image of the shadow demon they commonly saw. Stephen's knees gave way and he dropped to the floor with a thud. The bunny twins behind them were also shocked and kneeled down in a hurry. Could this little girl really be Lord Shadow Demon? Stephen's eyes rounded, linking it to the sudden disappearance of his shadow power. He seemed to believe it 1 point more, and beads of sweat trickled down from the corners of his forehead. It was important to know that all of them in the Demon Shadow Guild had signed a soul contract with the Shadow Demon, who granted them power but could also take it back at any time. But how is that possible? How could our Lord Shadow Demon listen to this Dasha person? He was greatly confused. Humph! Nora, her anger still fresh, pointed at Stephen and said, "You slave, what an outrage. I'll make you pay the price you deserve." Stephen panicked when he heard that, immediately kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. "Shadow Lord Shadow Demon, my subordinate really didn't know it was you." Nora looked at Lindsay. "Master, what do you think we should do?" When the 3 foreigners heard it, they were even more stunned. Lord Shadow Demon even called that Lindsay. "Master, what on earth is this Lindsay?" Stephen began to slap himself hard. "This Lindsay brother. Bro, buddy, I'm really sorry. I was only hired by someone who asked me to come here. And I personally have no grudge against you. You have a saying in Dacia, having eyes but not recognizing empty tie, which speaks of people like me. What's another saying you have in Dacia? Oh, those who don't know are not guilty. You will forgive me for what I have done." In a matter of moments, Stephen had gone from being arrogant a moment ago to being incredibly humble, and both sides of his face had been slightly swollen by his own slapping. Looking at Nora's gaze for advice, Lindsay, however, smiled coldly. "Nora, the second thing you need to learn is to know how to kill and have revenge." I understand, Master." Nora nodded obediently. In the next second, she looked at Stephen again, and there was already a hint of icy killing intent in her eyes. "He who offends my master doesn't deserve to live in the world, so I'll take your soul," Nora said coldly. Shadow Demon Big." Stephen still wanted to plead for mercy, but the next second, his entire body seemed to see something extremely terrible, and then thud sound fell to the ground. The heart had stopped beating. Has struck a human professional, experience plus 42,000, lifespan plus 42,000 days, 115 years, 25 days. Loot, 42,000 coins, shadow magic hat, shadow magic cloak. Ding! You have killed the assassin and completed the mission. Reward, 1 systematic lottery draw. Congratulations, your summoned beast Demon Dragon Juvenile has reached level 20 and is ready for the first order breakthrough quest. Is it to be taken immediately? Yes, no. Lindsay's eyes lit up. Little dragon can actually advance? But let's put this aside for now. Lindsay thought to himself as he looked at the 2 bunny girls and the bound Han Chi. The 2 bunny girls saw that Stephen had karmed off, and the 2 hugged each other tightly, shaking as much as the brain-bleeding Dick Wu next door. "Master, did you kill these 2 as well?" Nora asked without emotion. Please, my lord, don't kill us," said the bunny girl who didn't know if it was Lucy or Lily. "We'll listen to anything, we'll do anything." When Lindsay looked, both of them were only at rank 2. "Keep them for now," Lindsay said. "They have a little use for now." Then, Lindsay walked over to the 2 women kneeling on the ground and condescendingly asked, "Tell me, who is the boss of your Demon Shadow Guild?" It's Mr. William from the beautiful country's headquarters." Lucy tilted her head up to look at Linza, her eyes like a frightened bunny. "He is also a counselor of the beautiful country." "Nora, kill," Linza said directly. "Yes, master." Nora pushed her mind, seemingly seeking out a strand of the contracted soul in the middle of the sea of consciousness, before severing it. And at this very moment, at a press conference in the distant Congress of the beautiful country, a member of the Congress collapsed directly to the ground and died of convulsions. Lindsay continued to ask the bunny girl, "What about the other countries, the Sakura country, the Rod country, the Gary country, the Undying Empire, etc., who are the club branch leaders of the Magic Shadow Guild spread across the globe?" The two bunny girls said it all. Nora, kill them all. Lin Zhe's eyes were cold. Yes, master. Nora was silent for a moment, then said, all resolved. Lin Zhe nodded, before Fong revealed a cold smile. Very well. The two bunny girls listened in awe. Could it be that all the chapter presidents are really all dead? In just a blink of an eye. What they didn't know was that the next day's news headlines in every country would be clamoring to report the strange death of an important person in their country. Some of them were parliamentarians, some of them were the bosses of a certain gang, some of them were the big bosses of a certain company. Lin Zhe thought briefly, then instructed Lucy and Lily, listen up, you two. Go back and inform the members all over the world that the general president of the Magic Shadow Guild is now me. If anyone has a problem with that, I'll teach them to write a dasha character. Death. Chapter 99. The largest assassin organization? It's under my control. Lucy and Lily both nodded warily, with the vague prediction in their minds that after this night, the world's largest assassination organization was about to change. The two of them immediately changed their words. Yes, Chief General Manager. We'll get on with it. After saying that, the two of them turned into black shadows and disappeared in the middle of the night. After the two left, Lin Zhe came to Han Chi's side and untied her. Thank you, Major Lin, for saving me. Han Chi still had a robotic expression. Lindsay, you heard everything I just said to them, right? Han Chi nodded. I don't usually have this much time, and there's still some time before school starts, so the Magic Shadow Guild will be left to you to represent it. Lin Zhe said lightly. Yes, Han Chi responded. Half an hour later, Lin Zhe returned downstairs in the neighborhood with a bag of kebabs. It was clearly the middle of the night, but there were people piled up underneath the residential building and several police cars parked. What's going on here? Lin Zhe wondered. Meanwhile, in the midst of the crowd, several officers were investigating the situation with several residents. Residents screamed as they pointed to a window in one of the upstairs homes that was pouring smoke out. I don't know. I was sleeping well when I suddenly heard a crash. I thought it was thunder, but who knows? It was an explosion. That's right. It's too scary. The one who lives in that household seems to be a student and an orphan. It's a really hard life. Comrade officer, you have to do right by us. The security in this neighborhood is too unsafe. Hell knows when it's our turn. The officer had to pacify them. Everyone, don't worry. We've already investigated. It's just a gas leak in his house that caused an explosion. The fire is out now. Everyone go back and rest. However, next to a police car, another officer was reporting to a serious-looking officer. Director Su, we have investigated that the resident who was killed is called Lin Zhe, a first-ranked professional. The traces at the crime scene indicate that it was the work of a fifth-rank expert from the beautiful country's Demon Shadow Guild. Moreover, we can initially lock in the suspect's name as Steven, an internationally wanted criminal who has assassinated important figures in other countries many times, and we never thought that he would be allowed to slip into our dasha. And what's even more unbelievable is why he went after an average high school student this time. The officer receiving the report was none other than Director Su Jianxin, only to see his face grim. Continue searching for clues to the culprit. In addition, was Lin Zhe's body found at the scene? The young officer shook his head. No, so there are two guesses. First, the opposite party is a fifth-order expert after all, with ruthless methods, and has already destroyed the body. Second, the victim might have been captured by the murderer. Well, you go down first. Su Jianxin mused alone, muttering to himself, little brother Lin Zhe, I'm afraid that this time it's going to be a fierce one. Although he has defeated several bosses by crossing levels, this time it's the assassin of the world's #1 black organization, and it's also a fifth-ranked expert. Just then, a voice rang out next to him. Officer Su, what are you doing here? Su Jianxin looked up and was dumbfounded. Who was the teenager in front of him if not Lin Zhe? And with a big grin, just like a person with nothing to lose, he was holding a half-eaten string of roasted lamb loin in his hand. Lin Zhe? Su Jianxin's eyes rounded. In the next second, he reacted and thought to himself, it seems to be a false alarm. Lin Zhe should have just happened to go out for a late-night snack and avoided the enemy's sneak attack. It's good that your person is fine. Su Jianxin exhaled and said slowly, but there's an unfortunate news to tell you. Your home was bombed. Oh, I know. Lindsay blinked. I just went after the people who bombed my house. Su Jianxin stalled. Just then, another familiar voice rang in his ears. Little Sue, how is Lin Zhe? The two of them turned their heads to take a look, and a man with a full mustache appeared next to them. None other than Lei Zhenyu. City Lord Lei, why are you here as well? Lin Zhe asked. Lin Zhe, you're fine, That's good. Only then did Lei Zhenyu settle down. It seems that Xiao Su was quick to respond to the police this time, and protected you in time. Su Jianxin. No, it's like this. Lei Zhenyu didn't listen to Su Jianxin as he directly asked, how is it? Did you catch that beautiful country's assassin? Su Jianxin showed a difficult face. The other party is an internationally wanted criminal, with brilliant means, and for the time being, he hasn't been able to locate it. Wait, are you guys talking about that Steven guy? Lindsay interjected. I didn't realize he was still an internationally wanted man with that look. Su Jianxin. You saw it. Oh, it's already been killed by me. Linza took a bite of his skewer. Su Jianxin and Lei Zhenyu were shocked at the same time. Huh? Su Jianxin. Wait, you're saying that you've killed the 5th-ranked expert from the beautiful country? Right? Lindsay began to pull out a skewer of grilled chicken hearts to eat. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Lei Zhenyu finally reacted and erupted into a string of bravado laughter. Lindsay, it's worthy of you. He patted Lindsay's shoulder. If it were someone else, I would just take it as him bragging. But you, I really believe it. He looked at Su Jianxin and said, well, it seems that we both have been worrying for nothing. However, your police mission is not over yet. This Demon Shadow Guild actually dares to blend into my Grand Xia. It's really unbridled to the extreme. Our movements must be swift. Hurry up and uncover them. Su Jianxin responded, yes. Wait, there's no need for that either. Lin Zhe interjected again. The heads of the Demon Shadow Guild all over the world are dead, and now the entire guild is under my control. What did you say? Su and Lei said in unison. Su Jianxin said seriously, little brother Lin Zhe, this is not the occasion for casual jokes. This time, even Lei Zhenyu couldn't believe it instinctively. He couldn't imagine what means Lin Zhe could use to do it at all. Lin Zhe nodded. Oh, you guys don't believe me? Then you guys can ask Han Chi. She's the acting general president now. Su and Lei looked at me and I looked at you. Their expressions could no longer be described as shocked, and they only felt that their brains went blank for a short while. They knew Lin Zhe's character and persona, so they had to believe that what he said was true. After a long time, Lei Zhenyu asked, But how did you do it? Well, Lin Zhe picked at his face. That's a long story. Why don't we talk about it in the future? It's getting late today. Why don't the two of you go back to rest earlier? The two of them looked at each other in disbelief, then nodded their heads obediently and dispersed individually, as if Lin Zhe was the boss. Lin Zhe went upstairs, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw that the entire house had become pitch black, and the furniture and items were all broken in a messy manner. Even the bed had been blown up in a big hole. Nima! Lin Zhe only felt his blood rushing up. The skewer in his hand fell to the ground. My game console, my computer, and my hand model. And where am I going to sleep tonight? That's Steven. Still dying too easy. Chapter 100. Can guaranteed students still take the college entrance examination? This night, Lin Zhe ended up finding a nearby hotel to stay temporarily for the night. Looks like it's really time to move to the college dorms, he intended to say, and because of the late night sleep, that sleep didn't come until after 12 noon the next day. Fortunately, with the blessing of the turtle breath technique after waking up, he did not feel sleepy at all, nor did he experience problems such as dizziness and dark circles under his eyes. And life expectancy added another 400+ days. After having a simple lunch, he remembered that there was still one more chance for the system draw. So immediately opened the sweepstakes page. Congratulations on winning the talent. Twice the work, twice the effort, grade S. Talent, twice the effort. The experience value gained by you and your summoned beasts is increased by an additional 50%. Crap, not bad. Lin Zhe immediately rejoiced. I was worried that upgrading is a bit slow right now. Then, he remembered that the Demon Dragon had another advancement quest. Congratulations, your summoned beast Demon Dragon Juvenile has reached level 20 and is ready for the first order breakthrough quest. Is it to be taken immediately? Yes, no. He chose yes immediately. Demon Dragon Juvenile level 1 breakthrough quest opened. Mission name, Unity. Quest content. As the supreme race of all races, please prove your absolute strength. Please kill one dragon boss whose level is not lower than that of the summoned beast itself. Current progress, 0-1. Linza looked at the text and pondered. With little dragon's existing strength, it's quite easy to kill any boss. But the problem lies in where to find a dragon boss. One must know that the dragon race, as an A-ranked high-level race, with a rarity second only to S-ranked demons and celestial gods, was not something that could be found casually. Even if you use the gateway to the world prop, you may not always find it randomly. As he was pondering, Lin Zhe's communicator rang, and the caller ID showed his nemesis Wang Hao. Hey, righteous Father Lin. Oh no, my son Lin Zhe. What are you doing these days? You don't contact your kind old father me. All right, don't say anything. It's just that the feelings have become faded. As soon as Wang Hao came up with a chopping output, Lin Zhe remembered that he had encountered too many things in the past few days, and the two of them indeed didn't have much contact. Wang Hao continued his output. Considering what you've done, our father-son agreement has been terminated, and now I'm the righteous father. Stop it. Aren't I busy these days? Lin Zhe returned. Say it. What is it that you want to find your righteous father me? Big brother. The college entrance exam is today. Wang Hao said, although I know you've bailed out, didn't I say I'd come to watch me play? It's been so hard for me to break through the first rank and rise to level 21. Won't you come to see me play? All right, don't say anything. Just don't love it. Ah, this. Lin Zhe slapped his head before reacting. To be honest, ever since he bailed out of college, he hadn't really given the whole college entrance exam thing a second thought. So much going on in the last few days again, it totally didn't occur to me that today is the day of the entrance exam. Lin Zhe hurriedly asked, then is it too late for me to come now? Are you really coming? Wang Hao laughed. In time. The test in the morning is about individual ability, stake driving, sprinting, and whatnot. The afternoon is the main event, playing copies. All right, then I'll come over here, Lin Zhe said. Okay. Daddy's waiting for you. Off, I'm your father. The two of them laughed and cursed some more before Linza hung up. Then he used the portal trigger directly and appeared at the entrance of the third form. I only saw a banner hanging up at the entrance of the school, which read, I wish all the students of the college entrance examination a golden success. There were also some flower baskets, balloons, and stuff hung up, which made it look very grand. Lin Zhe walked towards the school gates, but unexpectedly a gatekeeper dressed as a soldier stopped him. Hello? You can't just come and go during high school hours. Lin Zhe looked at his badge. It was the symbol of the Border Legion. It was said that every year, due to the city's high level of importance, the Border Legion would be called in to guard the entrance exams. Oh, I'm a student at this school, Lin Zhe explained. Huh, the soldier said seriously. That's all the more reason not to go in. 15 minutes late for the entrance exam is considered an automatic disqualification. Zed also shook his head, thinking that he had seen many late candidates, but had never seen such an outrageous one. The college entrance examination had been carried out for a morning, and he only came now? Young student, the rules can't be changed because of you alone. I think you'd better prepare for next year's college entrance exams without worry. You misunderstood. I am. Lin Zhe was about to explain when a familiar figure appeared behind the soldier. Major Lin Zhe? The person who came was none other than Zhang Qi, the leader of the 4th Detachment of the Border Legion, the one who had first taken Lin Zhe on a flying mount to meet Lord Lei City. Which gust of wind blew you here? Zhang Qi respectfully walked up to Lin Zhe. What, Major? The soldier standing guard was confused. Didn't he say he was a student here? Zhang Qi glared at him. What do I say you order? This is our Dasha's young hero and City Lord Lei's right-hand man, Major Lin Zhe. How dare you stop it? Lin, Major Lin. The soldier hurriedly apologized up. I'm sorry, I just… All right, it's all a misunderstanding. Lin Zhe laughed. I'm here to visit, not to participate. But you didn't do anything wrong and were scrupulous, so you deserve praise. Lin Zhe patted his arm. Afterward, Lin Zhe entered the school accompanied by Zhang Qi, leaving the standing soldier at the door scratching his head in confusion. Zhang Qi led Lin Zhe past a few more sentry posts along the way and eventually arrived at the playground, where the regimental exam would take place in a moment. Lin Zhe returned to this playground and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. 3 weeks ago, he was a level 1 newcomer and participated in the first copy of his life here, not realizing that so many things had happened since then. But today's battle, again, was much bigger than the day of the trial copies. This year, the main examination center was chosen to be in the 3rd middle school, so candidates from several nearby schools all uniformly came here to take the examination. There was also a large screen set up in the playground to watch what was going on in the replica in real time. Without realizing it, Lin Zhe had already arrived by the principal's seat. Principal Lu Hanlin, Principal Feng Wu Dust, and quite a few school principals and teachers, including some school board members, were sitting at the table. Seeing Lin Zhe's figure appear, the 2 old principals immediately stood up. "Ah, Linza, what brings you here?" Lu Hanlin asked. "Wait a minute, you're not here to take the college entrance exam, right?" Feng Wuduan immediately revealed an alert expression. "I'm telling you, that's not okay. Oh, if you participate, a few of our other schools, are we still playing?" Ah. The corners of Linza's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, "Just that wary of me?" So he immediately explained, "No, I'm just here to watch the game." Only then did Windlass breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Hanlin said, "Ha ha ha. Look at the way old Wind is scared. But it's understandable. If I let you participate in the replica, I'm not sure what's going to happen again." "No?" Linza was confused. "Why do you say that like I'm some kind of calamity?" "Principal Lu, good words make good karma. Bad words hurt people. Why are you targeting me too?" Both old principals laughed. "Okay, just kidding," Lu Hanlin explained. "Why don't you sit next to me in a while? This has the best view. For this copy, we drew the pure dragon's nest. I'm personally looking forward to it nah." "That's right." Windless Dust followed suit. "That's a copy that only has a 1% chance of being drawn. I didn't expect it to be drawn by us this time." Later, Lindsay asked, "What did you say the name of the copy was?" "Pure Dragon Nest ah," Lu Hanlin repeated. "The enemy the candidates will be facing in a moment is the dragons." "Dragons?" Lin Zhe was on the verge of suppressing the upturned corners of his mouth. "A mission for the little dragons, wasn't it?" "Principal Lu." In the next second, Lin Zhe put on a serious face. "I suddenly remembered that I forgot to put away the clothes I hung out to dry in the replica. Quickly let me in. P.S. The next is the last story of the high school chapter. Hilarious plus exciting, and there will be a big battle later on and Lindsay will get a big promotion. So please move your small bench and wait and see. Chapter 101 Fire and Theft Prevention against Linza?" As soon as Lin Zhe said this, Lu Hanlin and Feng Wuchen froze and glanced at each other. "What did you say?" Lu Hanlin kind of didn't believe his ears. "What nonsense?" Hey, Lin Zhe said a bit awkwardly. "I changed my mind temporarily. I want to participate in this copy." "I didn't hear anything." Lu Hanlin dug his ears perfunctorily and deliberately asked toward Feng Wuchen again. "Did you hear anything just now?" No. I'm an elderly person with a deaf ear." Feng Wuchen hurriedly cooperated. Seeing the two singing a double act, Lin Zhe was somewhat speechless. These 2 old men were really skinny. After a few seconds, Lu Hanlin said with a straight face, "Lin Zhe, it's not that I won't let you participate. It's that this is really unfair, and I'm afraid that I, as the principal, won't be able to explain this to the public. Old Lu is afraid that if you take first place again, people will say that he is engaging in backroom deals." Feng Wuchen said, "You're like this? It's not too late for you to transfer to our first middle school. Anyway, I have a thick skin. Lu Hanlin, get out of here. Are you still thinking about this?" Lin Zhe explained breathlessly. "I'm not going for first place. It's perfectly fine to not give me a ranking. I just want to rub a boss in my face." Then, Lin Zhe frankly told the 2 of them about his summoned beast breakthrough mission. "I see." Lu Hanlin mused. "You're still a student of our school in theory, and in principle you can go in and take the college entrance exam. It's just that. I hope you'll promise me that you'll make sure not to rob the other candidates' monsters in the copy so that they have no monsters to fight. Okay? Also, let the candidates grind more blood with the boss. You don't just go up there and kill it in seconds. Keep your little hands to yourself, okay?" And, Windless Dust added, "You can't help people fight monsters. After all, when you do, that person is almost as good as having a cheater on. Also, don't clash with other candidates. You know, children at this age are more impulsive and wild. So if you encounter one that provokes you, just take it easy on them. And don't forget the little one's faults. Can you?" And. Listening to a whole lot of, and, Lin Zhe's mouth twitched. "Just how defensive are you guys against me? Is this the image I have in your eyes? Well, that may still be true. I have to say, the 2 old men know him pretty well. And don't trigger any real mode or nightmare mode as soon as you go in. Okay? Wait a minute. This isn't something I can control, is it? Lin Mu spat. Seeing the two of them endlessly instructing, Lin Mu hurriedly said, Don't read it, master, I know. When I go in, I won't rob monsters, fight anyone, or team up, and there's no need to rank me. I'll just dabble with the boss. Just dabble and nothing else, okay? Really? Lu Hanlin and Feng Wu Dust asked in unison. Lin Mu was on the verge of passing out from anger. Am I breaking some heavenly rule? As the saying goes, fireproof against Lindsay? All right then. Lu Hanlin then loosened his tongue. Then you go. The exam will start in a while. Okay. Lin Mu immediately leaped up and ran towards the playground with a bounce. The two of them looked at his back, a hint of hidden worry still on their faces. And at the same time, in the school board seat slightly behind the principal's seat, there was another pair of eyes staring at Lin Mu with a deadly glare. It was a middle-aged man wearing a designer suit with a torch-like gaze and a fierce face. Mr. Chin, about that investment, I think we can talk. A little more. At this time, another boss-like person beside him approached him for a chat. The man, however, ignored him, but simply stood up and left. Oh, Lin Mu. The man's eyes glazed over as he muttered to himself. I didn't expect to meet you here. What a way to get here. Since this morning, I can't get in touch with anyone from the Magic Shadow Guild, and the $150 million deposit that I paid has gone down the drain. In that case, I'll go on my own. Big deal. My son's revenge must be avenged today. But how do I get into the copy? Just then, he seemed to hear a somber voice in his head. I see your determination for revenge. Do you need my help? Who are you? The man said to himself. My name is Ouroboros, and I share a common goal with you. The voice said with a light smile. If you can open the rift in space for me, I can help you get your revenge. The man's eyes gradually darkened. Meanwhile, the playground. Candidates had all gathered on top of the playground and had begun to enter the replica's portal one after another. Wang Hao had already teamed up with the other three and was looking around the stands. I don't know if that guy Lin Mu is here yet. He didn't say anything. Just then, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Looking at what? Looking at a beautiful woman. Wang Hao turned his head to see that it was none other than Lin Mu. Lindsay, why are you here now? Wang Hao said. No, what are you doing on the court? Shouldn't you be in the audience? Are you going to join the replica? The other three people on Wang Hao's team were also Lin Mu's classmates, and when they heard this, they all smiled with joy. Lin Mu, we happen to be short one more person in the team. Come in. Come in. Wait. Wang Hao said righteously in a hurry. What kind of attitude do you all have? Not sincere at all. After saying that, he smiled and bowed with his fists, directly transforming into a licking dog. Righteous father on top, how about taking your righteous son for a takeoff? When the other three saw this, they were also very uptight and followed suit, mimicking, righteous father, take righteous son. In an instant, Lin Mu had 4 more godchildren. Lin Mu helplessly spread his hands. Unfortunately, I promised the 2 principals that I couldn't team up with you guys. Otherwise, you'd be counted as cheating. The moment Lin Mu said this, all 4 of them revealed a disappointed expression. But well, it shouldn't be impossible to bail you out at a critical moment. Lin Mu said. Yes, yes, yes. The 4 cheered in unison. By the way, what are the specific rules of this copy? Lin Mu asked Wang Hao. Haha, not bad. Wang Hao burst into tears. I guess you're the only one in the world who takes the college entrance exam and doesn't even know the rules. This copy is divided into 2 parts. The first part is for a single group or a single person to enter an area, where they won't meet other candidates, and the test is for individual compatibility. The second part is the group book, where all the students work together to fight monsters and bosses, and of course PK, which tests teamwork. I see. Lin Mu nodded. Then I'll see you in the regiment later. Lin Mu finished speaking and walked towards the portal. Chapter 102. Beautiful snake sisters? Who is more beautiful between us? Lin Mu. Children are the only ones who make choices. After a few seconds, Lin Mu found himself in a rainforest scene, surrounded by trees that resembled coconut trees. The air also got a lot stuffier all of a sudden. Just then, a prompt popped up in front of him. Welcome to your copy of the Pure Dragon's Lair. Restricted level. Level 10 or above. Difficulty: normal. Quest description: this was originally the settlement of the Green Dragon clan, but one day, a huge black dragon attacked with his army of dependents. Please help the Green Dragon clan expel the invaders. Lindsay couldn't wait to start fist pumping. Examination Part 1. Single person, single team copy. Mission: through the jungle. Quest background: this jungle is the territory of the giant serpent clan, who have been honored by dragons since ancient times and long for ascension. And when the black dragon took over this place, they also fell back, enslaving the green dragon and giving their allegiance to the black dragon. Mission rules: for every monster you kill in the jungle, earn 50 points. After reaching 5,000 points, you are eligible to lead to the next area. Time limit: 60 minutes. At the same time as the interface disappeared, there was a sound of sizzling coming from the bushes around the area. Then some snakes of enormous size emerged. Snake venom poison. Race: Giant Serpent Class E. Level: 20. Life value: 5,000. Skill: Poison Attack. Serpent Stalking. Race: Giant Serpent Class E. Level: 20. Life value: 6,000. Skill: Deadly Entanglement. Before long, the giant snakes were writhing their smooth bodies and surging up towards Lindsay. I have to say, this formation, if you meet an ordinary candidate, it's still weirdly stressful. A level 20 small monster? Lindsay, however, just let out a soft sigh. It's really been a long time or so since I've fought such a weak little monster. Seeing them reminds me of those sunset runs that were my lost youth. Even those snakes wanted to resist the urge to spit out, "You're sentimental, drama queen." However, in the next second, a bad smile appeared on Lindsay's face. But a small mosquito is still meat, so I'll be polite. Shadow Demon, come out. With a whoosh, the black greatsword possessed by the Shadow Demon appeared in front of him, and then behind it, a huge demonic shadow appeared. When those snakes saw the false shadow, their bodies all changed direction as if they were out of control and surged towards it. Skill: Shadow Demon Shadow. Creates a giant shadow that taunts the enemy target by 100%, with 10 times the life and defense of the real body. Then, the giant snakes were treating the silhouettes as if they were wooden stakes and began to launch their attacks. At the same time, Shadow Demon directly maneuvered his greatsword into the air and began casting the Soul's Elegy. Skill towards the bottom. Instantly, countless black soul bodies rushed towards those giant snakes. 581201, 590123, 600 and 1,391. A series of damage values of around 600,000 popped up on the giant snake's head before instantly killing it. Kill Snake Venom Poison. Experience plus 200. Triggers talent twice the work. Extra plus 100. Life expectancy plus 200 days. Points plus 50. Kill Snake Stalker. Experience plus 200. Triggers talent twice the work. Extra plus 100. Life expectancy plus 200 days. Points plus 50. Experience harvesting mode is on again. Moreover, the Shadow Demon was fighting the monsters while sucking their souls, and after a good meal, the soul power value soon increased to 120,000. Thank you, Master, for your hospitality. The Shadow Demon transformed into its lowly form and wiped its mouth. This is much more than the souls those people from the Demon Shadow Guild gave. In less than 2 minutes, Lindsay had killed over 100 small monsters and scored over 5,000 points, successfully taking the pass condition. He also had no desire to fight and directly prepared to run towards the next level. Just then, however, the prompt popped up overhead again. Detecting that you passed the first level within 5 minutes, you can open the hidden boss. Whether to open? Yes, no. There's still this kind of thing. Lindsay's eyes widened slightly. Then turn it on and see. I hope it doesn't take up too much of my time. So he immediately chose to turn it on. The next moment the interface closed. A purple mist rose around Lindsay. At the same time, 2 seductive female voices came into the ears from far and near. A voice said, "Ha ha ha. It's been a while since anyone could get us sisters out." Another voice echoed, "Yeah, it's really a 1,000-year wait." At the same time, 2 beautiful snakes appeared in front of Lindsay's eyes. A snake with the head and upper body of a beautiful woman, with a huge white body articulated below the waist. The other, below the neck, was an enchanting woman, but on her neck was an emerald green snake. What kind of hunting stuff is all this? Lin Zhe was speechless. And I wonder which one the older readers with more unique tastes will pick? The monster message then popped up. Boss Snake White. Race. Giant Serpent. Level 30. Life value 50,000. Skills. Deadly Entanglement, Petrifying Light, Tail Strike, etc. Expand for details. Boss Snake Ching Ching. Race. Giant Serpent. Level 28. Life value 40,000. Skills. Deadly Poisonous Fog, Poisonous Traps, Snake Fong Flying Daggers, etc. Expand for details. Oops. Still a little handsome guy? Snake Bai dragged her long snake body and kept circling around Lin Zhe. Well, it's indeed very handsome, hissed Snake Ching Ching. On the other hand, stuck her long snake head next to Lin Zhe and gawked indulgently. I don't know. Which one of us does little handsome think is more beautiful? Snake Bai asked in a teasing tone. Yeah. Snake Ching Ching playfully followed. But, hiss, you'd better make your choice carefully, oh hiss. Because, hiss no matter who you choose, she said while spitting her letters, her two snake eyes letting out a horrible red light. The other one is going to be very angry, oh hiss. In the face of two monsters circling around him, Lin Zhe was calm. After a few seconds he spoke slowly. Children only make choices. Adults want them all, of course. You two hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Ha! The two snakes looked at each other. You have a big mouth. In the next second, Inferno came on the scene with a bang. Two damage numbers appeared on the heads of the beautiful snake sisters. 543-0121 and 544-9832. On the newly acquired Demon Master Talent bonus, Inferno's burst damage had exceeded 5 million. The sisters hiccuped instantly before they could react to what was going on. Snake Bai said with his last strength, Damn, people. So hard to come out once. Then it fell out of breath and turned to smoke. Kill boss Snake Bai. Experience plus 6,000. Trigger talent twice the effort. Extra plus 3,000. Life expectancy plus 6,000 days. Kill boss Snake Ching Ching. Experience plus 5,000. Triggering the talent twice the effort. Extra plus 2,500. Lifespan plus 5,000 days. Points plus 500. Current total 7,000. Loot obtained 11,000 copper coins, white snake staff, green snake sword, giant snake scale material. All completed. Please proceed to the second area of the examination room. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the second area, two invigilators were idly talking. One of them was a young female teacher who took the initiative to throw out the topic. And I wonder what is the fastest time for the candidates this time? Hard to say. Another older male teacher said, I didn't realize that this was the copy that was drawn this time. It could be enough for them to fight for a while. According to Dasha's records, the fastest through the jungle area is 24 minutes. So I'm guessing it'll be at least half an hour before anyone comes through. So we're going to be waiting here for a while, are we? The young female teacher said. Before she could finish her sentence, however, a teenager stepped out from inside the jungle. Excuse me, is this the second area of the exam room? Ha! Both teachers were confused. Where are you from, student? I came over after I beat the first area. Lin Zhe replied. The two teachers glanced headlong at the timer, which read 5 minutes and 36 seconds. No, class, you're kidding me, right? P.S. Without realizing it, I've already written over 100 chapters. It's not easy. I'd like to ask for another 5-star review. Thank you. Chapter 103. It's just a record. Both teachers were shocked. Was this child really a candidate? Couldn't have slipped in from somewhere, could it? However, in order to enter the second area, it was necessary to pass through the first area first, and it was impossible to just airborne into it. This, the aged male teacher faltered. How can it be so fast? Quickly get in touch with the outside and verify the results. At the same time, outside the replica, the large screen in the playground captured the image of Lin Zhe clearing the level just now. The entire crowd of students and faculty were in an uproar. The crowd was mingling and inquiring about the origins of this student. Who is this candidate? Why isn't his name on the leaderboard?
快，这个学生我们大学要了。
Pull yourself together. He's the first place winner of the Rising Star competition. He bailed out a long time ago. Hearing the exclamations of various principals and teachers around him, Lu Hanlin shook his head. The most unwanted situation has still happened. It's a good thing this is a single copy and he didn't rob anyone else's monsters. Hey, this kid Lin Mu, he just doesn't know how to keep a low profile. Why does he have to be the center of attention every time? It makes it hard for me, the principal, to behave. When he comes back, I'll be sure to criticize him. There was a long sigh after that. Humph. Feng Wu Dust said sourly. What are you pretending for? You're actually happy to death, aren't you? Lu Hanlin tried to suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. Don't talk nonsense. What am I happy about? It's not like he can be counted in the exam rankings. It doesn't benefit me at all. At this time, a few principals walked over, smilingly balking at him. Aya, Lao Lu. Really congratulations on your third middle school. Having produced such a genius. Lu Hanlin immediately laughed so hard that his eyes narrowed into two crescents. Where? It's all luck. It's just breaking a record. That guy didn't do this kind of thing too often. At once, the other principals had an eating look on their faces. Why are you even letting you load up? Humph. Still saying you're not happy? Feng Wuchen even averted his face to the side and blew his beard violently. Inside the copy, the two invigilators verified the results and finally believed that Lin Mu had indeed passed the first level. Not only that, but it also triggers a hidden boss that even many teachers don't know about. And the total time taken was just 5 minutes and 36 seconds. 5 minutes and 36 seconds. Even I can't do that, exclaimed the aged male teacher. The young female teacher also said with a start, Yes, you're fast, classmate. Why does that sound a little weird? Lin Mu was speechless. The young female teacher continued, However, even though you cleared the level so quickly, the second part of the game will not begin until after the 1-hour time limit has expired. Because the second part is regimented, we have to make sure that all the candidates who passed the first part are gathered here before we can start. Oh, no problem. Lin Mu replied. Then wait. After saying that, Lin Mu sat cross-legged on the ground and ran the turtle breath technique on his own. After an unknown amount of time like this, there were finally other students entering the area. Only a small team of 4 people came out of the portal. Congratulations to several students. Your time is 31 minutes and 27 seconds. An invigilator said. Hearing this score, several candidates immediately cheered loudly. Easy. No difficulty at all. A team member said loudly. What are you so proud of? It's not thanks to our brother Hao. Another team member followed. Yeah. My brother Hao turned all those snakes into roasted snakes with a single slash. I'm getting hungry watching it. The man they called Brother Hao was being surrounded by the 3 of them in the center. The only thing that could be seen was that the man was big and thick, had a head of red hair, and was holding a big sword with flames burning in his hand, making him look very social. If he hadn't appeared at the examination center, no one would have thought that he was just a senior. In the face of the crowd's boasting, he was obviously very flattered and arrogantly said, Oh, I thought this copy was so powerful, but it seems to be nothing more than that. Sprinkle water. Just then, another squad came out of the portal. Aya. This time it's really thanks to our Kai. Yeah. Kai, take me flying, my little brother will always be with me. Kai's fighting skills, they're so pure. Especially that Iron Mountain leaning move, it's breathtaking. Surrounded by them in the center was a small blue-haired man with a center parting, dressed in a black top with backpack pants, living up to his big brotherly ways. Only to see him put on an imperturbable expression and said coldly, Humph, a copy of this level doesn't need too much praise yet, or else it would rather seem to be a drop in price. Just then, a discordant voice came from in front of him. Oh, who did I think it was? Isn't this my defeated general, Dong Kai? It was none other than the red-haired Hao who issued the taunt. Hearing this, the blue-haired, center-parted Kai quickly grimaced and disliked back. Yo, I thought it was some guy who doesn't have eyes? Turns out it's my defeated general. Where's Zhang Zhenghao? Hee. It's obvious that I'm one step ahead of you. So what qualifications do you have to say that I'm your underdog? Hao wrapped his arms around his chest and threw his head back. Oops. Although it's true that I'm 2.5 minutes slower than you, I was delayed a little bit because I fought more monsters than you. If you compare points, I have a whole 250 points more than you. Dong Kai was no less impressive. Hee. What a catty thing to do. Zhang Zhenghao, if it wasn't for the fact that I happened to have a cold and fever half a month ago, I would have already taken at least the top 3 in the Nova contest, and I wouldn't have had the time to take the college entrance exams with you ordinary people. It's really funny if I, Dong Kai, hadn't practiced too hard and happened to relapse from an old injury. I would have already taken the first place in the Nova contest, and I wouldn't even have anything to do with that first place right now. The two people said one sentence and I choked, making the two invigilators next to them look at each other in disbelief. The young female teacher quietly asked, "Who are these two? Why are they at each other's throats?" The aged male teacher shook his head. "These two are the two outstanding students of the second middle school. Their strengths are similar, and the throne of the first grade rotates between them all year round, so these two don't obey anyone. It seems that the two of them will not be able to avoid a PK today." At this moment, those players behind the two also joined the battle. "How dare you talk about our Ho? You're living out of your mind, you. You're saying that our Kai is still justified? Brothers and sisters, together we will guard the best Kai." I only saw that How toss his red hair in a dashing manner, and the flaming greatsword in his hand was crossed in front of his chest. "No road race. There's no point in talking more. I think it's better to use force to decide the winner."
凯哥用手梳了一下自己整齐的油头，压了压泪，看来事情变得有趣起来了呢。
"Tada Kai. Hashido Sax." Just then, a voice rang out from beside the two of them. "I say, you two midgets, you're making a lot of noise. Can you be quiet?" The crowd followed the sound, and a handsome young man in orange battle armor was sitting with his back to them. Due to the fact that he didn't utter a single sound just now, it caused all of them to fail to notice that there was another person here. Only to hear the teenager continue without looking back. "I've been meaning to say this since the beginning. Can you guys stop making so much noise? The noise is making my brain. That's buzzing. Can you have some quality in the examination center?" Chapter 104. Touch and you're dead, the one who dies is the opposite side. As soon as Lin Zhe's words fell, the two teams that were originally quarreling gathered their gazes on him in unison. Everyone's face was furious. "And who are you?" A little brother behind brother How yelled at Lin Zhe. "We're in a firefight here? What are you interfering with? Our Kai is here teaching the opposite side a lesson. What are you interrupting to cast a spell?" The minion on Kai's side followed suit. "Firefight." Lindsay laughed. "You guys are playing house bar." However, thinking of his promise to Lu Hanlin that he couldn't start a conflict with anyone, he finally said calmly, "I just want to give you a friendly reminder to fight quickly if you want to fight. Don't just move your mouth and grind your teeth." However, once these words came out, the faces of both Brother How and Brother Kai were even more unsightly. "Brother How, who are you? How dare you satirize me? Nor do you inquire about what I, Zhang Zhenghao, am. Kai, Your Excellency has a big mouth. I don't know who you are. Are you also an invigilator? It's not possible that you're also a test taker. Is it? Ahem." The male invigilator spoke. "Let me interject. He is indeed a candidate, and he came earlier than both of you." "What?" Both teams of students were shocked. "How is this possible? How can he be faster than our How?" A team member on one side said. The other team member on the other side of the room quickly asked, "Then he must not have as many points as our Kai, right?" The male teacher shook his head. "They have over 7,000 points, which is over 2,000 higher than both of you." "What?" The crowd was even more shocked. The faces of both Brother How and Brother Kai were a bit taut, and they immediately rebuked towards Lin Zhe. "Who the hell are you?" Lin Zhe, however, didn't take it seriously and simply replied back, "It doesn't matter who I am, and my clearance time and points are useless, so you guys don't have to be afraid." However, these words changed flavor in the ears of the two men. This man, is he taking advantage of the situation? "Hawk, what are you yanking for? You're looking down on me, aren't you? Kai, Your Excellency is so arrogant. Even if you don't tell us, you still sneer back?" Both of them burst into a rage. Brother How looked at Brother Kai. "Surname Dong. Before we fight it out, how about teaming up to get rid of this guy first?" Kai nodded. "Just what I was thinking. It won't be too late to split the difference after we invite this man out." As soon as the words left his mouth, Hao's muscles erupted, and the flames on that big sword burned even brighter. Zhang Zhenghao, Flaming Sword Grade A, Level 23. Kai also strikes a handsome pose for a move. Dong Kai, Vajra Boxer A Class, Level 23. "Don't come over, you two," Lin Zhe said in a hurry. "I made a deal with someone. I don't fight." Both of them laughed in their hearts. This man is afraid? Want to plead for mercy? Too late, the two said in unison. In the next second, The two of them launched an attack towards Lin Zhe's back with a sword and a fist. Ka-ching! Zhang Zhenghao deals damage. 238. Dang! Dong Kai deals damage. 227. At the same time, the anti-shock effect in the indestructible golden body talent on Lin Zhe's body triggered, and according to the mechanism, the direct anti-shock mitigated double the previous damage. Deals recoil damage to Zhang Zhenghao. 20116. Deals recoil damage to Dong Kai. 19893. The two nemesis froze and looked at the empty blood bars on each other's heads. Before he could react to what was going on, he was both teleported out of the game. Huh? Those students and the two invigilators also looked dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the students and faculty outside the replica had the same look on their faces. What just happened? Did I miss some image? How did Zhang Zhenghao and Dong Kai suddenly die? At the principal's table, the principal of the second middle school cast a grudging glance toward Lu Hanlin. Lu Hanlin spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. That's none of my business. Lin Zhe hasn't violated my instructions so far. Feng Wuchen spat on the side. Who do you think it's bad for the two of them to mess with? They had to go and mess with Lin Zhe. Inside the copy, Lin Zhe also muttered to himself somewhat helplessly. Young people are just prone to impulsiveness. When he finished speaking, he finally stood up from his cross-legged sitting position, turned around to face the two teams of candidates, and slowly said, You all saw it just now, right? It was the two of them who took the initiative to attack me, but I didn't make a move. Oh, if a teacher investigates later, you'll have to testify for me? Lin Zhe spoke with a sincere face, but in the eyes of the crowd it turned into a threat in disguise. Everyone was scared to death and nodded their heads like sifting chaff. Just then, more and more candidates also came out of the portal, and Wang Hao's team was among them. Lin Zhe. Wang Hao saw him and immediately led a few team members to run over. Wang Hao boasted, 42 minutes and 16 seconds. Not bad for me this time, buddy. Right? Not bad. Not bad. Congratulations. Lin Zhe quipped. Right. How much time do you have? Wang Hao asked. Should be about 10 minutes faster than me? Not too fast, not too fast. Lin Zhe replied. 5 minutes and 36 seconds. Scared the hell out of me. Turns out it's only a little over 5 minutes faster. It's a total time of 5 minutes and 36 seconds. Wang Hao. He was instantly self-conscious and just wanted to crouch in a dark corner. I'm also a bit floored that I dared to compare my grades with you. The few team members of Brother Hao and Brother Kai who heard the duo's conversation just now were even more dumbfounded. 5 minutes and 36 seconds? Why didn't he say so earlier? Causing us to spend 30+ minutes there comparing and contrasting like clowns? 5 minutes and 36 seconds. Is this still human? Oh no, I mean it's like a god. Wait, his name is Lin Zhe, he can't be the champion of the Rising Star tournament, right? We just actually tried to fight him? Me fight Lindsay? At once, several of the men pounded their chests in regret and shame. Then, each person transformed into a licking dog and ran to Lin Zhe's feet. Brother Lin, please forgive my little brother's offense just now. Yes, Brother Lin. It's all because of those two idiots Zhang Zhenghao and Dong Kai blindly JB screaming and leading us astray as well. It made Wang Hao's team look dumbfounded. What's going on here? Go, go, go. It's not your turn to be a little brother. Wang Hao hurriedly chased these people away. Then he grabbed Lindsay's arm and said, Gigi, what happened to the promise to take us flying? Is it not love anymore? Go, go, go. Don't be disgusting. Lindsay laughed and scolded. I promised Principal Lu that I couldn't team up, but I can keep you guys from dying in a while. Good, good, good. Wang Hao and his teammates were immediately beaming with joy. After a few more moments, the 60-minute test was finally up. Only half of the original number of students who successfully passed the first element of the test remained. Only 2 invigilators walked up to the students and announced, The second part of the test will now begin. Please cooperate and work together to defeat the enemy. In the next second, the wall in front of the students suddenly parted from both sides like a theater curtain, and an extremely magnificent battlefield appeared in front of everyone. As far as the eye can see, war is raging and black clouds are rolling in. A number of green dragon corpses lay on the ground, while they were surrounded by some black draconians. On the volcano at the very back, a huge black dragon was perched on top, eyeing everything below. Finally, its gaze rested on the arriving human. Then, it stretched its neck and let out a deafening roar towards the sky. Chapter 105. Classmate, How can you touch the fish? Exam Part 2. Team Replica. Mission. Volcano Wizards. Mission background. Now you have come to the real battlefield. Please defeat the invaders and return the green dragon to a beautiful and clean home. Mission rules. 50 points for each normal monster killed. Kill one elite monster, get 200 points. Eliminate the final boss and gain 2,000 points. Time limit, 60 minutes. Seeing the description of the mission, the candidates put on a serious look and prepared to face the enemy. At the same time, right after the black dragon in the distance let out a roar, the Draconians on the battlefield began to advance towards the candidates one after another as if they had received an order. Dragon Soldier. Race. Draconian B class. Level. 20. Life value. 8,000. Description. The only duty of the Draconians, as dependents of the dragons, from birth to death, is to faithfully guard their masters. These dragon men, each about 2 meters tall, had dragon-headed bodies, and their bodies were covered in black scale armor. And the troop types are complete, melee, long-range, mage, auxiliary, neatly configured. Just looking at it is extremely oppressive. Aside from Lin Mu, every candidate's expression was unconsciously tense, with a look as if they were on the verge of an attack. Right at this moment, Wang Hao suddenly shouted, "Classmates, afraid of a hammer? Let's go together." Perhaps just short of such an incentive, the candidates were instantly galvanized when they heard it and shouted under their breath, "Go! Charge!" Then, swinging their weapons, they swarmed towards the dragons. Lin Mu also mixed in the middle of the crowd, pretending to charge along with Wang Hao, while praising, "Not bad. Haven't seen you for a few days. You have the momentum of being a leader. Hehehe." Wang Hao nervously scratched his head. "The main reason is that with you beside me, my heart doesn't panic at all. It's solid." Soon, the candidates converged with the army of Draconians and began to fight short-handedly. Since it's a college entrance exam, everyone understands in their hearts how their future will be depends on this fight. So, not caring how scary the enemy was, everyone had taken out 100% of their passion to start killing the enemy. It looks like a little bit of real battlefield throwing of heads and blood. Lin Mu was the only one who didn't panic at all, walking on the battlefield as if he was taking a stroll in a neighborhood garden. He only summoned the imp dragon, letting the little dragon occasionally touch base with the monsters, and then incidentally letting the little dragon take a bite of the corpses left over from other people's fights to grow its attributes. What a pain in the ass. If I hadn't promised Principal Lu that I couldn't steal monsters from everyone, I would have bagged this place long ago, he complained. Do you know how hard it feels to have tons of experience delivered to your door and not be able to harvest it? Forget it, let's be considerate. After all, people still have to take the entrance exams. Unlike me, who is bailed out. Lin Mu was alone there talking to himself, but he was still heard by Wang Hao with a few of his teammates around him, and a few of them instantly looked like they had cha lemons. He did it on purpose, didn't he? Definitely on purpose, right? A few of the men's fists hardened. After about 10 minutes of sparring like this, the number of dragons on the battlefield became significantly smaller, while a number of candidates were also passed out of their copies due to exhaustion. The first wave of offense was kind of carried over by everyone. There were roughly 40 or so candidates remaining on the battlefield, each standing as if they had been through the ringer, resting and resupplying while wearing a hint of post-victory pride on their faces. After this campaign, they all felt they had grown. Lin Mu was the only one who wiggled around with unusual ease and was slightly impatient to get up. How come the boss fight hasn't started yet? When else do we have to wait? However, just then, a girl's voice sounded behind him. "This student, I've been watching you for a long time. You've just been touching the fish, right?" Lin Mu turned around and saw that it was a girl wearing glasses and a twisted braid, with a big face and slightly old-fashioned clothes. Together, the girl's voice instantly attracted the gazes of the surrounding students, only to hear the girl continue to say righteously, "Everyone is struggling to kill monsters. Only you are here to rub your experience. Are you doing this to stand up to everyone's efforts? And can you stand up to your own conscience?" The girl said that called a word, powerful, tone of voice is extremely incendiary. A look like the standard image of student cadres. Said Lin Mu all over the place. Where did this psycho come from again? How can you take a college entrance exam and meet so many strange people? What an old sow wearing that, set after set. However, her words immediately drew the resonance of some of the students around her, and they all cast dissatisfied glances at Lin Mu and began to whisper, yeah. The regiment is about working together, working together. How come there are still people mucking about? How did this kind of person have the good sense to stay until now? That's right. If it were me, I'd have gotten the hell out of there myself a long time ago. It can't be helped. Thin-skinned ones like us just have to suffer a little. Hearing the girl accusing Lin Zhe, Wang Hao got upset and was the first to stand out, saying towards the girl, "What are you talking nonsense about? If you don't know the situation, don't talk nonsense." Humph. All I know is that he did paddle and touch the fish. Seeing is believing. The girl showed no weakness. At this time, a few sisters from her team also stood out and backed her up. That's right. I saw it too. Do you still want to deny it? We girls are working so hard. And he's a big man who's still pawing at the side? Is that good? That's it, real downer. You. Wang Hao was so infuriated that he blew his nose. If it had been a boy across from him, he would have gone up and sandbagged his fist into his face. You what you? The girl with the glasses continued to be unforgiving. What? Do you still want to make a move? Talked Wang Hao into a corner. Meanwhile, the principal's chair outside the replica was a different story. What school is that girl from? One of the principals stood up and asked, "Doesn't she know who she's dealing with?" "It's one of our 8th grade students." A balding principal raised his hand weakly. At once, he became a target for the other principals. "This student of yours, what a talent, what should I say? He actually dared to mess with that Lin Zhe. If she messes up like this, if she pisses off Lin Zhe, I'm afraid all our other students will suffer. Do you think she's idling her ass off? Doing something bad to mess with Linza?" One by one, they were all talking to each other, and they were about to drown the principal of the 8th grade school in spittle. All right. Lu Hanlin stepped forward to be a peacemaker. "Look at each of you talking about Lin Zhe like he's some kind of bully. Don't worry, he won't do anything to your students." "Really?" The other principals looked back and asked half-heartedly. Lu Hanlin threw his head back. "My own students, I don't know anymore?" Inside the copy, Wang Hao was still fighting with the girl with glasses. "All right." Right at this moment, Lin Zhe patted his hand on Wang Hao and said, "It's better to look at the situation in front of you first." When the crowd was told by him, they all looked towards the front of the battlefield. Only then did they realize that right at the juncture when they were at odds, the second wave of Dragonman legions had already marched towards them. Moreover, among the enemies this time, there were some elite soldiers covered in heavy armor. Everyone was shocked, and they couldn't care less about quarreling, resuming their battle response stance. The girl with the glasses turned her face away and said with some displeasure, "Humph, we all have to fight monsters, so let's forget about it this time. But I hope you'll be a bit more proactive in a while, and don't let me see you touching the fish and paddling again." With that tone, those who didn't know would think she was Lin Zhe's homeroom teacher. However, Lin Zhe smiled blandly. "Interesting, really? You were given a chance and you didn't grasp it yourselves. You guys should be glad this is the high school and I'm not in a position to make a move. Don't worry, I'll be very proactive next. Just don't regret it, guys." Chapter 106, How Come All the Candidates Have Become Lin Zhe's Little Brothers? In the next second, only Shadow Demon, Phantom Demon, and Inferno Demon were summoned at the same time. "You three, compete to see who's the fastest," Lin Zhe ordered. "Yes, master." Then, the 3 demons were seen darting towards the enemy's legions amidst a sea of astonished gazes from the candidates. The Shadow Demon maneuvered a giant sword back and forth through the clumps of enemies while beginning to frantically feed on souls. The Phantom Demon waved her bone whip and controlled all of her enemies. Then the bone whip released countless black sword chi, killing them instantly. The Inferno, on the other hand, rampaged along, burying all the enemies in fire along the way. In less than 2 minutes, the second wave of enemies, which had been raging just a moment ago, was cleaned up. Kill a Dragonman soldier. Experience plus 200. Triggering the talent of half the work. Extra plus 100. Life expectancy plus 200 days. Points plus 50. Kill elite Draconian soldier. Experience plus 300. Trigger twice the matter talent. Extra plus 150. Lifespan plus 300 days. Points plus 200. Your current point total is 20,150. Lin Zhe, who had held back from fighting monsters for a long time, finally got his kicks this time. The sound of experience and longevity being credited is always so pleasing to the ear. Not caring in the slightest about those candidates behind them, each of them still maintaining the posture of preparing to meet the battle. Their jaws were frozen in place, as if they were demented. At that moment, the three demons had returned to Lin Zhe and began to invite credit. Master, aren't people the fastest? The chimera pulled on Lin Zhe's arm and said daintily. Humph, I'm the fastest one. Shadow Demon transformed into the form of a little loli and crossed her arms. All right, you two step aside. The fastest is bound to be lousy. Yen Demon said without the slightest bit of pity. The group of candidates in the back were even more stunned. His three summoned beasts killed all the enemies and it only took 2 minutes? I can't believe I just questioned him and said he was muddling through. It's like I should be glad he's hitting monsters and not me. Every one of his summoned beasts could send me straight to my Teukai. No, it's a high school exam. He finished the monsters, what about our points? Candidates then realized that they had messed with the wrong people, and a huge wave of points went straight out the window. You should know that the college entrance examination is a bridge for 10,000 people, and 1 point less may mean that you are hundreds or thousands of people behind. Everyone is in pain, only to see Lin Zhe slowly turn around and face everyone. Smiling. Was that wave just now satisfactory to you all? When these words came out, the crowd was even more colorful. Is this a point for us? You wear words. A student immediately ran up to Ball. Just now as my eyes do not recognize Taishan, you adults do not remember the small man. Forgive me. Forgive me? Yes, it was our attitude that was wrong just now. We won't dare to tell you what to do anymore. The crowd flocked to him and kissed his ass. We weren't actively trying to target you just now. We were maliciously led on. Someone pointed out the problem. In the next second, the crowd looked in unison at the girl with glasses and a couple of her sisters. What are you doing? The girl with the glasses obviously panicked a bit. Don't come over here. What do you want to do to people? This sister. A sensible girl walked out and said to her, we don't want to make a move on you either, so I hope you can apologize to that classmate and then withdraw yourself from the match. You guys. The girl with the glasses wanted to argue, but seeing that fire was about to spew out of the crowd's eyes, she had to stop. Yes, I'm sorry, I was wrong. The girl with glasses walked up to Lin Zhe and bowed and apologized while crying. Those sisters behind her could only follow suit one by one. Then all of them teleported out in disgrace. At this time, another student stepped forward and said to Lin Zhe, I propose that we embrace the student as the leader, and for the rest of the content, we'll all listen to him. How about it? I agree. I'm fine with that. There was a lot of agreement. In an instant, all of the 30 or so candidates present became Lin Zhe's minions. Wang Hao patted Lin Zhe's shoulder and said a bit jealously, Lin Zhe, you're getting better now too. It's just a pity that the wave of points just now didn't rub off on me along with it. This. Linza scratched his head. I forgot. Then, he said towards the crowd, for the next monsters, let my brothers fight first. Those who didn't help earlier, fight in the second wave. Those who helped just now can only fight last. Everyone monitor each other. Do you hear me? The people looked at each other and didn't dare to have any objections. So they all agreed, yes, Big Brother has the final say. Wang Hao was instantly moved to wail. Lin Zhe, oh no, righteous father. You really haven't forgotten me as your righteous son. Outside the replica, one principal was shocked to see this scene. Every principal cast a reproachful glance toward Lu Hanlin. I thought you said Lindsay wouldn't do anything to our students? How come everyone has become his little brother now? And a distribution system. Is this a college entrance exam or a club? It's child's play. Lu Hanlin spread his hands out and directly stopped pretending. He didn't beat the students right out of them. It's already on my thin side. You guys should be thankful for that. You. All the principals dared to say. Inside the copy. Under Lin Zhe's command, the next third wave of monsters was also quickly resolved. Wang Hao's points were rubbing up even more, laughing so hard that he couldn't even close his mouth. Those who had just questioned Lin Zhe could only share a little bit of the leftovers, and one by one, their intestines turned green with remorse. Right after the third wave of monsters were all eliminated, the black dragon perched on the volcano in the distance once again let out a deafening dragon roar. Then it flapped its huge wings twice and flew into the sky all at once. A pair of wings unfolded in the air as if they were covering the sky, and the weather, which was originally quite good, instantly became cloudy and thunderous. Then, the black dragon was seen starting to fly towards the students. Meanwhile, at the exit of the second area of the replica, something else was happening. There were two invigilators standing there, And when they saw the change in the color of the sky induced by the black dragon, an expectant look appeared in their eyes as well. Has it finally started? One of the invigilators said. I've been waiting for half a day. The other invigilator behind him, however, pressed the brim of his hat down without a word. The first teacher continued, Hey, let's guess when the students will pass this time. In the next second, all he felt was his head being jammed with an arm from behind. Then, with a click, his neck was broken. That second teacher slowly removed his hat, revealing Qin Dongjuan's gloomy face. Hehehe. I've been waiting for this for a while too. Oh Lin Zhe, it's time to sacrifice the wind you gave me to heaven. He took out a black staff and inserted it into the portal leading to the replica, and the gray mist covering that portal immediately turned black. Chapter 107. Level 120 Boss. Wings of Calamity. Inside the copy, facing the black dragon flying at them that covered the sky, every candidate frowned. This size, this oppressive force had far exceeded any boss they had fought before. Boss Sutter, Wings of Calamity. Race, Dragon Class A. Level, 32. Life value, 60,000. Skills, Blazing Ray, Sky Shock Blast, Calamity Lightning, etc. Expand for details. Description. He is an aberration among dragons, a symbol of darkness and evil, and perhaps he was born to cause disaster. Level 32? The students exclaimed. It was no longer like what their current rank could handle. Why is this year's entrance exam so difficult? Is this still something people can beat? The candidates complained. Yeah, it said that this copy only has a 1% chance of being drawn. We're really out of luck. In the crowd, Lin Zhe followed in surprise. Level 32, 60,000 blood? What kind of boss is this? Yeah. The students agreed when they heard Lin Zhe say the same. Even he said so it seems that this copy is really hard. Who knew that in the next second? Lin Zhe continued. Isn't this even worse than a small monster? To be honest, I haven't played a copy of this primitive mode in a really long time, and my hands are a bit raw. And I wonder if it would take more than a second to kill this kind of monster? The surrounding students instantly turned green. Hasn't anyone told him that he talks like he needs to be beaten? Although you can't beat him. However, Lin Zhe still restrained the urge to go straight up and kill him in seconds. Forget it. It's better to give Principal Lu a face. We can't make things too difficult for him. Then he said towards the crowd, You guys fight for a while, grind blood with it, and call me when you get below 50%. In the crowd's dumbfounded gazes, Lin Zhe directly found a rock to sit on and began to meditate. Everyone's heart can't help but spit out, I thank you, you're still weirdly nice. Just then, the black dragon named Calamity Wings had flown above their heads and let out a loud roar. Then, a red laser ray spat out of his mouth, tracing a straight line across the earth and creating an explosion where it was traced. All at once several students were hit by the rays, out of the game and bloodied. This? The students looked at Lin Zhe, who was meditating with his eyes closed, and then looked at the powerful dragon, their faces stunned. Whatever. Tough it out. Wang Hao shouted. Fight as much as you can. It's not like dying is a real death anyway. However, right at that moment, an interface popped up in front of everyone's eyes. This copy has switched to nightmare mode. Please be careful. Note. In nightmare mode, death is real. Good luck. This Nima? The candidates were in an uproar. Wang Hao slapped himself 3 times in a row. Look at my mouth.
喂，这不会也是考试的一环吧？
The candidates broke down. I'm not going to take the university exam. Okay? I'll go home and farm now. Lin Zhe just didn't sit still for long. And after seeing this interface, he was also dumbfounded. What's the situation? Again? So that's like saying that whichever copy I walk into is going to have problems, right? Don't around. If this keeps up, I'll be a disaster. At the same time, the black dragon seemed to feel a wave of power all over his body, and his strength had been greatly strengthened. He once again let out an earth-shattering roar, and countless red lightning bolts instantly fell. Boss Sutter, Wings of Calamity. Race, Dragon Class A. Level, 120. Life value, 5 million. What? Level 120? Candidates all went crazy and shouted, What the hell is this? Everyone started holding their heads. Some outright fainted in fear. The originally intact team instantly collapsed. In the midst of the chaos, a sinister laugh came from behind Lin Zhe. Hehehe, Lin Zhe, I've finally found you. Lin Zhe turned around and saw that it was a middle-aged man wearing the clothes of an invigilator, but with a very sinister look. Lin Zhe instantly recognized the other party. You're Qin Feng's dad, Qin Dongjun? Lin Zhe was also slightly startled. He had originally wanted to take the initiative to look for it, but he didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to come to his door. Lin Zhe instantly understood why the copy had suddenly mutated. So, this copy was your doing? Hehehe. Qin Dongjun's eyes were icy cold. This is a gift I prepared especially for you. Meanwhile, outside the copy, all the teachers and students were also greatly shocked when the change occurred. Feng Wudust, Lao Lua, how is it that you still got it right? The copies that have Lin Zhe in them, sure enough, they all go a little wrong. Lu Hanlin, go go go. Is this the time for jokes? I just casually said that. Who knows, it's really a problem. At that moment, Chang Chi of the Border Legion walked over to the principal's table to reassure him. Don't panic, headmasters, Zhang Qi said calmly. This time, we have prepared for this and have arranged for Border Legion soldiers to stand by in the replica in advance. So please be at ease. That's great. The students are saved. Everyone breathed a small sigh of relief. Inside the copy, Qin Dongjun and Lin Zhe are squaring off. Lin Zhe said gently, You're interesting. Your son clearly betrayed the human race and gullibly trusted the undead before he died. You preferred to rely on me and sent people everywhere to assassinate me. You are not qualified to mention Fenger. Qin Dongjun's eyes were wide with anger, and he instantly became like a rabid dog that had gone mad. My sons were killed by you. Don't you dare deny it. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly laughed up to the sky like a madman and shouted, Lin Zhe, it's too late to deny or plead for mercy. Enjoy the gift I've prepared for you. At the same time, Lin Zhe only felt his head being covered by a large dark cloud. So it turned out that the wings of calamity had already locked him as a target. Lin Zhe slowly raised his head and looked at the big guy above him, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then I'll accept this great gift from you. In the next second, a demonic dragon that was half a head larger than Calamity Wings appeared in the sky above and grabbed Calamity Wings in its hands. Then, a ball of lightning was sprayed directly into Calamity Wing's face. Ow! Calamity Wing was also unconvinced, returning the favor with a mouthful of red lightning. For a time, the two giant dragons actually twisted into a ball in the air. Shadow Demon, go help! A huge black sword appeared at Lin Zhe's side, and then flew towards the sky with a whoosh. Boom! A 30-meter-tall Shadow Demon shadow appeared in the air, with the effect of taunting the enemy for 100%. When that Calamity Wing saw it, it let go of the demon dragon as if it was possessed and bit towards the void. And the demon dragon took the opportunity to spit several rounds of lightning balls towards him, each of which dealt around 2.2 million damage. Soon enough, the Calamity Wings were taken away. Have killed the boss Calamity Wing Sartre, experience plus 300,000. Have triggered the twice the matter talent, extra plus 150,000. Life expectancy plus 300,000 days, 821 years and 235 days. Loot obtained, 300,000 copper coins, Calamity Staff Mage Weapon, Calamity Tooth Material. Congratulations, you have been upgraded. Current level, 37. Congratulations to your summoned beast Demon Dragon Juvenile has killed one dragon boss of a level not lower than its own, completing the first order breakthrough quest. Current level 25. Chapter 108 Demonic Dragon Evolution. The Abyssal 10 will attack. As a whole bunch of settlement screens popped up, Lin Zhe was beaming. Not only had he himself risen 3 levels in a row, the little dragon had also managed to break through the first rank and had risen 5 levels in a row. At the same time, the demonic dragon began to gnaw on Calamity Wing's corpse while it had yet to recover its original form, directly inheriting 10% of its attributes. At this point, the attributes of the demon dragon had come. Summoned animal. Demon dragon full grown. Race. Demon. Dragon. Branch. Special species. Rarity. S-class. Rank. 25. Life value. 393,140. Mana. 308,370. Strength 30124. Agility 38921. Strength 39314. Intelligence 31388. Spirit 30837. Skills. Thunderball, electricity circle. Law of the heavens. Talents. Elemental immunity. Darkness immunity. Infinite devouring. Thunderbolt burial. Crap! Lin Zhe was directly shocked. Xiao Long's 5 attribute values at level 25 were already about the same as Inferno's and theirs, and some had even surpassed them. It felt like he could already be used as his top combatant. This little dragon. His future is unlimited. Lin Zhe couldn't help but feel that he was a little too perverted. However, the pop-up interface didn't stop there. Your summoned beast has acquired a new skill. Skill. Thunder Domain Shock Blast. Inflicts 3 times of lightning attribute damage. Damage value equals intelligence value 1, intelligence value 5, intelligence value 10 to enemy targets within 50 meters of your range. Cooldown. 60 seconds. Oh? This new skill's triple damage is a bit dangly. Huh. Lin Zhe exclaimed. At that moment, the 2-minute limit 4 mana sky arrived, and the demonic dragon had returned to Lin's side, only to see that it had transformed from a small, 3-headed, juvenile dragon into a standard-shaped dragon, only that it was still relatively small in size, roughly as tall as half an adult and more than 2 meters long. A black skin, oily and greasy, with a pair of mighty devil horns on his head. Ow! The little dragon let out a slightly ragged cry, looking very happy, and stuck its head out to rub against Lin Zhe. However, the settlement screen isn't over yet. Ding! Your long-term quest, Demon Dragon Raising Program, has progressed. You have raised the Demon Dragon to the adult stage, and you have been awarded 1 system lottery draw. Long-term quest step 3. Breed the dragon to maturity. Reward 1 system draw. Final reward? Good. Having gained so much at once, Lin Zhe finally felt that this college entrance examination had not been in vain. Meanwhile, everyone around them stood dumbfounded after seeing Lin Zhe kill the level 120 boss in seconds. Everyone couldn't believe what they had just witnessed, and Qin Dongjuan's grim smile froze on his face. Lin Zhe looked at him with a smile. This gift of yours is indeed too big. I don't even know how to thank you. This? You? Me? Qin Dongjun had already lost the ability to speak normally because he was too shocked. Just then, a tweeter's voice came from behind them. Don't panic, students. We're here to save you. Only dozens of Border Legion soldiers in military uniforms hurried up. Several of the soldiers instantly surrounded Qin Dongjun and escorted him before picking up their walkie-talkies and saying, "Report! The originator of the crisis has been arrested," and the other soldiers are looking left and right warily. Where's the dragon? Where is the dragon? Only no other monsters were seen on the scene except for the dumbfounded candidates. An officer-like soldier walked up to one of the candidates and asked, "Classmate, where's that giant dragon?" Has been solved by him." The classmate trembled, pointing to Lin Zhe. "By him? What?" That officer was also shocked. A level 120 boss was solved by him. A level 30-something? After about 10 minutes, the candidates on the scene were largely stabilized. Each person was draped with a blanket and sat on the floor drinking an energy drink. Those who were injured were treated promptly, and fortunately there were no fatalities. And on Lin's side, that officer finally understood what was going on. "Major Lin Zhe." The officer gave a straight military salute towards Lin Zhe. "Thank you for your timely rescue and minimizing the damage. We, the people of Daxia, thank you once again for your dedication." Lin Zhe gently waved his hand. "It's all a small matter. No need to take it to heart." After speaking, Lin Zhe looked towards Qin Dongjun, who had been escorted up. "By the way, what's going to happen to him? We'll escort him back to cross-examine him on some details. After all, it's impossible in principle to get a copy into nightmare mode by personal force. And then, he should not escape the death penalty." "Well, that's more like it." Lin Zhe nodded. It was only more or less a pity that he did not die by his own hand. At this moment, only Qin Dongjun let out a loud, disoriented laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha, Lin Zhe, Lin Zhe. It seems that the heavens are really not long for the eyes, and so be it. I can go down and accompany my windy child. But..." He was halfway through his sentence when his voice suddenly began to sound eerie, as if an even more sinister and treacherous voice had been superimposed behind his original one. I only heard the voice continue. "You human race, you will soon fall into the hands of our abyss very soon. Ha 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 ha. Abyss." Lin Zhe's face was shocked after hearing this word. In the next second, An appalling change appeared in Qin Dongjuan's body, only to see that from among his 7 orifices, many strips of black unidentified substances scurried out at the same time, each one biting at those soldiers around him like snakes. In the next second, Lin Zai's entire body was like a flash of lightning, and he had already bullied his way to the side of Qin Dongjuan's body, sending his body flying out with a punch. However, the speed of the black snake was too fast. There were still a few soldiers who had already bitten, as if they had been poisoned, lying on the ground with no breath in an instant. What is that thing? The other soldiers were all in a state of shock, as if they were in a state of shock. In a matter of seconds, they had already lost several of their comrades. At the same time, Qin Dongjun was knocked out and lay letting out a miserable scream, "Ah!" only to see his entire body being torn apart by that black substance, creating a spatial crack. Then a large black snake slowly drilled out from inside the crack. The black serpent began to take human form, turning into a handsome, slightly feminine-looking man. He leisurely looked towards Lin Zai, and from his mouth came a cynical voice. "You must be Lin Zai. First time I meet you. My name is Ouroboros, the body-devouring serpent from the abyss. In the name of the abyss, I extend a sincere invitation to you. How about joining the abyss?" Chapter 109 Spaghetti Tossed with Concrete 42. 12 hours ago. Some dark world beyond the 10,000 realms. In the center of a crater is an extremely unassuming cabin. But step inside the cabin and realize that it's just an entrance to the underground. Through the elevator all the way down to the bottom floor to a huge room. The walls of the room were not made of concrete or any building material, but seemed more like some sort of creature. Walking through it, one could still see those walls pulsing slightly, as well as the sound of blood flowing through them. Next to the wall, transparent containers of various sizes were piled up. Inside the containers were bodies and tissues of all sorts of strange creatures. All around the room, there were also various experimental facilities and instruments made up of biological tissue growing. At the moment, a man's voice was coming from the deepest part of the room. "Weird? It's not right. Huh? What's going on here?" The man's voice revealed doubt, as if he had encountered some great dilemma. And this man was none other than Ouroboros, one of the 10 generals of the abyss. At this moment, he was crouching in front of an experimental bench, using a biotentacle-like instrument to observe the red liquid in the middle of a small container. While observing, his mouth chanted, "There's no problem. This is the blood of that human race." But the simulation was conducted 3 times. Why did it fail? Puzzled, he stabilized himself and said, "Whatever. Now start the 4th simulation experiment." "Roger that," the biological supermind in the room responded. As soon as the words fell, the entire room seemed to come to life, with many biological tentacles reaching out from all directions, absorbing the last bit of red liquid in that small container. Immediately afterward, inside a large glass tank silo not far in front of the lab bench, a mass of flesh was growing at a rapid pace. The skeleton, internal organs, muscles, skin, and 5 senses did not take 10 minutes, and a handsome-looking human teenager appeared in the middle of the vessel. The young man slowly stepped out of the vessel and bowed his knees to Ouroboros before him. "Introduce yourself," Ouroboros ordered with a haughty look on his face. "My name is..." The human replied after thinking for a slight 2 seconds. "My name is Lin Zai, human, male, 18 years old, and my profession is an S-rank demon summoner. A native of Tianyu City in the summer of the Great Summer, his parents are both dead. He attends the 3rd middle school of Tianyu City, and he has currently been admitted to the Western War College." "Very well," Ouroboros interrupted him, muttering to himself. Memory tests were flawless. He looked the human in front of him up and down, and with a light smile, he continued to ask, "Tell me, what is the secret of your strength that far exceeds that of a human of the same rank?" The simulacrum Lindsay froze for a moment, then frowned and began to think, My secret? Ah, I remember." He suddenly brightened up. "My secret is that I have the department of..." "What do you have?" Ouroboros' eyes widened at the call-out answer. I personally think this pasta should just be mixed with 42 concrete. Because of the length of the screw, it could easily have a direct impact on the torque of the excavator, and when you slam it in a split second it's going to create a massive amount of high-energy protein, commonly known as UFOs. "Stop," Ouroboros said angrily. "What a mess. Every time I speak, there's this error in verbal logic. Never mind. Just show your ability to summon demons." he ordered. Yes. Simulator Lin Zhe once again answered very respectfully. Then, he was seen pulling out a thick tome and shouting to himself, Contract Inferno. 100 years of my life has been spent, and I've contracted the Inferno for you. Boom! A huge flaming demon appeared in the room. The Inferno let out a menacing, low voice. My name is... However, in the next second, the simian Linza was seen directly falling to the ground, stomping his feet twice, dead. Both Ouroboros and Inferno froze. Ouroboros was furious and lifted some of the vessels on the lab bench to the ground. What the hell went wrong? I, Ouroboros, the #1 scientist in the abyssal realm, have not encountered such a difficult problem in centuries. No, I absolutely have to find out what's going on, he said with anger in his eyes. The 5th simulation experiment begins. However, the bio-superbrain broadcasted an error alert. The simulated subject's blood had run out, and the experiment could not be conducted. Oh! Ouroboros exclaimed in a frenzy. Piss me off! His eyes were ferocious, and he directly took it out on that Inferno demon, only to see that with a gentle pinch of his hand in the air, countless black snakes tightly wrapped around the Inferno demon, causing it to turn into a puddle of plasma. The summoned beasts of the simulated body are also a great deal less powerful than the original body. He licked the blood splattered on his face and his expression eased slightly. This human race called Lin Zhe really makes me more and more curious. Since you've run out of blood, I'll just keep looking for it from you. Then, he said to the bio-supermind, through the analysis of Lin Zhe's memories, there was recently a human named Qin Dongjun who wanted to approach the target, right? Yes, the bio-supermind replied. Very well. His eyes gradually went cold. Start with this Qin Dongjun and compel him to become a slave of the abyss. Then, just use him as an anchor point for a rift invasion. Copy that. An expectant smile appeared on Ouroboros' face. This time, it'll be me personally. Time to go back to the present. Inside the Pure Dragon's Nest copy, Ouroboros had successfully invaded the copy and said to Linza, In the name of the abyss, I extend a sincere invitation to you. How about joining the abyss? When these words came out, everyone, including Lin Zhe, was stunned. The people next to them, although they weren't sure what the abyss was, each realized that things were not good. This person who had drilled out of a spatial crack and transformed from a large black snake was by no means a good person. Deep, general abyss? You, wave, race, deep, abyss, rank, life value, skill. Even the character information card was once again displaying strange gibberish. This is... Seeing the few soldiers that had been killed by the other party in seconds, Lin Zhe's eyes were gradually sinking. Then, in a commanding tone, he said to the corps officers around him, Listen up. Immediately retreat with the students. Move fast. But Major Yu, the officer was still a little skeptical. Retreat immediately, that's an order. Lin Zhe's tone was firm. Yes, the officer responded, then ordered the soldiers around him. Protect the students and retreat in a hurry. The soldiers immediately did as they were told, leading the students away from Lindsay and the enemy. Ouroboros didn't care about the departing crowd, as if they were just small ants in his eyes and didn't need to be concerned. Only a cold smile appeared on his face as he asked towards Lindsay, So, can you give your answer now? Should I join the abyss or... I'll add your mom, eat, without waiting for the other party to finish his words. Lin Zhe directly flashed in front of him. A punch containing the power of 10,000 thunderbolts crashed into Ouroboros' face. Chapter 110 The Great Summer War Power Ceiling. The 7 Masters of the Cloudy Skies. Boom! With the loud sound of a fist smashing against bones, Ouroboros' body flew straight out. This punch was enough to instantly kill an ordinary human race below the 5th rank. However, Ouroboros' fallen body was directly re-erected. His neck had been twisted 180 degrees by the blow, and his entire face flipped onto its back, but in the next second, his head slowly re-turned back. He only loosened the tendons in his neck and said as if nothing had happened, Looks like I've been rejected, huh? So this is what it's like to be rejected. It seems a bit unpleasant. A kind of naive resignation surfaced on his face. Looked like a bullied child. However, soon after, the pupils of his eyes shrunk extremely drastically, turning into a pair of vertical pupils. Oops, there's no way out then. Had to take you back by force. As soon as the words left his mouth, He stretched his hand forward, and the front of his arm instantly transformed into several black pythons. Each python opened its bloody mouth and bit up towards Lin Mu. "Demons! Come out to work!" Lin Mu shouted in a low voice. In the next second, demons appeared on his heels. Inferno Barrows took the first step. The molten fire heavy hammer in his hand struck towards the python, instantly smashing its head into the air, black blood splattering out. Damage inflicted, 440-2137. Then more black pythons sprang out of Ouroboros' limbs, mouth and stomach, looking horrifyingly hunted, only to see dozens and hundreds of giant pythons surging up like a tidal wave. Lilith immediately threw out her bone whip and released a crescent-shaped sword chi. Instantly, countless pythons were separated from their heads. But the attack didn't stop there, and then a giant black python grew out of the ground they were standing on, and the entire land was instantly transformed into a nest of snakes. The 10 hell demon dogs immediately transformed into shadow form and detonated the shadow. The demon dragon also used the electricity circle skill, spreading a circle of lightning from around him. In an instant, the pythons on the ground also died in large swathes. While Ouroboros was distracted, the giant sword possessed by Nora the shadow demon had already circled around behind him and stabbed him with a whoosh while he was unprepared. "Whoa!" Ouroboros spat out a mouthful of black blood. Looking down again, his body had already been pierced by the giant sword. Lin Mu sat back and said indifferently, "Your abyssal generals, they wouldn't be this capable, would they?" What followed, however, was a string of sinister laughter from Ouroboros. "Ha ha 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 ha." Although his body was pierced through, it was as if he couldn't feel a bit of pain, he said coldly. "These summoned beasts of yours, they are really much more powerful than my experimental body. What exactly is wrong with them? What secrets do you have in you? My curiosity is overflowing." As soon as the words left his mouth, his remnants transformed into a small streak of black snakes and burrowed into the earth. Then, in the very next instant, dozens of identical Ouroboros appeared in the middle of the sky and cried out in unison, 10,000 poisonous serpent domain. Then, an uncountable number of black pythons were seen scurrying out of each of the Ouroboros' bodies. A dragnet made of black pythons was instantly formed. Skill, 10,000 poisonous serpents domain. Each giant snake inflicts abyssal attribute damage on the target. The damage is automatically cumulative, and each one inflicts 1% more damage than the previous one. In a matter of moments, several demons were bitten several times by those black pythons. Lin Mu frowned slightly and directly used the Demon Hot Springs skill to summon the lava hot springs to resupply the demons. After replenishing his blood, the Inferno demon howled towards the canopy, woven by the black pythons, before releasing the undying eternal flame. The orange flames instantly surrounded those black pythons. The demon dragon did not show any weakness and directly used its newly learned AoE ranged skill, Thunder Domain Shock Blast. The falling thunder that cut through the sky struck the ground intensively, dealing 3 stages of damage to each of the black pythons. 60,000, 300,000, and 600,000. It was only a pity that his Mana Sky and Earth was still on cooldown, otherwise the damage would have directly expanded by 100 times. Facing the ranged skills of the 2 demons, the attack of the 10,000 poisonous serpent domain was obviously weakened a bit. The Phantom Demon and the Shadow Demon took advantage of the opportunity to reap the rewards and flew into mid-air to launch an attack on dozens of Ouroboros. Several demons maintained a continuous output, and when they were injured, they alternated back inside the demonic hot springs to recover. After full blood and full condition, they immediately rushed forward to attack again. Under the seamless cooperation, those Ouroboros in midair were also finally resolved cleanly. Though it did take quite a bit of effort, and several of the demons were becoming visibly a bit tired. "Is it over?" Nora gasped. "What the hell are these?" Inferno cursed from the sidelines. However, Lin Mu didn't relax. He had a bad feeling. As if on cue, suddenly the entire earth beneath them echoed with the voice of Ouroboros. "I can't imagine that you, a mere human, would be able to spend time with me to such an extent. To be honest, I'm a bit angry. Forget it. The purpose of my trip was never to kill you in the first place, as long as I can capture you back." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Mu and the demons only felt a tremor in the earth, and in the next second, a black cement-like substance diffused out from the soil. Lin Mu only felt his feet being sunk deep into that black substance. Looking around again, in a short while, the entire land had been turned into a swamp of that black substance. Then, there seemed to be a huge thing surging through the swamp, swimming towards Linza. It's really hard to deal with. Linze frowned, only to feel that he couldn't move his feet. The giant object then approached at an extremely fast speed. However, right at this moment, Linze's eyes suddenly flashed with golden light, and when he looked up, a large golden bird was flying towards him. At the same time, a voice came from the bird's back. "Catch it!" Linze quickly fixed his eyes on the bird, only to see that a Confucian-shirt young man was standing on the bird's back, shouting at him. "Who's that?" Linze was puzzled for a moment, but it was too late to think about it at the moment, as he quickly retracted the demon and reached out to grab one of the big bird's feet. Then, he saw the large bird fly upwards and actually plucked Linze's entire body out of the black substance. Just a moment after Linze got out of the trap, a huge black python emerged from the swamp, its head alone as big as the living room of Linze's house. The python opened its mouth and bit up, and the golden bird's wings vibrated as it shot straight up into the sky. The snake's mouth closed up an inch below Linze's feet, narrowly missing the bite. After escaping, Linze climbed onto the bird's back. He saw that the young man was dressed in a green-gray Confucian shirt, and he looked gentle and elegant, and just by looking at his appearance, he knew that he was a modest gentleman. There was also a brush in his hand. Linze stepped forward, clasped his hands and bowed slightly. "Thank you for your help. I still don't know, what's your name?" The youth returned indifferently. "The Seven Masters of Cloud Sky, by M.O." Linze was instantly shocked. In Dacia, even if you don't listen to what's going on outside the window, it's impossible not to know. Under the banner of Dacia's highest combatant, Great General Hua Yu, there are 7 so-called combat ceiling existences. Their strength even exceeded that of the 12 city lords, and they had been fighting on the front lines against the invasion of the 10,000 races for years. They have a loud name, the 7 Masters of the Clouds. PS Families, a 5-star review and free swag is appreciated. Chapter 111 7 Masters of the Clouds versus 10 Generals of the Abyss. 100 years ago, when the 10,000 races invaded and all the people switched jobs, most of the Great Summer was shrouded in mist, leaving only 12 large city-states and some small towns. Each large city-state is assigned a city lord to govern. The 12 city lords, in turn, report uniformly to a higher centralized body. For security and strategic reasons, the central organization is housed in a man-made floating city called Penglai. Penglai City floated around in the sky over Dacia all year round. Its movements were erratic, and it was difficult to be localized by the enemy. The central organization was run by the top echelons such as Grand General Hua Yu, and the 7 supreme warriors under his command were given a very imaginative name, the 7 Masters of the Clouds. At this moment, Linze looked at the youth in front of him, and was immediately in awe. The 7 Masters of the Clouds. This was a resounding name he had heard ever since he had traveled to this world. They were superbly strong and were the object of admiration for all the professionals in Dacia. They also defended their families and their country and were highly successful in battle, symbolizing the highest glory of the Great Xia. At this moment, Linze was facing by M.O., who was known as the Sacred Hand Danqing. His profession is an extremely rare and special one among the summoning factions, capable of summoning all things to fight through what he draws. Moreover, Bai Mo had already broken through the 5th rank before he reached his prime age, and his rank was a bit higher than even Lei City Lord. Seeing that Linze was a bit stunned, Bai Mo smiled slightly and took the initiative to say, "For this college entrance exam, the entire army of Dacia has already taken all sorts of measures in advance, and we, the 7 Masters of the Clouds, are also on standby all day long, with the aim of preventing the current situation. You're the legendary Linze, aren't you? I've seen your name many times in your city lord's reports. Today, when I see you, you really do have extraordinary skills. I've just been observing from the side for a while now. You were able to fight that monster for such a long time. Looking at the entire Grand Xia, there aren't many people who can do that." Linze bowed his head slightly. "Shame on me. I almost fell into that monster's trap just now. Ha ha ha. No need to be modest." Bai Mo laughed. "You rest for a while. Leave the rest to me. I think that monster is evil as hell. It's better to get rid of it quickly." Only the golden bird carrying the 2 of them let out a long and clear chirp, then reversed its direction and flew back towards the giant snake on the ground. At the same time, Bai Mo's long sleeves vibrated and the brush in his hand began to wave in the air. Despite the lack of white paper, where the nib wandered, it immediately left traces of ink lines in the air. Bai Mo's gaze was like a torch as he obliviously waved his brush and ink, and within a while, An ink-splashed landscape picture had appeared in front of the two of them. The mountains in that painting are so majestic and wall-to-wall that it is as if you are there. The skill was so great that Lin Zhe couldn't help but watch with bated breath. Then, only by Mo smiled faintly and whispered to the monster below, "This Taishan morning glory picture. I'll give it to you." The next second, only to see that the ink of the mountains fell straight down, and as the speed of the descent accelerated, originally just a flat painting, but gradually turned into a three-dimensional object, and more bigger and bigger. Within moments, it had become a huge mountain range with exactly the same proportions as reality. Boom! The mountain range pressed down on the black swamp and the black python below, emitting an earth-shattering roar. Then, a sea of exaggerated damage numbers were seen popping up below, each one approaching 10 million. "What a powerful skill!" Lin Zhe heartily exclaimed. "With this damage, I'm afraid it'll take me a few more months to reach it." Shiromo said, narrowly missing falling off the big bird's back. The corners of his mouth twitched madly. Are all the juniors so confident nowadays? However, right at this moment, it was only on the ground that the black swamp still did not see disappearing after being heavily hit. Instead, it gradually engulfed the huge mountains in it. Then, surprisingly, several more huge black snakes emerged, this time each with a triangular head. The black serpent opened its mouth, revealing a pair of curved hook-shaped morose fangs, and began to spew black venom towards the golden bird. "Stand firm," Mo reminded Lin Zhe. As soon as the words left his mouth, the big bird let out a violent shake as it dodged the attack. What a hard-to-kill monster! Mo's brows frowned slightly. In the next second, he picked up the brush again and made a wonderful stroke into the air. Within a few seconds, a mighty and domineering ink oriental dragon had already been drawn by him. Mo finally made a slight point in the dragon's eye socket, and he saw the furious eyeballs begin to turn slightly, and then the entire dragon came to life. The ink dragon leapt out of the painting and grew larger and larger, letting out a cry of fury as it headed straight for the viper below. The ink dragon circled and danced between several vipers, and immediately ink-colored lightning appeared around it, followed by a chain of explosions. The damage figure for each explosion was around 20 million. However, the black snakes continued to emerge from the black swamp like weeds burned by wildfire. Just how much blood does this monster have? Mo was a bit surprised. "I'll help," Lin Zhe shouted lowly, and in the next second, the inferno was summoned once again, only to see the inferno leap and jump directly off the bird's back, the heavy hammer with orange eternal flames rising high in his hand. Boom! With a loud bang, orange flames splashed out amongst the black swamp, and those black snakes immediately began to struggle and twist inside the flames. Mo was slightly startled. "This flame of yours, it's not to be missed." Even the 7 masters of the clouds had rarely seen such mythical items. However, the fire is still a little smaller. Mo laughed lightly. "Let me help you." Within 10 seconds, several ink-colored eagles had been generated under his brush. Then, each eagle waved its huge wings and began to fan out strong air currents against the flames. Boom! The flames were blown by the wind and immediately spread rapidly. Soon, the entire vast black swamp was covered in orange flames, and all those black snakes were engulfed in it. After about 10 minutes or so like this, the black swamp and the black snakes were finally burned out and gradually disappeared from the ground, leaving only rolling smoke and soil that had been burned to a charred ash. Mo and Lin Zefong let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Zhe bowed slightly. "I'm really grateful to Senior." Shame. Instead, Mo was a bit embarrassed. "The main credit is still yours. I just played a supporting role." Then, a worried look appeared on his face. "But is this the abyss? I dare say that it is trickier than any enemy I have seen before. If they really invade the human race, the consequences will be unimaginable." Lin Zhe nodded. He was just about to say something when he suddenly felt a slight stinging pain coming from his neck, as if he was being stared at by something. Mo also immediately noticed the abnormality. "Lin Zhe, what's on your neck?" Only to see that a small black snake was attaching itself to Lin Zhe's back, and a pair of poisonous fangs had buried themselves under the skin of his neck. Lin Zhe was also startled and immediately grabbed the small snake and pulled it downwards. 2 holes were seen left in his neck, from which blood came out. "How is this thing still alive?" Mo said angrily. In the next second, Lin Zhe opened his mouth, only his voice and tone sounded a bit different, almost exactly like that Ouroboros. I only heard him say quietly, Lindsay, Lindsay. In the end, I won. Chapter 112 Lindsay has been taken over? After hearing that unusual sound from Lindsay, Bai Mo's face suddenly changed. When did you? Ha 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 ha. Lindsay laughed up at the sky, and then a wry expression appeared on his face. From the time you saved him from just now, I had long since left a bit of tissue on the bottom of his shoe. That flame of his, it's indeed powerful. But I'm not on the same level as that undead monarch who claims to be immortal. As long as any trace of me remains among the 10,000 worlds, I will not die. Well, now that his body is mine, I can go back to doing my research by Lindsay, he said, about to jump off the bird's back and flee to the abyssal rift. Want to run? Bai Mo's eyes flashed. It's not that easy. Just seeing the brush in his hand swinging wildly into the air a few times. Several ink-colored straight lines immediately flew around Lindsay's body from all directions, locking him up. Oh, Lindsay revealed an interested expression. Then it seems that you don't want me to leave? Well, I've actually been wanting to use this body for a long time, so I'll play with you for a while. Summon the demon. In the next second, Inferno Demon, Phantom Demon, Demon Dragon, Hell Demon Dog, and Shadow Demon all appeared on the bird's back and surrounded by Mo. Mo was also facing so many demons at once, as if he was facing a great enemy, and sweat couldn't help but ooze from the corners of his forehead. Ha ha ha. The possessed Lindsay, however, laughed happily. This true body, it's really much more powerful than those experimental bodies. Then, he revealed a sinister smile and shouted towards the demons, slaves, servants, what does he usually call you? Whatever, give it to me. However, all the demons were motionless and were looking at him with strange eyes. What's going on? Get on me. I'm your master. No, you're not my master, Phantom Lilith said with one hand on her cheek. My masters are always a little shy when it comes to me and can't be mean to me. That's right. Inferno Barrows followed. The Lord would never call me a slave. And, said Nora the Shadow Demon, bowing her head as well. Master has taught me many other things. Ow! Woof woof woof. The demon dragons and hell devil dogs followed suit, barking in agreement. Cut. The possessed Lindsay revealed a spoiled look and said disdainfully, What's the point of playing master-servant love? Disgusting. Since this is the case. In the next second, the corner of his mouth once again hooked up a smirk. Let me completely occupy your master's consciousness, and when that happens, it won't be up to you. Levels of consciousness. In the middle of a vast and clear sea of consciousness, a black python slowly probed into it before transforming into a humanoid form, taking the form of Ouroboros. This meant that he had invaded into Lindsay's deep consciousness. Around his body, word after word floated. Demon Summoner, Tianyu City, Daxia, Wang Hao, Blue Star, Lei Zhenyu, Yen Demon, Rat People Clan, Qin Feng. Uncountable words arranged themselves in a chaotic order and began to slowly rotate around Ouroboros. It is these dense words that make up each person's life. Ouroboros showed a look of anticipation. Let me see, oh! He plunged his hands into the midst of those words and rummaged through them as roughly as if he were looking for a garment in a closet. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as several bolded and blacked-out words appeared before him. Found it! Ouroboros shouted out excitedly. Earth! Where? Vietnam. Ouroboros' brow furrowed. What are these? Department of. A hint of something wrong gradually appeared on his face. What is all this? It feels so hard to understand. Why do I feel some pain in my head? Ah, it's getting more and more painful. It feels like my brain is going to crack. Ouroboros held his head in his hands and cried out in pain. Just then, he felt someone behind him tap him on the shoulder. He immediately looked back, only to see a handsome teenager standing behind him. Lindsay? Ouroboros took a few steps back. How is that possible? Your consciousness has clearly been taken over by me. No. Brain hurts. Lindsay gave a sunny smile, but it looked especially creepy to Ouroboros. System. Lindsay shouted towards the air. How should this situation be handled? You, who are you talking to? A rare look of horror appeared on Ouroboros' face. In the next second, a mechanical electronic female voice echoed in the sea of consciousness. Ding! Detected that the system is being invaded, will activate the anti-invasion program and launch a mental attack on the intruder. Ouroboros was dumbfounded for a moment. What? What is this? The system? What the hell? What? I said, Shaoua. Lindsay gazed straight into the eyes of the other party with a torch-like gaze, a bad smile on his face. This thing that tells us. In the next second, he kicked Ouroboros hard directly in the body, and his mouth continued. Don't just get into people's heads if you have nothing to do. Ouroboros covered his aching head, completely helpless to defend himself against the sudden attack. His body lost its balance and fell backwards. The whole person seems to fall into the bottomless seawater inside. Back to the reality level. Mo and a few demons looked at Lin Zhe, who had been seized by Ouroboros, as if they were enemies, their faces somewhat bewildered. Wanted to kill the enemy, but couldn't do it because it was Lin Zhe's body. Trying to save a life, but don't know how. Just then, Lindsay spoke up. What exactly is the Department of? Personally, I think this pasta should just be mixed with 42 concrete. Because of the length of the screw, it could easily have a direct impact on the torsion of the excavator. And when you slam it in a split second, it produces a large amount of high-energy proteins, commonly referred to as UFOs. It would have a serious impact on the economy. You have such a high-speed running machinery into China. Remember the principle I gave, Huanglongjiang faction all with Bluetooth. Lu Zhishan should not have ridden a shared bike when he fought the white bone demon 3 times, because a strongly twisted melon can easily produce the Chiconi effect, which is very unfavorable to the fermentation of red wine. Scare yourself? Aeawea. Several demons and by Mo looked at me and me at you, all showing a dumbfounded expression. What's he talking about? Is the master mad? Then, the 2 holes in Lin Zhe's neck were seen discharging black, cement-like liquid, which quickly flew away and drilled into the middle of that spatial rift. In the next second, Lin Zhe's eyes returned to normal. He saw the dumbfounded look of Mo and a few demons and spat. What's wrong with you guys? I hear you guys say I'm crazy when I'm not around? P.S. There's a concept drawing of white ink at the end of this article in the author's note.